Chapter 1. Blood Revenge. I am in hell, but my heart longs for the light. Xiao Yuan. Capital City News. A major traffic accident occurred on the elevated road in the capital, resulting in the immediate death of the chairman of the An Group and his wife. Their son is seriously injured and in a coma, while their daughter is missing. The cause of the accident is still under investigation. Please pay attention to subsequent reports. Songming Island. Headquarters of the top assassin organization, the Faceless Ones. Guns and shell casings are scattered on the ground. Bodies lay everywhere, blood splattered. The leader of the Faceless Ones, injured all over, is being trampled underfoot by a girl. He roars with rage, his eyes bloodshot. 17. I trained you to become a top assassin. You can't kill me. The girl in the pure white dress is covered in blood, with dried bloodstains on her face. Yet her features are pure and clean, stunningly beautiful. She grinds her foot hard against the leader's face, her beautiful eyes filled with coldness. You controlled us to commit countless atrocities. If I don't kill you, it would be against the laws of nature. As soon as she finishes speaking, she clenches her fist and punches the leader in the temple. The leader doesn't even have time to struggle. His skull collapses, his eyes widen, and blood flows from all 7 orifices as he dies. I end the room. More than 20 assassins stand in shock, staring at the girl. One person kneels first, respectfully submitting to the girl. 17. From now on, you are our leader. Others quickly follow suit, kneeling and calling out, Leader, leader, leader. The girl wipes the blood off her face, her beautiful eyes sharp like ice-cold blades. Finally free. Her blood revenge is about to be fulfilled. Nocturne. The most luxurious bar in the capital. A place of indulgence where one can drown in intoxication. A girl in a simple white dress, with skin whiter than snow and bright eyes, answers a phone call as she walks into the bar. Boss, the person has been captured in box 666. The girl's lips curl into a cold arc. I'm on my way. I'll be there soon. The girl's name is An Ruoxi, the once lady of the An Group. 4 years ago, her parents were murdered in a car accident, and her brother became a vegetable. And today, the person who tampered with the car has been captured. She hangs up, stepping onto the bar's expensive black agate steps in her little white shoes. Her pure appearance is at odds with the bar's extravagance, but the cold glint in her eyes dims the lights around her. Soon, she arrives at box 666. However, there's something strange about the number plate of this box. Eager to see the person inside, An Ruoxi pushes the door open without hesitation. A strong smell of blood rushes to her face. She senses a dangerous aura and turns to run, but a powerful hand grabs her wrist, pulling her into the box. With a bang, the box door is slammed shut, and Ruoxi is held by a tall man around her neck, restricting her movement. Her hands, hanging at her sides, clench into fists, the back of her fair hands turning pale from the strain. But soon, she relaxes her grip. The current situation is not suitable for rash actions. On the floor of the box lie 6 bodies in disarray, their deaths gruesome, blood flowing everywhere. Sitting on a velvet chair against the wall is a man. His brow is sharp, his features deep set, his handsome face resembling a finely crafted artwork. With his legs crossed, he exudes an air of nobility and elegance, a black gold ring on his left index finger gleaming with a cold light. In the dim light, he resembles a dark emperor, radiating a wild and sinister aura. An Ruoxi's brows slightly furrow, barely perceptibly. Though she doesn't know this man, she recognizes the black gold ring on his hand. It belongs to the powerful figure of the top imperial conglomerate, the Xiao family. Rumor has it that the head of the Xiao family killed his father and mother at the age of 8, and at 22, he carved a bloody path to take control of the Xiao family. Acting ruthlessly and decisively, the most fearsome man in the entire empire. What bad luck. How did I run into this dark-faced god, right after returning? Next to the man stands a well-dressed man in a suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, his hair slicked back meticulously. He bows slightly in respect. Mr. Xiao, how should we deal with this? The man's narrow eyes lazily glance at An Ruoxi. Even sitting, he gives the impression of looking down from a height. His thin lips part slightly, a hint of malevolence flashing in his eyes. Kill her. The glasses man receives the order and gives a look to the man gripping An Ruoxi's neck. Instantly, An Ruoxi's breath is choked off. Wait. She manages to say 2 words with difficulty. The glasses man hesitates for a moment and waves his hand. The grip on An Ruoxi's throat loosens slightly. She quickly takes a couple of deep breaths, feigning a weak and innocent demeanor. Sir, I'm here to find my friend I swear I won't reveal a word about tonight. Saying this, she solemnly raises her right hand, holding up 3 fingers. Her show of weakness isn't out of fear of these men. The people standing in the box aren't enough for her to worry about. But this Mr. Xiao, she doesn't want to provoke. She hasn't avenged her blood feud yet, and getting involved with him would be troublesome. The man twirls the ring on his finger, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth, yet an air of threat surrounds him. Only the dead can keep secrets. As soon as he finishes speaking, An Ruoxi feels a wave of suffocation wash over her. Her porcelain-like face gradually turns red from lack of oxygen. She claws at the hand gripping her neck, trying to ease her breathing. It seems reasoning with this bloodthirsty dark-faced god is futile. She has to think of another way. A spark of inspiration hits her, and she struggles to spit out one word at a time. I am. Panda. Blood. As soon as these words are out, a flash of murderous intent crosses the man's eyes. He stands up and slowly walks towards An Ruoxi. His tall figure looms over her like a giant shadow. He extends his right index finger and waves it. The force gripping An Ruoxi's throat instantly releases. In the next moment, the man's hand grips her neck again. Damn! If it weren't for the trouble, she would chop off their hands. The man looks down at her, his gaze filled with extreme cruelty and violence. Who sent you? An Ruoxi clearly feels that this grip is far more threatening than the previous one. If she dares to say anything wrong, her delicate neck will be crushed by this terrifying man in the next second. She feels utterly annoyed. Can't we just pretend nothing happened? It's just killing, hasn't he killed enough? But with life and death at stake, she can only negotiate desperately. Her mind races, thinking of how to dispel his concerns. Suddenly, she remembers something. There's a way. Her eyes redden, filling with tears, her delicate hands climbing up the man's arm. Mr. Xiao, I'm your admirer. 4 years ago, my brother was hospitalized after a car accident, and I was taking care of him at the hospital. Coincidentally, you were also hospitalized due to an injury, and I happened to see you and fell in love at first sight. I even donated a bag of blood to you after hearing the doctor say you were panda blood. Today, I really came to find my friend. I didn't expect to accidentally enter your box. Don't you think we are quite fated? For someone who admires him and has even saved him, he wouldn't be too harsh, right? The grip on her neck indeed loosened slightly. For years ago, he was indeed injured and hospitalized. He looks down at the girl in front of him. Her watery eyes are clear and pure, appearing truly sincere. An admirer? Panda blood? Interesting. He released his grip around An Ruoxi's neck, a glint of interest flashing in his dark eyes. Not a bad blood bag. Send her to Taiping Mountain. What? An Ruoxi was instantly stunned. What does he mean by that? Before she could react, the man leaned in close to her ear, his voice dark and ominous like a spell that could claim a life. Let me introduce myself. My name is Xiao Yuan, the Yuan from the Abyss. Welcome to my world. He leaned in very close. From An Ruoxi's perspective, she could see a black tattoo on the back of his neck. An inverted cross. She felt her breath catch. The black inverted cross, a symbol of Satan. Evil, misfortune, decadence. It also represented a rejection of redemption. Chapter 2. Knowing I have to live with me, happy to the point of foolishness. A silver gray Koenigsegg sports car sped through the city streets. Xiao Yuan sat in the passenger seat, arms crossed, eyes closed in rest. Under the high-end ambient lighting inside the car, his sharply defined jawline exuded an unapproachable coldness. Driving was a man in a suit with gold-rimmed glasses, named Su Iza, who was his assistant. He caught a glimpse of the man in the passenger seat from the corner of his eye. Even with his eyes closed, he radiated an undeniable, powerful aura. Knowing he wasn't asleep, he spoke softly. Xiao, I have a feeling that girl is a bit suspicious. Xiao Yuan slowly opened his eyes. In the dim light, a cold glint seemed to flash in his eyes. He curled his lips into a playful smirk. I don't believe a word that little thing says. Outwardly weak and innocent, yet she didn't even blink at the sight of the corpses around her. Moreover, ordinary girls would have screamed, cried, or even fainted at such a bloody scene. But she remained exceptionally calm. Even with her throat being choked, her beautiful eyes were still quickly observing the situation. Su Iza unexpectedly said, Then why did you let her into Taiping Mountain? Taiping Mountain was Xiao Yuan's home. Wasn't this inviting the wolf into the house? Xiao Yuan tilted his head, a lazy and casual demeanor. Only by keeping the enemy under my nose can I see her true intentions, that he wanted to see what purpose she had in deliberately approaching him. Su Yi's expression grew serious. But it's too dangerous. Xiao Yuan had too many enemies who knew if this was an enemy's beauty trap. Since ancient times, beauty traps have been the most deadly. Xiao Yuan, however, looked indifferent, his voice relaxed. Is it dangerous? He enjoyed high-difficulty challenges. Taiping Mountain was located in the east, the highest peak in the capital. From the top of the mountain, one could overlook the entire capital's landscape. An Ruoxi was sent to the top of Taiping Mountain by mercenaries. She looked at the brightly lit, resplendent buildings before her. Under the dark sky, it seemed like a dazzling pearl standing in the east of the capital. Even at the peak of the family consortium, they couldn't afford to buy the entire Taiping Mountain. She was right not to provoke Xiao Yuan today. There were 6 major consortia in the empire. Previously, the Xiao family consortium ranked at the bottom. But Xiao Yuan took charge at the age of 22, and now at 25. In just 3 years, he created such immense wealth. This person was likely even more frightening than she realized. As she pondered, the roar of a sports car came from afar. Soon, a brand new Koenigsegg sports car stopped beside her. Xiao Yuan got out from the passenger seat. The night wind blew, scattering a strand of hair from his forehead, making him appear even more unruly and free-spirited. Moreover, with his pale skin and deep, superior features, he looked even more godlike under the night shadows. Seeing An Ruoxi staring at him in a daze, he parted his thin lips. Are you so happy to be living with me that you've gone silly? An Ruoxi instantly lost her charm. A deity? Bah, what a narcissist. Xiao Yuan walked in on his own. Wherever he went, all the doors opened automatically. An Ruoxi, however, stood still, not moving. She had a feeling that once she went in, it would be difficult to come out. She still had very important things to do and couldn't be trapped here. Not hearing any movement behind him, Xiao Yuan turned around, his voice dark and displeased. Do you want to be knocked out and carried in? And Ruoxi ground her back teeth and quickly followed him. Let's wait and see. The two arrived at the main house. As soon as they entered, they saw dozens of exaggeratedly dressed servants standing on either side. Upon seeing Xiao Yuan, they all respectfully bowed at a 90-degree angle. Mr. Xiao. Xiao Yuan walked in with a blank expression, and Ruoxi followed behind him, looking irritated. It was probably the first time the servants saw Xiao Yuan bring a woman home, and upon seeing An Ruoxi, astonishment flashed in their eyes. But those who worked in Xiao Yuan's house had undergone strict training. Soon, everyone acted as if they hadn't seen anything, their expressions returning to normal. A wealthy-looking woman in her 50s approached with a smile. She stepped forward. Yuan is back. Xiao Yuan nodded slightly. Aunt Wu, arrange a room for her. Only then did Aunt Wu notice An Ruoxi standing behind Xiao Yuan. Surprise flashed in her eyes, then she smiled. All right. Xiao Yuan said nothing more and took the elevator upstairs. Aunt Wu came to An Ruoxi's side and asked, what do we call this young lady? An Ruoxi felt a bit annoyed at the thought of living here. She coldly replied, An Ruoxi. Aunt Wu noticed her impatient tone, and a glint of surprise passed through her eyes as she said, follow me. An Ruoxi followed Aunt Wu to the 3rd floor via the elevator. Aunt Wu pointed to a room and said, you will stay here. An Ruoxi was in a hurry to make a phone call and ignored her, turning the doorknob and entering the room, slamming the door shut. Aunt Wu looked at the tightly closed door, her expression instantly changing. She spat, her demeanor haughty. Bah, what a thing. After that, she rolled her eyes and stormed off. An Ruoxi entered the room and impatiently took out her phone to make a call. Hello, Xiao Lu. On the other end, Xiao Lu's loud voice came through. Boss, why haven't you come yet? I'm waiting until the flowers are about to wilt. And Ruoxi felt very annoyed. Are you sure you were in box 666? Xiao Lu paused before saying, yeah, that's right, I just confirmed it again. And Ruoxi recalled the situation when she first pushed the door into the box. No wonder the number 666 looked a bit strange. It was probably that Xiao Yuan's box was 999. In their fierce fight inside, they bumped into the door, and it turned into 666. Such a high-end bar, yet the quality of the room numbers was so poor. Next time, it would be better to just burn it down. It ruined her big plans. She said coldly, lock them up first, wait for my call. Xiao Lu asked in confusion, "Boss, what happened to you?" An Ruoxi frowned. "I got locked up by a fool." Xiao Lu immediately exploded. "What the hell? Who dares to lock you up? Don't they fear your fists?" An Ruoxi rubbed her temples. Her head hurt so much. "Talk later. Wait for my call." After saying that, she hung up. After hanging up, she threw herself onto the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. She had to think of a way to escape. She got up and went to the balcony of the room. It was a large, open-air balcony, and from here, one could see the night view of the entire capital perfectly. The lights were dazzling, bright as stars, and beautiful beyond compare. And Ruoxi instantly forgot to think. She sat down in a wrought-tan chair, staring blankly in one direction. That direction was the An family, her home. But things had changed. Her parents were gone, and her home was lost. She hugged her knees, looking in the direction of home, her eyes gradually turning red. She sat there until deep into the night. In Ruoxi, she felt completely awake. She remembered when she was little, playing too wildly during the day and unable to sleep at night. Her mother would sit at the head of the bed, holding her, singing lullabies to help her sleep. That tune still echoed faintly in her ears. She couldn't help but hum softly. "Little baby, go to sleep fast. In your dreams, I will be with you." The guest room was next to the master bedroom. Xiao Yuan lay on the bed with his eyes closed. He suffered from severe insomnia and needed medication to fall asleep. But today, for some reason, even after taking the medicine, he still felt wide awake. Suddenly, a light and melodious singing reached his ears. "Little baby, go to sleep fast. In your dreams, I will be with you, that I will accompany you in laughter and in weariness. With me beside you. Little baby, go to sleep fast. You will dream of me a few times. With me in the most beautiful dream. Even waking will bring comfort." He slowly curled up his body, as if he were a baby. In his sleep, a hint of moisture seeped from the corners of his eyes. Mom. Chapter 3, she was afraid she couldn't help but smash his head. And Ruoxi hadn't slept all night. As soon as it was dawn, she got up. She was very hungry and went to get something to eat. She took the elevator to the first floor and caught a servant who was working. "Is there anything to eat?" The servant avoided her gaze and stammered, "I don't know." And Ruoxi found her expression a bit strange. If there was food, there was, and if there wasn't, there wasn't. "What do you mean you don't know?" She looked around. The other servants were also looking at her with timid eyes. When they saw her looking over, they hurriedly buried their heads in their work. What was going on? She asked again, "Where's the kitchen?" No one dared to answer her. Fine, she would find it herself. And Ruoxi looked around the house and walked toward a direction that might be the kitchen. At that moment, Wu Ma walked out from the shadows, arms crossed, coldly watching the direction, and Ruoxi left. A servant saw her and hurried over with a very respectful attitude. "Wu Ma, is what we're doing really okay? What if Mr. Xiao gets angry?" Wu Ma snorted disdainfully. "What are you afraid of? I'm here. A Yuan has been raised by me since he was little. How could I help an outsider? Moreover, she had specifically listened at the wall last night. Xiao Yuan and that woman slept in separate rooms and didn't sleep together at all. Xiao Yuan had always been indifferent to women and never brought them home. Judging from his attitude last night, he didn't seem to care much about this woman. This woman was probably just an insignificant person. But since this woman dared to give her a hard time yesterday, she would let her know who was in charge of this house. And Ruoxi searched for a long time before she finally found where the kitchen was. This house was really big. It was at least twice the size of the An family's. Living in such a big house alone, who wouldn't be afraid of attracting something unclean? And Ruoxi complained as she rummaged through the cupboards. Finally, she found a pack of noodles. There was also a refrigerator in the kitchen with meat, eggs, and vegetables. She made herself a bowl of egg and shredded meat noodles, topped with a few pieces of green vegetables. It looked excellent and smelled fragrant. She happily brought the noodles to the dining room. To her surprise, the dining table was filled with various breakfasts. Wasn't this kitchen where they cooked? No wonder it was so small. It was probably a small kitchen for the servants to use occasionally. But the dining table only had one set of cutlery, which should be prepared for Xiao Yuan. So rich yet so stingy. Who would want to eat your family's food? And Ruoxi mumbled as she went back to the small kitchen to find chopsticks. When she excitedly came out with the chopsticks, she found that her noodles had been taken over. Xiao Yuan was sitting in her spot, holding a fork ready to eat her noodles. Just as the noodles were about to enter his mouth, and Ruoxi quickly reached out and exclaimed, "Those noodles!" Xiao Yuan glanced at her, and for the first time, there was a hint of a smile in his cold eyes. You cooked noodles for me early in the morning. I'll give you credit for that. Saying this, he twirled the noodles and slurped them into his mouth. With such a rough way of eating, he managed to make it look inexplicably noble and elegant. Even this ordinary bowl of noodles was instantly elevated. An Ruoxi clenched her fists. With so much food available, why did he have to snatch the noodles she had worked hard to cook? After eating a few bites, Xiao Yuan saw that she was standing there without moving and generously said, "Sit down. I allow you to have breakfast with me. Allow you my foot." And Ruoxi angrily chose the farthest spot from him. She grabbed a piece of sandwich and took a big bite. It was delicious. She was so hungry that she didn't have time to be angry and happily started eating breakfast. Soon, Xiao Yuan's bowl of noodles was empty. He picked up a snow-white napkin to wipe his mouth and commented, "Just average." And Ruoxi looked at the bowl that was licked clean, rolling her eyes quickly. How'd he not choke on that? She was about full herself, so she picked up the milk on the table and took a big sip. Xiao Yuan's gaze fell on the milk stain around her lips. Her skin was very fair, like pear petals washed clean by morning dew. Her features were delicate and small, and her eyes were bright and clear. This pure appearance, combined with the milk stain, had an indescribable allure. Xiao Yuan's Adam's apple bobbed. His dark gaze flickered, and he said slowly, "Don't tempt me. I'm not interested in you." And Ruoxi was confused by his words. Was this person sick? What did she do? She really wanted to leave this place, to get away from this idiot. Otherwise, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to help but smash his head. Xiao Yuan stood up and left the dining table. He walked 2 steps, then turned back, his expression dark and cold. "Stay here obediently. If you dare to run away, I'll break your legs." And Ruoxi gritted her teeth secretly, but a smile appeared on her face. "Okay, Mr. Xiao." Xiao Yuan looked at her obedient demeanor and felt inexplicably good. His thin lips curled into a wicked arc. "As long as you behave well, I might consider giving you a chance." After saying that, he left the dining room directly. Soon, the sound of a sports car's roar came from outside, and Ruoxi realized too late. The opportunity he mentioned, was it the opportunity to be with him? Oh my God, how big of a pit had she dug for herself? Xiao Group, the tallest building in the capital, covered entirely in deep blue tempered glass. Under the sunlight, it refracted a cold gleam. When Xiao Yuan stepped into the office, Su Iza was already waiting there. As soon as he sat down, the secretary brought in a strong cup of American coffee. However, Xiao Yuan waved his hand. No need. The secretary then took the coffee out again. Su Iza showed a hint of surprise. "Mister." Xiao usually had trouble sleeping and needed a strong cup of coffee to perk him up before work. It seemed he had slept well last night. He stepped forward to report, "Mr. Xiao, we found out about the person who was attacked last night." Xiao Yuan leaned back in his chair, his posture lazy but his gaze cold and sharp. "Who ordered it?" Su Iza said, "The mastermind behind it hasn't been found yet. But the assassin has been confirmed to be from the Kangmingshao Dark Crow Assassin Organization. This assassin organization has very high commissions. There aren't many people who can afford so many assassins and have a grudge against you." A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Xiao Yuan's eyes. "Continue investigating. To send out 6 top assassins at once, how much did they want his life?" He wanted to see who was so eager to meet the King of Hell. After reporting on the assassins, Su Iza added, "We've also found some information about that girl from last night." Xiao Yuan's interest peaked. So fast. The efficiency this time was pretty good. Su Iza placed a document in front of him. An Ruoxi, 20 years old, daughter of An Shengnan, the former chairman of the An Group. 4 years ago, after the family car accident, you were shot and hospitalized at the same time. She was indeed at that hospital and did donate blood to you. However, shortly after, her comatose brother and she disappeared without a trace. For years later, she has returned to the capital, but there are no records of her experiences during those 4 years. It's all blank. Nothing can be found. A blank? Xiao Yuan clasped his hands on the table, a strong interest flashing in his eyes. Interesting. Su Iza showed a worried expression. "Mr. Xiao, Missa may not come with good intentions. Why don't you let her leave Taiping Mountain?" Xiao Yuan raised an eyebrow, his gaze lazy and wild. "What's the rush? If she wants to play, I'll play along with her." Chapter 4 escaped from Taiping Mountain as soon as Xiao Yuan left, and Ruoxi quickly went to the bedroom on the 3rd floor. From the large terrace of the bedroom, she could see most of the security around the main building. The entire Taiping Mountain only had this building area at the top of the mountain, and all the areas she could see had patrolling mercenaries. Moreover, there were high-end electronic surveillance devices everywhere. It was simply impossible to get out of here without being discovered. An Ruoxi observed for a long time and still found no loopholes. She felt a bit discouraged. How many enemies does Xiao Yuan really have to set up such tight security? She even started to consider whether she would be hunted down by Xiao Yuan if she forced her way out. Just as she was feeling restless, she heard a series of honking sounds coming from the direction of the door. She couldn't help but look over, and an idea struck her. An Ruoxi swayed her way downstairs. In the living room, several maids were dusting off the ornaments. Her gaze fell on a maid around her age. She approached and patted the maid's shoulder. Hey. The maid was seriously wiping a Ming Dynasty vase. Startled by the pat, she dropped the vase. The maid's face turned pale as she watched the vase about to shatter. An Ruoxi was quick and agile, bending down to catch it firmly in her hands. The maid let out a sigh of relief. She took the vase and showed a grateful expression. Thank you, Missin. An Ruoxi smiled at her. You're welcome. The maid carefully set the vase back in place. This vase is worth 3 million. If it breaks, I wouldn't be able to pay it back, even if I sold myself. You've really helped me out. Upon hearing this, An Ruoxi smiled and said, Since that's the case, how about you help me with something? The maid asked, What do you need? Just say it. I'll help if I can. An Ruoxi smiled. I'm so bored here. Do you have a go board? Play a game with me? The maid hesitated. We do have a go board, but I don't know how to play. An Ruoxi said, No problem, just go get it. And I'll teach you how to play while keeping me company. The maid grinned. Okay, I'll go get it now. An Ruoxi returned to her room. Not long after, the maid brought up the go board in pieces. She placed the board on the coffee table next to the bedroom sofa and arranged the pieces, happily saying, Missin, it's ready. An Ruoxi walked toward her but didn't sit on the sofa. Instead, she asked, What's your name? The maid smiled innocently, revealing a set of bright white teeth. My name is Chun Qingqing. An Ruoxi's eyes flashed with a hint of apology. Qingqing, I'm sorry. Chun Qingqing looked at her in confusion. Before she could react, she felt a sharp pain in her neck, and her vision went black as she fainted. An Ruoxi took out a pill from her pocket and stuffed it into her mouth. She wouldn't wake up for at least 5 hours. Quickly, she changed into Chun Qingqing's clothes and put on a mask before heading downstairs. Upon reaching downstairs, she hurried toward the dining room. Someone called from behind. Qingqing, Ma Wu is looking for you. An Ruoxi didn't look back and hoarsely said, I'm not feeling well. Please tell Ma Wu I'm taking a leave. The person mumbled, This child, how careless. In the kitchen, the chef responsible for delivering the dishes unloaded all the ingredients. The assistant counted and smiled. That's right, Chef Zhang. You've worked hard. Chef Zhang smiled and said, Then I'll take my leave. After saying that, he opened the car door and got into the driver's seat. Suddenly, a dart gun was pressed against his temple. If you don't want to die, keep quiet and drive. Chef Zhang was so scared that cold sweat broke out, and his lips trembled as he said, Okay. The car slowly drove toward the gate. Because it was an outgoing vehicle and a familiar face, the guards didn't check much and let it through. The car drove all the way to the foot of Victoria Peak and continued for a while. When they saw a yellow Ferrari supercar by the roadside, An Ruoxi said to Chef Zhang, Stop. Chef Zhang was drenched in cold sweat. Upon hearing this, he quickly hit the brakes. An Ruoxi jumped out of the car and got into the Ferrari. Xiao Lu saw An Ruoxi in a maid's outfit and was surprised. Wow, boss, whose family has such a big face to hire you as a maid? Mentioning this, An Ruoxi felt annoyed. She said impatiently, Hurry up and drive. I don't have much time. Xiao Lu stylishly flipped his cool silver hair. All right, hold on tight. The yellow Ferrari shot out like an arrow. Soon, they arrived at their destination, a remote old house. Xiao Lu knocked on the door using a secret signal. The door opened from the inside. An Ruoxi entered the house with a cold expression and saw a man in his 40s bound with his eyes and mouth covered, thrown on the ground. She sat down on the chair opposite him and had someone untie his eyes and mouth. The guard yanked off the blindfold and taped from the man's eyes and mouth. The sudden light made the man somewhat uncomfortable, and he raised his bound hands to shield his eyes. After adjusting, he lowered his hands and saw An Ruoxi sitting across from him, his eyes widening in terror. "Miss, you're not dead?" Not long after the car accident, An Ruoxi disappeared, and many people speculated that she had died. However, this young lady used to be pure and kind, a carefree little princess. Why did she seem so different today? Even her aura had changed. This young lady was somewhat frightening. An Ruoxi crossed her arms, her clear eyes cold as frost. "What, were you hoping I was dead?" A flicker of something unusual crossed the man's eyes, and he hurriedly shook his head. "No, miss. I'm so happy you're alive. It's just." He raised his bound hands and asked in confusion, "It's just why you tied me up?" And Ruoxi looked at his pretentious expression and felt nauseated. She sneered, "Uncle Lu, don't you know what you've done?" The man panicked, still stubbornly denying it. He lowered his eyes, not daring to look at her. "Miss, I don't know what you're talking about." And Ruoxi's gaze turned icy. Xiao Lu, beside her, was furious. "Hey, you old thing, do you need me to loosen your bones before you'll tell the truth?" After saying that, he went up and started punching and kicking the man. And Ruoxi didn't stop him. She just coldly watched as the man was beaten black and blue, bloodied and bruised. The pitiful sight was probably worse than death. The man, unable to endure the beating, finally cried and told the truth. "Miss, I'm sorry, I was forced to." Chapter 5. The Capital, It's Time for Change. And Ruoxi looked at the man, swollen like a pig's head, crying and covered in blood and dirt, feeling an indescribable disgust. A hint of satisfaction arose in her heart, but it was brief. She stood up and slowly walked toward the man, her voice cold enough to freeze. "Uncle Lu, 8 years ago, your wife had cancer, and my father specifically hired foreign doctors, spending over 10 million to cure her. When your son was 10, he got into a fight and injured someone, and the other party demanded a huge compensation. It was my father who gave you 300,000 to prevent your son from going to a juvenile detention center. And the house you live in was also given to you by my father because he felt sorry for you living in a slum. Hasn't my father treated your family well all these years? You want to harm our family's lives?" Upon hearing this, the man immediately broke down, crying as he banged his head on the ground, apologizing. "Miss, I'm sorry, I was forced. They captured my son and threatened me, saying if I didn't tamper with the brake pads, they would kill him. I had no choice." Mentioning the car accident from years ago made An Ruoxi's breath hitch, and her heart ached painfully. Her porcelain white face tightened, and coldness glimmered in her eyes. She stood a short distance from the man, looking down at him, and angrily asked, "Who instructed you?" A flicker of fear crossed the man's eyes, and he stammered without speaking. An Ruoxi said fiercely, "You won't shed tears until you see the coffin." As soon as her words fell, she crouched down and swiftly stabbed a knife into the man's shoulder blade. The man's injured body worsened, letting out a horrific scream, his face turning as pale as paper. An Ruoxi twisted the knife in her hand, her eyes filled with ruthlessness. "Speak. Who is the mastermind behind this?" The man cried out in pain, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, on the verge of fainting. He finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "It's your uncle in Shaanxing." And Ruoxi relaxed her grip on the knife, her face showing no surprise or shock, but a fleeting flash of pain crossed her features. She stood up, and Xiao Lu quickly handed her a wet wipe, and Ruoxi wiped away the blood on her hands bit by bit. After their family had the car accident, Uncle in Shaanxing took over the family conglomerate with ruthless efficiency, even disregarding their family's life and death. She had long suspected that the mastermind behind everything was in Shaanxing, but hearing it from someone else's mouth still made her feel sad and furious. Is money really that important? Has he become so heartless as to want to kill his own brother's entire family? The man was still crying and begging for mercy. "Miss, I was forced into this. Please spare my life for the sake of my elderly parents and young children. I will definitely pray for your father and mother every day, asking them to ascend to paradise." And Ruoxi threw the bloody, wet wipe to the ground and glared at him coldly. "So you're saying you're innocent?" The man nodded repeatedly. "I'm innocent. It's all in Shaanxing's fault." And Ruoxi sneered contemptuously, a cruel smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. "If you were innocent, where did you get the money to indulge in high-end places like Night Song?" The man's expression changed, trembling in fear. "Miss," but An Ruoxi didn't listen to his nonsense anymore. She swiftly drew another gun from Xiao Lu's waist and shot him squarely between the eyebrows. "Quick, accurate and ruthless. The man's forehead had a bloody hole, and his eyes remained wide open even in death. An Ruoxi stared at his terrified expression as he died, her hatred evident in her eyes. "Don't use your filthy mouth to call me. I find it disgusting." After dealing with the man, she walked to the window and looked up at the clear blue sky. The sky was so pure and clean that even the birds flying by seemed to tarnish that piece of purity. With reddened eyes, she choked out, "Dad, Mom, can you see this? I will send everyone who harmed you to hell one by one." Xiao Lu, usually laughing and joking, felt a bit at a loss seeing An Ruoxi's sad expression. He said angrily, "Boss, don't be sad. I'll go kill that dog in Shangxing tomorrow to avenge Dad and Mom." An Ruoxi wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, concealing the sadness within. She tossed the gun back to Xiao Lu, her expression as deep and cold as a dark pool, without a hint of ripples. "Killing them would be too cheap for them. I want them to be disgraced, to lose everything, and die in pain and regret." Xiao Lu asked, "Boss, what do you want to do? I'm willing to go through fire and water for you." And Ruoxi looked at the clear sky above. "It's time to meet my heartless uncle." The capital city is due for a change. Taiping Mountain. Aunt Wu had taken a nap in the afternoon and was comfortably sitting on the living room sofa eating bird's nest. An older maid stood by her side, massaging her shoulders and smiling obsequiously. "Aunt Wu, what does it taste?" "This is golden blood swallow." Aunt Wu took a spoonful and nodded with a smile. "Good things are indeed good things." Seeing her satisfied, the maid smiled even more vigorously. "Mr. Xiao is usually rarely home. Leaving these things in the storeroom is a waste. You raised him since he was little, so it's only right for him to honor you with these." Aunt Wu looked at her approvingly and said arrogantly, "Speak. What do you want from me?" The maid hurriedly replied, "You're so clever, Aunt Wu. You guessed it right away. It's about my useless son who just graduated from university and can't find a job. Can you help him get a job doing odd jobs at Taiping Mountain? Although Taiping Mountain has strict security and little freedom, the salary is high. The wages here are 5 times that of the outside. A monthly salary of several tens of thousands is better than being a white-collar worker, right?" Aunt Wu smiled proudly. "That's easy. Just wait for my news." The maid instantly beamed. "Great." As they chatted and laughed, a respectful voice suddenly came from the doorway. "Mr. Xiao." Aunt Wu quickly put down the bowl in her hand and sat up from the sofa. It was only a little past 3 in the afternoon. Why was Xiao Yuan back so soon? Just as she was thinking that, she saw Xiao Yuan's tall and upright figure appear at the door. His thin lips were habitually pressed into a straight line, and just standing there, he seemed to emanate an invisible chill. Aunt Wu approached with a smile. "Yuan, why are you back so early today?" Xiao Yuan usually worked very busy hours and often came home late at night. Today, he was back early, which was unprecedented. Xiao Yuan's gaze fell upstairs, his voice low and cool. "Where's Missin?" Aunt Wu's heart sank. Why did he come home looking for that woman? She smiled. "She's upstairs." Xiao Yuan's expression darkened, as if he recalled something. "Has she not come down?" Aunt Wu glanced at the maid beside her, who quickly stammered, "And no." Xiao Yuan's eyes instantly turned cold and menacing. He didn't ask any more questions and strode into the elevator, heading to the 3rd floor. Arriving outside An Ruoxi's room, he kicked the door hard. With a loud bang, the poor door swung back and forth several times. Inside the room, An Ruoxi and Chun Qingqing, who were playing Go, were startled, especially Chun Qingqing, who turned pale with fright. An Ruoxi looked at Xiao Yuan's expression, dark and brooding, as if it could drip ink, and secretly rolled her eyes. Fortunately, she returned in time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. How did she attract such a dark-faced god? But she still had to put on an act. She pretended to panic, patting her chest, her clear eyes wide like a frightened deer. "Mr. Xiao, is something wrong?" Chapter 6. Little thing, your skills are quite agile. Seeing An Ruoxi, Xiao Yuan's tense body relaxed slightly. He slowly walked into the room, his narrow, enchanting eyes surveying the half-finished Go board on the coffee table. Still playing Go? His voice revealed no hint of anger, as if the earlier rage was directed at someone else. An Ruoxi feigned innocence. "Yes." Xiao Yuan's gaze shifted to her pure and harmless face. "Did you skip lunch?" An Ruoxi nodded. "I ate too much for breakfast, and I wasn't hungry at noon. Besides, this family doesn't care whether my meals are good or not. If I want to eat, I have to cook for myself." It's a hassle. Xiao Yuan walked over to the go board, picked up a black stone, and toyed with it between his fingers. His long, fair fingers contrasted sharply with the black stone, creating a visually pleasing scene. Have you been playing all this time? An Ruoxi glanced at Chen Qingqing and said, Qingqing doesn't know how to play, so I'm teaching her. Time just flies by. At this moment, Chen Qingqing was so nervous that her heart was about to jump out. After being knocked unconscious by Miss An, she felt like no time had passed before she was woken up again. When she woke up, the first thing Miss An said was, "Help me." Not long after, the door was kicked open by Mr. Xiao. Although she felt very scared, Miss An had helped her once, so she should be grateful. Thinking of this, she quickly nodded, Yes, yes. Seeing Chen Qingqing's panicked appearance, An Ruoxi was afraid that if Xiao Yuan asked further, they would slip up. Moreover, his tone was like that of an interrogating officer, which was quite unpleasant. She was just his blood bag, not his prisoner. Before Xiao Yuan could ask the next question, she stood up and said to Qingqing, I'm a bit tired. Let's clear the board. After saying that, she looked at Xiao Yuan and smiled. Mr. Xiao, I didn't sleep well last night, so I need to rest. Her lively and clear eyes darted towards the door, making her intention to dismiss him quite obvious. Xiao Yuan stared at her for a long moment, his gaze unreadable. After half a minute of silence, Chen Qingqing moved the things out. Only then did he slowly open his lips. All right. After Xiao Yuan left, An Ruoxi closed the door and rolled her eyes behind the door. Feeling a bit fatigued, she lay down on the bed and closed her eyes. Having stayed up all night and being tense and busy all day, she was indeed a bit tired. Stepping out of An Ruoxi's room, Xiao Yuan walked towards the study. As he walked, he seemed to think of something, and his expression suddenly turned dark and cold. He took out his phone and made a call, coldly saying, Li Feng, bring your equipment and come up. Li Feng was the head of security at Taiping Mountain, responsible for the entire mountain security. Hearing Xiao Yuan's displeased voice, he felt a chill run down his spine. What went wrong? Why was this master so angry? He didn't dare to delay. Quickly grabbed the surveillance equipment and rushed to the main building. Arriving at the study, he gently pushed the door open. The study was large, decorated in a European style. A huge bookshelf against the wall held many precious books, as well as countless invaluable artworks and antiques. Xiao Yuan leaned back in a gilded armchair, his long index finger holding a cigarette, slowly exhaling a puff of smoke. Li Feng hurriedly stepped forward, feeling a shiver run down his back. Mr. Xiao, what happened? Xiao Yuan's gaze was cold, and he tapped his finger on the desk. Pull up the surveillance from after I left today. Okay, Li Feng replied, nervously opening his laptop and setting the surveillance to 8 times speed. Xiao Yuan remained silent, his expression dark as he stared at the computer screen. Initially, there was nothing unusual. Soon, a small figure in a maid's outfit appeared on the surveillance footage, quickly darting into a small pickup truck used for transporting vegetables. Li Feng was immediately drenched in cold sweat. How could this happen? The surveillance continued, and the small figure reappeared at the front gate. After a patrol car passed by, the figure disappeared. Li Feng was sweating profusely, unable to wipe it off. Xiao Yuan's lips curled slightly, as if he were smiling, but the chilling aura he exuded made people shudder. His voice was low and carried a hint of amusement. Little thing, you're quite agile. Bring that person to me. And Ruoxi lay in bed, resting with her eyes closed. However, after tossing and turning for nearly an hour, she couldn't fall asleep at all. She usually had poor sleep and needed sleeping pills to get even a little rest. Just as she was considering whether to take one, she suddenly heard crying from downstairs. She thought she had misheard, but listening closely, someone was indeed crying. Moreover, it was Chen Qingqing. She quickly rolled out of bed and took the elevator downstairs. The living room was filled with mercenaries. Xiao Yuan was lazily sitting in a gilded European chair, propping his chin up, exuding an overpowering aura. A few meters away from him, Chen Qingqing and several mercenaries were pinned to the ground, being whipped. And Ruoxi recognized those mercenaries. They were the ones she had sneaked out to guard at the front gate today. The sound of the whip and Chen Qingqing's cries sent chills down the spines of the servants watching. Stop, she coldly commanded. Li Feng glanced at Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan slightly nodded. Li Feng felt as if he had just seen Xiao Yuan smile. What was so funny? He waved his hand, signaling the people below to stop. Seeing Chun Ching beaten to the point of blood covering her back, An Ruoxi clenched her fists. She suppressed her anger and questioned, "Mr. Xiao, what does this mean?" Xiao Yuan slowly turned the ring on his left index finger, casually saying, "If you do something wrong, you naturally have to be punished." And Ruoxi thought, did he discover that she had sneaked out today? Where did he see the flaw? And Ruoxi walked up to him, her expression not good. What wrong had they done? Xiao Yuan's eyes curled up with a lazy, yet wild demeanor. "Aren't you very clear about it?" And Ruoxi was taken aback. He had indeed discovered it. She took a deep breath. She couldn't hold it in anymore. She truly couldn't hold it in any longer. She shouted, "Xiao Yuan, are you sick? I'm just your blood bag, not your prisoner. What right do you have to restrict my freedom?" Chapter 7. The first time to coax a man, everyone present was stunned to see An Ruoxi so bold. Li Feng stared at her in shock. The last person who dared to speak to Xiao Yuan like that was long buried. What a pity for such a beautiful girl. It would surely be a terrible sight when she got her neck twisted by Xiao Yuan later. Xiao Yuan lowered his gaze, continuing to turn the ring on his finger. "Say that again." His voice sounded calm, but the terrifying aura emanating from him felt palpable. Li Feng and the others beside him couldn't help but take a few steps back in fear. And Ruoxi stood in a position where she could see the black inverted cross tattoo on the back of Xiao Yuan's neck. She felt a slight chill. This person was insane. What was she arguing with a madman for? If she angered him, her plan for revenge might go awry. Thinking of this, she softened her voice. "Mr. Xiao, I went out because I had something important to do. I assure you, I had no intention of escaping. I will be your most loyal blood bag." It was unclear which words pleased Xiao Yuan, but the terrifying aura around him dissipated significantly. Li Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If Xiao Yuan had gotten angry, it would have been bloodshed. He couldn't help but look at An Ruoxi with new respect. She was the only one who had survived after speaking harshly to Xiao Yuan. Seeing that Xiao Yuan remained silent, An Ruoxi continued, "Could you let them go first?" The gloominess in Xiao Yuan's eyes had yet to fade. He looked at An Ruoxi, his eyes filled with naked aggression. "I told you, if you dare to run away, I will break your legs. Are your legs ready?" No sooner had he finished speaking than two tall and strong mercenaries quickly stood behind her. And Ruoxi's temples throbbed. Damn it, was this never-ending? But at this moment, she couldn't confront him head-on. She could only outsmart him. Thinking of this, she suddenly changed her demeanor, putting on an innocent and pitiful look. "Mr. Xiao, actually, I went to the temple to pray for you." Xiao Yuan was taken aback by her words, momentarily stunned. And Ruoxi's eyes turned red, her cute nose wrinkled, her distinct black and white eyes glistening with tears. She secretly took off the peace talisman she was wearing and handed it to Xiao Yuan. "Look, this is the peace talisman I painstakingly prayed for you." This peace talisman was something her mother had obtained after eating vegetarian food in the temple for a month and praying morning and night when she turned 15. Although it pained her to give it to Xiao Yuan, she had to resort to this tactic to save her legs. She would find a way to steal it back from Xiao Yuan later. Xiao Yuan took the peace talisman from her hand. The talisman was warm and still carried her body temperature, with a faint fragrance. He flipped it over in his hand. "Why does it look a bit old?" And Ruoxi quickly rolled her eyes. Damn it, he was picky. This was her most treasured possession. She said with a pure expression, "I held it in my palm and knelt on the mat for 3 hours to pray for it. Maybe I held it too tightly, so it looks a bit worn." For this peace talisman, her legs had turned bruised from kneeling. As she spoke, she rolled up the corner of her skirt, revealing the bruise on her knee. This was from when she accidentally scraped her knee while climbing back. Xiao Yuan looked at the bruise on her fair skin, and his deep eyes darkened. He quickly pulled down the hem of her skirt to cover the exposed skin. And Ruoxi saw his reaction and hurriedly said, "Do you dislike it? Then give it back to me." After saying that, she swiftly snatched the peace talisman back from Xiao Yuan's hand. That was close. She almost handed it over. Just as she was about to tuck it into her pocket, Xiao Yuan reacted and snatched it back faster than she could. "I'll let you off this time, but there won't be a next time. Why didn't you say it earlier?" And Ruoxi looked at her empty palm and clenched her fist. The show still had to go on. She put on a shy expression. "I was going to secretly slip it under your pillow tonight, but who knew you'd misunderstand me like this and force me to take it out in front of so many people?" Li Feng, upon hearing this, awkwardly looked up at the sky. Was this something they could listen to for free? Xiao Yuan cleared his throat and said coldly, You all go down. Li Feng hurriedly urged everyone in the living room. All right, disperse, everyone disperse. It turned out this commotion was just to spread dog food. Xiaozong knew how to have fun, and Ruoxi saw that Chun Qingqing and the others had been taken down and thought it was probably fine now. This hurdle could be considered passed. She didn't waste another moment of expression and turned to leave. Xiao Yuan asked from behind her, "Where are you going?" And Ruoxi turned her back to him, shedding all pretense. Going upstairs to sleep. Xiao Yuan raised his wrist to check the time. Eat dinner first, then sleep. And Ruoxi walked upstairs without looking back. I have no appetite. Since childhood, she had always been pampered by others. This was the first time she had to comfort a man. And she had also lost the peace charm her mother gave her for nothing. Just seeing him annoyed her. Xiao Yuan looked at her somewhat indifferent back and frowned. Is she angry? That night, Xiao Yuan sat alone in the dining room eating. A servant came in with a tray. Xiao Yuan looked at the untouched food on the tray and his expression darkened. She isn't eating? The servant said timidly. Missin said she is in a bad mood and doesn't want to eat. Xiao Yuan's eyes visibly darkened with anger. Unappreciative. He slammed his chopsticks down on the table and stood up. But soon he sat back down again. He had treated her like that today. She was still angry, and he couldn't push her too hard. He leaned back in his chair and took out his phone, sending a message to someone saved as Johan. How to make a girl happy. Johan replied immediately. Damn, Yuan Go, what's going on? Has someone else appeared after just a few days? Which woman has such skills to win over my Yuan Go? What did you do to make her unhappy? Did you force her? Yuan Go, it's still you if you do it. Make sure it's a big one to get her really hooked. Xiao Yuan looked at his chatty friend's nonsensical messages, veins popping on his forehead. Xiao Yuan, do you believe I'll have someone cut out your tongue tomorrow? Shuhang, don't, Yuan Yi, I'm sorry. If you cut out my tongue, where will you find such a good dog-headed military advisor like me? Girls just like clothes, jewelry, and bags. Give her more of these things, and she'll be happy. Yuan Go, when will you bring your wife out to show the brothers? She must be as beautiful as a fairy, right? His phone was still vibrating. But Xiao Yuan ignored him. Like a fairy? That was about right. He took out his phone and dialed Su Yi's number. Go help me with something. Chapter 8. She sells blood, not her body. And Ruoxi took out all the medicines she carried in her room. She often found herself in dangerous situations. So she had developed the habit of carrying medicine for emergencies. Chun Qingqing got injured because of her this time, and she felt a bit guilty. The medicines she had were quite expensive, so it would be good to let Chun Qingqing use them for her recovery. She picked up a pack of wound medicine and left her room. Next to the main building of Taiping Mountain, there were several annex buildings where the servants lived, with each having a room. And Ruoxi found out Chun Qingqing's room and walked over. Before she entered the room, she heard a proud and angry voice. Chun Qingqing, don't think that just because you're injured you can avoid work. And Ruoxi recognized the voice. It was Wu Ma. Chun Qingqing's voice sounded a bit weak. Wu Ma, please have mercy. My back injury needs at least a week to heal. I really can't work. Wu Ma scoffed. Can't work? Fine. Taiping Mountain doesn't support idle people. Then your salary will be stopped, and you can get paid when you come back to work. Hearing that her salary would be stopped, Chun Qingqing panicked. Wu Ma, my dad is paralyzed, and my mom has to take care of him. My younger brother is still in school. The family relies on my salary. I'll go to work tomorrow. Wu Ma smugly said. That's more like it. Who told you to mess around with that vixen? Now you're tasting the bitterness. Let me tell you, this house is not for her to control. Don't think you can gain benefits by fawning over her. Chun Qingqing softly said, I didn't. And Ruoxi stood outside the door, frowning. What did she offend this Wu Ma? Why did it feel like she had a strong hostility toward her? Just as she was thinking, Wu Ma came out of Chun Qingqing's room. She was startled when she saw in Ruoxi, her face showing a hint of embarrassment. But soon, she regained her composure. What was there to be afraid of? Xiao Yuan was raised by her. Could he blame her for someone else? She arrogantly glanced at An Ruoxi, said nothing, and walked away. And Ruoxi entered Chun Qingqing's room with the wound medicine. Chun Qingqing was lying on the bed and quickly sat up when she saw her. Missin, why are you here? No need to get up. And Ruoxi supported her, making her lie back down. She raised the wound medicine in her hand and smiled. I came to help you with your medicine. Chun Qingqing looked grateful. Thank you. Missin. And Ruoxi began to uncover her clothes while saying, No need to thank me. It was my fault that caused you to suffer this punishment. Chun Qingqing lay on her hand and said, Missen is a good person. I believe you must have your own reasons for doing this. An Ruoxi's hand paused for a moment. A good person? Her hands were covered in so much blood, it couldn't be considered good. She smiled. You're such a silly girl. Chun Qingqing also smiled. My mom says silly people have silly blessings. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to work at Taiping Mountain. An Ruoxi stopped talking and focused on examining the wounds on Chun Qingqing's back. There were several intersecting lash marks across her back, but they only looked frightening. In reality, they were all superficial injuries and did not hurt the muscles or bones. It seemed that Xiao Yuan had been merciful. This was his way of using Chun Qingqing to send her a message. She sprinkled the medicine powder gently on the wounds and said, Don't get wet for the next few days. Just rest in bed for 2 days. Chun Qingqing sighed. I still have to go to work tomorrow. Wu Ma won't let me take leave. Speaking of Wu Ma, she added, Missen, if you plan to stay at Taiping Mountain long term, you should find a way to get along with Wu Ma. She said your attitude was very bad when you first came, and she was very angry, telling the kitchen not to cook for you and to keep us away from you. Although Taiping Mountain is Mr. Zhao's home, Mr. Xiao is usually very busy and rarely comes back. Wu Ma runs the house. Mr. Xiao was raised by Wu Ma, so she's like his half-mother. If you offend Wu Ma, I'm afraid you'll suffer. And Ruoxi chuckled softly. So it turned out she had offended Wu Ma when she first arrived, but she had no memory of it at all. However, this Wu Ma, relying on a bit of nurturing grace, was acting like a master in someone else's house. That was quite unreasonable. She packed the wound medicine and placed it on Chun Qingqing's bedside. Thank you for reminding me. But do you want to have good food and drinks every day, an easy job, and double the salary? Chun Qingqing's eyes lit up. I dream of it. But how could such good fortune fall on me? And Ruoxi smiled. Tomorrow I'll help you realize that wish. Chun Qingqing looked at her confident smile and felt that what she said would definitely come true. She nodded vigorously with a smile. After returning from Chun Qingqing's room, and Ruoxi took a shower in the bathroom. After taking a shower, she wrapped herself in a towel and stepped barefoot onto the plush carpet. Her skin, just bathed, glowed with a delicate pink hue, pure like a water lily. She took the clothes she had changed out to the balcony and stuffed them all into the washing machine. There were no clothes for women on Taiping Mountain, and she only had this one set. Every day, she could only wrap herself in a towel, wash her clothes, and dry them to wear them again the next day. Just as she was about to open the washing machine, there was a knock at the door. Missen, a maid's voice came from outside, and Ruoxi instinctively sensed something was wrong and frowned. What is it? She asked through the door. The maid said, Mr. Xiao wants you to come downstairs. He said he has something to discuss with you. At this late hour, what else could he want? Annoyed, An Ruoxi said, Got it. After saying that, she walked over to the washing machine, took out the dirty clothes she was about to wash, and put them on. What a waste of a shower. Annoyed, she changed into her clothes, opened the door, and took the elevator to the living room. As soon as she exited the elevator, she saw several smiling salesgirls in the living room. They had racks in front of them filled with luxury brand clothes, shoes, bags, and jewelry. Xiao Yuan was sitting in the living room and turned to look as he heard the elevator. Under the dazzling crystal chandelier, An Ruoxi slowly walked out of the elevator. She was still wearing the snow-white dress and white shoes, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders like seaweed. The light from the crystal chandelier cast fragmented shadows on her fair cheeks, exuding an indescribable purity. Without heavy makeup or extravagant jewelry, just standing there made it hard for people to look away. Xiao Yuan felt a momentary tightness in his breath. Little thing, your way of seduction is truly remarkable. He tilted his head, a wicked smile forming. Come here. And Ruoxi's brows furrowed slightly with impatience, but she obediently walked towards him. Her gaze swept over the items in front of the salesgirls. They were worth at least several million. What was Xiao Yuan trying to do by sending such expensive gifts? Suddenly, a bad thought flashed through her mind. Was Xiao Yuan not only asking her to be his blood bag, but also wanting her to be his canary? No way. She would sell her blood, but not her body. Chapter 9. Little thing, I'm trying to please you. And Ruoxi sat down on a sofa further away from Xiao Yuan. She raised her chin towards the salesgirls. Mr. Xiao, what is this? Xiao Yuan lounged in a relaxed posture, smiling as he said, Go see if you like it. And Ruoxi frowned slightly. No good deed goes unpunished. What do you mean by this? It was the first time Xiao Yuan had given a woman a gift, and she reacted this way. He felt quite displeased, and his expression instantly turned dark and cold. He licked his back teeth with his tongue, lightly spinning the ring on his finger. Little thing, I'm trying to please you. Unappreciative. And Ruoxi was taken aback. Did he buy all these things for her because she said she was in a bad mood? Was there such a good thing? However, what she wanted most right now was not these. After thinking for a moment, she said, Mr. Xiao, I don't like these. Please try another way to please me. A glimmer of interest flashed in Xiao Yuan's deep eyes. Good. She dared to negotiate with him. He wanted to see what tricks she had up her sleeve. A smirk appeared on his lips, his deep voice carrying a chill. Go ahead. And Ruoxi calmly looked at him and said, I want the freedom to come and go here. Impossible. Xiao Yuan interrupted her with a dark face before she could finish. And Ruoxi gritted her teeth and continued to negotiate. I promise to be back here before 10 every night. I swear. She had important matters to attend to and couldn't waste every day here. Xiao Yuan's expression clearly worsened, emanating a dangerous aura. He said harshly, I told you, if you dare to run, I'll break your legs. Seeing that this madman wouldn't listen to reason, and Ruoxi decided to change her approach. She suddenly stood up from the sofa and questioned, Who does that? You wouldn't even agree to such a small request. Back home, my parents and my brother would fulfill any request I had. They listened to me without question. Since you don't want to please me, just keep me here and let me fend for myself. With that, tears welled in her eyes and a drop slid down her cheek. She didn't genuinely want to cry. She just couldn't help it when she thought of her parents and brother. Xiao Yuan stared at her in a daze. Crying? He asked in confusion. Taiping Mountain has karaoke rooms, cinemas, swimming pools, golf courses, and all kinds of entertainment facilities. If you want anything else, I can have it built. Why must you go outside? Look at that. Is this even human? She is a person, not his canary. And Ruoxi was thoroughly annoyed with negotiating with this person. She decided to lay her cards on the table. My parents were killed, and my brother is in a vegetative state. If I'm locked up here, I'll live a life worse than death every day. I have my own things to do. Xiao Yuan's expression softened slightly. Little fox, your tail finally shows. So, she wanted revenge when she returned to the capital 4 years later. Did she think she could fight the infamily alone? He revealed a hint of a mocking smile. Overestimating yourself. And Ruoxi didn't care about his mockery. She just wanted to leave here. How would you know if you don't try? Xiao Yuan slowly twirled the ring on his finger, a habitual gesture when he was thinking. Since the little thing wanted to hit a wall, he would let her. It would certainly be amusing to see her come back, crying for his help later. Thinking of this, he coolly said, You must return to Taiping Mountain before 6 every afternoon. 6? Previously, the curfew at the infamily was 10 at night. However, being able to go out was still a good thing. 6 it is. And Ruoxi put on a fake smile. Okay, Mr. Xiao. A glimmer of amusement flashed in Xiao Yuan's eyes as he looked at the luxury goods. See if you like it. Since Xiao Yuan was willing to compromise. And Ruoxi was also happy to please him. Moreover, having just returned to the capital, she didn't have a place to stay. With such strong security at Taiping Mountain, living here would be safer. Thinking of this, she walked up to the luxury items with a look of surprise and said, Are these really all for me? So beautiful. I really like them. Seeing the smile on her face, Xiao Yuan also unconsciously curled his lips. It was still pleasing to see her like this. Luxury goods were continuously sent to An Ruoxi's room. However, someone was growing envious. Mama Wu hid in the shadows, watching the sparkling jewelry, feeling both anxious and angry. What was wrong with Xiao Yuan? Why was he giving this woman such things? How much money would this cost? He wouldn't have taken a liking to her. Would he? No way. If this woman became the mistress here, she would lose her status. At least until she had enough. She couldn't let this woman get close to Xiao Yuan. She had to think of a way to make this woman retreat. That night, An Ruoxi took a sleeping pill before falling asleep. The next morning, she woke up early. She had to go out today and had important matters to attend to. However, before that, she needed to deal with Chun Qingqing. After washing up and changing her clothes, she went downstairs. A few maids were chatting while working. Did you watch last night's Golden Microphone Awards? The diva is indeed in Choo Choo. I absolutely love her. Of course I watched it. I also love her. Her voice is so sweet, and she is super beautiful. Plus, she's the daughter of the An family. How can there be such a perfect person in the world? Clearly, she could rely on her family, but she insists on relying on her own talent. I'm just in love with her. Recently, there are rumors online that she's going to marry Pei Tianchi from the Pei family. I wonder if it's true. The Pei family and the An family are the two major conglomerates of the empire, and 80% of it is real. That's the Oscar winner Pei Tianchi. That girl is living quite well. An emperor paired with a queen, I'm all for it. So happy. An Ruoxi listened to these discussions from behind, a layer of frost covering her pure face. Pei Tianchi, her former fiancé, was actually going to marry An Ruoxi. How nice. Enemies gathering together. Just perfect for a complete takeover. She stepped forward and asked, "Is breakfast ready?" The servants were startled by the sudden appearance of someone behind them. Then, one of the servants shot her an annoyed glance. "The people from Taiping Mountain only serve Mr. Xiao. We don't care about others if you want to eat. Make it yourself." And Ruoxi snorted coldly to herself. This Wumar really treats Taiping Mountain like her own home. After all, she was brought back by Xiao Yuan. Yet she couldn't even get a meal. She ignored the servants and walked straight to the kitchen. Upon reaching the kitchen, she didn't start making breakfast, but leaned against the stove to send a message to Xiao Lu. "Come pick me up at Taiping Mountain." Xiao Lu replied immediately. "Okay." Kisses, and Ruoxi smiled. That little brat. Estimating the time, Xiao Yuan should be downstairs by now. And Ruoxi took out a powder compact from her pocket, touched up her makeup, and then came out of the small kitchen. Sure enough, as soon as she stepped out, she saw Xiao Yuan sitting at the dining table. He glanced at her. "Come eat." Before he finished speaking, An Ruoxi suddenly collapsed to the ground with a thud. Xiao Yuan's eyes narrowed, and he quickly got up and rushed over to pick An Ruoxi up. An Ruoxi's eyes were tightly closed, her face and lips deathly pale. Xiao Yuan's expression turned as dark as iron, angrily shouting, "Call Wei Xian over." Chapter 10. Raising a daughter in luxury. Wei Xian is Xiao Yuan's personal doctor. It didn't take long for him to rush over with a medical kit. He thought Xiao Yuan was injured, but upon seeing the woman lying on the bed, he was instantly stunned. What the hell? Xiao Yuan has a woman now? I thought he liked men. At that moment, Xiao Yuan's face was terrifyingly dark. "Stop staring. Get over here and check her." Wei Xian hurried to the bedside. The girl had her eyes tightly closed, her face pale. Even in this sickly state, she was still visibly beautiful. So, Xiao Yuan liked this kind of pure-looking woman. Seeing him staring at An Ruoxi's face, Xiao Yuan kicked him in the butt with displeasure. "If you keep staring, I'll gouge your eyes out." Wei Xian almost fell over from the kick and laughed awkwardly. "I'll check her now." He quickly examined An Ruoxi and said with a smile, "It's nothing serious, just low blood sugar causing her to faint." Low blood sugar? Xiao Yuan looked at An Ruoxi's pale face, frowning. "Are you sure?" Wei Xian nodded. This minor issue was nothing he couldn't see. He took out a bottle of oral solution from the medical kit and said, "Let her drink this first, then she can eat something and she'll be fine." After saying that, he opened the cap and was about to feed it to An Ruoxi. Xiao Yuan snatched the oral solution from his hand. "I'll do it." He sat at the head of the bed, holding An Ruoxi in his arms. It was his first time holding a woman. Damn, she was both fragrant and soft. After pouring the oral solution down An Ruoxi's throat, she slowly opened her eyes. Her apricot eyes were clear and bright, and at that moment, she seemed to come alive. Stunningly beautiful. Wei Xian smiled and said, "All right, it's fine now. Just remember to eat on time, and you'll be okay." Xiao Yuan still held An Ruoxi in his arms. Looking down at her pale little face, displeased, "I told you not to get angry and skip meals." And Ruoxi showed a hint of grievance. "Yesterday, I was angry and didn't eat. But this morning, I was hungry and wanted to have breakfast, but the servants said they only serve you. And if I wanted to eat, I had to make it myself. I was going to make some breakfast in the small kitchen, but suddenly felt dizzy, so I prepared to go back to my room to rest." Who knew that after walking a short distance, everything went dark and I couldn't remember anything? After hearing her words, Xiao Yuan's expression darkened instantly. He took out his phone and called Li Feng. "Bring Wuma up here." Before long, Li Feng and Wuma arrived. Wuma was taken aback when she saw Xiao Yuan sitting at the head of the bed with An Ruoxi weakly lying in his arms. What on earth happened? Xiao Yuan's face was dark as he coolly spoke. "The servants at home said she wanted to eat but had to make it herself. Am I, Xiao Yuan, unable to even provide her a meal? Wu Ma's heart sank. She glanced at An Ruoxi, and Ruoxi's eyes were filled with provocation. Wu Ma gritted her teeth silently. This little brat actually dared to report me. She hurriedly said, "No, I clearly arranged for the kitchen to cook for Missin. It must be those servants not understanding the rules and speaking carelessly. I will punish them later." Xiao Yuan's expression remained grim, and he said in a deep voice, "Such people who don't understand the rules, just let them get lost." After saying that, he turned to Li Feng and ordered, "Hire a new batch of servants. Train them properly, and if they can't do it well, you can get lost too." Li Feng felt like crying. The people he trained were mercenaries who killed and robbed. And now he had to train servants? What kind of nonsense was this? But since the boss's beloved was wronged, he could only endure it. He quickly said, all right. Xiao Yuan then turned to Wu Ma and said, from now on, all of Miss Anne's needs will be the best, according to her standards in the An family. A flash of jealousy crossed Wu Ma's eyes. Why was Xiao Yuan suddenly so concerned about this little brat? She helplessly said, I don't know what the standards are for Miss and in the An family. Xiao Yuan looked down and asked An Ruoxi, what were your standards in the An family? A hint of cunning flashed in An Ruoxi's eyes. Since it was like this, she would hold back. Who would want to live a hard life when there were good days to enjoy? She counted, every morning and evening, a bowl of bird's nest, and it has to be the highest grade golden silk blood swallow. The fruits, vegetables, meats, and milk I eat are all from specially farmed places overseas, sent over by private jet every day. At night, I want to take a milk bath with fresh milk. And I also need a masseuse and a nutritionist. Let us just start with these. Wu Ma was so angry she almost turned away. Such a lion's demand. And those were just the basics. Xiao Yuan wasn't a fool. He certainly wouldn't agree, seeing her counting with her delicate fingers. A hint of amusement flashed in Xiao Yuan's eyes. And Shangnan was indeed someone who knew how to raise a daughter in luxury. No wonder he raised this little thing to be so delicate and sweet. He looked at Wu Ma. Do as she says. Wu Ma didn't expect Xiao Yuan to agree to such unreasonable demands. She awkwardly said, Yuan, I'm just an old maid. I don't understand these things. Xiao Yuan's face remained stoic as he said to Li Feng, since she doesn't understand, hire someone who does. Li Feng nudda makanikali. Ukai. Wu Ma's heart sank. Had she even lost the authority to manage the household? Chapter 11. Go to the An family to collect some interest after giving these instructions. Xiao Yuan looked down at An Ruoxi. Since I've done as you said, you should behave and not provoke me. An Ruoxi smiled with her eyes narrowed. Okay, but, Mr. Xiao, I'm currently low on blood sugar and might faint at any moment. Can you arrange for someone to take care of me? After all, she was his precious blood bag and couldn't afford any mishaps. Xiao Yuan didn't think twice. Sure. And Ruoxi then said, can I have that ching? I get along well with her. A hint of meaning flashed in Xiao Yuan's eyes. All right. And Ruoxi didn't expect him to be so agreeable today. So she decided to take advantage of the situation. My request for the servants might be a bit much. Can we double her salary? Xiao Yuan raised an eyebrow. Little thing. Always pushing for more. But since I'm in a good mood today, fine. And Ruoxi didn't expect things to progress so smoothly. She smiled happily and said, thank you, Mr. Xiao. Now, looking at Xiao Yuan, she seemed a bit more pleasing to the eye. Xiao Yuan put her back on the bed and said, you rest well, I'll take my leave. Before leaving, he told Li Feng, from now on, Missing can come and go freely at Taiping Mountain. Li Feng glanced at An Ruoxi and felt a surge of respect in his heart. Just yesterday, this big shot was yelling about punishing her for running away. And today he so readily agreed to let her come and go freely? How did she manage that? After all, he is the cold-blooded Xiao Yuan. Wei Xian followed Xiao Yuan downstairs. Mr. Xiao, there's something I want to report to you. Xiao Yuan's long, defined fingers flicked a cigarette from the pack, his thin lips lightly pressing against the filter. Speak. He tilted his head slightly. With a click, a metal lighter flared up with a blue flame, igniting the tobacco and making a faint crackling sound. Wei Xian deliberated and cautiously said, Missin doesn't have low blood sugar. She's pretending. Xiao Yuan took a deep breath, squinted, and exhaled a puff of smoke. The thin mist enveloped his deep, handsome features. I know, let her play. It's all small stuff. Wei Xian was slightly surprised. It seemed he had noticed too. Of course, he is Xiao Yuan. Who would dare to pull tricks in front of him? Unless he indulged and allowed it. This must be the little couple's fun. Damn it. He really wanted to slap himself. Shut up next time and don't meddle. After Xiao Yuan left, An Ruoxi energetically bounced off the bed. She first went to Chun Qingqing's room. Chun Qingqing was struggling to put on her clothes, preparing to go to work. Upon seeing An Ruoxi, her eyes brightened. Missin. An Ruoxi pressed her back onto the bed. Let me apply medicine on you. Chun Qingqing shook her head. No, I need to go to work. After saying that, she smiled. Your medicine is great. My back doesn't hurt as much anymore. An Ruoxi raised an eyebrow at her. You don't need to go. From now on, you can take care of me, and your salary will double. Chun Qingqing's eyes widened in surprise. She really did it. Her eyes turned slightly red. Thank you, Missin. And Ruoxi smiled and touched her cheek. You helped me. This is what you deserve. Chun Qingqing shook her head. I didn't help you with much, but do you know how much I need this money? And Ruoxi had heard about her family situation outside the door that day. Chun Qingqing was also working hard for her family. She gently hugged Chun Qingqing and said, We will get better and better. Chun Qingqing nodded heavily with tears in her eyes. After applying the medicine for Chun Qingqing, An Ruoxi went out. She had Li Feng send a car to take her to the foot of the mountain. From a distance, she saw the flashy yellow Ferrari belonging to Xiao Lu. After getting out of Li Feng's car, she got into the Ferrari. Xiao Lu looked a bit excited. Boss, the things are ready. How do you plan to do it? An Ruoxi glanced at the bulging bag in the back seat, and a cold glint flashed in her eyes. First, go collect some interest from the An family. Xiao Lu excitedly floored the gas pedal. Got it. The An family is a large standalone villa in the city center. This used to be An Ruoxi's home. After her parents died in a car accident, An Shangxing not only took over the An group, but also seized An Ruoxi's home. Across from a villa is a not-so-tall office building. An Ruoxi and Xiao Lu went to the rooftop of the office building. Through binoculars, An Ruoxi saw her aunt, Zhao Qingji, watering the garden. The garden was full of blooming roses. An Ruoxi's mother's name had a Wei character in it, and her father had searched all over the country for various types of roses to fill the entire garden to please her mother. Every time Zhao Qingji visited their home, she would be very envious of the garden full of roses. Now, Zhao Qingji was occupying her mother's things and must feel very proud. And Ruoxi's eyes were filled with hatred. She crouched down, opened the box that Xiao Lu had brought, and quickly assembled the Barrett sniper rifle inside. Then, she picked up the gun and rested it on the concrete railing of the rooftop. The whole action was fluid and seamless. She squinted at the scope, aiming at Zhao Qingji's forehead. But soon, she lowered the gun and pulled the trigger. With a bang, the watering can in Zhao Qingji's hand exploded, splashing water all over her. And Ruoxi watched her jump up in a scream, hurriedly running towards the house. In her haste, she tripped and fell flat on her face. And Ruoxi didn't stop. She fired off another 10 shots, hitting the ground beside Zhao Qingji. Zhao Qingji immediately screamed in terror. From a distance, and Ruoxi saw a puddle forming beneath her. She wet herself, and Ruoxi smirked coldly and put the gun away. Xiao Lu, seeing that she had fired off 10 shots without hitting anything, asked in confusion, Boss, why not just kill that old hag? And Ruoxi disassembled the gun and put it back in a box, tossing the box to Xiao Lu. What's the rush? Don't you think this is fun? I want them to live in fear, slowly, piece by piece, until I play them to death. Xiao Lu immediately gave a thumbs up. Boss, that's ruthless. And Ruoxi turned her head and looked back at the An family with lingering affection. Originally, she wanted to smash all the doors and windows and destroy everything to vent her anger. But that place used to be her home. She couldn't bring herself to do it. Today, having scared Zhao Qingji like that, and Shangxing's family would probably have a hard time sleeping for a long time. This is just the beginning. She turned to Xiao Lu and said, Let's go. Xiao Lu, carrying the Barrett, followed closely behind her. Boss, where are we going next? And Ruoxi thought for a moment and said, To a meeting. Chapter 12. Pei Tianqi can't forget that dead girl in Ruoxi. The An family. Zhao Qingji sat on the sofa, her hair disheveled, eyes filled with terror, trembling. Mom. And Chu hurried back home, calling out to her from a distance at the door. Zhao Qingji cried out, extending her hand towards her. Chu. and Chu quickly walked to her side, holding her hand and sitting down. Her husband and Shangxing and son and Xinyu returned home shortly after, and Shangxing's expression was grim, looking somewhat serious. And Xinyu sat beside Zhao Qingji, angrily saying, "Which reckless bastard dared to touch my mom? When I find out who it was, I will make him pay." And Shangxing asked in a deep voice what exactly happened. Zhao Qingji sobbed as she recounted the incident that had just occurred. Her voice trembled as she spoke. "If that person hadn't missed, I might not have made it to see you." And Chu hurriedly embraced her. "Mom, it's okay. Don't be afraid." Upon hearing her words, and Shangxing's expression darkened further. "That person didn't miss. He deliberately left you alive." The first shot accurately hit the watering can in her hand, while the remaining shots hit the ground around her feet. That person didn't want to kill. He was playing, warning the family. He had the ability to take Zhao Qingji's life, and he could take any member of the family's life as well. Zhao Qingji became even more frightened upon hearing this. "What should we do, dear?" And Chu and Xinyu also looked at Shangxing. A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in Shangxing's eyes. He had seen all kinds of storms throughout his life. This little trick didn't faze him. He told Xinyu, "You need to find someone immediately to replace all the glass in the house with bulletproof glass and double the security with patrols day and night. Also, find someone to check the nearby surveillance to see if we can find out who did this." And Xinyu quickly responded, "Okay, I'll take care of it right away." After saying that, he hurriedly left, and Chu had the maid help Zhao Qingji upstairs to rest. She sat on the sofa and asked Shangxing, "Dad, could it be that the competitors of the family did this? The family has been developing quite rapidly these past 2 years. Is someone envious?" And Shangxing nodded, "It's possible." After saying that, he looked at Chu. "How have you been getting along with Pei Tianqi recently?" And Chu showed a hint of pride. "Dad, you don't have to worry about me. He is completely obedient to me now." And Shangxing's face was full of satisfaction. "I was worried that Pei Tianqi couldn't forget that dead girl in Ruoxi." Speaking of An Ruoxi, and Chu's eyes were filled with disdain. "What is she? If it weren't for her good family background, how could she compete with me?" And Shangxing looked at his daughter's beautiful face and nodded. "It's best if you can win over Pei Tianqi. The Pei family strength is second only to the Xiao family. If we can have a marriage alliance with the Pei family, our family will rise to a new level." Hearing this, and Chu confidently said, "Dad, don't worry. I will make Tianqi settle the marriage as soon as possible." At the Guochu tea house in the imperial capital, the main door was tightly closed. Inside the tea room, the fragrance of tea wafted through the air, and Ruoxi was sitting in the main seat with her legs crossed, leisurely taking a sip of tea. On either side of her, there were 8 owners of well-known shops in the imperial capital. The way these people looked at An Ruoxi was filled with respect. And Ruoxi was the first to speak. "How much have we earned this month?" The person sitting in the first position was An family's former butler, Zhang Jingyan. He smiled and said, "Miss, I have already calculated it before you came. The total is 150 million. The money will be transferred to your account shortly." And Ruoxi nodded with satisfaction. These shops had not been open for long, and earning this much in a month was quite good. However, her expenses were too high. This money was far from enough. She said, "You all talk about the situation in the shops. I'm in a hurry. Keep it brief." One by one, the owners reported in order. After each report, An Ruoxi gave a brief response. By the time they finished, it was almost 5 in the afternoon. She glanced at the time. It was almost time to go back to Taiping Mountain. Otherwise, that madman Xiao Yuan would go crazy again. She stood up. "That's it for today. Contact me if there's anything." As soon as she said this, Xia Ying, who was in charge of the luxury clothing store, stood up. She walked over and linked arms with An Ruoxi, twisting her slim waist and acting coyly. "Miss, I haven't seen you in a long time. Can we have dinner together before you leave?" The others also showed eager expressions and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, miss, what is the rush? You don't even have time to eat." And Ruoxi sighed. She didn't want to. Who made her get involved with a controlling psychopath? She patted Xia Ying's hand gently. "Be good, maybe next time." "I really can't this time." Xia Ying, with her alluring and charming face, refused to relent. "Then just give me a kiss." And Ruoxi smiled and gave her a quick peck on the cheek. "Is that enough?" Xia Ying happily touched her cheek. "That's much better." Just as An Ruoxi was about to leave, Zhang Jingyan remembered something and called out to her, "Miss." There are some new dishes at the Tianhuan Royal Banquet in 3 days. Would you like to go and give some guidance? An Ruoxi replied, let us see. After saying that, she was about to leave. Zheng Jingyan smiled. Pei Tianqi has reserved a table for An Chuchu's birthday. An Ruoxi paused in that case. I must go and join the fun. Zheng Jingyan respectfully said, we await your esteemed presence. Taiping Mountain was a bit far from the city center. Xiao Lu drove fast and managed to get An Ruoxi back just before 6 o'clock. He looked at An Ruoxi, who was eager to get out of the car, and asked in confusion, boss, what are you afraid of? If it really comes to a fight, we might not lose. Why let him control you? And Ruoxi tapped his forehead. Can you not be so impatient when you work? I will leave here, just not now. Although Xiao Lu didn't like the boss being trapped here, he unconditionally obeyed her words. He pouted, all right, but if it comes to a fight, remember to call me. And Ruoxi smiled and slammed the car, door shut, go. Watching Xiao Lu's car disappear on the mountain road, and Ruoxi turned and walked inside. Doors opened in front of her and closed behind her. By the time she reached the main building, her phone received a notification about her account. 150 million had arrived. She opened her account and hit the transfer button. When filling in the amount, she first entered 14 million. After thinking for a moment, she changed that 4 to a 5. She input the password and the transfer was successful. The account balance showed 258 yuan. She sighed softly. Really poor. After transferring the money, she opened WeChat and sent a message to someone named Dr. Jean. I transferred you 150 million. Hurry up and develop the medicine. Dr. Jean replied with a big smiley face. Okay, my big benefactor. After sending the message, she put away her phone, crossed the living room, and took the elevator upstairs. Mom Wu stood in the living room, looking at her departing figure with a dark expression. No, she couldn't let this woman take over everything of Xiao Yuan. She had to think of a way to drive her away. She frowned and thought for a moment. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She had a plan. Chapter 13. Xiao Yuan is injured and Ruoxi returned to her room and dug out the bags and jewelry that Xiao Yuan had given her. If these things were sold, they should fetch more than 10 million. Tomorrow she would take some to Xia Ying and have her help sell them. She was currently broke and needed to find a way to make some money. Just as she finished organizing the jewelry she would take tomorrow, a servant knocked on the door. Missin, dinner is ready. And Ruoxi responded and went downstairs to the dining room. Xiao Yuan's words were very effective. The sumptuousness of this dinner could rival that of an emperor's feast. And Ruoxi happily ate to her heart's content. After finishing dinner and returning to her room, she found that the servant had filled her bathtub with fresh milk. Since her parents passed away, and Ruoxi hadn't taken a milk bath in a long time. Unexpectedly, it was that annoying Xiao Yuan who had brought her back to the life of a wealthy young lady. She took out a set of pajamas from the closet, and the brand was exactly the same as the one she used to wear. This brand wasn't anything special, mainly because it was expensive. In the past at home, everything her parents and brother provided for her was the best. And Ruoxi held the pajamas, her eyes slightly moist, feeling a blockage in her heart. But soon, she wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and collected herself. If her parents and brother knew she cried, they would be sad. She took the pajamas into the bathroom. After taking a shower and coming out, and Ruoxi sat on the bed and began to organize her thoughts. The 6 major financial groups in the empire are Xiao, Pei, Xia, Shun, An, and Zhou. Although there are cooperations among the 6 families, they all want to kick each other out and advance further. And Shangxing's plan is to have An Chuchu marry Pei Tianqi and climb up the big tree of the Pei family. Although An Ruoxi has some leverage on Shangxing, it is not enough to be fatal. The best way is to make Pei Tianqi and An Chuchu's marriage fall through and make them turn against each other. If the Pei family goes after the An family, it will have a multiplied effect. And Ruoxi sorted through the information she had in hand and already had an idea. Tomorrow, she would meet with Pei Tianqi and An Chuchu. After organizing her thoughts, she looked up at the time and realized it was almost 11 o'clock. It was so late, and Xiao Yuan still hadn't returned. It seems that being the head of the empire's largest financial group is not an easy job. And Ruoxi took a sleeping pill from the bedside table, swallowed it dry, and lay down on the bed. She closed her eyes and was just about to sleep when a loud noise of footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. Annoyed, she turned over and covered her ears to continue sleeping. Bang, bang, bang. A loud knocking sound came from outside the door. Missin, are you asleep? And Ruoxi wanted to pretend she didn't hear it. but with such a loud noise, even a deaf person would wake up. She frowned and reluctantly got out of bed and opened the door. What is it? Li Feng stood outside the door, looking anxious. President Xiao is injured. An Ruoxi was taken aback. President Xiao is injured? That powerful person, who seemed godlike, could also be hurt? Li Feng said, "Listen, you should go see him quickly." An Ruoxi stood still. "If he's injured, call a doctor." "I'm not a doctor. What do you want me to see?" Li Feng was stunned. "Aren't they a couple? Shouldn't she be by his side when President Xiao is hurt? Why does she look completely unconcerned?" At that moment, a head popped out from Xiao Yuan's room. "Li Feng, Mr. Xiao needs a blood transfusion." Li Feng quickly turned back and said, "Coming." And Ruoxi understood. Li Feng came to call her because she, as a walking blood bag, was needed. She walked toward Xiao Yuan's room. "Let's go." Li Feng was confused again. Didn't she just say she didn't want to go? Why is she taking the initiative now? Women's thoughts are so hard to guess. He didn't follow An Ruoxi, but turned and ran downstairs. An Ruoxi entered Xiao Yuan's room. As soon as she walked in, a strong smell of blood assaulted her senses. It seemed he had lost quite a bit of blood. She wondered how much they would need to draw later. Xiao Yuan was leaning against the head of the bed, bare-chested. He had his eyes slightly closed, and his face was somewhat pale. Wei Xian was treating his wounds. The wound was large, located near the left chest, very close to the heart, and looked like a knife wound, likely from an inexperienced hand. If it had been done by a professional, Xiao Yuan would undoubtedly be dead today. To stab Xiao Yuan so deeply, it could only have been done at close range, and while he was completely unguarded. It was done by someone he trusted. Had he been betrayed by someone he trusted? Or had he been stabbed by a woman while being intimate with her? After all, she had seen many such situations when she was a killer. "Have you seen enough? Come over here." Just as in Ruoxi was thinking, Xiao Yuan's weak yet ominous voice came through. His gaze was directed at An Ruoxi. An Ruoxi looked around her. There was no one else. Okay, he was talking to her. Reluctantly, she moved to the bedside, seeing her slow movements. Xiao Yuan's expression darkened slightly. "What? You get a chance to peek at my body and you're shy. How disappointing." And Ruoxi's gaze fell on his solid pectorals and well-defined abs. "Shy my ass. How come this stab didn't kill him?" Wei Xian had already treated Xiao Yuan's wound, and it was no longer bleeding. And Ruoxi rolled up her sleeves and stretched her hand out to Wei Xian. "Draw it." Her demeanor was quite heroic, like a warrior cutting off her own wrist. Wei Xian looked at her in confusion. "Draw what?" And Ruoxi replied, "Blood. Since he's lost so much blood, doesn't he need a transfusion? The blood bags are here." Li Feng's loud voice rang out in the room, and Ruoxi turned to look and saw him running in with several bags of blood. She was instantly baffled. Wei Xian took the blood bags from Li Feng's hands and said, "Taiping Mountain has a blood bank. We don't need you to donate blood for now." And Ruoxi looked at Xiao Yuan in confusion. Since there was a blood bank, why did they bring her back to Taiping Mountain? Is it because they have too much food at home and want someone to share the burden? Seeing An Ruoxi staring at him, Xiao Yuan smiled slightly. "You're not needed to donate blood. Are you so moved? Damn, how is he still alive?" Wei Xian set up the equipment and began transfusing blood into Xiao Yuan. And Ruoxi felt her presence was no longer needed and turned to leave. However, Wei Xian called out to her, "Mr. Xiao might have a fever tonight. I need you to stay with him." And Ruoxi looked at Li Feng and the mercenaries filling the room. With so many people here, why did they need her to stay? She refused. It's not appropriate for a man and a woman to be alone together. Wei Xian glanced helplessly at Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan's cold, piercing gaze fell on An Ruoxi. "If you keep pretending to be reserved, you'll miss your chance and regret it later." And Ruoxi rolled her eyes. "Thanks, but no thanks. Please give this opportunity to someone else." Seeing this, the others quickly took the hint and left. Wei Xian said, "Call me if anything happens." After saying that, he quickly ran off. In an instant, only Xiao Yuan and An Ruoxi were left staring at each other. Xiao Yuan propped himself up slightly. "I know you're craving my body, but I'm seriously injured right now, so please restrain yourself." And Ruoxi quickly averted her gaze. She just wanted to beat him to death tonight. She really didn't want to hold back. Chapter 14. Being the mistress of Taiping Mountain under Xiao Yuan's oppressive presence. And Ruoxi ultimately stayed. She moved a chair to sit by the bed. Due to the sleeping pill she had taken, drowsiness gradually crept in. Her head nodded, and she began to doze off. Xiao Yuan had already lain down, and, seeing that An Ruoxi was about to fall asleep, reached out and pinched her cheek. So smooth. No sleeping allowed. The patient isn't sleeping, and the caregiver is falling asleep. Is that appropriate? An Ruoxi was startled awake by his pinch, and all her sleepiness vanished. The desire to kill Xiao Yuan peaked. But Xiao Yuan clearly didn't notice her odd expression and continued to speak to himself. Help me sit up for a smoke. An Ruoxi tried hard to calm herself down, temporarily putting aside her hatred. She gritted her teeth and supported Xiao Yuan's head, helping him sit up. Just as he was about to sit up straight, she suddenly let go. Xiao Yuan's back slammed heavily against the headboard, letting out a muffled grunt. He turned pale and glared at An Ruoxi with a frosty gaze. You're trying to knock me out to do something bad to me, are you? An Ruoxi clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. If you're so worried, how about I go get someone else? Xiao Yuan looked at her as if he saw through her. Forget it. You finally got this chance. I'll begrudgingly let you take advantage of me a bit. An Ruoxi felt that communication was impossible. She nearly yelled, Where's the cigarette? Smoking should be able to shut him up. Xiao Yuan pointed to the table. Over there. An Ruoxi grabbed the cigarette box and lighter from the table and tossed them beside him. Xiao Yuan took a cigarette from the box and put it in his mouth. Light it for me. An Ruoxi clicked the lighter and lit it with a snap. Her gaze fell slightly, landing on Xiao Yuan's 8-pack abs. She had to admit that guy had a great body. She was so focused on his abs that she didn't notice the lighter was a bit far from Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan, too lazy to move, reached out and grabbed her wrist, bringing the lighter closer to his lips. At that moment, their skin touched and their body temperatures exchanged. An Ruoxi felt a tingling sensation in her wrist. She hurriedly pulled her hand back. Xiao Yuan, cigarette in mouth, looked at her flustered face with an indescribably alluring gaze. Since you lit my cigarette, how about a touch of my abs? No need. An Ruoxi awkwardly turned away, putting the lighter and cigarette box back on the table. Xiao Yuan exhaled a puff of smoke and smiled wickedly. Really not going to touch? Time waits for no one. An Ruoxi sat back down in her chair, closed her eyes, and pretended to be deaf. At around 3 in the morning, Xiao Yuan had a fever. His face was flushed, and his consciousness was somewhat hazy. An Ruoxi stood up and lightly patted his cheek. Xiao Yuan, Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan frowned and did not respond. An Ruoxi called Wei Xian. Wei Xian came up to hang in 4 of anti-inflammatory fluid and instructed An Ruoxi to give him physical cooling. An Ruoxi initially didn't want to help. She had never taken care of a man. Why should she take care of him? But seeing Xiao Yuan in discomfort, she felt a bit of pity. Given that he had allowed her to live the life of a wealthy young lady again, she would let him off the hook this once. Thinking this, An Ruoxi went to the bathroom, filled a basin with warm water, and used a towel to wipe Xiao Yuan's forehead and body to cool him down. Xiao Yuan, burning up, mumbled incoherently, Don't hit me, Mom. Mom, don't go. An Ruoxi was curious. There are rumors outside that Xiao Yuan is cold-blooded and heartless, having killed his father and mother at the age of 8. Is there another reason behind this? The busy night continued until after 5 in the morning, when Xiao Yuan's fever finally began to subside. An Ruoxi, exhausted, had fallen asleep at the head of the bed. In her dreams, she felt a pair of cold eyes staring at her, and her animal instincts jolted her awake. As she opened her eyes, she saw Xiao Yuan's gaze, as cold as a deep pool, fixed on her. She quickly covered her chest with her hands and asked, What are you looking at? Xiao Yuan's eyes were dark and chilling. I didn't say anything last night, did I? An Ruoxi thought for a moment and replied, You did. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Xiao Yuan's eyes. What did I say? An Ruoxi said seriously, You said I shouldn't be brought back to Taiping Mountain, and that I should be let go today. The gloom in Xiao Yuan's eyes dissipated, and he chuckled lightly. Don't even think about it. Help me sit up. An Ruoxi rolled her eyes and helped him sit up. What a backstabber. She should have burned him last night when she had the chance. Just as Xiao Yuan settled down, Li Feng knocked and entered, holding a phone. President Xiao, the old man is calling you. Xiao Yuan's expression darkened. He knows I'm injured? Li Feng shook his head. You shouldn't know. He just said you haven't been home for a long time and wants you to come back for dinner. Xiao Yuan's expression softened slightly. Got it. An Ruoxi stood up and said to Li Feng, I didn't sleep all night. I'm going to take a nap. Please send someone to take care of Mr. Xiao. Li Feng remained silent, only looking at Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan nodded. Li Feng then spoke. Okay. An Ruoxi stretched and yawned as she walked out. After leaving Xiao Yuan's room, she didn't return to her own, but went downstairs. After a busy night, she was a bit hungry and went to get something to eat. When she got downstairs, she saw Aunt Wu talking to a beautiful girl in a white dress sitting on the sofa. Upon seeing her, Aunt Wu stood up and smiled. Missin. And Ruoxi paused, looking at her in confusion. Aunt Wu brought the girl over and said, You took care of Yuan all night. Thank you. This is my niece, Lin Shuer. Let her take care of Mr. Xiao today. And Ruoxi raised her eyebrows slightly. What good deal? She looked at Lin Shuer. The girl was slender and fair, with long, curled eyelashes and hair like clouds, standing quietly like a delicate little white flower. And Ruoxi smiled and took her hand. I'll leave Mr. Xiao in your care. Lin Shuer's cheeks flushed slightly, and she shyly smiled, revealing 2 sweet dimples. And Ruoxi thought that with her bunny-like appearance, even women would find her adorable, let alone men. Xiao Yuan was lucky. With Lin Shuer around, Xiao Yuan probably wouldn't need her anymore. And Ruoxi skipped breakfast and took out her phone to call Xiao Lu. Come pick me up. With that, she turned and went upstairs. Aunt Wu watched her retreating figure and snorted coldly. At least she knows what's good for her. Lin Shuer looked at her worriedly. Aunt, do you think Mr. Xiao will like me? Aunt Wu looked at her affectionately, tucking a stray hair behind her ear, and smiled. Our Shuer is young and beautiful. With a good personality, what man wouldn't like her? Don't worry, just perform well while Yuan is injured, and he will definitely like you. Once you become the mistress of Taiping Mountain, our family will enjoy endless wealth and glory. Lin Shuer nodded with a smile. I will listen to you, Aunt. Chapter 15. Are you a turtle? Why is the food taking so long? And Ruoxi returned to her room and picked out 2 sets of jewelry to take with her. Since Xiao Lu found out she was staying at Taiping Mountain, he rented a place nearby for convenience in picking her up. Therefore, it wasn't too long after An Ruoxi called him that he arrived. An Ruoxi got into the car, and Xiao Lu stepped on the gas as they drove down the mountain. He asked in confusion, Boss, if you're going to stay in the capital for a long time, it would be inconvenient without a car. What if you need to go somewhere one day and have no one to pick you up? And Ruoxi sighed inwardly. Did she not want to buy one? It was just that she was too broke to afford it. She was so poor that she was about to sell the jewelry that Xiao Yuan had given her. Before she could respond, Xiao Lu said, How about I let you use my car, and I'll buy another one? No need, and Ruoxi refused. You should save your money to marry a wife. Xiao Lu hurriedly said, Boss, I'm only 19. Why would I need a wife? Just take the car. And Ruoxi didn't agree. We'll talk about it later. Xiao Lu had made some money when he was in the assassin organization, but that was all earned at the cost of his life. Moreover, after following her back to the capital, his pocket was only going out, not coming in. And Ruoxi would never accept his car. They arrived at a women's clothing store in the center of the capital. Xiao Lu had something to attend to and left first, while An Ruoxi entered the store alone. The store was large, with dazzling lights and extremely luxurious decor. Just by looking at the decor, one could tell that the prices were not cheap. An Ruoxi walked to the front desk and said, I'm looking for Xiaoying. The receptionist was a tall, exquisitely made-up young girl. She looked An Ruoxi up and down and scoffed. Our boss is very busy. Not just anyone can see her. Upon hearing this, An Ruoxi frowned. Today, she was dressed casually in sneakers, looking ordinary, but her outfit was actually quite expensive. How did Xiaoying hire such an ignorant sales clerk? She didn't argue with the clerk and directly took out her phone to call Xiaoying. I'm in the store. On the other end, Xiaoying's cheerful voice responded, I'll be right there. In less than 5 minutes, Xiaoying appeared in the store. The clerk turned pale when she saw An Ruoxi call the boss with a single phone call. Xiaoying rushed over and gave An Ruoxi a big hug. Miss, what brings you here today? An Ruoxi smiled. I need to talk to you. Xiaoying released her, but kept holding her hand. What is it? An Ruoxi didn't answer directly. Instead, gesturing toward the clerk. She said you were very busy and not just anyone could see you. Upon hearing this, Xiaoying's expression darkened immediately. She angrily said, How dare you say that to the young lady? From now on, you're fired. Get out. The clerk, looking ashamed, left in a hurry. Xiaoying hugged An Ruoxi's hand with a smile, explaining, Don't be angry, miss. She's new and hasn't been trained yet. I promise this won't happen again. An Ruoxi knew that Xia Ying was thoughtful. Luckily, she had encountered her today. If it had been another customer, the store's reputation would have been ruined. She didn't dwell on the matter and said, I have something for you. Xia Ying pulled her toward the reception room. What good thing? An Ruoxi sat on the sofa in the reception room and took out 2 high-end velvet boxes. Help me sell 2 sets of jewelry. Xia Ying took the boxes, opened them, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Oh, these are the newly released limited edition jewels. They can't just be bought with money. Were they given by a man? And Ruoxi's gaze flickered. Sort of, just help me sell them. Xia Ying smiled charmingly, as expected of the young lady. This man is quite generous. He must really love you. And Ruoxi rolled her eyes at the thought of Xiao Yuan's arrogant demeanor. How could that be? He was simply wealthy. Xia Ying smiled without speaking. The young lady was clearly confused about the situation. She said, Don't worry, I've got this. After discussing the jewelry, Xia Ying added, The designs you created last time sold like hotcakes, making quite a bit of money. When will you have time to design a few more? Let's capitalize on this wave and make another fortune. And Ruoxi had been too busy lately to draw design sketches, and she said, I'll try my best. Xia Ying looked at the time. It was almost noon. She sat next to An Ruoxi and cuddled up to her. Miss, I haven't had a meal with you in a long time. Can you please grace me with your presence for lunch today? And Ruoxi laughed. Sure, my beautiful boss. Back at Taiping Mountain, even though Xiao Yuan was injured, he didn't delay his work. Su Iza brought a stack of documents for him to sign, and several high-level executives from the company specifically came to report their work to him. By the time it was almost noon, Wei Xian knocked on the door and reminded him, Mr. Xiao, it's time for lunch break. Xiao Yuan looked at the time and realized he had been busy for so long. He closed the folder in his hands and handed it to Su Iza, saying, Do as I said first. We'll talk if you run into any problems. Su Iza, holding a pile of documents, respectfully replied, Okay. After saying that, he turned and left the room. Xiao Yuan looked at Wei Xian and said, Have An Ruoxi bring me lunch. Wei Xian opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately said nothing and just responded with okay before leaving. And Ruoxi had already run off. A dead friend is better than a poor monk. He wouldn't be foolish enough to get into trouble. Xiao Yuan leaned back against the headboard and lowered his head to read a work proposal. After about 10 minutes, he heard the sound of the door opening. Without lifting his head, he said with a sullen voice, Are you a turtle? Why is it taking so long to bring food? Mr. Xiao, a soft and timid voice came from the room. Xiao Yuan suddenly looked up. He saw Lin Shui'er standing at the foot of the bed with a tray, looking timid. His eyes narrowed sharply, and he said sternly, Who let you in? Where is An Ruoxi? Lin Shui'er looked at Xiao Yuan's handsome face, her face slightly flushed. Her aunt never mentioned that Xiao Yuan was this handsome. More handsome than any man she had ever seen. Her courage grew a little as she took a couple of steps towards the bed and smiled softly. Sister had to go out for something. She asked me to take care of you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan's expression suddenly darkened like a sky before a storm. An Ruoxi sent you? Lin Shui'er nodded with a smile. Yes. As she spoke, she placed a tray on the bedside table, picked up a bowl of soup, and spooned a bite towards Xiao Yuan's mouth with a gentle expression. Mr. Xiao, drink some soup. It will help your wound heal faster. Chapter 16. Mr. Xiao. A knife is above the character color. Starry sky-themed restaurant. Beautiful and romantic. An Ruoxi and Xia Ying sat at a window-side table, filled with exquisite dishes. However, most of it was eaten by An Ruoxi, while Xia Ying supported her head with one hand and held a glass of red wine in the other, swaying it gracefully. She looked at An Ruoxi with a doting expression. How could she like a young lady so much? 6 months ago, when she first met the young lady, she was on the verge of jumping off a building due to business failure and overwhelming debts. Standing on a rooftop at that time, she felt utterly desperate, with no thought of living at all. Just as she was about to leap to free herself from this world, a clear female voice sounded behind her. Do you want to jump with me? She turned back in shock and saw the young lady in a white dress, standing there gracefully and reaching out her hand to her. The young lady's expression was calm, her skin whiter than snow, and her eyes were so clear and beautiful that they seemed unreal. Clearly, she was a young girl who looked not much older. Yet inexplicably gave her a sense of strength. She inexplicably reached out and grasped the slender wrist of the young lady. In just half a year, under the young lady's guidance, she not only paid off all her debts, but could also help the young lady make money. The young lady was beautiful, intelligent, kind, and lovely. This person, just like her name, was like a ray of morning light, illuminating her dark life. Unfortunately, if only she were a man, she would willingly be the young lady's devoted follower for life. No, even if she were a woman, she would still want to be the young lady's devoted follower for life. Seeing An Ruoxi eating happily, Xiaoying felt extremely pleased. She smiled and asked, "Young lady, is it delicious? Do you want some more?" An Ruoxi, with her cheeks stuffed like a little hamster, shook her head and said, "No, it's too much. It would be wasteful." Xiaoying said indulgently, "As long as the young lady is happy, wasting a little is fine. I have money." And Ruoxi picked up the juice beside her and took a sip, satisfied and burping, "I'm really full." Just as she finished speaking, her phone on the table rang. And Ruoxi put down her juice, picked up her phone to check. It was Li Feng. She frowned. Definitely not good news. The moment she answered the phone, Li Feng's wailing voice came through. "Missin, you need to come back quickly. Something big has happened at home." And Ruoxi was puzzled and said, "If something happened, why not find Mr. Xiao? He's the owner of Taiping Mountain. What do you want me for?" Li Feng cried, "It's Mr. Xiao who has had an accident." And Ruoxi impatiently replied, "What's wrong with him now?" Mr. Xiao said, "Li Feng imitada Xiaoyuan's Blumituna. Telling Ruoxi that if she doesn't come back soon, I'll break her dog leg. Missin, Mr. Xiao is really angry. You need to come back quickly." And Ruoxi hung up the phone, feeling irritated. How could this person still be so lively after getting hurt? Couldn't he have a little personal space? What happened? Xiaoying asked with concern. And Ruoxi wiped her mouth, stood up, and said, "It's nothing. The dog at home is sick. Please give me a ride." Xiaoying smiled charmingly, happy to serve the young lady. Xiaoying drove fast and took An Ruoxi back to Taiping Mountain. And Ruoxi hurried upstairs and arrived at Xiao Yuan's room. As soon as she opened the door, a chilling aura rushed towards her. This is not good. She steadied herself and pushed the door open. Upon entering, she saw Xiao Yuan leaning against the headboard of the bed. His face was dark and cold, his gaze like a blade of ice, as if just one glance could slice through flesh and blood. On the floor beside the bed, Lin Shuer was sitting there, her eyes red and silently crying. She was covered in soup, looking both disheveled and fragile, truly a sight to behold. In addition, Li Feng and Wei Xian were also in the room. Both looked pale, as if they had just experienced a bloody storm. It seemed the situation was far more serious than An Ruoxi had thought. She took a deep breath, pretending to be nonchalant as she walked in. "What happened? Why is Shuer sitting on the ground?" As she spoke, she stepped forward to help Lin Shuer up. Lin Shuer looked at her gratefully, still trembling. Xiao Yuan's fierce eyes were fixed on An Ruoxi, his expression dark and violent to the extreme. "An Ruoxi, did I give you face, and you play me like this?" His voice was strong. It seemed the knife hadn't stabbed deep enough. And Ruoxi looked at him in confusion. "How did I play you?" Xiao Yuan pointed at Lin Shuer and questioned sternly, "You say you have feelings for me and love me, yet you let another woman take care of me and get close to me. What does that mean?" Upon hearing this, An Ruoxi felt her scalp tingle. Lying is deadly. How could she have been so reckless to tell such a lie? The key was that Xiao Yuan believed her. If Xiao Yuan found out she had deceived him, the outcome would probably be very tragic. She wasn't afraid of a fight, but she was afraid of trouble. She hadn't even made the family pay yet. There was no other way. She had to appease him. With this in mind, An Ruoxi's eyes turned red in an instant as she said pitifully, "Why are you shouting?" "I'm worried about your wound, so I hurried to buy you medicine, fearing you'd have no one to take care of you." "Is it wrong to let Shuer help take care of you?" Xiao Yuan said nothing, only glared at her with a gloomy face, clearly not believing her. And Ruoxi continued to fabricate. "To buy good medicine, I ran around to several places, exhausted and busy to the point of not even eating lunch. And you still scold me." Just as she finished speaking, she couldn't help but burp because she spoke too hurriedly. And Ruoxi quickly covered her mouth, turning her face away in guilt. "Oh no, I ate too much at noon. I hope Xiao Yuan doesn't notice." Xiao Yuan's deep gaze fixed on her guilty expression. Damn, how could she be so cute? The cold aura around him gradually dissipated, and his expression softened. He asked in a low voice, "Where's the medicine?" Seeing that he hadn't noticed anything amiss, An Ruoxi hurriedly took out the medicine she carried with her and handed it over. This. Xiao Yuan took the small porcelain bottle from her hand, opened it for a look, and raised his eyes to stare at her. "Why is it used?" An Ruoxi's eyes flickered as she said, "I'm worried this medicine isn't safe, so I specially tried it on myself." "What's wrong? Don't you want it? Get it back to me. It cost me hundreds of thousands." After saying this, she attempted to snatch it back. This medicine was made by Dr. Jean using more than a dozen rare herbs, and it was the only bottle available, highly effective for treating external wounds. She didn't want to give it to Xiao Yuan. However, Xiao Yuan pulled his hand back, tightly gripping the medicine bottle, and said, "You apply the medicine for me." Li Feng and Wei Xian, seeing this, wisely pulled Lin Shuer out of the room. As the door closed, they exchanged glances and shook their heads. Such a clumsy lie, and President Xiao actually believed it. Indeed, love makes people blind. Literally. And Ruoxi reluctantly sat at the head of the bed. She unwrapped the bandages around Xiao Yuan's body. The wound had already begun to scab over, and the medicine Wei Xian used must have been excellent. She scooped a small piece from the medicine jar and pressed it down on Xiao Yuan's wound with a bit more force. "This is what you get for yelling at me." "Hiss." Xiao Yuan gasped in pain and frowned, saying, "Be gentler." And Ruoxi pouted but lightened her touch significantly. If his wound opened up, it would be her medicine wasted. And Ruoxi stared at Xiao Yuan's wound, recalling her suspicions, and couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Xiao, was it a woman who hurt you?" Xiao Yuan remained silent, and Ruoxi glanced up at him and saw his face darkened, lips pressed tightly together. She couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed her guess was correct. She continued applying the medicine, saying, "Mr. Xiao, a woman is like a knife." Before she could finish, Xiao Yuan's dark voice sounded above her head. "Can you shut up?" Chapter 17. Sleep with me tonight in Wu Ma's room. She stood by the window, looking towards the main building. Lin Shuer had taken food into Xiao Yuan's room over an hour ago and still hadn't come out. Her eyes brightened. Could it be that they were like dry tinder and fire, rolling together? No. Xiao Yuan was seriously injured and couldn't do that. But from the looks of it, Lin Shuer had been left behind. Shuer was so beautiful. It was reasonable for Xiao Yuan to take a liking to her. It seemed that the immense wealth of the Xiao family ultimately belonged to her. Thinking of this, Wu Ma felt refreshed. This move was right. Lin Shuer's gentle nature would ensure that she would have the final say at Taiping Mountain in the future. Wu Ma midatune, preparing to head out to the main building to check the situation. Just as she reached the door, it was pushed open from the outside. Lin Shuer walked in, disheveled and in a state of despair. Wu Ma looked at her covered in soup and exclaimed, "Shuer, what happened to you?" Lin Shuer turned to Wu Ma, her eyes immediately reddening as she began to cry. "Annie, Mr. Xiao is too terrifying. I can't handle him." Seeing her like this, Wu Ma probably guessed what had happened. Concerned, she asked, "Did he throw you out?" Lin Shuer shook her head while crying. After Xiao Yuan spilled the soup, he completely ignored her. But his aura was too intimidating. She would have preferred it if he had thrown her out. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had to endure more than an hour of torment in that room. Wu Ma, seeing her so frightened, realized that this peace was no good. She quickly said, "All right, and we'll have someone take you home. You should go wash up and change your clothes first." After Lin Shuer entered the bathroom, Wu Ma's expression darkened. Truly useless. So beautiful, yet can't even handle a man. It seemed she needed to come up with another plan. She walked over to the sofa, sat down, crossed her arms, and thought for a moment. Suddenly, she straightened up. Got it. After applying medicine to Xiao Yuan once, the task of changing the medicine fell to An Ruoxi, still using the bottle she provided. However, Xiao Yuan still had a conscience, and, knowing she spent hundreds of thousands on the medicine, directly transferred her 5,200,000. And Ruoxi made a profit and instantly felt that applying medicine to him was no longer such a bothersome task. Plus, she sold the 2 sets of jewelry she gave to Xia Ying for 15 million. So she thought she could shift her mindset and treat Xiao Yuan as a benefactor to serve. That night, while changing the medicine for the benefactor, she discussed with him, "Mr. Xiao, I have something to do tomorrow. Please give me a day off." The Tianwan Imperial Banquet was introducing new dishes tomorrow, and she needed to meet Pei Tianqi and Chu Chu. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan's expression turned very displeased. What could be more important than taking care of me? An Ruoxi set down the medicine bottle and said seriously, Mr. Xiao, I'm not the kind of woman who revolves solely around men. I have my own things to do. Xiao Yuan looked at her with a dark face. What if I don't agree? An Ruoxi remained unfazed and replied, then we'll just have to break the net. Xiao Yuan looked at her fearless demeanor, his face darkening, and licked his back teeth. Are you threatening me? An Ruoxi calmly replied, I just think we can find a way of getting along that works for both of us. Xiao Yuan said nothing, his gaze cold and fierce as he stared at An Ruoxi. An Ruoxi was not afraid and stared back calmly. It seemed that invisible smoke was spreading in the air. Finally, Xiao Yuan relented. You must return to Taiping Mountain by 6 in the afternoon. An Ruoxi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She had prepared for the worst, thinking Xiao Yuan would stubbornly refuse, and she would have to force her way down the mountain. She nodded, all right. Xiao Yuan added, sleep with me tonight. An Ruoxi was still immersed in the joy of the previous moment and nodded without thinking. Almost letting a good slip out, she realized and quickly hugged her chest wide-eyed. I sell blood, not my body. Xiao Yuan extended his long index finger and heavily tapped her forehead, saying impatiently, where are your thoughts going? I won't let you take advantage of me for such good fortune. An Ruoxi crossed her arms and wrinkled her nose. What did he mean by taking advantage of her? Clearly, she was the one at a disadvantage. What do you mean then? Xiao Yuan tugged at the blanket, seemingly fearing she would covet his body, and covered up to his chest. I have trouble sleeping at night, so you can stay here and serve me tea and water. So he was treating her like a night watch maid. Fine, if that's how it is. She could go to the Tianhuan Imperial banquet tomorrow. And Ruoxi said, all right. After taking a shower in her room, An Ruoxi brought drawing paper and a pen to Xiao Yuan's room. The room was large, and by the window was a big desk. She placed the paper and pen on the desk and said to Xiao Yuan, I'll sit here. Call me if you need anything. Xiao Yuan sat at the head of the bed, reading documents, glanced at her, and calmly replied, okay. And Ruoxi didn't say anything more, sitting at the desk and starting to draw clothing designs. Xia Ying was waiting for new styles, so she needed to get the drawings to her quickly. For a moment, the room was silent. The moonlight was like water, and the sound of insects accompanied by the gentle breeze filtered through the gauze window, adding a touch of liveliness to the night. Xiao Yuan occasionally looked up at An Ruoxi, his gaze lingering on her focused back for a moment before returning to the documents in his hands, the corners of his lips unconsciously curving up. As night deepened, the insect sounds gradually faded. Xiao Yuan closed the documents, raised his gaze towards An Ruoxi, and lightly opened his lips. An Ruoxi, I'm thirsty. Oh, I'll get it. An Ruoxi set down her pen and poured a glass of warm water for Xiao Yuan. After he drank it, she returned to her place at the desk, focusing on her design drawings. Xiao Yuan watched her back, his fingers lightly tapping on the blanket, casually asking, what are you drawing? An Ruoxi remained still, not lifting her head, and replied, drawing. Such a perfunctory answer. Xiao Yuan felt a bit displeased. He said with a dark face, I want to rest. Oh. And Ruoxi agreed and turned off the main light in the room, leaving only a warm yellow lamp on the desk. You sleep, I won't disturb you, she said, and continued to crouch over her design sketches. Xiao Yuan furrowed his brows tightly. What kind of useless draft is so important? He said in a low voice. And Ruoxi, I can't sleep, sing a song for me. And Ruoxi's grip on the paintbrush suddenly tightened. She felt he was looking for trouble, but a small annoyance could disrupt a grand plan. She told herself, he is the god of wealth, and forced a smile as she walked to the bedside. What song do you want to hear? Xiao Yuan closed his eyes. Whatever you want. And Ruoxi suppressed her anger and sang a lullaby her mother used to sing to put her to sleep. Little baby, sleep fast. I will accompany you in your dreams, laughing with you, sharing your burdens, leaning on each other. As she sang, An Ruoxi felt her eyelids grow heavy, resting her head on the bed and singing herself to sleep. Xiao Yuan noticed the sound gradually fading until it was completely silent, and he couldn't help but open his eyes. He turned onto his side, quietly tracing her outline with his gaze. The night wind stirred the gauzy curtain, and a strand of hair fell over her brow and eyes. Xiao Yuan reached out, gently brushing it aside, his fingertip grazing her warm skin, like touching a delicate flower blooming in the dark night. The corners of his lips curved slightly as he softly said, "An Ruoxi, good night." After saying that, he closed his eyes and gradually fell asleep. That night, nightmares did not visit. The night seemed less frightening. Chapter 18. Sending a grand gift to An Ruoxi the next day. Xiao Lu waited outside Taiping Mountain the car. Soon, the heavy iron gate slowly opened, and An Ruoxi walked out. She was wearing a white dress made of sheer fabric, the hem as light as fresh snow. The square neckline exposed her delicate collarbones. The pleats at her waist accentuated her slender figure. Sunshine filtered through the sheer fabric, casting a hazy glow around her, making her appear slightly radiant. Xiao Lu stared wide-eyed. The boss is incredibly beautiful. It wasn't until An Ruoxi sat in the passenger seat that he came back to his senses. "Why are you in a daze?" An Ruoxi smiled. Xiao Lu looked at her, his eyes slightly red as he said, "Boss, you should wear beautiful clothes every day and live a carefree life like a princess," but he choked on his words. Only he knew how much hardship the boss had endured over the past 4 years. Those hardships were unbearable even for ordinary people. She, a delicate young lady, had endured it and carved out her own path. And Ruoxi patted his shoulder with a smile. "I wasn't sad. So why are you?" "I think things are pretty good now. I have the ability to protect myself and do what I want instead of living under my family's wings like before." She then asked, "Is the grand gift for An Ruoxi ready?" Xiao Lu composed himself and smiled. "Don't worry. Everything is arranged perfectly, ensuring An Ruoxi has an unforgettable birthday." A glint of coldness flashed in An Ruoxi's eyes. Her revenge would start with An Ruoxi. In Xiao Yuan's room, when Wei Xian and Li Feng knocked and entered, Xiao Yuan was surprisingly standing by the window. Wei Xian hurried over. "President Xiao, why are you up? Your wound needs to rest for a few more days." Xiao Yuan stared out the window, his tone indifferent. "I know my own body." Since he said that, Wei Xian didn't press further and only said, "Let me help you change the dressing." However, Xiao Yuan stood still. It was as if he saw something that suddenly displeased him. Dressing so beautifully to run errands? He spoke in a deep voice. "Li Feng, check what An Ruoxi is doing today." Li Feng smiled and replied, "No need to check. I asked when Miss An left. She said she was going to Tianhuan Royal Banquet for a meal." "Tianhuan Royal Banquet?" Xiao Yuan frowned. "Isn't that a members-only place requiring asset verification? How could An Ruoxi pass the verification?" Li Feng shook his head. "I don't know. Maybe someone invited Miss An." Hearing this, Xiao Yuan's gaze darkened. No wonder she was dressed so beautifully. He turned away from the window. "Go to Tianhuan Royal Banquet." Wei Xian anxiously said, "President Xiao, your wound." Xiao Yuan walked towards the dressing room. Looking nonchalant, "I won't die." Tianhuan Royal Banquet is located near the suburbs. The palace-style decor spans 4 floors. It serves 3 tables daily, with 1 table on each floor except the first. It is famous for its royal-style service, artifact-level ingredients, and chefs personally preparing the meals for state banquets. The average cost starts at 100,000 per person, making it the top dining establishment in the capital. It once achieved a daily revenue of 50 million. Even so, countless people still come to verify their assets to become members. People come here not just for a meal, but as a symbol of status. Xiao Lu went to the parking lot, and Ruoxi waited for him at the entrance. At that moment, a black Rolls-Royce stopped at the door. 3 beautifully dressed women in evening gowns got out of the car, and Ruoxi looked at the newcomers and smiled coldly. The show was about to begin. She recognized all 3 of them. The one in the middle was her good cousin An Ruoxi. On the left was Jiang Jia's second young lady Jiang Yan, and on the right was Su Jia's eldest young lady Su Zihan. Since school, Jiang Yan and Su Zihan had been An Ruoxi's followers. The 3 stood at the entrance, and Jiang Yan looked at the opulent decor with delight. "Ruoxi, you are actually a member here. That's amazing. I heard the asset verification needs to be over 20 billion, and it has to be in savings." And Ruoxi shyly smiled. "No, I'm not a member here. It's Tianqi. Today is my birthday, and he is treating us." Su Zihan said enviously, "Ruoxi, you are the person I envy the most in my life. At such a young age, you are already a queen in the music industry, and you have a devoted movie star fiancé. You're truly a winner in life." And Ruoxi raised her eyebrows with pride, saying, "Tianqi is not my fiancé yet. We haven't gotten engaged." Jiang Yin flattered. You are the newly crowned queen, beautiful, with a good family background. All the major corporations in the capital probably want to marry into the An family. I heard that Emperor Pei is keeping a close eye on you. Afraid he might run away. And Chu remained non-committal, just smiling. Tianqigo is indeed very good to me. He said he has a surprise for me at the birthday banquet. Surprise? And Ruoxi, listening nearby, couldn't help but chuckle softly, fearing it would turn into a scare instead. Her laughter caught Jiang Yan's attention. Jiang Yan looked over, her eyes widening as if she had seen a ghost. An Ruoxi? Upon hearing this name. And Chu also turned to look, her face filled with shock. And Ruoxi, you're not dead? And Ruoxi crossed her arms and walked towards them with a smile. Sister, I'm not dead. Are you disappointed? A flash of malice crossed in Chu's eyes. Bitch, what a lucky survival. After disappearing for 4 years, she thought she had died outside. However, with only her left, she wouldn't be able to stir up any storms. She coldly said, Sister, why do you say that? We are all from An family. Of course, I'm happy you're alive. And Ruoxi leisurely looked at her. Your expression doesn't seem happy at all. Jiang Yan and Su Zihan were aware of the An family situation. They previously didn't dare to provoke An Ruoxi because of her status. But now, An Chu was the true young lady of the An family, while An Ruoxi was just a fallen heiress. Jiang Yan scolded loudly. And Ruoxi, Chu is your sister. How can you speak to her like that? Su Zihan quickly chimed in. Yeah, Chu is kindly concerned about you, but you treat her like this. Are you even human? And Ruoxi impatiently dug at her ear. Where did this dog come from? So noisy. Su Zihan exploded. Who are you calling a dog? And Ruoxi smiled. Whoever responds. I'll call whoever dog. You. Su Zihan rushed up to hit her. And Chu didn't stop her, looking at An Ruoxi with disdain. Chapter 19. Tianqi brother. Save me. My sister has gone mad. Not far from the entrance of the Tianwan banquet, a black Bentley Continental was parked under a patch of shade. Li Feng sat in the driver's seat, anxiously watching Su Zihan about to hit An Ruoxi, and said, CEO Xiao, should we go Helmison? Xiao Yuan lounged in his seat, lazily looking through the car window at the cunning glint in An Ruoxi's eyes, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips. No need. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Feng saw An Ruoxi lightly lift her right foot and kick Su Zihan. Su Zihan let out a pained cry and flew out. Li Feng was dumbfounded. Such slender legs, yet with such power? She kicked someone away? And Chu and Jiang Yan were also stunned. When did An Ruoxi become so strong? Jiang Yan quickly ran over to help Su Zihan up. Su Zihan clutched her stomach, her face pale from the pain. Jiang Yan angrily said, An Ruoxi, you actually dare to hit someone? And Ruoxi's eyes were filled with coldness as she walked a few steps toward Jiang Yan, raising her fist. If you keep talking, I'll hit you too. Su Zihan, traumatized by the kick, quickly shrank behind Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan looked at Ruoxi's icy gaze and felt that she was different from before, scared enough to take 2 steps back. And Chu watched in Ruoxi's arrogance, clenching her fists with a venomous look in her eyes. Chu. At this moment, a warm male voice came over. Pei Tianqi had arrived. He wore an expensive custom white suit, standing tall and handsome, with a striking profile that exuded the aura of a refined gentleman. And Chu instantly changed her demeanor, becoming gentle, dignified, and charming. She looked at Pei Tianqi walking over and gently called out, Tianqi brother. Pei Tianqi saw Su Zihan clutching her stomach and asked in confusion, what's wrong with her? Is she unwell? And Chu walked to Pei Tianqi's side, timidly glancing at An Ruoxi, and said, it was my sister who hit her. I'm glad to see she's still alive. I was just trying to care for her, but not only did she not appreciate it, she even hit someone. Pei Tianqi followed her gaze and finally noticed An Ruoxi. His expression turned to shock, then a flash of surprise crossed his eyes. Cece, you're not dead? Cece? In the Bentley, Xiao Yuan's face darkened instantly upon hearing that name. He unconsciously twisted his ring with a fierce expression. And Ruoxi looked at Pei Tianqi with a blank expression. After her parents and brother had an accident, she was left all alone, calling for help from her fiancé. He said he would come to find her, but instead of his arrival, she was met with a group of mercenaries. If she hadn't sensed something was wrong and hidden away, she likely would have reunited with her parents and brother in the underworld by now. After returning to the capital, she heard that shortly after her disappearance, Pei Tianqi had gotten together with An Ruoxi, and Shangxing was able to stabilize his position in the An family corporation so quickly, thanks to Pei Tianqi's contributions. Seeing her silent, Pei Tianqi stepped forward to grab her hand. "Cici, what's wrong?" An Ruoxi took a step back and coldly shouted, "Don't touch me." And Chuchu watched this scene, gritting her teeth in secret. Pei Tianqi still had feelings for that wretched girl. However, what was An Ruoxi now? Pei Tianqi belonged to her. Thinking of this, An Chuchu quickly stepped forward to grab Pei Tianqi's arm, looking worried. "Tianqi brother, be careful. My sister has suffered a major blow and is in a bad mood. She might hit someone." Su Zihan, clutching her stomach, said, "Yes, Pei Tianqi, look. I was hit by her, and my stomach hurts so much now." And Chuchu quickly said, "I'll have someone take you to the hospital." Su Zihan looked apologetic. "Chuchu, I'm sorry I can't celebrate your birthday with you, but I'm really in pain." And Chuchu said with guilt, "I apologize on behalf of my sister. She's young and doesn't know better. Please don't blame her." Su Zihan looked at An Ruoxi with resentment. "Chuchu, you're just too kind. Your sister has changed. I suspect she has violent tendencies. You all should be careful." And Ruoxi couldn't help but laugh at the shameless antics of these two white lotus flowers. She clenched her fists and stepped forward, not waiting for An Chuchu and Su Zihan to react, and slapped each of them. "Yes, I do have violent tendencies. I'll beat you two white lotus flowers to death." And Chuchu, receiving the slap, gritted her teeth in hatred. She feigned panic and hid in Pei Tianqi's embrace. "Tianqi brother, save me. My sister's gone mad." Pei Tianqi looked at An Ruoxi's crazy demeanor, disappointment flooding his face as he yelled, "Cici, enough. Look at what you've become. Like a shrew. Apologize to your sister and Su Zihan. Apologize to your mother." And Ruoxi walked up to him and slapped him. "What I became is none of your business. You heartless scum." Pei Tianqi's head was turned to the side from the slap. He covered his face, looking at An Ruoxi in disbelief. "Cici, I'm your most beloved Pei brother. How could you hit me?" Hearing this, and Chuchu feared their old feelings would rekindle and quickly said, "Tianqi brother, today is my birthday. Let's just go in first." Pei Tianqi seemed hurt by An Ruoxi's slap, his expression a bit lost. And Ruoxi used to admire him the most, often saying, "Pei brother, you're the most handsome and capable person I've ever seen. I really like you." Now, how'd she change so much? Seeing Pei Tianqi silent, and Chuchu quickly shook his arm. "Tianqi brother, we should go in." Pei Tianqi came back to his senses, looking at An Chuchu's gentle face, feeling a little better. Chuchu was still gentle, kind, and understanding. Plus, she was extraordinarily talented, a pop diva at such a young age. He nodded. "All right." They ignored An Ruoxi and headed straight into the Tianwan banquet. An Ruoxi crossed her arms, a playful expression on her face as she walked behind them. "Pei Tianqi, oh Pei Tianqi." Soon you'll see An Chuchu's hypocritical face. At the entrance of the Tianwan banquet, there was a receptionist responsible for verifying identities. After Pei Tianqi verified his identity, An Chuchu linked her arm with his and walked inside. Su Zihan was sent to the hospital by Pei Tianqi's bodyguard. Jiang Yin followed behind, seeing An Ruoxi trying to follow them inside. She couldn't help but want to humiliate her. An Ruoxi had just hit Chuchu and Pei Tianqi. If she embarrassed her, it should leave a good impression on An Chuchu and Pei Tianqi. The An family and Pei family were both major conglomerates. If the Jiang family could climb up these two big trees, their future would be limitless. Thinking of this, she stopped, pointed at An Ruoxi, and said to the receptionist, "She isn't with us. Don't let her sneak in." The receptionist glanced at An Ruoxi, took out her walkie-talkie, and said, "A distinguished guest has arrived." And Chuchu intentionally wanted to show off in front of Pei Tianqi. She smiled warmly and generously, saying, "It's all right. She's my sister. Let her in. Her expenses will be charged to us." After speaking, she looked up at Pei Tianqi. "Tianqi brother, is that okay?" Pei Tianqi's fondness for An Chuchu increased. After An Ruoxi treated her like that, she still didn't hold a grudge. How could someone be so kind-hearted? As for An Ruoxi, there was no trace of her former innocent and lovely demeanor. He glanced at An Ruoxi, disappointment filling his eyes. When he looked back at An Chuchu, there was a hint of tenderness. "As you wish." And Chuchu turned to look at An Ruoxi, her eyes filled with provocation. "Sister, order whatever you want." Don't be polite with us. After all, considering your current situation, you probably won't be able to come to such a high-end place for the rest of your life. Jiang Yin immediately chimed in sarcastically. I really envy some people having such a good sister like Chu Chu. Chapter 20. Welcome, distinguished guests. An Ruoxi rolled her eyes dramatically and bumped into Jiang Yin with her shoulder as she entered. Get lost, idiot. You. Jiang Yin was so angry she stomped her feet. She angrily said to An Chu Chu, look at her, and you still treat her so well. But she doesn't appreciate it all. Pei Tianqi's expression immediately darkened upon hearing this. And Chu Chu felt quite pleased inside and pretended to be modest, saying, don't say that. My sister is all alone now. It's not easy for her. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed in the hall. Dozens of men and women dressed in court attire rushed into the hall, neatly lining up in 2 rows. This scene resembled an ancient emperor's procession. The leading beauty, dressed in a female official's outfit, sang loudly, welcome, esteemed guests. And Chu Chu and Jiang Yin were both surprised. Jiang Yin exclaimed, Chu Chu, this is the first time I've seen such a high-class setup. No wonder everyone wants to come to the Tianhuan Royal Feast. And Chu Chu had been here a few times, but it was her first encounter with such a situation. She looked at Pei Tianqi with sparkling eyes and asked, Brother Tianqi, is this the surprise you prepared for me? I love it so much. Who wouldn't want to experience the feeling of being an emperor or empress? Enjoying such respect in reality, unlike acting, gives a special sense of accomplishment. Jiang Yin chimed in. No one at the front desk just said a distinguished guest arrived. It's really because of you, Emperor Pei. Even a president probably hasn't enjoyed such treatment here. Pei Tianqi looked at the respectful demeanor of the group and was puzzled. He had never encountered such a situation before. However, seeing An Chu Chu so happy, he smiled and said, as long as you're happy. Jiang Yin immediately nudged An Chu Chu, saying, Emperor Pei treats you so well. I'm so envious. An Chu Chu shyly glanced at Pei Tianqi and said, this is the happiest birthday I've ever had. An Ruoxi secretly snorted. Let's see if you can still be happy later. Zhang Jingyan arrived late and respectfully bowed towards An Ruoxi. Welcome, young lady. An Chu Chu recognized Zhang Jingyan, who used to be An Ruoxi's family's butler. And Shanxing had once asked him to be their family's butler, but he refused. She didn't expect that the boss behind the Tianhuan Royal Feast would be him. He was indeed capable. Because of the booming popularity of the Tianhuan Royal Feast, many celebrities from various fields came here to dine. It was said that the waters there ran deep, and, as a result, the Tianhuan Royal Feast became a place that no one dared to provoke casually. However, Zhang Jingyan's attitude towards her was quite respectful. And Chu Chu looked at Zhang Jingyan arrogantly and said, Boss Zhang, please take us in. Jiang Yin was astonished. Chu Chu, you actually know the boss of the Tianhuan Royal Feast. And Chu Chu feigned humility. He was just our family's butler before. Jiang Yin immediately envied An Chu Chu even more. No wonder the family consortium in the imperial capital had such a powerful boss who used to be their butler. Jiang Yin also became bold and lifted her chin at Zhang Jingyan, saying, What are you waiting for? Quickly take the young lady to the private room. However, Zhang Jingyan didn't even glance at them, directly bypassing An Chu Chu and approaching An Ruoxi behind her. He placed his hands at his waist and bowed almost 90 degrees, saying, Young lady, your private room is ready. And Ruoxi nodded and followed him inside. And Chu Chu and her 2 companions were stunned by Zhang Jingyan's attitude. Could it be that the distinguished guest they mentioned was An Ruoxi? How could that be possible? She's just a destitute young lady. Jiang Yin couldn't help but shout, Hey, did you make a mistake? The young lady of the family is An Chu Chu. What is An Ruoxi? Zhang Jingyan turned around and said sternly, The young lady is the owner of this restaurant. You must not disrespect her. Pei Tianqi was taken aback. How did An Ruoxi have such great capability to open such a large restaurant? And Chu Chu was also surprised. She couldn't stand that An Ruoxi could rise above her at this moment. She coldly said, Do you know who we are? Aren't you afraid of offending the Pei family and the An family? Zhang Jingyan replied fearlessly, You could try. Besides, I am the butler of the An family. But I only have one master, and that is in Shangnan. If you don't want to dine here, please leave. After saying this, he bowed to An Ruoxi. His attitude completely transformed. Young lady, please go in. An Ruoxi turned back and provocatively glanced at An before following Zheng Jingyan to her exclusive private room on the first floor. After they left, the people in the hall also withdrew, and Chuchu's expression finally couldn't hold up and became very ugly. Jiangyan anxiously said, "Chuchu, what now? I didn't expect An Ruoxi to be the boss behind the Tianhuan royal feast. Should we leave? This is my first time dining here, and it might be the only time in my life. I've bragged to others, and if we leave without even tasting the food, how will I face people in the future?" Although An was furious and wished to leave immediately, she had to maintain her image of being magnanimous. So, she decided to leave the decision to Pei Tianqi. With a wronged expression, she said, "Tianqi, it's all my fault. I didn't expect my sister to have such hostility towards me, and you were targeted by her too. Should we still eat this meal?" Pei Tianqi's expression was also not good, but dining here required a deposit. He had paid a 5 million deposit, and if they left now, the deposit would be lost. Money was a small matter, but he had also prepared a surprise for An Chuchu. He said, "There's no need to let your birthday party be ruined because of An Ruoxi. I still have a surprise for you. Let's stay here today." Hearing Pei Tianqi care for her like this, An Chuchu felt much better inside. She smiled brightly. "I can't wait." Tianhuan Royal Feast's private room. The room wasn't very large, but was decorated exquisitely and luxuriously. An Ruoxi sat in the main seat on a golden silk Nama chair, while Zheng Jingyan stood beside her, personally serving her. The door of the private room was pushed open, and a waiter dressed in ancient costume entered with a tray, which held a blue and white porcelain bowl. Zheng Jingyan carefully placed the porcelain bowl in front of An Ruoxi and smiled. "Young lady, this is snow fungus harvested from a 1,000-year-old agarwood, stewed with golden blood swallow's nest. Please moisten your throat first." And Ruoxi's gaze was fixed on the large television in front of her, and she said, "Okay." The television displayed a surveillance video of a private room. The footage showed An Chuchu and her group entering the private room. And Ruoxi picked up the bird's nest soup and took a spoonful, a cold smile flashing in her eyes. "And Chuchu, after today, your reputation will stink throughout the entire imperial capital." Chapter 21. And Chuchu's crisis. The private room that Pei Tianqi reserved was on the 3rd floor, covering a full 300 square meters, making it the largest private room in the Tianhuan royal feast. This private room not only had dining space, but also a huge dance floor. When An Chuchu pushed the door open, she heard several loud bangs. Countless colorful ribbons and paper fell from the ceiling. "Chuchu, darling, happy birthday." Dozens of voices shouted in unison, filling An Chuchu's eyes with surprise. These people were An Chuchu's big fans and support sisters, who had significant influence in her fan circle. Celebrating her birthday with them would greatly enhance her influence and commercial value. She happily looked at Pei Tianqi and asked, "Brother Tianqi, did you invite them?" Gathering all these people wasn't easy and required a lot of effort. Moreover, the dance floor was covered with red rose petals and various colorful ribbons and balloons. It was clearly meticulously arranged. Pei Tianqi smiled and nodded. "Do you like it?" And Chuchu was so touched that she gave him a big hug. Her voice choked with emotion. "Brother Tianqi, thank you, I really like it." The rumors about An Chuchu and Pei Tianqi had been circulating for years. Because both of them had good capabilities and appearances, and their private lives were clean, fans gradually accepted the fact that they were together, even surpassing the number of single fans. Seeing their intimate interaction, many people excitedly took out their phones to take pictures. Real couples are sweet, and Payingdi is super pampering to Chuchu. Indeed, this is the Tianhuan Royal Banquet, where the average spending starts at 100,000. To make Chuchu happy, Payingdi even invited 50 big fans to her birthday party. This must cost several million. Both come from imperial conglomerates, making it a real-life story of a prince and princess. Seeing them together, I instantly felt the air was sweet. This combination of looks and strength is simply top tier in the entertainment industry. I can't wait to see what their children will look like. Today is truly a festive occasion for fans. And Chuchu, hearing the fans' compliments, blushed but was overjoyed inside. With so many people witnessing her love with Pei Tianqi, he should propose to her soon. With ties to the Pei family, the An family's business will only grow. And Ruoxi is just a small restaurant owner. Let's see how she remains smug then. In a small private room, the table was filled with delicacies. Xiaolu had parked the car and walked in. He looked at the table full of dishes he couldn't even name, drooling. He curiously asked Zheng Jingyan, who stood nearby, "What are these dishes called?" Zheng Jingyan smiled and introduced each dish. "This one is called Dragon's Whisper Beyond the Clouds, made from the ice crystal snow lotus grown in the Himalayas and the top part of deep-sea bluefin tuna. This one is Golden Years of Agarwood, made from the golden six-tails of black pig's neck raised for 20 years on the Iberian Peninsula." "All right," An Ruoxi interrupted the housekeeper. She shot a glance at Xiao Lu. "Just eat. You wouldn't understand even if I told you." Xiao Lu laughed happily. "You're right, boss. I don't have much education. Even if you tell me, I wouldn't understand. As long as it tastes good, that's enough." After saying that, he picked up a piece of bluefin tuna and put it in his mouth, his eyes lighting up instantly. "Boss, this is so delicious. Did you develop these dishes?" And Ruoxi ignored his naive expression and let Zheng Jingyan respond. "All the signature dishes in this restaurant were developed by the young lady. Since childhood, the young lady has tasted many delicacies and is very sensitive to flavors. The master said her tongue is like the emperor's. She can instantly tell the quality of a dish. The young lady put a lot of thought into opening this restaurant." While eating, Xiao Lu gave a thumbs up to An Ruoxi. "Boss, you truly are my boss." An Ruoxi didn't respond. Her eyes fixed on the surveillance footage on the large TV in the private room. In the footage, fans were sending a lot of gifts to An Chu. And Chu was happily taking pictures with fans amidst the mountain of gifts. Then they cut the cake together and interacted. Moreover, a fan had started a live stream, broadcasting the birthday party live. In the live stream, the screen was filled with envy. Being able to celebrate a birthday with their favorite idol in a place like Tianhuan Royal Banquet, which most people could only dream of visiting, was a big deal. In no time, hundreds of thousands of viewers flooded the live stream. Some came to see An Chu, while others came for the Tianhuan Royal Banquet. As time passed, the viewer count continued to rise. An Chu's smile never faded. It was clear she was genuinely happy. Seeing this, An Ruoxi's expression turned cold as she said to Xiao Lu, "You can let your people act now." Xiao Lu was happily eating, his mouth full. Hearing An Ruoxi's words, he quickly took out his phone, mumbling, "Boss, I'll arrange it right away." He swiftly sent a message to a contact on his phone. Not long after, in the surveillance footage, a fan shouted, "Chu Bao Bei, since today is such a happy day, sing a song. Sing your famous song." When this was said, others joined in excitedly. "Yeah, I really love hearing you sing. Your voice can touch my soul every time. Let's hear a song live. Queen sing, Queen sing." Listening to the fans' enthusiastic cheers, An Ruoxi showed a look of amusement. "Queen? Nonsense. And Chu has been tone deaf since childhood. If she sings, she'll be exposed." In the private room, An Chu, who had been immersed in the joy of the birthday party, suddenly panicked at the fans' request for her to sing. But soon, she calmed down and smiled. "This place is too small. How about we sing in a bigger venue next time?" However, the fans were relentless. "Chu Bao Bei. The atmosphere is right here. Please fulfill our humble wish." "Yeah, I flew in from abroad for over 10 hours. Just sing one song. I've attended all your concerts. It's amazing, but I've never heard you sing in such a small place. It must be wonderful. Queen sing, Queen sing." The fans started cheering again. Pei Tianchi looked at the eager fans and smiled. Chu, since everyone wants to hear it so much, why not sing a song?" Jiang Yin also chimed in. Chu, don't be modest. You're the queen of the music industry. Once you start singing, you'll definitely amaze everyone." Hearing Jiang Yan's words, and Chu felt annoyed at the flattery for the first time. "Fool! She can't sing. If she starts, she'll be exposed. What to do? What to do?" Seeing that An Chu refused to comply, some fan opened the sound equipment in the private room. The large electronic screen started playing An Chu's famous song. As the music played, the scene erupted in excitement. A fan ran to An Chu with a microphone, handing it to her with anticipation. "Chu Bao Bei. Here is the microphone." And Chu felt trapped, her heart racing. Slowly, she reached out and took the microphone. The cold metallic feel in her hand felt like a hot potato. She wished she could throw it away immediately. Pei Tianchi looked at her with a smile, softly encouraging. "Chu, sing, and let them see how amazing my girlfriend is." The term girlfriend gave An Chu a bit of confidence. She and Pei Tianchi had always been in an ambiguous stage. Pei Tianchi treated her well, and their interactions felt like a couple. But for some reason, whether it was due to the constraints of being a celebrity or something else, Pei Tianchi had never officially acknowledged An Chu as his girlfriend. That is why Shangxing had repeatedly urged An Chu to secure Pei Tianchi and finalize their marriage. Pei Tianchi's words acknowledging their relationship made her feel a bit more secure, although her singing skills were poor. She had sung these songs countless times and thought she could fake it. With that in mind, An Chu smiled gently at Pei Tianchi. Okay, I'll sing. The fans cheered excitedly when they saw her finally agree, clapping to the rhythm of the music. The fans in the live stream were equally active. Here she comes, Chu Bao Bei with her heavenly voice. So excited, we're about to hear Chu Bao Bei sing. Others charge for singing. But Chu Bao Bei sings for life. It's the kind of deadly beautiful that makes your heart stop. And Chu held the microphone, listening to the rhythm of the music, and slowly began to sing. Some people set off fireworks. Some chased the evening breeze, borrowing a wisp of time to hold a piece of starry sky. As her voice emerged, the fans who had been clapping and immersing themselves in the moment suddenly froze. They looked at each other, beginning to whisper softly. What is up with this jarring singing? It doesn't sound like Chu Bao Bei at all. Not only does it not sound like her, but she is completely tone deaf. It's too hard to listen to. The fans in a live broadcast room fell into a brief silence, and then the barrage of comments started flooding in. What the hell? Has Chu been possessed? How did she sing like this? Damn, I turned up the volume to listen, but it was so awful it scared my son to tears. Can singing skills really drop off a cliff like this? Can someone come out and explain? Is it possible that all her previous performances were lip-synced and this is her real voice? As soon as this comment was posted, everyone sensed something was off. No wonder she only sang at concerts and never live. I bet she was lip-syncing. I can't believe she actually lip-synced. I've liked her for so long, it's disgusting. Unsubscribing. To the one above, you must be a fake fan. Maybe Chu just has a sore throat. Is it necessary to blow this out of proportion? The one above must be a delusional fan. With singing skills this poor, you think it's just a throat issue? I could sing better than her. The comment section was a chaotic mess. At the birthday party, the fans' expressions were increasingly uneasy, and Chu was so into the music that she didn't even notice anything was wrong. Pei Tianchi looked at her in shock, as if he was seeing her for the first time. It was Jiang Yin who reacted first, quickly tugging at An Chu's arm. And Chu was always very invested in her emotions when she lip-synced, so the fans thought she was singing live. This time, she unconsciously got into it as well. When she finally realized, her singing abruptly stopped. Looking at the strange gazes from the fans and Pei Tianchi, her heart sank. It's over. What to do? Jiang Yin probably understood what was going on. She hurriedly smiled and helped An Chu explain, Chu has a cold recently. Her throat is a bit uncomfortable. So her singing isn't great. Don't take it to heart. Continue to support her as always. And Chu quickly followed along. She coughed loudly a couple of times and said, I'm really sorry for disappointing everyone just now. I initially didn't agree to sing because I wasn't feeling well, but I didn't expect to bring you a bad experience. Truly sorry. After saying this, she even bowed at a 90-degree angle to apologize to everyone. This move instantly won her many true fans' affection. I told you, Chu was only like this because she was unwell. Some haters are really shameless, attacking her at a time like this. Chu was clearly feeling unwell, but she insisted on singing for her fans. I feel so sorry for her. Don't be afraid, Chu. We're your strongest support. We will always support you. In a small box, Xiao Lu was watching the live broadcast on his phone and exclaimed, Damn, do these fans have any brains? They're actually trying to clear An Chu's name. An Ruoxi looked at An Chu's pretentious demeanor on the TV screen and sneered. She can't clear her name now. The last pawn is about to take the stage. Xiao Lu rubbed his hands in anticipation. All right. After saying that, he took out his phone and made a call. It's her turn to take the stage. And Chu saw the birthday party developing unfavorably for her and rubbed her temples, saying to Pei Tianchi, Brother Tianchi, I'm not feeling well. Should we go back? Pei Tianchi was feeling very complicated and didn't want to stay there any longer. He nodded and said, Okay, let us go back. Just then, a voice suddenly came from somewhere. Someone is setting off fireworks. Someone is chasing the evening breeze, borrowing a wisp of time to hold a piece of starry sky. The fans were startled again. Someone shouted, That Choo Choo's voice. It's completely a cappella, sounds so good. This is truly a heavenly voice. But An Choo Choo hadn't opened her mouth. Upon hearing this voice, An Choo Choo's face instantly turned pale. How did she come? She panicked, grabbing Pei Tianqi's arm, and said, "Brother Tianqi, I feel really unwell. Let us go." Pei Tianqi finally understood what was happening. He looked at An Choo Choo with a complicated expression, but didn't speak. Before they could leave, the door to the box was pushed open from the outside. A girl dressed in a white shirt and jeans, with her hair in a ponytail and no makeup, walked in singing. All the fans were shocked. This girl's voice was identical to An Choo Choo's. So, An Choo Choo was lip-syncing. Chapter 23. An Choo Choo's collapse at this birthday party. An Choo Choo nearly fled in disgrace. The major fans and fan club members rushed over to demand an explanation from An Choo Choo. But the facts were laid out. What was there to explain? The bodyguards blocked the enraged fans. Pei Tianqi and Jiang Yin flanked An Choo Choo and escorted her out. As the three passed through the lobby downstairs, the front desk girl politely smiled and approached them. "Your total consumption is 32 million. May I ask if you'll be paying by card?" 32 million? Jiang Yin looked shocked. "Why don't you go rob someone?" The front desk girl maintained her polite smile. "Our dishes use only the finest ingredients. All guests who have been here know this. And you had over 50 people in your party." Jiang Yin still didn't believe it. "Show me the menu." The front desk girl handed over a menu to Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin took a look and pointed to several dishes, asking, "We didn't eat these." The front desk girl smiled and said, "These were eaten by our young lady. The guest just mentioned that all of our young lady's expenses are charged to your account." Saying this, the front desk girl pointed at An Choo Choo. Upon hearing this, An Choo Choo was so furious she almost spat blood. An Ruoxi, she did this on purpose, right? She asked the owner of this place. How could she have the face to charge money? Moreover, how could one person eat more than 10 dishes without bursting? Pei Tianqi, with a grim expression, tossed out a black card and said, "Charge it." The front desk girl smiled and took it with both hands, and, after charging it, didn't he forget to kindly say, "Please take care, welcome to come again." Jiang Yin shot her a fierce glare. "This kind of black shop. I hope you go bankrupt soon." Pei Tianqi helped An Choo Choo into the car. An Choo Choo looked at him with tearful eyes and said, "Brother Tianqi, I feel awful. Can you take me home?" Pei Tianqi was in no mood for anything. He gently said, "I have a few things to do. You go home by yourself, be good." After saying this, he closed the car door and signaled the driver to drive. An Choo Choo watched him turn and leave, her expression instantly turning venomous. She punched her leg hard. Who the hell is working against her? With this commotion, who knows how long her engagement with Pei Tianqi will be delayed. In the Bentley, Li Feng saw An Choo Choo being supported out by Pei Tianqi and Jiang Yin, looking puzzled. What happened? Why doesn't Choo Choo look like she was ravaged? At this moment, his phone buzzed with several messages. He opened it and was instantly shocked. Damn, President Xiao. An Choo Choo has collapsed. Xiao Yuan took out his phone and opened the social media platform. The top trending topics were all about An Choo Choo. An Choo Choo lip sync exposed. An Choo Choo fake diva exposed. An Choo Choo birthday party live lip sync exposed. And group stock price plummets. Xiao Yuan raised an eyebrow, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips. Little thing, you're quite ruthless. Just as he was reading the news, a call came in. He answered the phone. President Xiao, we found the true mastermind behind the assassination on the night of the nocturne. Xiao Yuan's expression instantly turned dark and fierce. He hung up the phone, coldly saying, "Return to Taiping Mountain. Tianhuan Royal Banquet." The waiter brought the girl who sang for An Choo Choo to An Ruoxi's small box. The girl saw An Ruoxi and happily called out, "Master." An Ruoxi smiled and said, "You did well." The girl grinned, her eyes crescent-shaped. That's because Master taught well. After returning to the capital, An Ruoxi heard that An Choo Choo had become a popular singer, and she felt quite curious. An Ruoxi's mother was a singing diva in her early years, and influenced by her, An Ruoxi loved singing from a young age. However, An Choo Choo was the complete opposite. She was tone-deaf and sang off-key since childhood, showing no interest in singing at all. An Choo Choo debuted in a girl group, and when they performed together, it was hard to tell who sang well or poorly. But when it came to solo performances, it was impossible to hide her lack of ability. Could someone who had been tone-deaf since childhood really improve so dramatically through training? An Ruoxi sensed something was off and had someone investigate. It turned out that An Ruoxi had the audacity to lip-sync. An Ruoxi had always been vain and loved to show off. To gain fame, she resorted to such a shabby trick as lip-syncing. The girl who sang for her was named Wen Shu. After An Ruoxi found her, she discussed collaboration and pointed out Wen Shu's singing issues. Unexpectedly, with her guidance, Wen Shu directly helped An Ruoxi win the title of singing diva. For this, Wen Shu insisted on calling An Ruoxi master. Thinking of this, An Ruoxi said to Wen Shu, "I will have someone protect you these days and find an entertainment company to sign you. With An Ruoxi's influence, I believe you will soon become a big star in the entertainment industry." Wen Shu listened, her face filled with gratitude. "Thank you, master. Once I achieve success, I will repay you well." An Ruoxi smiled. Good. Wen Shu was taken away by the people An Ruoxi arranged for her. Seeing that there was still some time before 6 o'clock, An Ruoxi said to Xiao Lu, "Let's go to Dr. Jin's place." Xiao Lu replied cheerfully, "Okay." The two walked side by side toward the parking lot, and Xiao Lu said, calculating the time, "It's almost time for the antidote injection." And Ruoxi nodded without speaking. Xiao Lu knew that every time they went to the research institute, the boss would be in a heavy mood. So he didn't say anything else and drove her to the institute. On the way, An Ruoxi bought 2 bouquets of sunflowers. Upon arriving outside the research institute, she opened the outer door with an iris scan. After entering, she scanned through 2 heavy security doors before reaching the area of the institute. Xiao Lu leaned against the door and cheerfully called out, "Old Jean, I'm here to see you." A 60-year-old man wearing a lab coat, with a receding hairline and a slightly plump figure, came out. He took off his protective glasses and rubber gloves, squinted and smiled. "Oh, big benefactor, Xiao Lu. You guys are here." And Ruoxi asked, "How are my brother and sister-in-law?" Dr. Jean sighed, "Same as before." And Ruoxi said nothing and walked down the corridor with the flowers. Dr. Jean patted Xiao Lu on the shoulder and smiled. "Xiao Lu, it's been a while since we last met. You've grown taller." However, Xiao Lu's smile faded, his gaze fixed on An Ruoxi's receding figure. It wasn't until she disappeared at the end of the corridor that Xiao Lu frowned and asked, "Old Jean, how's your medical skill? Why hasn't my brother and sister-in-law shown any improvement after all this time?" Dr. Jean knocked him on the head. "Do you think I'm a god? It's already taken a tremendous effort to keep them alive." Xiao Lu rubbed his sore head, looked at the empty corridor, and frowned. "I just feel that the boss is suffering too much." Dr. Jean also glanced at the end of the corridor and sighed. "As long as they're not dead, there's still hope." Chapter 24 in Ruoxi is back for revenge. The hospital room was decorated warmly. Light blue curtains and floral bedding set the scene. Plush toys were placed on the windowsill, and a family photo of 4 was displayed on the shelf. A few wilted sunflowers drooped in a glass vase on the bedside table. And Ruoxi threw away the old flowers, replaced the water, and put in the new ones. Lying on the hospital bed was her brother, An Baiqian. Years ago, when a truck crashed into their family's car, the brakes failed, leaving no way to avoid the collision. And Ruoxi's father had directly rammed the car head-on, tried to use the impact of the front cabin to protect An Ruoxi and An Baiqian, who were seated in the back. In order to shield An Ruoxi, An Baiqian held her tightly and used his left elbow to prop against the front seats, creating space for her to ensure that the massive impact wouldn't crush her. In that accident, An Ruoxi's parents died instantly. Her brother, An Baiqian, suffered a severe head injury and fell into a coma. Only An Ruoxi had sustained minor injuries. When the rescue team pulled An Baiqian out, his left arm was broken from protecting An Ruoxi, exposing white bone. An Ruoxi sat down by the bed. She took An Baiqian's hand, pressed it against her face, affectionately rubbing her cheek in his palm, and smiled. "Brother, I'm here to see you. Are you happy?" An Baiqian lay quietly with an oxygen mask, seemingly devoid of life, showing no reaction whatsoever. If not for the faint mist on the oxygen mask, he could have been mistaken for a corpse. And Ruoxi seemed used to her brother's lack of response. She reached out, gently brushed aside his bangs, and softly said, "Brother, I exposed An Ruoxi's lip-syncing today. Now everyone's criticizing her online. Her fans have lost over 1 million in an hour, and it's still dropping. Also, the stock price of An Group has plummeted to the limit. Am I impressive? Brother, I opened 8 stores in the capital within 6 months. And this month I've made over 100 million. I've given all this money to Dr. Jean for drug research. You and sister-in-law will definitely get better. Brother, I can earn money now, protect myself, and I'm doing quite well. Don't worry about me. As for the Anshi family, I will make them pay. An Ruoxi leaned on Baiqian's bedside and chattered for over half an hour. As she spoke, her eyes suddenly turned red, and she choked up. Brother, why don't you respond to me? I'm crying. Can you wake up and comfort me? Saying this, she held his hand tightly against her cheek. Hot tears dripping onto Baiqian's arm, splashing into small droplets. Brother, actually, I lied to you. I'm not doing well at all. Without the protection of Dad, Mom, and you, I'm struggling so much. It's so hard. Tears hung at the corners of An Ruoxi's eyes as she nestled beside Baiqian and gradually fell asleep. And family. With a loud crash, a teacup was smashed to the ground, shattering into pieces. And Shangxing angrily pointed at Chu and shouted, "It's just a birthday. How could you stir up such a huge mess?" And Chu sat on the sofa, crying in Zhao Qingji's arms. Zhao Qingji glared at Shangxing. Do you think Chu wanted this to happen? The most important thing now is to find a way to minimize the impact. And Shangxing's anger flared, veins bulging on his forehead. No matter how we minimize the impact, Chu's reputation is ruined. I was counting on her to marry into the Pei family to help our family, and now it's turned into this. How will the Pei family still look at her? Upon hearing that it would affect Chu's marriage, Zhao Qingji also panicked. What should we do? Should we explain to the Pei family? How to explain? And Shangxing retorted angrily. The person who sang for her has already come forward. The whole internet knows. Any explanation will only make it worse. Zhao Qingji anxiously said, Honey, our daughter's marriage is the future hope of the An family. You must find a way to protect it. And Shangxing vented his anger, his fury diminishing somewhat. He composed himself and said to Chu, wasn't I telling you to keep a close eye on Wen? How dare she go against the An family? And Chu's eyes were swollen from crying, and with a sobbing tone, she replied, I don't know. I was so flustered at the time and didn't think it through. By the time I realized, she was already gone. She raised her red, swollen eyes to Shangxing and said, Dad, I feel like something is off about this. I feel like I've been set up. And Shangxing frowned and remained silent. And Chu had hit the nail on the head. Who would dare to target Jia? He looked coldly at Chu. Have you offended someone in the entertainment industry recently? And Chu lowered her head and thought for a moment, then suddenly screamed, It's An Ruoxi. It must be that bitch An Ruoxi. An Ruoxi? And Shangxing and Zhao Qingji looked at her in confusion. Zhao Qingji said, Didn't she disappear for 4 years? I thought she was dead outside. And Chu excitedly said, No, she not only didn't die, but also became the boss of Tianhuan Yuyan. I was definitely set up when I was celebrating my birthday there. It must be her. After hearing her words. And Shangxing also basically concluded that it was indeed An Ruoxi. Back then, when she suddenly disappeared, they thought she had died outside. Who would have thought she was so lucky to have returned alive? Seeing that Shangxing was silent, and Chu hurriedly asked, Dad, what should we do now? An Ruoxi has returned. She must be back to take revenge on us. What's there to panic about? And Shangxing said angrily with a dark face, Revenge? And Shengnan died at my hands back then. And she's just a useless young lady? That's simply wishful thinking. Only then did Chu's mind start to turn around. That's right, and Ruoxi is now just a down-and-out young lady, while their family is the renowned incorporation of the empire. What can An Ruoxi use to fight against them? She really got flustered and thought An Ruoxi could threaten them. And Shangxing continued with a stern face, I've already had the PR department of the corporation handle the trending topics online. You think of a way to appease Pei Tianqi. This marriage must not go wrong. At this point, and Chu had calmed down. She assured Shangxing, Dad, I've already figured out how to explain it to Brother Tianqi. There won't be any problem with this marriage. That's good. And Shangxing said this and turned to go upstairs. He entered the room, locked the door, and made a phone call. And Shongnan's daughter An Ruoxi has returned. My daughter's matter was done by her. I'm just reminding you. You were the mastermind behind Shongnan's incident. She's just a little girl without any influence. I won't take her seriously, but if the matter from back then gets exposed, it won't be good for anyone. Don't worry, I will eliminate her soon. However, eliminating such a big hidden danger will require some price. I want that piece of land you recently filmed. Happy cooperation. Chapter 25. Those who hurt you will pay tenfold or 100-fold. An Ruoxi lay on Baiqian's bedside and slept for over an hour. When she woke up, tears were still hanging on her eyelashes. She sniffed, wiped her tears, stood up, and smiled. "Brother, I'm going to see sister-in-law. I'll come back to see you next time." After saying this, she turned and walked towards the door. When she reached the door, she looked back at her brother reluctantly before closing it. After leaving in Baiqian's ward, she went to the adjacent room. A lock hung on the door, and the key was right above it. An Ruoxi turned the key and opened the door. Compared to the warmth of An Baiqian's ward, this room was only cold white. There were no windows on all sides, and even the walls and doors were made of rubber. Against the wall was a large mattress, and a woman with a slender back was sitting on the bed, facing the rubber wall, seemingly lost in thought. An Ruoxi's throat tightened, and she walked in slowly. "Sister, Ning Ning." The woman didn't react at all, tilting her head slightly, staring blankly at the rubber wall. An Ruoxi slowly walked to the side of the mattress and sat down beside the woman. She gently reached out to touch the woman's arm and softly said, "Sister Ning Ning, it's me, she." Upon hearing the words, she, the woman finally reacted. She turned to look at An Ruoxi, her eyes vacant, her face pale and haggard. But one could vaguely see a hint of her previous gentle and beautiful appearance. "See." She unconsciously uttered the two words. An Ruoxi nodded with tears in her eyes, smiling. "Yes, I am she. See." The woman repeated the name again. Suddenly, as if she remembered something, her face was filled with panic. She wildly shook her body and shouted, She, run quickly. They're here to catch you. She, don't look back. Run fast." The woman kept repeating this one sentence, telling she to run. And Ruoxi's tears finally overflowed, and she rushed forward to hug the woman, comforting her. "Sister Ning Ning, I'm fine. I escaped. I'm fine. Really, I'm really fine." She held the woman for a few minutes to comfort her, and the woman finally slowly calmed down. The woman's expression returned to somewhat normal. She held An Ruoxi's face and smiled gently. "See, duh. I will make you strawberry cake to eat." And Ruoxi choked and hugged the woman. "Yes, I want to eat the strawberry cake made by Sister Ning Ning. It's the best cake in the world." The woman is Jiang Ning, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, and the sister of Jiang Yan. And Baiqian and Jiang Ning have been lovers since university, although they are not yet engaged, and Ruoxi has always regarded Jiang Ning as her sister-in-law in her heart. After the car accident, An Baiqian was sent to the hospital, and only Jiang Ning rushed over. Moreover, Jiang Ning suspected that the accident was not simple, and after An Baiqian's condition stabilized slightly, she arranged for him to be sent to a safe place. Meanwhile, An Ruoxi remained in the capital, making everyone believe that the An family was left with just her. After An Ruoxi contacted Pei Tianqi, only to find a group of mercenaries, Jiang Ning felt it was no longer safe for her to stay in the capital and prepared to send her away. But on the night An Ruoxi escaped, someone leaked the news. She was hunted down. To buy her time to escape, Jiang Ning disguised herself as her to divert those pursuing her. That night, An Ruoxi successfully escaped, but Jiang Ning was locked up by the Jiang family. Jiang Ning's mother died early, and Jiang Yan is the child of her father and stepmother. Jiang Yan has always been jealous that Jiang Ning could marry into the incorporation and targeted her everywhere. However, due to the An family's status, she did not dare to openly harm Jiang Ning. After the An family fell, Jiang Yan finally had a chance to vent her anger. They locked Jiang Ning in a mental hospital, where she suffered inhuman torment. And Ruoxi only learned after returning to the capital that the Jiang family was so inhumane, putting Jiang Ning through so much suffering. She tried every means to rescue Jiang Ning and arrange for Dr. Jin to treat her. But due to the beatings and medication, Jiang Ning's brain had already suffered permanent damage. She could go mad and self-harm. Recovery was almost impossible. Dr. Jin could only use medication to alleviate her symptoms and reduce her suffering. And Ruoxi took Jiang Ning to wash her hair, bathe, change into clean and fresh clothes, and dry her hair. Jiang Ning seemed very happy, playing with her fallen hair and humming a song. And Ruoxi recognized the song. It was the duet sung by Jiangning and Baiqian at their graduation party. An Ruoxi gently combed Jiangning's hair with a comb. As she combed, she softly said, "Sister Ning Ning, don't worry. Those who hurt you will pay tenfold or 100-fold. I also gave Dr. Jean a lot of money. He will definitely develop a medicine that can cure your illness. When my brother wakes up, you two can be together again." And Ruoxi was saying these words to herself, not knowing if she was saying them to Jiangning or to herself. After leaving Jiangning's room, she went to find Dr. Jean. Doctor. Jean looked at her swollen eyes and knew she had been crying for a long time again. He comforted her. "I've recently developed a new drug that has a good suppressive effect on Jiangning's illness. Except for her mental clarity, she can eat every day and sleep soundly. Her life isn't too painful, so you don't need to worry too much about her." And Ruoxi gratefully said, "Thank you, Doctor Jean." Dr. Jean patted her shoulder and smiled heartily. "Why thank me? I'm just doing my job for money. I've never seen such a generous sponsor before, and I've made quite a bit myself." And Ruoxi smiled and said nothing. She knew that Dr. Jean wanted to make her feel a little better. The money she gave him was for buying equipment, conducting research, and purchasing various precious medicinal materials. There was hardly anything left over. She also patted Dr. Jin's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I will give you more money in the future." At that moment, Xiaolu walked over. He was pressing a cotton swab against his arm and said to Ruoxi, "Boss, we can go for the antidote injection now." And Ruoxi nodded and walked towards the injection room. After escaping the capital, she was inadvertently chosen by the leader of an assassin organization and taken to Kangming's house. Before training assassins, this organization would inject them with a kind of drug. This drug would redevelop the brain, making people very intelligent. It would also enhance physical abilities, making movements extremely agile and greatly improving combat effectiveness. However, the enhancements varied for each person after injection, and Ruoxi had the best results since the drug was used. Injecting this drug would make people stronger, but it also had a fatal weakness. A diluent, also known as the antidote, had to be injected every month. Otherwise, those who had used the drug would experience excruciating pain as if their bones were being crushed. The leader of the assassin organization used this drug to create and control assassins, forcing them to do many things they were unwilling to do. After An Ruoxi successfully killed the leader of the assassin organization, the responsibility for making the antidote also fell on Dr. Jean. Therefore, besides treating in Baiqian and Jiangning, Dr. Jean also had to produce antidotes for more than 20 assassins from the organization. Moreover, An Ruoxi had given him a task to create a permanent antidote. Thus, the money she gave Dr. Jean was barely enough to cover his expenses, and there was no question of making a profit. It seemed that she still had to find a way to earn more money. This way, Dr. Jin's research progress should speed up a bit. Chapter 26. Expelling An Ruoxi from Taiping Mountain before leaving the research institute. An Ruoxi transferred the 15 million from selling jewelry and the 5,200,000 given by Xiao Yuan to Dr. Jean. Dr. Jean looked at the 2,020,000 with both odd and even numbers and asked, "Did you just transfer all the money you had to me again?" And Ruoxi smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't starve." Dr. Jean said seriously, "Is this about starving or not? You're a young girl. You should keep some money to go shopping, buy clothes, and watch movies. Don't just focus on revenge and helping others all the time. There are many important things in life worth doing, like falling in love and experiencing the taste of love." I know. And Ruoxi understood that Dr. Jean loved to nag, so she could only go along with him. "I have things to do. I'll leave first." After saying that, she turned and walked outside. "Doctor." Jean called after her, "Remember what I said?" And Ruoxi did not turn back, but waved her right hand casually from a distance. Love? Every night, when she closed her eyes, all she could see was the tragic scene of her parents dying in front of her, the warm blood dripping from her brother onto her face, and Jiang Ning's deranged appearance. How could she talk about love when her blood feud was not avenged? Taiping Mountain. The torture chamber. Whips, electric chairs, mace, branding irons, heavy hammers, bayonets, various torture instruments were dazzling. In the dim light, Xiao Yuan lazily sat on a black leather sofa. His legs were crossed, and his handsome features were hidden in the shadows. His fingertips lightly tapped the armrest, and wherever his gaze fell, It seemed even the air was submissive to his oppressive aura. Opposite him knelt a man covered in blood. The man lay at his feet, looking up with a bloodied face, wailing, "Brother, I'm your biological brother. I want to dare again. Please spare me this once." Xiao Yuan scoffed, his eyes like those of a watching ant struggling to live, indifferent yet chilling. "You, a bastard, dare to call yourself my brother? When you hired an assassin to kill me, you should have known that death was your only outcome." The man looked at his cold and cruel gaze, and his expression shifted from fear to anger. "Xiao Yuan, you devil who kills your father and mother, beast, may you die a horrible death." Xiao Yuan stood up from the sofa, a bloodthirsty smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "I don't know about my death, but today, you will certainly die a miserable death." After saying that, he kicked the man hard in the face. The man's nose bone instantly shattered, blood gushed out, and with a puff, he spat out a mouthful of white teeth. He groaned in pain and began to beg again. "Brother, please spare me for Grandpa's sake. I don't want anything from the Xiao family anymore. I want to compete with you again." Xiao Yuan's face darkened as he kicked his shoulder blade again. With a crack, the shoulder blade broke. "Do you think you can compete with me?" The man let out another painful scream. "Xiao Yuan, you will go to hell. You will go to the 18th layer of hell." Xiao Yuan leaned slightly forward, the black inverted cross tattoo on the back of his neck appearing exceptionally terrifying under the dim light. He smiled wickedly, both mad and brutal. "I'm already in hell." After saying that, he kicked the man directly in the neck. The man's eyes widened, letting out a ugh from his throat before falling silent, collapsing on the ground. A mercenary stepped forward to check his breath and pulse, and reported, "Xiao, he is dead." Xiao Yuan glanced coldly at the corpse on the ground. "Really useless. Chop him up and feed him to the dogs." In the living room, Aunt Wu was sitting on the sofa, waiting for Xiao Yuan. A servant brought a plate of fruit platters and placed it on the coffee table in front of her, smiling obsequiously. "This was airlifted for Miss and to eat today. I secretly kept a little for you to try, Aunt Wu." Aunt Wu looked at the plate of fruit platters with an unpleasant expression. In the past, all the good things from Taiping Mountain were hers, but now she had fallen to eating leftovers. Moreover, Xiao Yuan had really found a high-level housekeeper to take care of An Ruoxi's daily needs. All the expensive supplements and top-quality ingredients brought in every day were given to An Ruoxi to eat. If this continued, there would be no place for her in Taiping Mountain at all. She impatiently said, "Throw it away, I want to eat leftovers." The servant explained, "These fruits are precious, all fresh, and no one has touched them." Aunt Wu said coldly, "Can't you understand what I said?" The servant originally wanted to flatter her, but seeing her so angry, quickly said, "I'll take it away right now." As soon as the servant left, Xiao Yuan walked in. Aunt Wu quickly changed her expression and smiled as she approached him. "Are you on his back?" Xiao Yuan lazily responded with an and asked, "Where's An Ruoxi?" A hint of unusual color flashed in Aunt Wu's eyes. He immediately asked for that little wench upon returning home. She said, "She is having dinner in the restaurant." Xiao Yuan didn't say anything else and walked towards the restaurant with long strides. Aunt Wu hurriedly followed behind him. "Are you on? I have a distant niece who just graduated from college and can't find a job. Can I arrange a job for her at Taiping Mountain?" After the last incident of An Ruoxi's low blood sugar, the recruitment of servants at Taiping Mountain had fallen into Li Feng's hands, and she couldn't even arrange for someone to come in now. Xiao Yuan didn't stop, frowning and saying, "Such trivial matters don't need to be asked of me." Aunt Wu called after his back, "Then I'll let her come to work tomorrow?" Xiao Yuan didn't reply and went straight into the restaurant. Aunt Wu knew he had agreed. A smug smile appeared on her face. Her distant niece was nothing like Lin Shuer, being delicate and weak. She had a slender waist, peach-shaped hips, and was charmingly attractive, with clever means. At just 21, she was already surrounded by various wealthy men. But she has her own ambitions and wants to find the best. So she just flirts with those men and hasn't agreed to anyone. In the past, Xiao Yuan was not interested in women and was surrounded by men. She thought he liked men, so she never considered getting close to him. Now that she knows he likes women, she believes her distant niece can win him over. And Ruoxi should just wait to be kicked out of Taiping Mountain. Chapter 27. The first time I feel money has some use, and Ruoxi left the restaurant after dinner. Just as Xiao Yuan walked in, she greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Xiao." She brushed past him. A whiff of blood lingered in the air, and An Ruoxi frowned. Has he killed someone again? No wonder he's the most dangerous man in the empire. She quickly decided to leave the restaurant. An Ruoxi, come here. Xiao Yuan called out to her lazily. An Ruoxi turned around and forced a smile. Mr. Xiao, I've eaten. Xiao Yuan said nothing, only looked at her with a cool gaze. An Ruoxi clenched her fists and then relaxed. Why does someone need company just to eat? She didn't want to lower herself to his level. She obediently sat down at the seat opposite Xiao Yuan. However, Xiao Yuan patted the seat next to him. Sit here. And Ruoxi didn't want to move. She propped her chin on her hands, blooming like a flower, and smiled. I can see your handsome face better from here, Mr. Xiao. Xiao Yuan's lips curled slightly. Smooth talker. He didn't insist on having her sit next to him. The kitchen served Xiao Yuan another dish. The maid respectfully poured him a bowl of soup. Xiao Yuan held the bowl, his long fingers delicately gripping the porcelain spoon, and took a sip elegantly. Did you have fun today? He asked casually, and Ruoxi was looking at her phone, and Chu Chu was being severely criticized online. In just a few hours, her fan count had dropped from 10 million to 5 million, and it was still falling. Hearing Xiao Yuan's question, she smiled. Not bad. Xiao Yuan's cold, star-like eyes glanced at her again. Then he asked, Who is the man picking you up? Man? And Ruoxi was taken aback. Then she realized he was talking about Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu was only 19, just a kid, hardly a man. She replied, He's a friend. I don't have a car, and it's hard to get a taxi at Taiping Mountain, so he gives me a ride. Xiao Yuan didn't say anything more. Before 5 minutes had passed, he set down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and said, Let's go. And Ruoxi felt a wave of relief and followed Xiao Yuan out of the restaurant, ready to run upstairs. Just as she took a step, Xiao Yuan grabbed the back of her collar and pulled her back. This way. At 9 meters tall, Xiao Yuan looked like an eagle catching a chick next to An Ruoxi, who was 68 meters. And Ruoxi frowned. Let go. Xiao Yuan released her collar, looked her up and down, and said, Not very tall, but your legs are quite long. You run fast. And Ruoxi shot him an annoyed glance. Where are you taking me? A glint of bloodthirst flashed in Xiao Yuan's eyes. Taking you to dismember you and dump your body in the wilderness. Are you scared? And Ruoxi knew he was capable of such things, but she wouldn't give him the satisfaction. She excitedly laughed. Really? That sounds like fun. Let's go. Xiao Yuan's lips curved into an interested smile. Little thing, looking delicate but quite bold. Xiao Yuan brought An Ruoxi in front of a large bungalow. The two mercenaries guarding the entrance bowed respectfully when they saw Xiao Yuan and opened the large door with a remote. Xiao Yuan stepped inside. Keep up. And Ruoxi followed him in and was stunned by the sight inside. It was a huge aerial parking lot, probably with more than 10 floors. Each floor was filled with all kinds of luxury cars. Supercars, sedans, everything imaginable. Many were limited editions, and some were even one-of-a-kind models. And Ruoxi's family used to have quite a few luxury cars, but compared to this parking lot, they were nothing. How much money does Xiao Yuan have? Seeing her dumbfounded expression, Xiao Yuan felt inexplicably pleased. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and exhaled a ring of smoke. Pick one. And Ruoxi stared at him blankly. For me? Xiao Yuan grinned mischievously with the cigarette in his mouth. Don't want it? Yes, yes, yes. Hesitating for even a second would be disrespectful to luxury cars. And Ruoxi loved cars, so she walked up and touched them lovingly. Which one should she choose? Xiao Yuan leaned against a pillar, smoking with a lazy demeanor. He slightly tilted his head, quietly watching An Ruoxi seriously picking a car. For the first time, she felt that money had some use. At least it could make the little thing happy. In the end, An Ruoxi chose an Alfa Romeo. It was a supercar, only one in the world. Xiao Yuan nodded in approval. Good taste. And Ruoxi felt a bit happy. After all, it was a car she liked and didn't have to spend any money. She opened the door and sat inside, wanting to test the feel. Xiao Yuan sat in the passenger seat, and Ruoxi drove around the empty space at Taiping Mountain. The roar of the engine excited her. After driving the car back to the garage, she sincerely thanked Xiao Yuan. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Xiao Yuan turned his head to look at her and suddenly smiled wickedly, leaning closer to her. Just a verbal thank you? His crisp male scent mixed with a faint smell of tobacco enveloped An Ruoxi like a shadow. And Ruoxi nervously leaned back, gripping the seatbelt. How do you want me to thank you? Xiao Yuan's deep gaze fell from her clear eyes down to her delicate lips. His voice sexy and alluring. Sleep with me tonight. An Ruoxi's expression of joy instantly vanished, gradually replaced by a hint of anger. She was considering whether to punch Xiao Yuan in the face right then, but he reached out his right hand and flicked her forehead with his middle finger. Where did your mind go? I just think your singing has a pretty good hypnotic effect. Don't worry, I'm not interested in you. After saying that, he opened the car door and got out. Remember to come to my room at 10 tonight. Otherwise, the supercar will be confiscated. With that, he left the garage without looking back. An Ruoxi angrily got out of the car. Hypnotic? She clearly has a heavenly voice, okay? Unappreciative jerk. She glanced back at the Alfa Romeo behind her. She liked it so much. She was so reluctant to part with it. Hypnotic, so be it. Just as she returned to her room, Xiao Lu called. An Ruoxi took out her pajamas from the wardrobe and walked into the bathroom for a milk bath. Xiao Lu's voice came through the receiver. Boss, our people got some good stuff about Jiangyan. Do you want to see it? And Ruoxi became interested. Send it over. After finishing, she put down her phone and switched to speaker mode. Just then, Xiao Lu's message came in. It was a video, and Ruoxi watched the video, and a smile crept onto her lips. Interesting. She told Xiao Lu, check what activities the An, Su, and Jiang families have recently. Xiao Lu seemed to know her thoughts and replied with a laugh. Boss, I've already checked. 3 days later, Su Zihan is getting engaged. Besides these 3 families, many prominent families in the capital will attend. And Ruoxi snorted. That's quite a big occasion. Let's turn their happy event into a funeral. Chapter 28. Pay-per-view content. And Ruoxi knocked on Xiao Yuan's door just before 10 o'clock. After receiving a response, she pushed the door open. However, she didn't see Xiao Yuan inside. He just spoke a moment ago. Where did he go? Are you looking for me? Just as she was wondering, Xiao Yuan's deep and pleasant voice suddenly came from behind her. And Ruoxi suddenly turned around, only to see Xiao Yuan standing behind her. His lower body wrapped in a bath towel. He had just finished bathing, and the moisture on his body hadn't dried yet. With broad shoulders and a slim waist, his muscular lines were perfect. Water droplets slid down the grooves of his abs, hovering for a moment at his waist V-line before finally disappearing into the loose edge of the towel. The corners of his eyes were slightly raised, exuding a seductive charm that was utterly captivating. And Ruoxi couldn't help but swallow hard. Damn it, this body was indeed flawless. Seeing her staring, Xiao Yuan lightly tapped her forehead with his long finger and teased, if you want to see more, it LL cost you. And Ruoxi glared at his mischievous expression, secretly snorting. He clearly knew she was coming at 10, yet he chose to shower at this time. He must be doing it on purpose. She crossed her arms leisurely, looking Xiao Yuan up and down with a mocking expression. With this, you still have the nerve to charge? Xiao Yuan's expression darkened slightly. Then, he put on that wicked smile again. He placed his hand on the towel around his waist and stepped closer to An Ruoxi. Looks like you want to see something that requires payment. And Ruoxi was pushed back step by step. She was wearing a long-sleeved nightgown with white lace trim. Her face pure and clean. Even without makeup, she was stunningly beautiful. Xiao Yuan's Adam's apple rolled slightly, and his narrow eyes shimmered with a dark tide. His magnetic voice seemed to have a hook. I promise the size won't disappoint you. As he spoke, he slowly pushed down the towel with his hand. And Ruoxi watched as the V-line at his waist became longer and the grooves deeper. Panic surged in her heart. What do you want to do? Xiao Yuan smirked. I'm just showing you some good stuff. Just as his words fell, he suddenly yanked down the towel. And Ruoxi quickly covered her face and turned away. Xiao Yuan, you shameless. Behind her, Xiao Yuan chuckled softly. His voice was like the deep hum of a cello. Low and enchanting. Little thing, I'm just playing with you. My little treasure isn't something you can just see. And Ruoxi, annoyed, turned around, only to see that the towel around Xiao Yuan's waist was still in place as he walked towards the bed. If it weren't for the car, she would have immediately punched his face. Xiao Yuan, with his back to An Ruoxi, lifted the blanket and sat on the bed with one leg propped up. He tilted his chin towards the sofa in the room. You can sleep there tonight. And Ruoxi angrily laid down on the sofa, turning her back to him. Out of sight, out of mind. Xiao Yuan looked at her slender back, his deep eyes darkening. He lowered his leg, noticing the blanket at his thigh, forming a small tent. He licked his back teeth with his tongue, his eyes filled with strong possessiveness. Damn it, he was tempted. He wanted to be with her. At that moment, An Ruoxi was still unaware of the gaze behind her, like a deep abyss beneath a calm sea, eager to swallow her whole. She remembered her duty as a night watch maid, dry swallowed a sleeping pill, and began to hum a song her mother used to teach her. Xiao Yuan turned off the main lights, leaving only a dim bedside lamp. The warm yellow light enveloped the two of them. Amidst An Ruoxi's ethereal singing, he reached his right hand into the blanket. He slightly closed his eyes, tilting his head back, letting out soft gasps. An Ruoxi sang herself to sleep. Yet, Xiao Yuan remained sitting at the head of the bed. In the stillness of the night, his disordered and suppressed breathing echoed. Until midnight, muffled groans arose, and everything fell silent. Xiao Yuan's deep gaze remained fixed on the beautiful figure on the sofa. He took a moment to calm his emotions, then stood up and went to the bathroom. Pei family. And Chu was carrying a delicate gift box, visiting. A servant led her to the living room, where Pei Tianqi's mother, Gao Hui, and several socialites were chatting on the sofa. Upon seeing An Chu, Gao Hui stood up with a smile. Oh, Chu is here. And Chu smiled obediently. Hello, Aunt Pei. After greeting the other socialites, she handed the brocade box to Gao Hui. This is a Ming Dynasty polychrome porcelain piece I bought at the auction. I hope Aunt Pei likes it. Gao Hui took the gift box without even looking at it and handed it to the maid, smiling. You're so thoughtful, Chu. At that moment, Pei Tianqi came downstairs, and Chu sweetly called out, Tianqi go. Pei Tianqi approached her, saying, let's go. And Chu smiled at Gao Hui. Aunt Pei, I'll go with Tianqi go first. Gao Hui smiled elegantly. Go ahead. As the two left, Gao Hui instantly dropped the smile from her face. One of her friends gossipingly remarked, wasn't that the family heiress, and Chu, who was recently exposed for lip syncing? Gao Hui scoffed. That's her. Another socialite laughed. Look at how she was trying to please you just now. It seems she wants to be your daughter-in-law. Gao Hui's expression turned cold. Exactly. I originally looked down on her. She seems so scheming. Besides, if you lack talent, you lack talent. How embarrassing to fake it. But my son likes her, so I have to let it be. Someone said, I remember Tianqi was previously engaged to another heiress from the family. Gao Hui sighed. That child I actually liked, smart, beautiful, and kind. She looked like a good kid. What a pity. Pei Tianqi took An Chu to a gazebo in the Pei family's garden. As soon as they sat down, An Chu, with red-rimmed eyes, said to Pei Tianqi, Tianqi go, I had my reasons for lip-syncing. Pei Tianqi looked at her with a complicated expression. He had originally admired An Chu, enjoyed her songs, and appreciated her achieving the title of a diva at such a young age. But who would have thought all of it was fake? This kind of deceitful behavior was even worse than not being able to sing and was looked down upon by everyone. He sighed softly. You shouldn't deceive those who truly love you. And Chu's tears streamed down her face upon hearing his words. I know I was wrong, but I had no choice. Years ago, I got hurt while saving you, and the doctor said it would be hard for me to sing again. But I really love singing. I love the feeling of being on stage. My manager suggested finding a substitute singer, and I initially disagreed. But when I heard that girl's voice, I was deeply drawn to it. I could have been like her, but because of that injury, I lost my opportunity forever. I crave the stage so much that I agreed to lip sync. Chapter 29. Miss An is not an ordinary person. Pei Tianqi was somewhat surprised when he heard her words. So, it was because of the injury she sustained back then that she couldn't sing. He felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Why didn't you tell me about this? The year the family had the car accident. An Ruoxi had called him. He had intended to find An Ruoxi, but just as he stepped out of the elevator, he encountered an extreme anti-fan. The anti-fan lunged at him with a knife, and in that sudden moment, he was completely unprepared. Just then, An Chu had come to find him and unhesitatingly stood in front of him, taking that knife for him. He never expected that one stab would render her unable to sing forever. And Chu looked at him with tear-filled eyes. Tianqi go. You are such a kind-hearted person. I don't want you to be sad. I don't want you to feel guilty. I don't want the past to be a burden for you, nor do I want to repay kindness with obligation. But when I think of your indifferent gaze, thinking you might leave me, My heart feels like it's being cut by a knife. If it weren't for this, I would keep this matter to myself for a lifetime. Pei Tianqi looked at her in slight astonishment. She loved him this deeply? He felt very touched, pulling in Chu into his arms, gently patting her shoulder to comfort her. Why are you so foolish, bearing so much alone? You should have told me earlier. Otherwise, this incident wouldn't have happened. Now that so many people online are criticizing you, you must be feeling really upset. And Chu carefully hugged his waist, shaking her head with tears in her eyes. I'm not afraid. No matter how many people scold or despise me, as long as Brother Tianqi stands by my side. My heart is filled with strength. Pei Tianqi tightened his grip on her shoulder. This pure and kind girl who had him in her heart and eyes. He actually hesitated because of her one mistake. He really should be damned. He took a deep breath, seeming to make up his mind, and said gently, Chu, once I finish this busy period, I will discuss with my parents about getting engaged to the An family. Upon hearing this, and Chu's heart filled with joy. She didn't expect Pei Tianqi to really believe in her. It was worth all the effort she had put in. With this incident, Pei Tianqi would surely be even more devoted to her. She nodded heavily. Mem. By the way, Brother Tianqi, Suzy Han is going to get engaged soon. Can you accompany me? Pei Tianqi smiled and said, as you wish. And Chu nuzzled against him playfully. You're a famous movie star and the most favored young master of the Pei family. If you attend the engagement banquet, Suzy Han will definitely feel very proud and happy. Pei Tianqi smiled and patted her head. Silly girl, only you were so wholeheartedly good to your best friend. Such a good girl, he couldn't let her down. Let the past be the past. At Taiping Mountain, An Ruoxi sat at her desk drawing fashion design sketches. She had been sitting there all day. Chen Qingqing knocked on the door and came in, smiling. Missin, it's time for dinner. An Ruoxi didn't lift her head. I'll be done soon. She scribbled a few more strokes and finished the last line. Looking at the final product, she stretched and smiled tiredly. She had finally completed the task assigned by Xiaoying. She had put a lot of thought into this batch of designs, going through more than 10 drafts before achieving the effect she was satisfied with. She believed that once the advertisement for these clothes was launched, it would definitely be a hit throughout the empire. Chen Qingqing curiously walked over. She looked at the sketches on the table, her eyes filled with amazement. Missin, you're amazing. I've never seen such beautiful and unique clothing. If you take this to a design competition, you will definitely win first place. And Ruoxi picked up a sketch with a smile. First place, huh? I won that a few years ago, and it was the World Championship. At that time, I was going for the 3 million prize. Unexpectedly, she casually drew a sketch and won first place, becoming the youngest winner ever. However, later she got busy being an assassin and had no time to draw, fearing her identity would be exposed. After planning to return to the imperial capital, she felt it was a profitable venture and had Xia Ying register a clothing brand. She drew the designs, while Xia Ying handled the sampling, production, and sales. In less than half a year, the clothing store exploded, becoming a sought-after women's brand among the socialites and wealthy ladies of the imperial capital. Thinking of this, An Ruoxi smiled and stood up. Let's go eat. I'm starving. Saying this, she twisted her sore neck and walked out. Chen Qingqing followed her, filled with admiration, always feeling that Miss and was no ordinary person. In the restaurant, An Ruoxi's dedicated butler, dressed in a suit and white gloves, stood respectfully. Upon seeing An Ruoxi, he pulled out a chair and smiled, calling out, Missin. An Ruoxi sat down and smiled back. Butler Min. Butler Min introduced her to the dinner menu for the evening. The appetizer was Alba white truffle slices with Hokkaido sea urchin and Iranian caviar. And the main course was bluefin tuna belly and French breast pigeon. And Ruoxi looked at the exquisite and luxurious dinner and felt a bit moved. She initially thought that Xiao Yuan was just casually treating her for a few days, after all, as a blood bag. She had yet to give him a drop of blood. But who would have thought that she was now eating better than when she was at the An family? To take good care of her blood bag, he was really willing to spend money. When the day came that he got injured, she would definitely take the initiative to donate blood. Otherwise, he would feel that spending money was a waste and would wonder how to keep her eating so well. And Ruoxi happily enjoyed her dinner. While eating, she took out her phone to keep herself focused on drawing the design sketches. She had set her phone to silent and missed several messages from Xiao Lu. Boss, it's hard to get the invitation for Su Zihan's engagement banquet. Mainly because Su Zihan knows you, and you are too eye-catching. Getting a fake or someone else's would easily be exposed. Is there a way to get them to give you an invitation? An Ruoxi was too busy drawing to tell Xiao Lu that she had a way to get the invitation. She quickly typed a few lines. You focus on your own business. You don't need to worry about the invitation. I can not only get the invitation, but also a VIP invitation. Xiao Lu sent a package of heart-eyed emojis. As expected of my boss, amazing. Su Zihan is your rival. How can you get a VIP invitation? And Ruoxi sent a smiling face. You'll know when the time comes. The engagement banquet will definitely be very exciting. Chapter 30, Kiss Me, and I'll Give You My Life. The night song. Luxurious private room. The crystal chandelier cast a dim light. Zhou Han, the heir of the Zhou family conglomerate, raised his glass and shouted, "It's rare for our brother Yuan to grace us with his presence today. Let's all raise a glass to him." As soon as he finished speaking, the men and women in the private room stood up and smiled. Cheers to brother Yuan. Xiao Yuan sat in the middle. His lazy and casual figure sunk into the genuine leather sofa. He had taken off his suit jacket, wearing a black silk shirt underneath, with 2 buttons undone at the collar, faintly revealing his exquisite and beautiful collarbone. He slightly curled his lips, swirling the whiskey glass in his hand, and elegantly took a sip. The amber liquid in the glass sparkled against the ice. The scene was indescribably pleasing to the eye. A stunning beauty was mesmerized. He's too handsome. Although his aura was somewhat intimidating, his handsome face and the noble, elegant temperament he exuded surpassed all the young masters of wealthy families combined. The beauty, momentarily moved, twisted her slim waist and walked up to Xiao Yuan, seductively playing with her big wavy hair, her eyes charming. "Brother Yuan, nice to meet you. Let me toast you a drink." Saying this, she slightly leaned forward, her hips swaying, one hand propped on the coffee table, the other holding the glass toward Xiao Yuan. She wore a deep black spaghetti strap dress, and this action displayed her ample curves. Xiao Yuan glanced at her, a flash of bloodthirsty, killing intent in his eyes. Zhou Han broke into a cold sweat. What a reckless woman. He hurried over and rudely pulled the woman away. "Get away. What kind of cat or dog thinks they can toast brother Yuan? Someone like you, a mere frivolous woman, is not worthy of brother Yuan's attention." After saying this, he whispered to the woman, "If you don't want to die, hurry up and get lost." The woman, seeing Zhou Han's seriousness, looked at Xiao Yuan again, whose entire aura had changed, as if surrounded by a dark energy. She was instantly scared stiff, her legs weak, and she fled in panic. Zhou Han hurriedly sat next to Xiao Yuan to apologize. "Brother Yuan, just ignore someone who lacks perception." After that, he turned to others and shouted, "You all continue having fun. Don't disturb brother Yuan while he drinks." The others, who often hung out with Zhou Han, had seen Xiao Yuan a few times. Xiao Yuan only participated in their gatherings when he occasionally wanted to drink. But mostly, they were just making noise while he drank alone. No one took this little episode to heart. Someone joked with Zhou Han, "I heard your cheap brother is getting engaged." The other party is the eldest lady of the Su family in the imperial capital. Zhou Han took a sip of his drink and tossed a pistachio into his mouth. "Not really. I made her pregnant, and the Su family came knocking. Our old man took charge and let them get engaged." Someone laughed and said, "You cheap brother. You haven't learned anything good, but you've got plenty of tricks up your sleeve." Zhou Han scoffed lightly. "Just a bastard child, not worth mentioning. And our old man actually went to great lengths to invite many celebrities to support him." Someone said, "After all, it's the first engagement banquet for the Zhou family's grandsons. So it's normal for the old man to take it seriously. If you, the crown prince, were to get engaged, the scale would probably be 10 times bigger." Zhou Han laughed. "That's natural. My engagement banquet must cause a sensation throughout the city." "Engagement?" Xiao Yuan lazily twirled the wine glass in his hand, a half-smile curling at the corner of his mouth. For some reason, An Ruoxi's clean and pure face floated in his mind. If he were to get engaged, it would have to make waves around the world. If he were to give, it must be the best in the world. Thinking of this, a trace of mockery appeared on his face. A man like him, living in hell, actually starting to yearn for the light? Engagement, how ridiculous. He raised his wrist to check the time. It was past 9. He set down his wine glass and stood up. "I'm leaving." Johan was happily chatting with friends when he heard he was leaving, quickly stood up and said, "Yuan good, don't. It's only past 9. The nightlife has just begun." Xiao Yuan casually picked up the coat draped over the sofa armrest and said indifferently, "I'm going home." Johan immediately remembered the day Xiao Yuan texted him asking how to make a girl happy and was shocked, his eyes widening. "What the hell, Yuan Ge? You really have someone?" Xiao Yuan shot him a cold glance with his elongated eyes, saying nothing. Johan took this as a confirmation, his expression even more shocked. Speaking bluntly, "What the hell? Which brave soul is so fearless to win over my Yuan Ge?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan's face instantly darkened. "You don't want your tongue? I can help you cut it off." Johan realized he had misspoken and quickly covered his mouth, grinning apologetically. He mumbled, "Yuan Ge, take care. Wishing you and your sister-in-law a lifetime of happiness, growing old together and having children soon." Xiao Yuan's expression softened a bit. "Now that's more like it." Back home, it was already past 10. Xiao Yuan pushed open the door to his room and saw An Ruoxi standing on his balcony in a pure white nightgown. The night breeze lifted her long hair, the light spilling over her shoulders. The warm yellow light outlined her figure with a faint golden edge. Even the moonlight dimmed in comparison. Hearing the door open, she turned around, a faint smile on her face, her fair and flawless skin brighter than the moonlight. "Mr. Xiao, you're back." Xiao Yuan looked at that clean and pure smile, feeling as if something had struck his heart, stirring up a feeling he had never experienced before. "Is this what it feels like to have someone waiting for you to come home?" He casually tossed his coat onto the sofa and strode to the balcony. Standing beside her, "What are you looking at?" And Ruoxi turned to look at the dazzling lights below, her eyes filled with starlight. The night view. Xiao Yuan gazed at her porcelain white profile, swallowing hard. He leaned against the railing, his long fingers flicking a cigarette from the pack, placing it between his lips, his bangs falling over his sharp brows and eyes. Click! The metallic lighter made a sound, and as the smoke rose, his elongated eyes appeared particularly enchanting. And Ruoxi. Xiao Yuan bit the cigarette, his posture wild and arrogant. And Ruoxi turned her head to look at him. Xiao Yuan leaned slightly closer, looking into her eyes, slowly exhaling a puff of smoke, his voice wrapped in 3 parts laziness and 7 parts danger. "Don't keep tempting me." Amid the curling smoke, their eyes met, and even the night seemed to turn ambiguous and sticky. And Ruoxi waved her hand to fan away the smoke in front of her, glaring at him with her clear eyes. "What did I do to tempt you? I'm going to bed." She huffed and walked toward her room. However, Xiao Yuan grabbed her wrist, and Ruoxi glared at him irritably. "What do you want?" Xiao Yuan's lips curled slightly, smiling wickedly. "Kiss me once, and I'll give you my life." And Ruoxi didn't hesitate to shake off his hand. "You're crazy." After saying that, she turned and lay down on the sofa in her room, closing her eyes. Xiao Yuan watched her curled up figure, his gaze darkening slightly. He lifted his leg and walked toward the bathroom. More than an hour later, he emerged wrapped in a towel. His bare chest rose and fell irregularly, his eyes slightly flushed. Seeing An Ruoxi curled up on the sofa, he ground his teeth. "Little thing, one day, I'm going to make you regret it in bed." Chapter 31. And Shengnan's daughter An Ruoxi is back. The next day, when An Ruoxi woke up, Xiao Yuan was already gone. She lazily stretched. Strange. She fell asleep without taking sleeping pills last night. It must be because she has been busy drawing design plans and overworking her brain lately. She got up, went to her room, washed up, changed her clothes, and went downstairs. Xiao Yuan was sitting elegantly at the dining table, having breakfast, and Ruoxi felt well-rested and in a good mood, cheerfully calling out, "Mr. Xiao, good morning." Xiao Yuan seemed not to have slept well, with dark circles under his eyes. He lifted his elongated eyes and shot An Ruoxi a displeased glance. Last night, he had been tossing and turning under the covers. The culprit was wide awake. And Ruoxi noticed his resentful gaze and secretly got angry. Who bothered him so early in the morning? It was all so inexplicable. She picked up the bird's nest in front of her and drank a bowl first. Then she took some fruit and vegetable salad, spearing a piece with her fork and putting it in her mouth. "Mr. Xiao, I have to attend a banquet tonight. Can I take a leave?" Xiao Yuan paused in his action of cutting the sandwich. He put down his knife and fork, looking displeased. What banquet? An Ruoxi had no intention of hiding it. It's an engagement banquet of the Zhou family. That cheap brother of Zhou Han? Xiao Yuan's expression softened a bit. He picked up his knife and fork again. Okay. And Ruoxi was slightly surprised by how easily he agreed. Why was he so easy to talk to today? She smiled happily. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Xiao Yuan looked at her radiant smile, feeling indescribably comfortable. He put a piece of sandwich in his mouth. Hurry up and eat. I'll take you to buy a dress later. And Ruoxi's eyes lit up. Really? Is there such a good thing? Xiao Yuan's lips curled slightly. My woman, there's no reason to attend a banquet without a dress. And Ruoxi thought to herself, when did she become his woman? But that wasn't the point. Her bright eyes turned, and she said, Mr. Xiao, can you transfer the money to me? I'll buy it myself. Just 1 million. 1 million? Xiao Yuan looked at her, as if she were a fool. Did she have some misunderstanding about his wealth? Seeing his reaction, An Ruoxi felt a bit disheartened. What a waste of an opportunity to earn 1 million. Xiao Yuan noticed her disappointed expression and chuckled. He took out his phone and transferred some money to An Ruoxi. Don't dress too shabby, or you'll embarrass me. After saying that, he wiped his mouth with a napkin, stood up, and left the dining room. An Ruoxi took out her phone and counted the money Xiao Yuan had transferred. 7 zeros. Xiao Yuan had transferred 30 million to her. She happily hugged her phone, calling out to Xiao Yuan's back. Thank you, Daddy. Xiao Yuan didn't look back, the corners of his mouth lifting in a pleased arc. Little thing, so you like money, huh? That makes things easier. He not only had it, but he had plenty. After Xiao Yuan left, An Ruoxi called Xia Ying. Baby, get my battle outfit ready. On the other end of the line, Xia Ying laughed charmingly. Miss, it's already prepared. Tonight you'll definitely amaze everyone. After hanging up the phone, An Ruoxi immediately transferred 30 million to Dr. Jean. The account balance was still 258 yuan. She put down her phone and smirked coldly. Tonight, the elite of the capital will know that in Shengnan's daughter, An Ruoxi, has returned. Xiao Yuan arrived at the consortium and called Zhou Han. For tonight's engagement banquet at your place, give me an invitation. Zhou Han's tone was a bit disappointed. Yuan Gu, are you really going to support that illegitimate child? Xiao Yuan lazily leaned back in his chair, his thin lips slightly curling. I'm going to watch the show. Zhou Han was puzzled. Watch the show? Xiao Yuan replied. Tonight's engagement banquet is bound to be very exciting. Zhou Han, upon hearing this, keenly sensed something different. He happily said, Yuan Gu, if you're going, why do you need an invitation? I'll personally take you in tonight. Zhou family. The banquet hall was resplendent and luxurious. Outside, luxury cars gathered, with fashionable people mingling. A congregation of celebrities. The reporters waiting outside flashed their cameras incessantly, bright as day. A black Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly stopped at the red carpet at the steps. Pei Tianqi stepped out of the back seat in a white tailcoat, his tall figure outlined sharply, exuding an indescribable elegance. He smiled, slightly bent down, and gentlemanly extended his right hand toward the back seat. And Chu smiled and placed her hand in his palm, and, under his guidance, she got out of the car and linked her arm with his. She wore a black floor-length gown, the deep neckline adorned with tiny diamonds, making her skin appear whiter than snow. Incredibly beautiful. As soon as the reporters saw the two, they rushed over. Quick, it's the movie star Pei and the fake diva. And Chu's smile froze slightly, secretly gritting her teeth. Damn An Ruoxi, it's all her fault for making me look so embarrassing. She clung to Pei Tianqi and said, Tianqi go, let's go in first. Fortunately, Pei Tianqi's expression remained relatively normal, and he smiled and nodded. The two were about to walk towards the banquet hall when suddenly, a roaring sound of a sports car engine approached. A peacock blue sports car sped in. Some reporters recognized the car and exclaimed in shock. Wow, the only one in the world, an Alfa Romeo. Which big shot is this? As soon as the words fell, everyone with a camera rushed over. Pei Tianqi also paused. He looked at the sports car, his eyes full of amazement. He had also liked this car when it was pre-sold, but unfortunately, he couldn't get it. He wondered who the owner was. The sports car sped into the parking area, but did not stop, heading straight towards Chu and Pei Tianqi. And Chu was startled and screamed as she plunged into Pei Tianqi's arms. Pei Tianqi, thinking the car had lost control, was also frightened. unable to move as his legs went weak. The sport car braked just a centimeter away from Choo-Choo. Everyone was terrified, but they couldn't help but admire the driver's skills. For a moment, everyone was even more curious about the owner of the sports car. An Ruoxi, under the spotlight of many eyes, opened the car door and stepped out. She wore a princess gown like clouds, with layers of sheer fabric that fluttered like scattered clouds in the wind. The ivory white satin glimmered with a mother-of-pearl sheen under the lights. As she moved gracefully, large hand-embroidered dark-patterned black roses blossomed on the dress, seeming to dance among the hem. The reporters were momentarily breathless, forgetting to take photos. Was this a princess from a fairy tale stepping into reality? So beautiful, so pure, yet with a strange allure. Seeing her, and Choo-Choo recalled her own embarrassing appearance moments ago and gritted her teeth in anger. An Ruoxi, you did this on purpose. However, Pei Tianqi was mesmerized. At that moment, he seemed to see the little princess from the An family from years ago. Bright, beautiful, outstanding, captivating. Wherever she appeared, she would draw everyone's attention. An Ruoxi leaned casually against the sports car and flashed a mischievous smile at Choo-Choo. Yes, I did it on purpose. Surprised? Unexpected? And Choo-Choo's face turned slightly red, fearing she would lose her composure in front of the reporters, so she turned to Pei Tianqi for help. Tianqi, I didn't provoke her. Why is she treating me like this? Pei Tianqi came back to his senses and slightly darkened his expression. Xiaoxi, you were too rude just now. Apologize to your sister. Chapter 32. You are not welcome at my engagement banquet. You better leave immediately. And Ruoxi scoffed, tossing the car keys to the valet. Excuse me. Who do you think you are? I gave you face. And Choo-Choo secretly felt pleased and stoked the fire. Sister, clearly you were in the wrong. Why won't you admit it? Also, Tianqi has treated you so well in the past. How can you embarrass him in public? Pei Tianqi's face darkened further upon hearing this. And Ruoxi, you've been away for 4 years. How did you become like this? Where's the etiquette of a young lady? And Ruoxi looked at him coldly. Thanks to you. If it weren't for your indifference back then, I wouldn't have turned out like this. Pei Tianqi questioned in confusion. What do you mean by that? He had clearly sent someone to find her back then, but when they arrived, they said An Ruoxi was already gone. He searched for her for half a year, and after receiving no news, he stopped looking. And Choo-Choo quickly interjected, Tianqi, I see my sister is just ungrateful. Clearly, it was her own problem, yet she likes to shift the blame onto others. Pei Tianqi found in Choo-Choo's point reasonable. Since their reunion, An Ruoxi's behavior had puzzled him. She was no longer the simple little princess who only had him in her eyes 4 years ago. Now she was wild, unreasonable, and incomprehensible, not even comparable to a single finger of Choo-Choo. And Ruoxi didn't want to stay with them any longer, otherwise. She feared she would uncontrollably smash the heads of these two scumbags. Today's show couldn't he do without them. She rolled her eyes and muttered, idiot. After cursing, she lifted her skirt and walked up the steps toward the banquet hall. And Choo-Choo looked at Pei Tianqi's grim face, secretly pleased. And Ruoxi, just make a scene. It would be best if you annoyed Pei Tianqi to the extreme. That way, Pei Tianqi would completely belong to me. Pei Tianqi's expression was not good, and he said to Choo-Choo, let's go. And Choo-Choo glanced at An Ruoxi's back as she slowly ascended the steps, a flash of resentment in her eyes. Just now, An Ruoxi frightened her with the car, making her lose composure in front of the reporters. She wanted to give her a taste of her own medicine. She softly said to Pei Tianqi, Tianqi, with your background as the second young master of the Pei family, you couldn't buy that sports car. How did my sister, a girl without any power or background, manage to get it? She wouldn't have. And Choo-Choo did not finish her sentence, but feigned a look of surprise. Then shook her head vigorously. No way, my sister definitely wouldn't do something that would disgrace the family. I must be overthinking. Upon hearing this, veins popped on Pei Tianqi's forehead, his fists clenching tightly. And Ruoxi had been wandering outside for 4 years. To survive, she wouldn't have gotten involved with some man. Would she? He coldly reprimanded. How shameless. And Ruoxi slightly turned, catching a glimpse of the two from the corner of her eye. These two idiots wouldn't be talking bad about her, would they? A cold smile appeared at the corner of her lips as she plucked a round pearl from her gown and aimed carefully before flicking it with force. The pearl accurately hit in Choo-Choo's ankle. Ouch! And Chu exclaimed as she stumbled back down the steps. To steady herself, she instinctively grabbed Pei Tianqi's hand. Pei Tianqi was caught off guard and let out a yelp. The two tumbled down the stairs, lying on the ground in pain and wailing. This kind of embarrassing scene excited the reporters, their faces flushed with excitement. One by one, they quickly raised their cameras, capturing their awkwardness from every angle. Stop shooting. Stop shooting. Pei Tianqi waved his hand, his face turning green with anger. He had never made such a big fool of himself since his debut. How wasn't Chu even walking? An Ruoxi turned back to glance at their miserable state and walked forward with a pleasant mood. She arrived at the entrance and took out her VIP invitation, handing it to the staff. The staff took a look, respectfully bowed, and gestured for her to enter. Before An Ruoxi could step inside, Su Zihan, who was coming out from inside, noticed her. She had heard that Chu was in some trouble and was prepared to go out to check on her. Unexpectedly, she saw An Ruoxi at the door. "I'll let you in," she reprimanded coldly. An Ruoxi crossed her arms and replied leisurely, "I have an invitation, of course I can come in." Su Zihan didn't believe her and extended her hand to the staff. "Where's her invitation?" The staff handed the invitation to her and said, "This lady's VIP invitation is genuine." Su Zihan arrogantly said, "Did I ask you? I didn't invite her. She must have stolen someone else's invitation." The staff, fearing her anger, lowered his head and remained silent. And Ruoxi looked at Su Zihan's foolishly sweet expression and sneered. "Is it possible that someone else invited me? Someone else?" Alarm bells rang in Su Zihan's mind. "And Ruoxi, you little slut, you didn't seduce my fiancé, did you?" And Ruoxi scoffed. "It seems your relationship with your fiancé isn't that great. There's not even a most basic trust between you two. Besides, I'm not interested in a rotten cucumber like your fiancé." "What did you say?" Su Zihan's face turned furious. And Ruoxi looked at her as if she were a clown. "I advise you to let me in. Otherwise, you'll regret it." "What's going on?" Su Zihan's fiancé, Zhou Hang, approached. Su Zihan pointed at An Ruoxi and questioned, "Did you invite her?" Zhou Hang glanced at An Ruoxi and suddenly brightened up. "This beauty is..." Su Zihan looked at him as if he wasn't pretending. "You don't recognize her?" Zhou Hang looked An Ruoxi up and down, grinning mischievously. "Why don't you introduce me to her?" Su Zihan's expression darkened at his lewd look. "She's not someone important." After saying that, she coldly told An Ruoxi, "You're not welcome at my engagement party. Get lost." And Ruoxi remained calm and composed. "Are you sure? Don't come crying to me later." Su Zihan scoffed dismissively. "Do you think you're still the young lady of the An family? You're just a lonely piece of trash now. How could someone like you attend our Zhou family's banquet?" And Ruoxi's expression turned cold. She exuded a chilling aura. "Su Zihan, what qualifications do you have to speak about me when you're a shameless person who climbed into the Zhou family through the bed?" Chapter 33. I'm done. "I think I'm falling in love." Many guests heard the commotion and surrounded them, discussing among themselves. "I was wondering how the Zhou family could marry into a nobody family. Turns out she climbed into bed with someone. You don't know? It said she got pregnant before marriage and made a huge scene at the Zhou family. Otherwise, how could they agree to this marriage? But look at how aggressive she is. Isn't she a bit arrogant? She thinks she has become a phoenix, not knowing that the crown prince of the Zhou family is Zhou Han, and Zhou Hang has no say at all. Today is a banquet of the Zhou family. This little beauty is probably going to suffer." Su Zihan, upon hearing the discussions, became furious. Today was supposed to be her joyous day, happily receiving blessings and adoration from everyone. Now it was all ruined by that little slut, An Ruoxi. "Slut, this is what you asked for." She rushed in front of An Ruoxi, raising her hand to hit her. She didn't believe that An Ruoxi would dare to retaliate at the Zhou family today. "Stop!" A stern voice rang out from behind. Su Zihan was startled and quickly lowered her hand, feigning obedience. She turned to see who had come and smiled sweetly. "Grandpa, what brings you here?" Zhou Hang's mother, Mrs. Liu, was supporting Old Master Zhou as they walked over. Old Master Zhou, in his 70s, had gray hair and exuded an air of authority without needing to be angry. He asked Su Zihan with a stern face, "Who are you going to hit just now?" Su Zihan shot An Ruoxi a glare and nervously explained, "Grandpa, this person tried to sneak into the banquet with a fake invitation, and when I exposed her, she got angry and insulted me. I just lost my temper and thought about fighting back." Old Master Zhou looked at the invitation in Su Zihan's hand. His face cold. What? Do you have a problem with the invitation I sent out? Or do you think you're the head of the Zhou family now? Am I not allowed to invite others to the banquet? What? Su Zihan's eyes widened in fear. She's your invited guest? I didn't know. On the other side of the banquet hall, Zhou was leading Xiao Yuan through a private passage to the banquet hall. Zhou excitedly said, Brother Yuan, you're here. Our old man is going to be so happy. He often tells me that if I had half your ability, the Zhou family wouldn't be at the bottom of the financial group. Xiao Yuan's eyes were deep, and a lazy smile hung on his lips. He wasn't listening to Zhou, but was thinking about whether the little one had arrived. How would a fallen young lady get into the Zhou family's banquet? Zhou was still chattering. Brother Yuan, don't give Zhou too much face later. Otherwise, he'll be even more arrogant. And he might not look at me as the crown prince anymore. By the way, what is this good show you mentioned? Can you give me a hint? While talking, they reached the banquet hall. Zhou noticed everyone looking towards the entrance, and there was already a crowd gathered there. He wondered, what is going on? Xiao Yuan's gaze immediately fell on the most dazzling figure in the crowd. A hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. It seemed that his little one had already made a move. Just then, Zhou also saw An Ruoxi among the crowd. He shook all over, feeling as if he had been struck by lightning. He blankly said, Brother Yuan, I'm done for. I think I'm falling in love. I've finally met the little fairy who makes my heart flutter. Xiao Yuan's expression darkened instantly upon hearing this. The corners of his eyes sharpened. Who did you say is your little fairy? Zhou pointed at An Ruoxi and said, the one standing next to my grandpa. As he spoke, he suddenly felt a chill at his neck and hurriedly turned to look at Xiao Yuan, seeing the shadow in his eyes and his cold, knife-like gaze. He shivered. Brother Yuan, what did I do wrong? Please don't look at me like that. I'm scared. Xiao Yuan clicked his teeth. She's your sister-in-law. Sister-in-law. Zhou was shocked again. No wonder Brother Yuan had also fallen for such an extraordinary little fairy. He quickly smiled and tried to appease Xiao Yuan. I said, Sister-in-law is such a little fairy. She's really loved by everyone. Flowers bloom when she appears. You and sister-in-law are the perfect match. Simply a talented man and a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven. Seeing that Xiao Yuan's expression had softened a bit, Zhou secretly wiped the cold sweat off his brow. That was close to a disaster. He looked again at the dazzling An Ruoxi in the crowd. What a pity. He felt a bit envious and jealous of Brother Yuan. At the entrance of the banquet hall, Su Zihan was terrified to learn that An Ruoxi was old Master Zhou's guest. Her legs went weak. When she caused a scene at the Zhou family, everyone opposed the marriage except for old Master Zhou, who agreed. If she offended old Master Zhou today, her dream of marrying into the Zhou family would be dashed. She hurriedly apologized to An Ruoxi. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were Grandpa's guest. Can you forgive my recklessness? An Ruoxi coldly snorted inwardly. It was too late to apologize now. Today, Shi Wunti let Su Zihan off easily without peeling her skin. Thinking of this, she looked at old Master Zhou with a wronged expression. Grandpa Zhou, Miss Su is right. Right now, I am just a lonely piece of trash, and with my identity, I don't deserve to attend the Zhou family's banquet. I think I'd better leave. Old Master Zhou trembled with anger, pointing at Su Zihan and whispering furiously. You really are from a small family. Even if Cici is not my guest, even if she were an ordinary person, you shouldn't slander others like this. Your upbringing has been fed to the dogs. Su Zihan turned pale with fear and stammered, Grandpa, I really know I was wrong. Old Master Zhou slightly closed his eyes, looking regretful. I shouldn't have agreed when everyone opposed this marriage. I thought that even if the Su family wasn't prominent, their upbringing wouldn't be too bad. But I didn't expect they would raise such an unreasonable descendant like you. As for this marriage, Zhou Hang's mother, Lu, heard this and realized old Master Zhou didn't want the engagement banquet to proceed. She quickly intervened. Old Master, all the prominent people are here for today's engagement banquet. Making a big fuss would not be good for the Zhou family's reputation. I see that Zihan truly regrets it, so please give her another chance. Lu's help for Su Zihan wasn't because she liked this daughter-in-law. It was just that if today's engagement banquet was canceled, her son would become a laughingstock among the elite of the imperial capital. It was already difficult for them to enter the Zhou family, And if they angered the old master over this matter, they would have an even harder time in the Zhou family in the future. Susie Han quickly nodded with tears in her eyes. Grandpa, I really know I was wrong. Old Master Zhou thought Lu's words made sense. He was indeed too angry just now. However, if An Ruoxi did not forgive Susie Han, it would be better not to hold the engagement banquet at all. In his eyes, face was far less important than the people he cared about. He looked at An Ruoxi. Cece, what do you think? An Ruoxi's gaze fell on the panicked Susie Han, and a fleeting, mocking smile flashed in her eyes. Susie Han nervously looked at her. At this moment, she felt powerless, as if her life and death were in An Ruoxi's hands. She regretted helping An Choo bully An Ruoxi. Chapter 34. An Ruoxi is worthless. In front of her, An Ruoxi didn't speak, just looked at Susie Han. Susie Han was tormented inside. The short 10 seconds felt like a century. Suddenly, An Ruoxi smiled brightly and said to Old Master Zhou, Grandpa Zhou, today is a joyous day for the Zhou family. I don't mind suffering a little grievance, as long as it doesn't affect the Zhou family's engagement banquet. Upon hearing this, Old Master Zhou glared fiercely at Susie Han and said, You are my honored guest. If I offend you, it's like slapping my own face. As long as you're unhappy, it's better not to hold this engagement banquet. Susie Han's legs went weak upon hearing this. If today's engagement banquet fell through, no one in the imperial capital would dare to want her in the future. Her parents would kill her. Susie Han hurriedly grabbed An Ruoxi's hand. Missin, please forgive me this once. I promise I won't provoke you again. Please, give me another chance. Seeing her pleading expression, An Ruoxi felt a twinge of delight. This was just the beginning. Her real retribution was yet to come. The show had to go on. She smiled at Old Master Zhou. Grandpa Zhou, let's be lenient. She made an unintentional mistake, so let us forgive her this time. Old Master Zhou smiled. Then we'll go with your suggestion. After saying this, he turned to Susie Han, instantly losing his smile. In the future, learn more from Cece. This is how a young lady from a wealthy family should behave. Susie Han nodded like a quail. Okay, Grandpa. This farce came to a temporary end. Old Master Zhou smiled at the onlookers. The younger generation had a little misunderstanding. Sorry for the spectacle. He then introduced An Ruoxi to everyone. This is my friend and Shungnan's daughter, An Ruoxi, who is currently the owner of the popular restaurant Tianhuan Yuyan in the imperial capital. I hope everyone will take care of her in the future. As soon as this was said, whispers filled the banquet hall. She is An Shungnan's daughter? Isn't she the genius girl who once made a name in the imperial capital? The National College entrance examination champion? She looks truly dazzling. No wonder An Shungnan cherished her so much and never let her appear in public. Unfortunately, An Shungnan has passed away, and the An family has fallen into the hands of his brother An Shangxing. This little princess must be having a hard time now. Hard time? She is now the owner of Tianhuan Yuyan. Do you know how deep the waters are there? The big shots who have been there are probably people we have never met. Just her title as the owner carries more weight than that of an ordinary wealthy young lady. But how did Old Master Zhou become friends with An Shungnan? They are from different generations. You may not know this, but 15 years ago, the Zhou family was in crisis and nearly went bankrupt. When everyone stood by and watched, it was An Shungnan who helped the Zhou family. From that time on, Old Master Zhou and An Shungnan became close friends. No wonder Old Master Zhou defended this miss and so fiercely. She is the daughter of his benefactor. This miss and disappeared for 4 years and now returned to the imperial capital. It seems there will be a good show to watch. Amid the discussions of the crowd, Old Master Zhou led An Ruoxi into the banquet hall. Grandpa Zhou will take you to meet some friends. An Ruoxi smiled brightly. Thank you, Grandpa Zhou. After the two left, Lu approached Susie Han and, in a place where no one could see, pinched her waist fiercely. You jinx! You offended the Old Master's honored guest before even entering. Do you want to kill my son? Susie Han felt pain and tears welled up in her eyes. But she didn't dare to say a word. This was the price she had to pay for trying to cling to a wealthy family. No matter how hard it was, she had to endure it. Zhou Hang was scared and didn't dare to speak, fearing that Old Master Zhou's anger would fall on him. At this moment, seeing Old Master Zhou leave, he glared at Susie Han viciously. I'll settle this with you at home. Just wait. After saying this, he followed Lu to catch up with Old Master Zhou. leaving Su Zihan alone in place. Zihan, what are you doing here? And Chu Chu's voice came from behind Su Zihan. Su Zihan quickly composed herself. Today was her big day. She was about to marry into a wealthy family, and she couldn't let others laugh at her, especially not her best friend. She turned around and saw in Chu Chu, Jiang Yin, and Pei Tianqi had all arrived. She smiled. Why did you all come together? And Chu Chu recalled the embarrassing scene from earlier and didn't go into detail. Simply saying, I ran into them at the door. Jiang Yin saw An Ruoxi surrounded by people and said unhappily, why is she here? Did you invite her to your engagement banquet? Su Zihan looked at An Ruoxi, feeling a bit frightened. No, she's Grandpa's guest. And Chu Chu also looked at An Ruoxi. At this moment, An Ruoxi was surrounded by people, receiving compliments. Miss An, I've been waiting for a spot at your Tianhuan Yuyin for a year. Could you let me in through the back door? I heard the dishes there are something even the emperor hasn't tasted. I'm so tempted. Miss An, your dress is so beautiful. Where did you get customized? Yeah, you look like a little fairy in it. The cut, the material, it's simply perfect. Which famous designer made it? And Ruoxi, seeing business opportunities arise, smiled and said, you know the shop in the Imperial capital, right? I bought it there. All my clothes come from that store. No wonder it looks so good. A friend of mine is a loyal fan of that store. I'll go check it out next time. Me too. Let us go together next time. And Chu Chu watched An Ruoxi being adored by everyone and gritted her teeth in anger. Clearly, she was the daughter of the An family, while An Ruoxi was just a fallen young lady. How could she take the spotlight? Thinking this, she linked arms with Pei Tianqi and smiled sweetly. Tianqi, let us go in. Pei Tianqi nodded. As soon as Pei Tianqi appeared, everyone's gaze indeed turned towards him. Look, the second son of the Pei family. The popular movie star Pei Tianqi is here too. The Zhou family really has face. They even invited this most favored second son. His appearance fee is terrifyingly high. And for the Zhou family to be able to invite him is like getting a free boost in traffic. And Chu Chu listened to everyone praising Pei Tianqi, feeling as if they were praising her, and she was immensely proud. No matter how much An Ruoxi was adored, could she compare to Pei Tianqi? And she was about to become Pei Tianqi's fiancée. In front of An Ruoxi, she felt worthless. Chapter 35. Just wait to see An Ruoxi's joke. Just as An Chu Chu was feeling proud, those paying attention to Pei Tianqi also noticed her. Someone asked, is that the diva and Chu Chu next to Emperor Pei? What diva? Can someone who lip-syncs be called a diva? The lip-sync scandal hasn't even passed yet. How does she have the face to appear in public? I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone this shameless. I used to like her so much, but now I hate her just as much for deceiving my feelings with her lip-syncing. Is Emperor Pei's judgment okay? How can he like such a counterfeit? Shoo. She's the daughter of the An family. Be careful not to offend the An family. What am I afraid of? I didn't say anything wrong. I see that she's not as good as Miss An Ruoxi. At least Miss An was the national champion in the college entrance examination, and after her parents passed away, she relied on her own abilities to open such an impressive restaurant. Right before, I only heard of An Ruoxi in the capital's elite circles. Who ever heard of An Chu Chu? Now everyone knows the infamous lip-sync diva An Chu Chu, as notorious as a rat. As soon as these words were spoken, a burst of laughter erupted, and Chu Chu did not expect everyone to be so intolerant of her lip-syncing scandal. She felt insulted and ran away, feeling wronged. Jiang Yin, seeing this, hurried to catch up. Chu Chu, don't be sad. Pei Tianqi stood still, his expression not looking good. He glanced at the sparkling An Ruoxi in the crowd, then at the crying An Chu Chu who ran away, once again falling into confusion. Was his choice really the right one? Xiao Yuan stepped aside to take a phone call. When he returned, An Ruoxi had already become the little princess surrounded by stars. He watched her smile at everyone, his expression visibly displeased. She hadn't smiled like this at Taiping Mountain. Why was she so happy coming out? Zhou Han, following the old master Zhou, said to him when he returned, Grandpa, my brother Yuan is here. The old master Zhou smiled at An Ruoxi and said, let me introduce you to a distinguished guest. An Ruoxi looked at the tall, handsome man standing not far away, radiating a strong sense of pressure, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Why was he here to join the fun? The old master Zhou approached Xiao Yuan with a respectful attitude. Mr. Xiao, Having you attend my grandson's engagement banquet truly brings glory to the Zhou family. Xiao Yuan smiled faintly, his voice calm. Old Master Zhou, you're too polite. Although he was speaking to the old Master Zhou, his gaze remained fixed on An Ruoxi, but there was no hint of a smile in his eyes. The old Master Zhou hurriedly introduced, "This is the daughter of my late friend, An Ruoxi." An Ruoxi smiled politely. "Mr. Xiao, nice to meet you." Zhou Han was immediately shocked. Sister-in-law pretended not to know Brother Yuan? What's going on? Could it be that Brother Yuan has a crush? Is it unrequited love? Xiao Yuan pressed his tongue against his back teeth, exuding a chilling aura. "Nice to meet you." They had shared a room. How could she pretend not to know him? The old master, Zhou, keenly sensed something was off. It was rumored that Mr. Xiao was not close to women. Could it be that he even minded when women greeted him? He quickly explained, "Mr. Xiao, I was abrupt. Please don't blame Cece. I'll take her away right now." After speaking, he told Zhou Han, "You entertained Mr. Xiao well." "Shuanu did eogadi." The old master, Zhou, said to An Ruoxi, "Grandpa Zhou will take you to meet others." An Ruoxi smiled. "Okay." After turning to leave with the old master Zhou, she felt a cold gaze behind her, watching her intently. Pretending not to know Xiao Yuan outside was a well-thought-out decision. Being able to rely on Xiao Yuan, a big tree, had its advantages, but there were many downsides. The advantage was that others would fear her, respect her, and it would be much easier for her to do some things. The downside was that there would be many who would flatter her, which would be annoying. There would be many who wanted her life, which would also be annoying. Those who wanted revenge on her would be more cautious and wouldn't easily show their cards, which would be even more troublesome. So, it was better to pretend not to know Xiao Yuan. As for Xiao Yuan, she would coax him well once they returned to Taiping Mountain. Zhou Han noticed that Xiao Yuan's expression was not good and cautiously called out, "Brother Yuan?" Was he angry? Would he explode and go on a rampage right there? Xiao Yuan looked at An Ruoxi's back as she left without looking back, his gaze darkening. Zhou Han saw a flash of murderous intent in his eyes and clenched his fists, quickly moving a few steps to the side. But soon, he saw Xiao Yuan loosen his fists and turn to sit on a sofa in the banquet hall. Zhou Han stood there in a daze. When did Brother Yuan become so easy to talk to? Not angry anymore. He looked up at Xiao Yuan, whose gaze was as cold as a blade, as if it could cut flesh and blood. Brother Yuan wasn't not angry. He was just enduring it. Oh my goodness. He never expected the hot-tempered Brother Yuan to have such a restrained side. Others saw Xiao Yuan and whispered among themselves, especially the unmarried socialites, each looking at Xiao Yuan with shy and timid eyes. "Is that the head of the Xiao family, Xiao Yuan? No one told me he was this handsome. I heard he doesn't have a fiancé. Do we have a chance? Should we go over and strike up a conversation, get a contact? I wouldn't dare. Look at the aura he exudes. I'm afraid I wouldn't come back alive." Right, it's rumored that he killed his father and mother at 8. Rising to power through iron-fisted means. You wouldn't be afraid to share a bed with someone like that every night? You don't understand. Dying under a peony flower. Even as a ghost, I'll be a dandy. Just for his unparalleled looks, I'm not afraid of death. A bold young lady picked up a glass of red wine from a server and walked toward Xiao Yuan. "Mr. Xiao." Before the young lady could finish her sentence, Xiao Yuan coldly spat out a single word, "Get lost." His narrow eyes slightly lifted, his gaze sharp and cold. The young lady was immediately so frightened that her face lost color, trembling as she walked away. Others, witnessing this, showed expressions of horror and scattered like birds and beasts. Xiao Yuan looked at their expressions as if they had seen a ghost and sneered inwardly. Is that all it takes to scare them? How boring. In the restroom, Jiang Yin was comforting Chu Chu. "Chu Chu, those people are just talking nonsense. Don't take it to heart. Once you become the future daughter-in-law of the Pei family, let's see if they dare to talk nonsense again." And Chu Chu stood in front of the bathroom mirror, angrily looking at herself, and punched the sink hard. It's all that BTCH and Ruoxi's fault. If it weren't for her scheming and framing, I wouldn't have to endure such humiliation today. Jiang Yin was surprised. "Are you saying that the lip-syncing incident was exposed by An Ruoxi?" And Chu Chu said fiercely, "Who else could it be but her? That day at the Tianwan royal banquet was all her scheme." Hearing this, Jiang Yin felt it made sense. She took a step closer to Chu Chu and said, "Chu Chu, don't worry. I'll definitely help you take revenge later." And Chu Chu looked at her. "What do you plan to do?" Jiang Yin smiled. Just wait to see your joke. Chapter 36. The show begins. The engagement banquet was scheduled to start promptly at 8 o'clock. Before this, it was the time for everyone to drink and socialize, getting to know each other. As the time approached 8 o'clock, An Ruoxi sent a message to Xiao Lu to ensure everything was ready. Is everything prepared? Xiao Lu quickly replied, Boss, you can trust me. I guarantee you'll have a great time. A sly smile appeared in An Ruoxi's eyes. And Chu, Jiang Yin, and Suzy Han had been sisters for many years, right? Let's see how these three plastic sisters tear each other apart later. She smiled as she put away her phone, just as she noticed an unusual gaze. Looking in that direction, she saw Xiao Yuan sitting confidently on the sofa, his sharp gaze fixed intently on her. For some reason, An Ruoxi suddenly felt a sense of vulnerability, as if he could see right through her. She quickly averted her gaze and walked toward the restroom. As she approached the restroom, she heard a chaotic sound of footsteps behind her. The corners of her lips curled up. Child's play. She pretended to be nonchalant as she entered the restroom. Not long after, she saw Jiang Yin enter with two staff members dressed in uniforms, carrying water buckets. Jiang Yin looked at the closed door and signaled the staff. They immediately poured the water buckets over the top of the door. Jiang Yin stood there laughing. And Ruoxi, now you're a drenched chicken. I'll warn you, don't go against Chu again, or next time it won't be water that gets poured on you. After laughing, she felt something was off. Why was there no sound coming from inside? She instructed the two staff members, You two, kick the door open. The staff hurriedly stepped forward and kicked the door twice, and with a bang, the door flew open. Jiang Yin opened the door and was instantly confused. Where's she? I clearly saw her come in. Are you looking for me? And Ruoxi's voice suddenly echoed behind her like a ghost. Jiang Yin turned around in horror. How did that bitch appear behind her? Before she could react, she was kicked in the stall by An Ruoxi. The two staff members were also kicked in together. Immediately, a bucket of cold water was poured over the three people in the stall. All the actions were done in one go, without any hesitation. Jiang Yin, now drenched, shouted in exasperation, An Ruoxi, I'm going to kill you. An Ruoxi, however, calmly took out her phone and snapped dozens of photos. She laughed while taking pictures. I think the first to die will be you. Tomorrow, the photos of the second Miss Jiang with two men performing a wet seduction in the restroom will spread across all the major media in the capital. By then, I'll be waiting to see how the second Miss Jiang meets her end. Jiang Yin anxiously pushed aside the two staff members and lunged at An Ruoxi. Bitch, give me the photos. An Ruoxi simply dodged lightly, and Jiang Yin missed, falling on the floor. She looked at Jiang Yin as if she were trash. Second Miss Jiang, your retribution is yet to come. After saying that, she left the restroom without looking back. Jiang Yin awkwardly got up from the floor. She angrily chased outside. But in just a few seconds, An Ruoxi had disappeared from the vast corridor. Is that bitch a ghost? How could she run so fast? Over at the banquet hall, the engagement ceremony had already begun. The host was giving the opening speech on stage. An Ruoxi casually walked over and sat next to Old Master Zhou. Old Master Zhou smiled at her. The engagement banquet has started. An Ruoxi smiled and obediently responded with an MM. The good show was about to begin. And Chu was sitting not far from An Ruoxi. She was somewhat surprised to see her come in unharmed. Didn't Jiang Yin say she was going to teach An Ruoxi a lesson? Why did An Ruoxi look completely unscathed? Just as she was thinking, something wet suddenly stuck to her, and Chu kicked out in fright. What the hell is that? Jiang Yin, who was kicked and fell to the ground, covered her butt and groaned, Chu, it's me. And Chu focused her eyes and indeed saw Jiang Yin. She looked at Jiang Yin, who was soaked, and exclaimed, Jiang Yin, what happened to you? Jiang Yin glared at An Ruoxi's back with resentment and reluctantly whispered, I was set up by that bitch An Ruoxi. Chu, that bitch is really powerful, like a ghost, appearing and disappearing without a trace. And Chu found it a bit disdainful that Jiang Yin was starting to talk nonsense. It was probably because she was incapable herself and was counterattacked by An Ruoxi, leading her to concoct such ridiculous excuses about An Ruoxi being a ghost. She even said she would help her vent her anger, but ended up making herself look so pathetic. She coldly said, Stop talking nonsense. The engagement banquet has started. But Jiang Yin anxiously said, Chu, that bitch An Ruoxi took my photos, You must help me get them back. Pei Tianxi, who was sitting next to Chu Chu, looked over upon hearing the commotion. He was surprised to see Jiang Yin. Why are you soaking wet? And Chu Chu gave Jiang Yin a look, signaling her not to talk recklessly. Today, because of the fall, she had already upset Pei Tianxi, and she couldn't leave a bad impression on him again. She whispered to Jiang Yin, let's talk later. Jiang Yin had no choice but to give up. She sat there, drenched and uncomfortable, but she didn't dare to leave. An Ruoxi had taken her photos. She had to get them back. On stage, Zhou Heng and Su Zihan had already taken their places. Su Zihan wore a blissful smile. After today, she would become the future granddaughter-in-law of the Zhou family. The Su family was just a small, noble family in the capital. Marrying into the conglomerate was a significant leap in class. Soon, she wouldn't have to rely on Chu Chu anymore, but could stand on equal footing with her. Thinking of this, she looked at the playboy Zhou Heng beside her and felt much more pleased. At this moment, the host happily said, in this joyous moment, let us take a look back at the sweet moments of young Master Zhou and Miss Su. Please watch the big screen. This segment was not originally part of the engagement banquet. It was specifically requested by Su Zihan. She wanted everyone to witness her happiness and envy her. Just as she was thinking, the background of the big screen changed, and a video began to play. A series of ambiguous gasps echoed throughout the banquet hall. Young Master Zhou, be gentle, you're hurting me. You little vixen. Isn't this how you like it? Chapter 37, a good show. Su Zihan heard the voice and turned around in horror. She stared incredulously at the big screen, momentarily forgetting to react. Zhou Heng panicked and shouted, turn it off, turn it off. But no matter how the staff tried to operate it, the big screen wouldn't turn off. And the video continued. After a series of ambiguous gasps, the dialogue rang out again. Young Master Zhou, do you like me or do you like Su Zihan? You're so flirtatious, of course I like you. Then why are you marrying Su Zihan and not me? Marrying her is my grandfather's wish. Don't worry, in my heart. You are the main one, and she is just a concubine, not even worthy of warming my bed. Young Master Zhou, you're so bad. The bad one is you. Stealing your best friend's fiancé. Doesn't young Master Zhou like it? I love it. Jiang Yin sat below the stage, watching the video play. Her face instantly turned pale. Trembling, the guests present were all shocked. Unexpectedly, such an erotic video was something we could watch for free. Who would have thought that the second Miss Jiang would be so shameless, seducing her best friend's fiancé? It must be said that from a man's perspective, the second Miss Jiang was indeed a bit more flirtatious and tempting than the eldest Miss Su. Indeed, scumbags prefer the flirtatious and cheap. TSK, beware of fire, theft. And best friends, the ancients were not wrong. What a pair of plastic sisters. Next up should be the big drama scene, right? I weakly ask, will this engagement party still go on? The video can't be turned off, looping on the big screen. The guests present are watching with great interest. Su Zihan finally reacted, angrily rushing up to scratch Zhou Heng's face. Scumbag, how could you cheat on me with Jiang Yin behind my back? Zhou Heng was flustered at this moment. Causing such a big scene, his grandfather definitely wouldn't let him off. He hurriedly explained, it's not my fault. Jiang Yin seduced me. I just made a mistake that any man could make. Su Zihan cried out, you're not a good person either. If you didn't want it, how could she climb into your bed? Zhou Heng shouted, it really was Jiang Yin who seduced me. Don't believe me? Ask Chu Chu. She was there at the bar. She saw Jiang Yin seducing me and then left with me. And Chu Chu, feeling the fire was now on her, hurriedly distanced herself. Zhou Xiao, you can eat recklessly, but you can't talk nonsense. Be careful, I sue you for defamation. Zuhang Viplit Faisali. So you all want to push the problem onto me, huh? I have video evidence. And Chu Chu panicked upon hearing this. I don't know what you mean. At the bar, Jiang Yin did try to seduce Zhou Heng, and she was indeed present. However, both Su Zihan and Jiang Yin were sycophants. She didn't want to offend either, so she just turned a blind eye. Who could have predicted such a thing would happen? Upon hearing this, Su Zihan instantly collapsed. She rushed off the stage and ran to Jiang Yin and Chu Chu, grabbing their hair on either side. I'll fight you both. It's all your fault. This engagement party has been ruined. Jiang Yin, you shameless person. I open my heart to you, and you actually seduced my fiancé. Are you even human? After scolding Jiang Yin, she turned to scold Chu Chu. And Chu Chu, You hypocritical bitch. I went against An Ruoxi for you, willingly being your dog. And in the end, how did you repay me? You actually condoned Jiang Yin seducing my fiancée. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Su Zihan, perhaps due to being overly excited, was bursting with fighting spirit. And Chu and Jiang Yin didn't even fight back. Jiang Yin, furious and embarrassed, shouted, Su Zihan, what are you going crazy for? It's your own lack of skill. What does it have to do with me? If it weren't for you using pregnancy to get ahead, Zhou Xiao wouldn't even marry you. The hostess of this engagement party was originally me, and Chu felt her scalp was about to be torn off, uncontrollably screaming, Su Zihan, what are you going crazy about? Let go of me. Old Master Zhou, watching the chaotic scene, was so angry he almost stumbled and fell. He glared at the security personnel. Why aren't you pulling them apart? The security personnel, realizing the situation too late, hurriedly stepped in to separate them. However, all three were young ladies from wealthy families, so their actions couldn't be too rough. For a moment, they couldn't pull them apart, and Chu's scalp was really in unbearable pain. She angrily lifted her foot and kicked Su Zihan hard in the stomach. Bitch, let go of me. Su Zihan was kicked to the point of bending over, her face pale as she released her grip. She clutched her stomach, in pain on the ground. My stomach hurts so much. My baby. And Chu, you kill my baby? The onlookers were somewhat sighing at this scene. And Chu was too ruthless. Knowing she was pregnant, she still kicked her. The baby probably couldn't be saved. Can this be considered murder? Should she go to jail? They were supposed to be friends. It's really laughable. How can you expect someone who can fake sing to fool millions of fans to have good character? Today was truly eye-opening. Who knew the daughters of wealthy families played so wildly? If I have a daughter in the future, if she dares to act like this, I will definitely beat her to death. What a disgrace. Don't generalize. Not everyone from the family is like this. Look at An Ruoxi. She wouldn't do such a thing. So, like attracts like, I see none of these three rich girls are good people. It seems they're all done for now. And Chu looked at the blood flowing down Su Zihan's leg and panicked instantly. She looked around for Pei Tianqi, but saw him leaving the banquet hall. She hurriedly chased after him. Tianqi, go, wait for me. Jiang Yin saw her running away and followed suit. Old Master Zhou had someone take Su Zihan to the hospital. After the person was carried away, he apologetically addressed the guests. I'm truly sorry today. You've all witnessed a joke. The engagement party is hereby canceled. Everyone can disperse. Old Master Zhou is usually a decent person. Everyone respects him. So not many laughed at the Zhou family, and they all left. Once most had left, he slapped Zhou Hang across the face. You fool. I'll settle this with you later. Zhou Hang knew he was wrong and covered his face, not daring to speak. Old Master Zhou then apologetically said to An Ruoxi, Shishi, I didn't entertain you well today. Let me have someone take you home. An Ruoxi looked at Old Master Zhou's tired face, feeling a bit guilty. If it weren't for her causing trouble, this engagement party could have gone off without a hitch. She asked with concern, Grandpa Zhou, are you all right? Old Master Zhou smiled. What big storms have I not seen? This little matter won't take me down. Hearing this, An Ruoxi felt a bit more comfortable. Zhou Hang, as a descendant of the Zhou family, had his own shortcomings. And helping Old Master Zhou see his true colors was also a reminder for him. She nodded. Then I'll head back first. Sitting nearby, Xiao Yuan saw the show come to an end and also stood up. Zhou Han was the happiest after watching this drama. After his mother died, the Liu family brought Zhou Hang into the Zhou family through marriage. Although this illegitimate child didn't pose a threat to Zhou Han's position as the heir, he often made things difficult for him in the Zhou family. Today, seeing Zhou Hang's engagement party turn into such a joke, Zhou Han felt greatly relieved. He smiled at Xiao Yuan. Brother Yuan, you knew there would be a good show before you came. Did you arrange this today? You're truly my god. Xiao Yuan twirled the ring on his finger, looking at An Ruoxi with interest. This small matter. Do I need to intervene? Zhou Han thought about it. Then who did this? Xiao Yuan ignored him and walked straight out of the banquet hall. Zhou Han came back to his senses and hurriedly said, Brother Yuan, I'll see you out. The two exited the banquet hall one after the other, not noticing a pair of eyes in a dark corner of the hall, glaring enviously at Xiao Yuan's back. After Xiao Yuan left, it was time to act. Chapter 38. Being pursued after leaving the banquet hall. An Ruoxi took the car keys handed over by the valet. Just as she was about to get in the car, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped beside her. The window slowly rolled down, revealing Xiao Yuan's face, which looked like a masterpiece from heaven. "Get in the car." And Ruoxi shook her car keys, but Xiao Yuan raised his dark eyes slightly, his gaze chilling. And Ruoxi immediately smiled and changed her words. "But I would rather go home with Mr. Xiao." Xiao Yuan's expression relaxed. It seemed she had some sense. And Ruoxi tossed the car keys to the mercenary who had followed her and quickly got into Xiao Yuan's car. The car slowly drove away. Xiao Yuan lounged in the leather seat, his ties slightly loosened, his long legs casually crossed. The neon lights outside the window swept across his chiseled face, his eyes deep as ink, exuding a cold aura. And Ruoxi took the initiative to speak. When Grandpa Zhou introduced us, I said it was our first meeting. I was afraid it might trouble Mr. Xiao." Xiao Yuan glanced at her with his narrow eyes. Mocking. "So you were actually thinking of me?" And Ruoxi seriously flattered him. "Of course, Mr. Xiao. You possess wealth that rivals nations and a divine appearance. A man like you, resembling a god, deserves a woman who is equally exceptional, like a celestial being. As for me, I'm just a fallen heiress, an orphan with no one to rely on. I fear that if others find out we know each other, they will think wildly and say you lack discernment." Xiao Yuan scoffed lightly. "Do you think I care?" "I do care." And Ruoxi looked at him, her eyes sparkling. "I wouldn't allow anyone to slander Mr. Xiao behind his back." This statement was so sincere that even she believed it. Habit is truly a terrifying thing. Xiao Yuan gazed steadily into her clear, innocent eyes, feeling as if something had knocked against his heart, a tingling sensation. Damn, he was drawn to her again, this slick-tongued little thing. Suddenly, he leaned down, slowly getting closer to An Ruoxi, his gaze wickedly hot, his voice irresistibly seductive. "An Ruoxi, anyone who dares to speak ill of me behind my back, I will cut out their tongue. You don't need to worry about that. And from now on, you are not allowed to call yourself an orphan. I, Xiao Yuan, will be your greatest support from now on." And Ruoxi was pressed tightly against the seat by Xiao Yuan. He leaned in very close, his tall figure overshadowing her. The air was filled with his domineering and cold aura. Suddenly, she felt her breath catch, her face slightly flushed. After losing the protection of her parents and brother, she had walked alone for a long time. Sometimes, when she was too exhausted to go on, she really wanted someone to rely on. But just now, someone said they would be her support. Although she no longer needed it, she felt a little touched, seeing her dazed and silent. Xiao Yuan reached out his long finger and flicked her forehead. "Remember?" And Ruoxi could only shrink back, mechanically nodding. Xiao Yuan chuckled softly and sat up straight. And Ruoxi finally regained her breath. The car lights cut through the thick night like a knife. Xiao Yuan's expression was no longer as tense as before. He casually asked, "Did you enjoy the party tonight?" And Ruoxi looked at him warily. "What do you mean by that?" Xiao Yuan glanced at her nonchalantly, raising an eyebrow. "Are you still pretending with me at this time? Don't tell me that the scandalous video at the engagement party has nothing to do with you." A chill rose within An Ruoxi, and she said with a half-smile, "Is Mr. Xiao planning to expose me?" Seeing her flustered expression, Xiao Yuan found it inexplicably amusing. He slowly turned the ring on his finger and said, "I don't care about others' lives, but don't lie to me, understand?" And Ruoxi thought to herself that she had already lied many times. She suppressed her coldness, propping her hand against the car window, and joked, "What will happen if I lie to you?" Xiao Yuan tilted his head to look at her, under the dim atmosphere lights. His handsome face exuded a bloodthirsty cruelty. "You can try. Just don't know if you can bear the consequences." And Ruoxi lost her smile, lowered her hand from the window, crossed her arms, and ignored him. What a madman. The car sped toward Victoria Peak in the night. The interior of the car fell into silence, and Ruoxi inadvertently glanced at the rearview mirror of the driver's seat, her expression suddenly becoming serious. "Mr. Xiao, drive faster." Xiao Yuan spoke, almost simultaneously with her. It seemed he had noticed too. Someone was following them. And it wasn't just one car. The newcomers did not come with good intentions. The driver received the order, gradually pressing down on the accelerator. The powerful pushback sensation made one feel the car's immense power. The tailing vehicles seemed to realize they had been discovered and instantly became frantic. Through the rearview mirror, An Ruoxi saw several heads sticking out of the back windows. Her gaze sharpened. The other party was preparing to open fire. Just as she thought this, a series of gunshots rang out, bullets hitting the car body. But the car showed no signs of damage. Bulletproof. But it couldn't defend against a rocket launcher. Just as she was thinking, she saw a rocket launcher stick out from the back window of the following car. Damn, it couldn't be that sinister. Xiao Yuan noticed it too. He said sternly to the driver, "Drive into the woods." And Ruoxi couldn't help but admire Xiao Yuan's calmness. Once the car entered the woods, the other party wouldn't dare use the rocket launcher. The smoke from the fire would attract unnecessary trouble. Moreover, the cover of the trees would reduce the lethality of the rocket launcher. However, they faced another problem. The car couldn't speed through the woods. They might be ambushed and shot full holes. After a jolt, the car successfully entered the forest. Xiao Yuan then said, "Stop." And Ruoxi looked at him in confusion. "What do you want to do?" The car was bulletproof. They could maneuver inside and wait for reinforcements, increasing their chances of survival. Xiao Yuan pulled out a gun from the compartment of the back seat, loading it fluidly. He said seriously to An Ruoxi, "Stay in the car and don't come out." After saying that, he opened the car door and went out. And Ruoxi stared blankly as his figure quickly disappeared into the woods. Was he planning to draw away the pursuers? Chapter 39. Damn, is this a ghost? Xiao Yuan and the driver both got out of the car, creating the illusion that the car was empty. Soon, An Ruoxi saw more than a dozen mercenaries in camouflage, armed with AK-47s, rushing over. They didn't even glance at the car and directly ran into the woods. And Ruoxi watched this scene coldly, frowning. There were only two people, Xiao Yuan and the driver, armed with handguns. This configuration would be very difficult to deal with against a dozen fully armed mercenaries. To save or not to save? And Ruoxi felt a flicker of anxiety in her heart. If Xiao Yuan died in the woods tonight, she could leave Victoria Peak and wouldn't have to deal with him anymore. But recalling how resolutely Xiao Yuan had gotten out of the car just now, she wavered. If she hadn't been in the car today, Xiao Yuan wouldn't have abandoned it to draw away the pursuers. Also, aside from his strong desire for control, he had been quite good to her. He had allowed her to return to the life of a wealthy young lady, gave her a car, and provided her with money. Thinking of this, a series of dense gunshots echoed through the woods. And Ruoxi gritted her teeth, making up her mind. She was still wearing the evening gown from the party, making it inconvenient to move. Fortunately, Xiao Yuan's coat was draped over the armrest of the back seat. She forcefully tore the gown at the waist, exposing the safety shorts underneath. Then she put on Xiao Yuan's suit jacket, buttoning it up entirely, instantly resembling a suit dress. And Ruoxi no longer hesitated, opened the car door, and ran barefoot into the woods. She moved extremely fast, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In the woods, a dozen mercenaries were rapidly changing positions. Voices occasionally came through the walkie-talkies they wore. "I see Xiao Yuan. Yes, at the south, 8 o'clock position. Rat-a-tat-tat. I see Xiao Yuan too. Yes, at the west, 11 o'clock position. Hurry for reinforcements. Boss, Xiao Yuan is too cunning. We've already lost several brothers. We need to think of a way. Yeah, boss, if we drag this out any longer, his reinforcements will arrive. After a series of screams, the walkie-talkie fell silent. The leader of this group of mercenaries, hearing the sounds of his brothers being killed from the walkie-talkie, angrily slammed his fist against a nearby tree. He shouted fiercely, "Bring out the rocket launcher." "I don't believe he can outrun a rocket launcher." One subordinate asked in confusion, "Boss, if we use the rocket launcher, we'll quickly expose our position, and Xiao Yuan's people will come over soon." The boss replied harshly, "Is there any other way? Xiao Yuan is a vicious wolf. If we continue to play these games, I'm afraid we won't even kill him before all our men are wiped out." Hearing this, the subordinate quickly said, "Okay, I'll prepare right away." The mercenary leader commanded the others to continue searching deeper into the forest. At that moment, a strange scream suddenly came from a walkie-talkie. "What the hell, is that a ghost? Is this even human? Why is it moving so fast? Damn it, could it be a ghost?" Two more screams came from the walkie-talkie, and then it went silent. Hearing those tragic cries, the mercenary leader's hair stood on end. Damn it. There can't be any unclean things in the woods, right? The two mercenaries following him were a bit timid. Boss, I feel like this forest is really eerie. We might not complete the mission tonight. Should we withdraw? The mercenary leader, upon hearing this, punched him in the face and said fiercely, I've never been a coward in my life, and if we go back now, that commission will be gone. That's 500 million. Can you bear to lose that? Hearing such a large sum of money, his subordinate immediately regained some confidence. He picked up his handgun and said with a fierce expression, I want to see what unclean thing it is, to see if it's faster than my bullets. I heard you were looking for me. Just as the mercenary's voice fell, a soft voice sounded above him. The three people present stared in shock as a shadow descended from the sky. Before they could react, the mercenary who had just spoken fell to the ground. Then the shadow disappeared, and they didn't even have time to shoot. The mercenary leader, feeling a chill, stepped forward to check the body of the fallen mercenary. He saw that the man's temple was oddly caved in, blood flowing from all 7 orifices. He had been killed with a single punch. Is this something a human would do? The mercenary leader finally realized the seriousness of the situation and shouted into the walkie-talkie. Withdraw. Everyone retreat. Want to run? Too late. That sweet yet chilling voice rang out again above the mercenary leader. Having learned from the previous experience, he quickly dodged to the side. Now he could see clearly. This was no ghost. It was clearly a woman. A very beautiful woman. Damn it, I'll kill you. He raised his machine gun and was about to spray bullets. An Ruoxi smiled and lightly landed on the ground from the tree. Her fair toes barely touched the ground, and she jumped up. Before the mercenary leader could pull the trigger, she kicked him right in the face at lightning speed. The mercenary leader, who was tall and weighed over 200 pounds, was sent flying by her kick, crashing into the remaining mercenary. The mercenary leader fell to the ground, bleeding from all 7 orifices, motionless. The mercenary pinned beneath him stared in horror as his boss was killed with a single move. That was his boss, who could take on hundreds and kill with ease. One kick had taken his life. Is this still human? He screamed, spare me. Please spare me. And Ruoxi stepped forward, slightly bending down to look into his terrified eyes, her pure and clean face carrying a bloodthirsty smile. A family should be together. I'll send you to reunite with your boss. With that, she swung her fist and delivered a fatal blow. The mercenary's head tilted, and he died, blood flowing from his 7 orifices. At that moment, a rapid set of footsteps approached from behind. It was the mercenary who had gone to prepare the rocket launcher. And Ruoxi had excellent hearing and had already sensed the sound from a distance. Only one left, and she didn't want to climb up into the trees to hide anymore. She drew a sharp blade she had confiscated from the mercenary, waiting for the person to appear. 10-9, and Ruoxi stood in place, twirling the blade in her hand like a playful child, a bloodthirsty and playful smile on her lips. But soon, she heard another set of footsteps. She frowned. It was Xiao Yuan. Should she reveal her identity in front of him? She fell into a dilemma. Just as she was thinking, the mercenary carrying the rocket launcher appeared in her line of sight. Be careful, and Ruoxi hadn't decided whether to strike yet. Xiao Yuan rushed over and shielded her behind him. His tall frame almost enveloped her completely. A gunshot rang out. The mercenary with the rocket launcher hadn't even had time to fire before Xiao Yuan shot him in the head. And Ruoxi was wrapped in Xiao Yuan's embrace. She caught a whiff of his cold, slightly tobacco-scented aura and felt a momentary daze. Although she didn't need it, he had saved her once. She loosened her grip, and the blade fell to the ground, her face pressed against Xiao Yuan's chest in a pitiful manner. Mr. Xiao, I'm so scared. Chapter 40. The shameless harlot Xiao Yuan looked down at the little figure trembling in his embrace, a complex look flashing in his eyes. He released An Ruoxi and frowned. Didn't I tell you to hide in the car? And Ruoxi blinked her clear, innocent eyes at him. It was too dark in there, and I was scared alone. Xiao Yuan's narrow eyes deeply scrutinized her, and he said nothing. And Ruoxi's heart sank. He couldn't have discovered anything, could he? If he knew how violent she was, would he want to kill her to eliminate future threats? Should she strike first? Fortunately, Xiao Yuan's gaze soon fell on her bare feet. His deep eyes darkened, and his voice carried displeasure. Why did you get out of the car barefoot? What if you get hurt? And Ruoxi rubbed her pale feet awkwardly on the ground and said softly, high heels are hard to walk in. Xiao Yuan said no more. He picked An Ruoxi up horizontally. Let's go home. This was the first time An Ruoxi had been carried like this by a man, and her body tensed up unusually. But soon, she adjusted into a comfortable position, settling into Xiao Yuan's embrace. Although her combat ability was strong, using such explosive strength each time consumed a lot of energy and stamina. Being carried without having to walk was incredibly comfortable. Xiao Yuan carried An Ruoxi towards the main road outside the woods. Just then, a hurried set of footsteps approached from outside. Soon, Li Feng appeared with a group of armed mercenaries. Seeing them, Li Feng hurriedly stepped forward. Mr. Xiao, are you okay? Xiao Yuan's eyes were cold as he shook his head. Li Feng's gaze fell on An Ruoxi in Xiao Yuan's arms. What happened to Missin? Is she hurt? Xiao Yuan glanced down at her. Her pale little face showed signs of lingering fear. He smiled slightly. It's nothing, just a bit scared. Li Feng nodded in relief. He smiled and said, Mr. Xiao, you're amazing. I rushed over as fast as I could, but you managed to take them all down by yourself. Impressive. And Ruoxi's body tensed slightly upon hearing this. Xiao Yuan's deep gaze swept over her as he said, We'll talk about it when we get back. Jiang family. With a loud slap, Jiang father harshly hit Jiang Yin. His face was red with anger as he pointed at Jiang Yin and scolded. How did I raise such a shameless daughter? Jiang Yin fell onto the sofa from the blow, and Jiang mother looked at her with pity. Honey, you can't hit our daughter even if you're angry. What if you ruin her face? How will she get married in the future? Jiang father angrily retorted. She did something so disgraceful that now the entire capital's elite knows about it. Who would dare to want her? A harlot who seduced her friend's fiancé? If I had known she was like this, I would never have sent Jiang Ning to the mental hospital. Jiang Ning was his daughter with his ex-wife. After his ex-wife died, he brought Jiang Yin and her mother back to the Jiang family. Jiang Ning disliked Jiang Yin very much and often clashed with her. He had seen Jiang Yin cry after being bullied by Jiang Ning several times. To protect Jiang Yin, he had made the tough decision to send Jiang Ning to a mental hospital. Now that he thought about it, if he hadn't sent Jiang Ning away, at least he would have had another daughter to use as a bargaining chip for marriage. Jiang Yin was instantly furious when she heard her father mention Jiang Ning. She covered her face, stood up from the sofa, and screamed hysterically, Do you think I want to seduce that rotten cucumber Zhou Hang? Didn't you say that the Jiang family's business is getting worse and worse, and that I should find a way to cling to someone from the consortium? Maybe that could help the Jiang family at a critical moment. I would sell my body just to pave the way for the Jiang family. Now I've been framed. My disgrace is exposed, and you still bring up Jiang Ning's good side. You should know that when Jiang Ning was drugged and sent to the mental hospital, the medication was personally administered by you. You. Jiang father raised his hand in anger, about to hit Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin, fuming, leaned forward and said, Go ahead. You might as well kill me. Then bring back your daughter who has gone completely insane. I want to see which wealthy family in the capital would still want that lunatic. Seeing the father and daughter arguing like this, Jiang mother quickly stepped in to mediate. She pulled Jiang Yin to sit back on the sofa and said with a pained expression to Jiang father, Dear, now that things have come to this, hitting Yin won't help. The key is what we should do next. Jiang father sat on the sofa with a face full of anger, saying, Do you think I want to hit her? This incident has blown up so much. Her reputation is ruined. What remedy is there? Jiang mother cried out. Then what should we do? We can't let our daughter's life be ruined like this. Can't we think of other ways? Jiang father looked at Jiang Yin angrily and said, That's all her own doing, not knowing how to love herself. Can we blame others? Hearing her father's words, Jiang Yin felt a wave of disappointment. If she had known he was unreliable and incompetent, the Jiang family would eventually perish under his management. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to such lengths to find support, even swallowing her pride for that rotten cucumber Zhou Hang. She crossed her arms, sat coldly on the sofa, and said, You don't need to worry about this. I've already thought of a remedy. Jiang mother, hearing this, quickly wiped the tears from her face and asked, What method do you have? Jiang Yin revealed a proud smile, saying, This year's World Fashion Design Competition is being held in the capital. As long as I can win the championship, I can become a world-renowned fashion design master. At that time, Not only will the Jiang family's company be saved, but my status will also rise. And I won't have to worry about not being able to get married. Jiang mother felt a bit relieved at her words. This is indeed a solution. Although Jiang Yan's stealing her best friend's fiancé was disgraceful, such dirty deeds happen often in wealthy families. If Jiang Yan could win a world championship, this scandal would be overshadowed by her glory. However, Jiang father scoffed, pouring cold water on her. Although your fashion design skills are quite good, that's the world championship. Do you think it's that easy to win? A cold glint flashed in Jiang Yan's eyes. I naturally have my own way. Jiang mother, hearing this, happily hugged Jiang Yan, saying, Good. My daughter is promising, much better than that weak and useless Jiang Ning. Jiang father's expression softened considerably, and he snorted, saying, You better follow through. A cold light flashed in Jiang Yan's eyes. She would definitely accomplish this. She had to. Chapter 41 Mr. Xiao likes you on Taiping Mountain. The lights were bright. Xiao Yuan held An Ruoxi, stepping into the living room with the night enveloping them. Chen Qingqing was dozing on the sofa. She was a bit worried that An Ruoxi hadn't returned this late. Hearing the hurried footsteps, she instantly woke up and rushed to the door. Seeing An Ruoxi curled up in Xiao Yuan's arms, wearing his oversized coat, with bloodstains all over her feet, she exclaimed, What happened? An Ruoxi smiled and reassured her, I'm fine. Xiao Yuan's face was frosty as he coldly said, Call Wei Xian over. Chen Qingqing quickly replied, Okay. Xiao Yuan carried An Ruoxi into the elevator and went upstairs to his bedroom. He placed An Ruoxi on the sofa and went to the bathroom. Shortly after, he came out with a wet towel. Kneeling beside the sofa, he picked up An Ruoxi's snow-white foot, intending to wipe off the dirt. An Ruoxi felt a bit uncomfortable and pulled her foot back, saying, I'll do it myself. Don't move. Xiao Yuan's long fingers gripped her ankle, tilting his narrow eyes to look at her. The head of a Xiao group personally wiping her feet. This honor is yours alone. An Ruoxi mumbled. You don't have to wipe them. I'm not disabled. Xiao Yuan's expression darkened slightly, his cold gaze piercing her. Unappreciative. An Ruoxi immediately shut her mouth and sat quietly without moving, giving him some face for just now trying to save her. Just as Xiao Yuan finished wiping the dirt off An Ruoxi's foot, Chen Qingqing came in with Wei Xian. He tossed the dirty towel to Chen Qingqing and told Wei Xian, Check her foot to see if there's any damage to the tendons or bones. Also, use the best medicine, no scars. Wei Xian glanced at An Ruoxi's foot. Based on his years of experience, it was just some superficial injuries. Why was President Xiao more anxious than when he got cut last time? He set down his medical kit, crouched down, and prepared to examine An Ruoxi's injury. Just as he reached out to take a closer look at her foot, Xiao Yuan called out, Wait. Wei Xian looked up in confusion. Xiao Yuan furrowed his brow and kicked him with the side of his foot. Step aside, don't touch her, I'll handle it. After saying that, he crouched down beside An Ruoxi's foot. Wei Xian quickly moved aside. Xiao Yuan held An Ruoxi's foot and asked, What do you want to see? Wei Xian replied, Turn it over and rotate it. Xiao Yuan obediently flipped An Ruoxi's foot from the top to the sole, then gripped her ankle to turn it. Wei Xian asked An Ruoxi, Miss, and does it hurt? An Ruoxi felt this scene was oddly amusing. She tried hard to stifle her laughter and shook her head. Wei Xian stood up and smiled. It's nothing serious, just some superficial injuries. Just apply some medicine. Xiao Yuan stood up and looked down at An Ruoxi, asking, Is there anywhere else that feels uncomfortable? An Ruoxi thought Xiao Yuan was overreacting, but she still cooperatively said no. Wei Xian took out a tube of ointment and a roll of gauze from the medical kit, saying, Change the medicine once a day and wrap it up with gauze. It'll be fine in a few days. Chen Qingqing reached out to take it, but Xiao Yuan was one step ahead and took it, saying, You can leave now. Wei Xian gave him a resentful look. Just used and tossed. So heartless. But he respectfully said, Okay, I'll leave now. Xiao Yuan crouched down on one knee and applied medicine to An Ruoxi's foot. Chen Qingqing, being perceptive, quietly exited. An Ruoxi supported herself on the sofa, watching Xiao Yuan dip his fingers in the ointment, gently and meticulously applying it to the wounds on her feet. And a surge of inexplicable emotions rose in her heart. Aside from her parents and brother, Xiao Yuan was the first person to care for her like this. Even though she only had a few superficial injuries, he looked very anxious. This person seems not as bad as people say outside. After applying the medicine, Xiao Yuan wrapped An Ruoxi's feet in gauze. He sensed the gaze on him from above, and a wicked smile curled at the corners of his lips. He looked up at An Ruoxi. Are you moved? An Ruoxi was caught off guard. Their eyes met. Xiao Yuan's dark eyes reflected her figure. As a reward, how about giving me a kiss? An Ruoxi felt her face suddenly heat up. She pulled her foot back and said irritably, Mr. Xiao, I'm tired and need to rest. Xiao Yuan looked at the faint blush on her flawless face, reminiscent of two peach blossoms on pristine white snow. Incredibly beautiful. He tapped the back of his teeth with his tongue. This little thing is really hard to chase. He leaned down and picked up An Ruoxi. An Ruoxi was still immersed in the embarrassment from just now and nervously asked, What do you want to do? Hearing her words, Xiao Yuan laughed wildly. Of course. I want to do it. You. An Ruoxi was furious and embarrassed. Xiao Yuan stopped teasing her. The little thing is going to show its claws. He tightly held onto An Ruoxi's restless legs and said, Don't move. I'll take you back to your room. Are you planning to sleep with me tonight? Upon hearing this, An Ruoxi stopped moving. This person is becoming increasingly improper. Xiao Yuan carried An Ruoxi out of the room. Chun Qingqing was diligently waiting for her at the door. He carried An Ruoxi back to her room, placed her on the bed, and said to Chun Qingqing, Take good care of Missin. After saying that, he left the room. An Ruoxi couldn't help but roll her eyes at his back. Chun Qingqing poured a cup of warm water for An Ruoxi and said, Missin, would you like some water? An Ruoxi was indeed a bit thirsty. She smiled and took the cup, saying, Thank you. Chun Qingqing sat down by her bed and happily said, Missin, are you going to become the mistress of Taiping Mountain? An Ruoxi was puzzled and asked, Why do you say that? Chun Qingqing said seriously, Mr. Xiao really likes you. Don't you plan to be with him? An Ruoxi was so surprised that she sprayed water out. Chun Qingqing quickly handed her several tissues. An Ruoxi wiped the water off her mouth and said, Who told you he likes me? Chun Qingqing's eyes sparkled with hearts. I can see it. Missin, don't you think the scene just now where Mr. Xiao applied medicine to you is very much like someone in a position of power bending down for love, sacrificing everything for just one person? And Ruoxi laughed and poked her forehead with her finger. You've watched too many boss novels. Chun Qingqing touched her forehead. But Mr. Xiao really treats you differently. And Ruoxi thought to herself, of course it's different. She is his life-saving blood bag at a crucial moment. How could he not treat her well? But it was hard to explain this to Chun Qingqing, this naive girl. She smiled and said, If you obsess over everything, it'll only harm you. Chun Qingqing shook her finger and laughed. No, obsessing over everything will only keep me balanced nutritionally. In short, I support you and Mr. Xiao. And Ruoxi couldn't reason with her. She lay down under the covers and said, I want to sleep now. You should rest too. Chun Qingqing stood up with a smile. Missin, good night, sweet dreams. After saying that, she left the room. And Ruoxi took a sleeping pill from the bedside table, swallowed it, and slowly closed her eyes. Chapter 42. An Ruoxi is a killing machine. After Xiao Yuan left An Ruoxi's room, he did not return to the master bedroom, but turned and went to the study. Shortly after, Li Feng knocked on the study door. Xiao Yuan leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window, the crimson tip of his cigarette flickering in the dim light. He stared out at the thick night, lost in thought. The pale blue smoke blurred his outline, but could not hide his sharp and cold brows. Mr. Xiao, Li Feng respectfully stepped forward. Xiao Yuan did not turn around. He took a deep breath of smoke and lazily exhaled a circle of smoke. How's the investigation? Li Feng reported. There are a total of 18 corpses, all well-trained mercenaries, with no markings, and we can't find any identity information. Xiao Yuan's dark eyes deepened, and he coldly asked, How did they all die? Li Feng's gaze flickered as he said, Out of the 18 corpses, 8 died from gunshot wounds, which should have been caused by you, Mr. Xiao. The other 10. He paused, seemingly considering how to phrase it. The other 10 corpses died from severe external impact, and each was fatal, with their skulls caved in and blood flowing from all 7 orifices. If there were only you, the driver, and Missin at the scene, then these 10 people might have been killed by Missin. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan finally moved. He stood up straight and walked toward the desk, his handsome brows showing no expression. He extinguished the cigarette but in the ashtray and took out another cigarette from the pack. With a snap, the lighter produced a pale blue flame. Xiao Yuan tilted his head slightly, lit the cigarette, took a deep drag, exhaled smoke, and then spoke again. Could an ordinary person do this? Li Feng frowned and shook his head. Those 18 mercenaries were very fit. Even a 200-pound fat person couldn't deliver a fatal blow causing such horrific external injuries. Xiao Yuan raised his narrow eyes to look at him. Under what circumstances would a person have such terrifying combat power? Li Feng thought for a moment and said, I heard that the assassin organization in Kangming's injects a certain drug to train assassins. This drug can redevelop a person's brain and infinitely enhance their physical abilities. However, injecting this drug causes unbearable pain, and some people might not even survive the initial phase and die. Therefore, the assassins who endure it are very powerful. But I heard that in the past year, this drug has been classified as a controlled substance in Kangming's and is no longer in use. Xiao Yuan's hand holding the cigarette trembled slightly. His dark eyes were as deep as ink. Are you suggesting that An Ruoxi was injected with this drug? Li Feng nodded. It's possible. Otherwise, such terrifying combat power is inexplicable. He said worriedly, Mr. Xiao, Missin's like a killing machine, extremely dangerous. You can't keep her by your side anymore. Xiao Yuan said nothing. He took a puff of smoke, slowly exhaling it as he walked toward the floor-to-ceiling window. The night was as thick as spilled ink. A few streetlights in the garden became fireflies drowning in the ink, struggling weakly. Li Feng, in the dark night. Xiao Yuan's deep voice carried a hint of pain. How much torment and suffering do you think a delicate young lady like her has endured to become like this? Li Feng was stunned. Is Mr. Xiao feeling sorry for Missin? Isn't it the time to be concerned? Missin is very dangerous. Keeping her close is like having a time bomb. He advised, Mr. Xiao, your status is special. Many people covet your wealth and position. What if one day Missin becomes too dangerous? Xiao Yuan paused for a long time before saying, let's talk about it when the time comes. But Li Feng wanted to say something else. Enough. Xiao Yuan interrupted. Don't let An Ruoxi know that you investigated those mercenaries. Li Feng didn't expect the ruthless and bloodthirsty Mr. Xiao to be so love-struck, disregarding his own safety. As a servant, he could only say, I understand, Mr. Xiao. Also, about the mastermind behind tonight's assassination. Xiao Yuan immediately changed his expression, his eyes filled with a sinister ferocity. I know who it is. Help me take care of something. Li Feng was taken aback, and after hearing Xiao Yuan's instructions, he respectfully said, I'll take care of it right away. The next day, early morning, outside the family gate, the media reporters were crowded. Su Zihan's mother, along with relatives and friends from the Su family, blocked the entrance to the family, crying and wailing. Everyone come and see. It's the eldest daughter of the family, and Chu. On the day of my daughter's engagement banquet, she kicked her so hard that she miscarried, causing my daughter to be broken off the engagement. Now she is still in a coma in the hospital. And Chu ran away on the spot, not caring about my daughter, refusing to take responsibility. Just because your family is wealthy, you can do whatever you want? Just because your family is wealthy, you can disregard others' lives? Please, all media reporters, you must seek justice for us. And Chu, come out. I want you to apologize to my daughter. I want you to pay for my deceased grandson. Upstairs, and Chu was still asleep. After returning from the Zhou family's engagement banquet last night, she had called Pei Qianxi all night, but he did not return her calls. She was so angry that she couldn't sleep all night and finally fell asleep in the early morning. Hearing the noise outside, she irritably covered her head with the blanket. It's so noisy. Bang, bang, bang. Just as she finished cursing, there was a thunderous knocking at the door. Miss, hurry up and get up. The master is calling you downstairs. And Chu angrily threw off the blanket and got out of bed. She forcefully opened the door. Knock, knock, knock. Someone's dead in the house, knocking so urgently. The servant shrank back after being scolded by her and hurriedly said, Miss, the Su family, along with the media, is outside demanding an apology from you. The master asked me to call you down. What? And Chu instantly lost all drowsiness. She came downstairs with her messy hair and haggard face, only to see Shangxing pacing back and forth in the living room. his hands behind his back, clearly furious. Zhao Qingji stood beside the sofa, also looking worried. When she saw An Chu come down, Zhao Qingji quickly said, Chu, you're up? And Shangxing glared at her, his finger trembling in anger as he scolded. Look at the good job you've done. And Chu retorted defiantly. What does it have to do with me? Su Zihan's fiancé cheated on her himself, and she wrongly blamed me, even pulling my hair and hitting me. I just kicked her out of anger. Who told her she was so useless that she actually had miscarriage? Upon hearing this, and Shangxing yelled, Now, they come to our door. What do you say we should do? And Chu shrugged indifferently. The Su family is making a fuss at our door just to get money, right? Just give them some money to send them off. Give them money? And Shangxing retorted angrily. The Su family wants you to pay for their deceased grandson's life. What? And Chu panicked upon hearing that they wanted a life for a life. Dad, what should we do now? Chapter 43. The infamily is blackmailed outside the infamily. The Su family was still causing a scene. Media reporters were eagerly preparing to break the big story. At that moment, a group of bodyguards in black ran out. A man dressed as a steward approached Su's mother and said with a smile, Mrs. Su, our master has invited you to come inside for a detailed discussion. Mrs. Su looked at the tall and strong bodyguards and shouted, There's nothing to talk about here. Don't think you can bully us just because the infamily is big. The steward politely smiled and said, Mrs. Su, you brought so many relatives and reporters with you. What else can the infamily do? Our master doesn't make a big deal out of this. So please do us the courtesy of coming inside to discuss. Mrs. Su thought for a moment and told her relatives from the Su family who had come with her, Let us go. It's broad daylight. I don't believe the infamily will dare to do anything outrageous. Hearing this made sense. Mrs. Su lifted her chin and told the steward, Fine, I'll go in with you. The two of them entered the infamily's living room one after the other. And Shangxing and Zhao Qingji were in the living room, while An Chu had gone upstairs. After Mrs. Su entered, she didn't bother greeting anyone and arrogantly sat down on the sofa, infuriating An Shangxing and Zhao Qingji. And Shangxing sat down with a cold face. Speak. What exactly is your purpose? Mrs. Su, with a bold personality, was not easy to deal with. She sneered. The infamily is one of the 6 major financial groups. And you don't even offer a cup of tea when guests arrive. Is this how you treat guests? Zhao Qingji couldn't stand this humiliation and angrily stood up. Don't take advantage of us. Mrs. Su was not afraid. She brushed her hair back and said, If you don't want to talk, I'll just leave. You. Zhao Qingji was speechless with anger. And Shangxing pulled Zhao Qingji back, giving her a look. Zhao Qingji had no choice but to sit back down on the sofa, fuming. And Shangxing nodded at the steward. Soon, a servant brought in tea and some pastries. And Shangxing maintained a stern face and said, Mrs. Su, state your conditions. Mrs. Su picked up her teacup, took a sip, and said with full composure, I've already said outside, I want An Chu to apologize to my daughter. And I want her to pay for my grandson's life. Pay for a life? Zhao Qingji couldn't help but sneer in anger. How do you expect that? Your grandson was just an embryo. You want my daughter to pay for a life? What a joke. Shut up. And Shangxing angrily interrupted Zhao Qingji. You don't understand anything and are here causing trouble. He looked sternly at Mrs. Su. Mrs. Su, let's speak plainly. You know that paying for a life is not very likely, but given that this has happened, we are willing to offer some compensation to the Su family. Mrs. Su's lips curled slightly. She put down the teacup and said leisurely, Mr. and straightforward. Since you say that, we want 500 million in compensation. 500 million. And Shangxing was now completely furious. He stood up angrily. You're asking for a lioness share. Mrs. Su, hearing this, slammed the table and stood up. Asking for 500 million is already giving the infamily face. If it weren't for your daughter causing my grandson's death, my daughter would have been able to marry into the Zhou family. Do you know how much benefit this would bring to our Su family? Just 500 million is nothing compared to our losses. And Shangxing shouted angrily, Although my daughter is at fault, your daughter started it last night. She was just defending herself. If this goes to court, our infamily won't have to pay a single cent. Mrs. Su became furious upon hearing this. She grabbed the teacup beside her and smashed it on the ground. All right, so the infamily doesn't plan to take responsibility? In that case, we have nothing to lose. Anyway, my daughter's chance to marry into the financial group is gone. So let us see who can outplay whom. A glint of coldness flashed in Shangxing's eyes. Do you think your Su family can shake our family? As soon as he finished speaking, two burly bodyguards stepped forward. As long as Shangxing gave the order, they would control Mrs. Su. But Mrs. Su showed no signs of fear. Instead, she calmly sat down. I'm here today, fully prepared for the worst. But I can guarantee that if a single hair on my head is harmed, our Su family will immediately hold a press conference to accuse An Ruoxi of her crimes. Also, I've heard that your family wants to marry into the Pei family. What do you think will happen if we make a scene at the Pei family? Would they still want a spoiled girl like your daughter, who pretends to sing and intentionally injures others with a bad reputation? And Shangxing clenches fists, his eyes blazing with anger. Are you threatening me? Mrs. Su coldly snorted. I'm just fighting for my daughter's rightful claims. If possible, I'd rather my daughter marry into the Zhou family healthy and happy, rather than being kicked and having a miscarriage and then being called off. Do you know that the doctor said my daughter is seriously injured and it will be very difficult for her to get pregnant in the future? Your daughter didn't just kick away a child. She kicked away my daughter's happiness for a lifetime. Mr. An, you can kill me today, but our Su family has plenty of people. There are dozens outside. Can you openly kill all of us from the Su family? And Shangxing fell silent upon hearing this. Mrs. Su seemed to have come prepared. She accurately pinpointed the An family's weak spot. If this matter escalated, the An family's stock price would definitely plummet, and An Ruoxi's engagement with the Pei family would surely fall through. If it really came to that, the An family could lose tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions. In comparison, 500 million was indeed not much. Seeing An Shangxing wavering, Mrs. Su continued, Mr. An, as long as the compensation from the Su family is adequate, I guarantee this matter will be put to rest. And An Ruoxi will still be the clean and pure young lady of the An family. If you don't believe it, I have an agreement here that you can take a look at. After saying this, she took out a document from her bag. And Shangxing looked at the clearly organized document, his forehead veins bulging in anger. It was written in such detail in such a short time, with the responsibilities clearly divided. She was deliberately trying to blackmail the An family. Zhao Qingji couldn't bear it anymore and stepped forward to grab An Shangxing. Master, you can't agree to her. And Shangxing had nowhere to vent his anger and slapped her face. I assent it all because you raised such a good daughter. After saying this, he turned to Mrs. Su. I agree to your proposal. I'll contact a lawyer to reach out to the Su family in a few days. Mrs. Su stood up and said, My patience is limited. If I don't see a lawyer by tomorrow at the latest, I will immediately go to the Pei family. And Shangxing gritted his teeth. Fine. Mrs. Su received a satisfactory response and didn't say anything further, turning to leave the An family. And Ruoxi rushed down from upstairs, anxiously saying to An Shangxing, Dad, how can you give the Su family so much money? That cheap woman Su Zihan doesn't deserve it. And Shangxing was furious and slapped her face. Fool, if you cause this kind of trouble again, next time, let's see if I will still take care of you. Also, if you don't manage to pacify Pei Tianqi, I will act as if I don't have you as a daughter. And Ruoxi covered her face, looking at An Shangxing in disbelief. This was the first time An Shangxing had hit her since she was born. She cried as she ran upstairs, burying herself in the blanket and sobbing. After crying for a while, she took out her phone and sent a message to Pei Tianqi. Tianqi, I feel so uncomfortable. But the message seemed to sink into the sea with no response at all. Mrs. Su came out of the An family and dispersed the media reporters and other members of the Su family. These people were all hired by her to act. And once they got paid, they left obediently. She got into the car, but didn't start the engine immediately. Instead, she took out her phone and made a call, smiling ingratiatingly. Thanks to your guidance. And Shangxing was able to agree to the 500 million compensation. You didn't see how red-faced and furious An Shangxing was. He even hit his wife. It was truly satisfying. Don't worry, I know how to handle this, and I will definitely keep it a secret. The 50 million I promised you, I will keep my word and transfer it to you once I receive the money. Chapter 44, As long as you speak. I can clear all obstacles for you. Taiping Mountain. An Ruoxi woke up early in the morning. After expending quite a bit of energy last night, she felt refreshed after a good sleep. She washed up and was about to go downstairs for breakfast. As soon as she opened the door, she bumped straight into Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan wrapped his arms around her slender waist, grinning mischievously. "Are you throwing yourself at me so early in the morning?" An Ruoxi quickly broke free from his embrace, straightened her body, and said irritably, "What about you? Sneaking around outside my room so early, what are you up to?" Xiao Yuan leaned slightly, resting one hand on the doorframe, enveloping An Ruoxi under him, his elongated eyes glimmering with amusement. "Guess what I want to do?" An Ruoxi didn't want to understand, but as soon as she heard it, images flashed in her mind. Her face flushed slightly as she pushed Xiao Yuan away, saying, "Get off, I'm going to eat breakfast." She turned to leave. Xiao Yuan grabbed her wrist, saying, "Take your medicine first, then eat." An Ruoxi shook off his hand. "I'm not that delicate. My food is already fine." Xiao Yuan's smile faded, and he said seriously, "An Ruoxi, I don't care what kind of life you live the last 4 years, but now that you are mine, your future life is up to me. So, don't make me say it a third time, take your medicine." After saying that, he walked directly into An Ruoxi's room. An Ruoxi listened to his words, feeling a mix of emotions. It felt like someone who had been accustomed to a life of luxury had suddenly been brought back to a life of hardship for 4 years. Then one day, someone presented them with luxury again, but she had already gotten used to the bitter life. However, after hesitating for a moment, she still followed Xiao Yuan into the room. An Ruoxi sat on the sofa. Xiao Yuan opened the medicine box, lifted her leg, and placed it on his thigh. An Ruoxi resisted and moved slightly. But upon meeting Xiao Yuan's cold gaze, she froze. Forget it, let him be. Otherwise, she wouldn't know when she could have breakfast. Xiao Yuan gently unwrapped the bandage on her foot. An Ruoxi's foot was beautiful, with a slender ankle, a graceful arch, skin as smooth as jade, and toes round like pearls, resembling exquisitely carved jade. Unfortunately, several scab wounds crisscrossed her foot and sole, like a piece of jade with flaws. For some reason, Xiao Yuan looked a bit angry. It was as if a delicate flower he carefully nurtured had been harmed and damaged. Thinking of this, he applied the medicine while saying, "I'll handle everything. Don't do anything dangerous in the future." And Ruoxi found this a bit amusing. The thing she planned to do in the future would be far more dangerous than last night. She teased, "So, what extent can Mr. Xiao go to for me?" Xiao Yuan paused his actions of applying medicine. He turned to look at An Ruoxi, his dark eyes deep as the sea. "An Ruoxi, as long as you speak, I can clear all obstacles for you." And Ruoxi looked at Xiao Yuan, momentarily stunned. But soon, she averted her gaze, slightly lowering her head. "Thank you, Mr. Xiao, but I don't need it." Her blood feud. She wanted to avenge herself. Unless she personally sent those people to hell, the living could not let it go, and the dead could not rest in peace. Xiao Yuan scoffed self-deprecatingly. "Stupid girl, does she even know what she just refused?" In a fit of pique, he jabbed a cotton swab hard against the uninjured part of her foot, and Ruoxi gasped in pain. "Be gentle, that hurts." Xiao Yuan gritted his teeth and glared at her. "Let it hurt you to death." And Ruoxi pulled her foot back. "You're insane. What are you acting crazy for?" Xiao Yuan insisted on carrying An Ruoxi downstairs for breakfast. And Ruoxi had already gotten used to his domineering ways and let him be. However, the housekeeper noticed something was off. One who had a good relationship with Wu Ma ran over to report, "Wu Ma, when is your distant niece coming? I saw Mr. Xiao come out of Miss N's room this morning and carry her downstairs for breakfast. They looked so sweet together." Wu Ma was eating breakfast in her small kitchen when she slapped her chopsticks down upon hearing this. "It's only been a few days, and that little hussy An Ruoxi has already succeeded?" She hurriedly took out her phone and called, "Jing Jing, have you returned from your trip abroad?" "Aunt, I'll be back tomorrow." Wu Ma quickly said, "That's good. How have you considered what I talked to you about?" "Aunt, such a good opportunity cannot be taken by others. Don't worry, as long as I use some means, Xiao Yuan will definitely fall into my hands. And then I'll help you get rid of that woman who dares to disrespect you." Wu Ma smiled with her eyes squinting. Okay. I'm counting on you for a prosperous future." After hanging up, Wu Ma sat down to enjoy her breakfast again. She said calmly, "Don't worry. An Ruoxi won't be staying for long." Meanwhile, An Ruoxi finished breakfast and Xiao Yuan carried her back to her room before heading out to the company. As soon as he left, Xiao Lu called her. Boss, according to your method, and Shangxing indeed agreed to compensate the Su family with 500 million. An Ruoxi was not surprised by this outcome at all, and Shangxing was used to weighing pros and cons. And the An family was not as prosperous as it was during my father's time. To stabilize those old guys in the consortium, he had to be cautious and avoid mistakes. Therefore, as long as it didn't exceed his capacity, he would definitely agree. Xiao Lu happily said, "You're still the boss. We'll net 5 million from this deal. Plus, it has infuriated those dogs in the An family. But are you planning to let Chu go just like that?" A ruthless glint passed through An Ruoxi's beautiful eyes. "I have a major hold over An Chu. Let her bounce around for a while. When the right opportunity comes, I'll make sure she can never turn back." Just then, An Ruoxi's phone beeped with another incoming call. She said, "Xia Ying is calling. You continue to monitor the An family. Transfer the 5 million directly to Dr. Jean when it arrives." After saying that, she answered Xia Ying's call. Xia Ying's voice came through the receiver, still as charming as ever. "Miss, what on earth did you do?" This morning the store received a lot of calls. Many wealthy ladies are booking appointments to come see the clothes. And Ruoxi smiled. The banquet at the Zhou family last night gave the store a wave of advertisement. Xia Ying exclaimed happily, "As expected of my young lady, you're amazing. Our store's performance this month is sure to double." And Ruoxi laughed, "Then I'll wait to count the money." Xia Ying said, "There's another opportunity to make money. Do you want it?" "Yes." And Ruoxi agreed without thinking. "What opportunity?" Xia Ying said, "The World Fashion Design Competition is about to be held in the capital, and they want to invite you, the youngest world champion and master of cloud weaving, as a special guest to present awards to the winners, with a reward of 3 million. And Ruoxi smiled. "There's no reason not to pick up money that's delivered to your door. I must go." Chapter 45. Are you trying to act cute and asking for a hug? The president's office of the Xiao Corporation is located on the top floor of the building. Xiao Yuan stood tall and straight, his expression cold, holding a cup of black coffee as he stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window was the skyline of the entire capital city. From his vantage point, it seemed as if the entire city was under his gaze. Su Yizhe entered the office with a thick stack of documents. "President Xiao." Xiao Yuan turned around and sat down at the large black mahogany desk. Su Yizhe handed the documents to him, his face showing delight. "President Xiao, this is the quarterly financial report. Our net profit has increased by 30 compared to last quarter." Xiao Yuan put down his coffee cup, lazily settled into his executive chair, and casually flipped through the documents. "How's the negotiation with the 4 ports along the Pacific coast?" Su Yizhe respectfully replied, "They want to raise the price by 20. But we haven't agreed yet and are still in talks." Xiao Yuan curled his lips and snorted coldly. 80% of those ports are in our hands. Tell them I'll give them 3 days. If they don't sell, they can wait to die." Su Yizhe nodded. "Understood." After finishing, he continued, "The land we took from the Xie Corporation in the south has completed all the approval procedures. When do we start construction?" Xiao Yuan lazily closed the file in his hand and tossed it on the desk. "You don't need to ask me about such trivial matters. You decide." Su Yizhe nodded. "All right, also." He was about to report more work when Xiao Yuan's phone on the desk rang. Xiao Yuan picked it up, frowned slightly. He waved his hand at Su Yizhe. Su Yizhe picked up the documents and left, conveniently closing the office door behind him. Xiao Yuan leaned back in his chair and answered the call. The old man's robust voice immediately came through. "You brat. Your brother Xiao, he has been missing for several days, and his phone is unreachable. Did you capture him?" Xiao Yuan twirled a pen in his right hand, casually replying, "I killed him." His calm tone sounded as if he were commenting on the weather. There was a moment of silence on the other end, as if the old man didn't expect him to say such a thing. Then he erupted in rage. "You brat. He is your biological brother." A cold glint flashed in Xiao Yuan's eyes as he suddenly broke the pen in his hand. He curved his lips into a cold arc. "Just a bastard. He doesn't deserve it." The old man was so furious he was gasping for breath. "Xiao Yuan, is there really no one you care about in this world?" "No." Xiao Yuan blurted out, then frowned in confusion, not saying anything more. The old man, not receiving his answer, shouted, You come back to the old house right now. If you don't return, I'll hang myself at the gate of Taiping Mountain. After that, he hung up the phone directly. Xiao Yuan listened to the busy tone on the phone, his brows slightly furrowed, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. He turned his phone in his hand and sent a message to An Ruoxi. Come with me to the old house. I need to coax someone. An Ruoxi replied quickly. Mr. Xiao, did you forget? My foot is injured and I can't walk. Xiao Yuan ground his teeth. The reward is 5 million. An Ruoxi immediately sent a cheerful emoji. Mr. Xiao, I just tried and my foot can walk now. How amazing. Xiao Yuan's lips curled slightly. Little money grubber. You wait at home. I'll send someone to pick you up. An Ruoxi. I'll drive over myself. Xiao Yuan. Be obedient. Wait patiently. An Ruoxi acted cute. Okay then. After sending the message, An Ruoxi put away her phone and thought for a moment. The generous money from the sugar daddy was 5 million. She had to perform well to ensure more opportunities to make money next time. With that in mind, she picked up her phone and made a call. Prepare some things for me. At the Xiao family's old house. When An Ruoxi arrived, Xiao Yuan was already there. From a distance, she saw him leaning against a silver-gray Koenigsegg sports car, his tall figure appearing lazy and casual, with a burning cigarette held between his long fingers. The breeze brushed through his hair, and the smoke lingered around his handsome face, accentuating his features, which became even more deep and charming. An Ruoxi was momentarily mesmerized, unable to help but swallow. It must be said that this guy's looks were a bit excessive. When Xiao Yuan heard the sound of the car, he lifted his elongated eyes to look over. An Ruoxi came back to her senses and got out of the car. Xiao Yuan exhaled the last puff of smoke and dropped the cigarette, but on the ground, extinguishing it. In the same spot, there were already several cigarette butts. He stood up straight, his expression slightly displeased. With your speed, even a snail would call you senior. An Ruoxi wanted to roll her eyes, but was afraid he would see. It wasn't her fault he insisted on having someone pick her up, otherwise she wouldn't have wasted so much time. She tried to maintain a good temper. I hurt my foot, so it's inconvenient to move. Xiao Yuan glanced at her foot. Are you trying to act cute and asking for a hug? After saying that, he leaned down. An Ruoxi quickly dodged, agile as lightning. I didn't act cute. No need, I can walk by myself. After saying that, she hurriedly walked forward. Xiao Yuan smiled slightly, extending his long arm to grab the back of her collar. This way. An Ruoxi spun around in his hold, nearly crashing into his arms. She glared at Xiao Yuan fiercely. Just because he was tall didn't mean he was impressive. Xiao Yuan released her, slightly leaning forward to scrutinize her with his elongated eyes. Did you just glare at me? An Ruoxi clenched her fists, feeling an urge to hit someone. But thinking of the 5 million that hadn't arrived yet, she immediately relaxed her fists, cupping her face with her hands in a flower shape. You are my sugar daddy. I love you so much. How could I glare at you? Xiao Yuan was clearly pleased with this response, the corners of his mouth lifting. He turned and walked towards the entrance of the old house. Keep up. An Ruoxi rolled her eyes, beckoning the driver who was helping her carry things to follow along. The Xiao family's old house had a history of over 100 years, with 2 pairs of stone lions wearing copper rings at the entrance. After entering, they passed through a garden with a waterside pavilion and arrived at the main hall. An Ruoxi followed closely behind Xiao Yuan. Just as Xiao Yuan stepped through the door, a cup was thrown at him. Brat. Upon hearing the sound of breaking porcelain, An Ruoxi quickly dodged aside, not wanting to become an innocent bystander. Xiao Yuan's lazy voice came through, with such vigor in your scolding. It seems you can live another 20 years. 20 years? The old man shouted angrily. If you keep making me angry, I want to live even 2 years. Kneel down. I won't kneel. As Xiao Yuan spoke, he walked over to sit on the sofa. The old man was so furious that his fingers trembled. Are you planning to make me die from anger today? Xiao Yuan glanced at him with indifference. The Xiao Corporation has risen to the top of the 6 major corporations under my leadership. Even if you went to meet your ancestors right now, you have the glory. You. The old man clutched his chest in anger. How did our Xiao family produce such an unfilial descendant like you? Xiao Yuan's expression was cold, his gaze sharp. It's too late to regret now. If anyone in the Xiao family makes me uncomfortable, my cheap brother Xiao, you will be their fate. And Ruoxi outside the door shook her head. She had seen people who were infuriating, but she had never seen anyone this infuriating. Is this even human talk? She heard that the old man was over 70. She hoped he wouldn't get so angry that something bad happened. Wouldn't she get her money then? An Ruoxi felt she couldn't wait any longer. She snatched the box from the driver's hands and rushed in. Old Master Xiao, please calm down. Chapter 46. I'm about to be charmed to death by her. Old Master Xiao, leaning on a cane, covered his chest, sitting on a single sofa with a face ashen with anger. Behind him stood a woman in her 40s, gently stroking his back to help him calm down. However, her eyes were filled with panic, and her expression was somewhat pale, likely frightened by Xiao Yuan. When she saw An Ruoxi suddenly rush in, old Master Zhao's expression softened a bit. Who is this little girl? An Ruoxi glanced at Xiao Yuan's indifferent demeanor and smiled sweetly. I am Mr. Zhao's assistant. When you're out, your identity is given by yourself. Xiao Yuan shot her a glance with his narrow eyes. Little liar. Old Master Xiao was a bit surprised. He was well aware of his grandson's character. When did he hire such a beautiful and likable assistant? But his anger wouldn't diminish just because there were outsiders present. He glared at Xiao Yuan and said, with a boss like this, I advise you to resign early, otherwise you won't know when your life might be in danger. Hearing this, Xiao Yuan frowned. Can't he at least keep some face in front of outsiders? However, An Ruoxi stepped forward with a smile. Old Master, Mr. Xiao is very nice. The old man snorted lightly. Don't say things you don't mean just because you're scared of him. I don't see anything good about him. Old Master, how could I dare to deceive you? An Ruoxi said as she raised her fingers to count Xiao Yuan's merits. Mr. Xiao is good-looking, graceful, exceptionally capable, generous, and considerate of his employees. He is a really nice person. Xiao Yuan looked deeply at An Ruoxi, unable to help but smile slightly. It turns out that he is so good in her eyes. No wonder she always tries to entice him. But old Master Xiao looked confused. Is he really talking about his grandson? Why does it feel like they are worlds apart? He maintained a stern face and was about to scold Xiao Yuan again, when suddenly, a delightful aroma of food wafted through the air. He instantly seemed enchanted, his nostrils flaring. What delicious food is that? It smells so good. And Ruoxi quickly lifted the food box in her hand and smiled. This is the new dish from Tianwan Royal Feast that Mr. Xiao packed for you. Dragon Emperor Night Pearl and fresh from the clouds. Upon hearing this, old Master Xiao immediately stood up excitedly from the sofa, his appetite awakened. Tianwan Royal Feast has new dishes? Hurry, open it for me to try. And Ruoxi smiled as she placed the food box on a coffee table in the living room, carefully taking out 2 dishes. As the behind-the-scenes owner of Tianwan Royal Feast, she knew the regular customers very well. One of the regulars was old Master Xiao. He almost had to visit Tianwan Royal Feast every so often to try new dishes. This time, since there were 2 new dishes, she thought to pack them to please the old man. At this moment, old Master Zhao's eyes were filled with food, and he forgot all about being angry and wanting to throw things. He eagerly took the chopsticks and Ruoxi handed him, quickly picking up a piece and putting it into his mouth, instantly grinning and swaying his head, looking completely entranced. Fresh, tender, fragrant, perfectly cooked, it melted in his mouth. This skill is simply amazing. Seizing the moment, An Ruoxi said, Mr. Xiao knows he made you angry, so he specially instructed me to pack this to apologize. Old Master, can you please not be mad at him? Old Master Xiao took another piece of food, licking his lips in delight. He glanced sideways at Xiao Yuan and coldly snorted. You're lucky, kid, to have a conscience. But his expression had clearly lost its anger. Seeing that he had calmed down, An Ruoxi turned around and raised her eyebrows with a smile at Xiao Yuan. She took out her phone and sent a message to Xiao Yuan. Daddy Investor, since I performed so well, can I get a raise? Xiao Yuan sat elegantly on the sofa with his legs crossed. Seeing An Ruoxi's message, the corners of his lips lifted and his long fingers quickly typed a reply. Sure. And Ruoxi sent a happy spinning emoji. Thank you, Daddy Investor. You're really my dad. Xiao Yuan's eyes were filled with amusement as he lowered his gaze and moved his fingers. 5 more yuan. And Ruoxi's smile instantly vanished. She angrily turned around and quickly gave Xiao Yuan the middle finger before turning back. Xiao Yuan sat leisurely on the sofa, his narrow eyes fixed on her back with a strong sense of possessiveness. Damn, She was about to drive him crazy. The way she flipped him off was super cute. And family. And Chu-Chu was curled up in Zhao Qingji's arms, crying. Mom, I sent Tianqi a message all day, and he didn't reply. He didn't answer the phone either. Does he hate me? Zhao Qingji felt heartbroken seeing her daughter cry. After all, he is a movie star. Maybe he is filming and didn't see it. Don't think too much about it. And Chu-Chu shook her head while crying. No, he used to reply no matter how busy he was. He must think I embarrassed him at the banquet of the Zhou family, and doesn't he want to talk to me anymore? Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingji became a bit anxious, and Shangxing was counting on Chu-Chu to marry into the Pei family. And if Pei Tianqi disliked Chu-Chu, and Shangxing would definitely be angry. She said, how about we find a way to investigate his schedule and go look for him directly? And Chu-Chu cried. That won't work. He must be feeling conflicted inside. If I go find him now, it will only annoy him more. Zhao Qingji thought for a moment. It seems that to win back his heart, you need to rebuild your image in his mind. And Chu-Chu raised her swollen red eyes to look at her. Mom, do you have any ideas? Zhao Qingji smiled and said, I have a plan. After that, she shared her thoughts with Chu-Chu. Upon hearing it, and Chu-Chu's face lit up with visible joy. It really was a good plan. After she finished speaking, her expression darkened again. She pulled Zhao Qingji and said, Mom, I always feel that this incident is somehow related to An Ruoxi. Every time she shows up, nothing good happens. Didn't Dad say he would deal with her? Why hasn't there been any action yet? Zhao Qingji lovingly patted her head. Don't worry. Your dad hired a hitman from Kangming's house for extra caution, and he is on his way. And Chu-Chu grasped her clothes tightly, her eyes filled with malice. When a hitman arrives, tell them not to let An Ruoxi die too comfortably. I want her to suffer. Chapter 47. This little girl is not ordinary. She can tame his grandson. Xiao family old residence. Dining room. The crystal chandelier sparkled brilliantly, and the over 3-meter-long marble dining table was set with silver tableware and a sumptuous dinner. However, the only ones eating were old Master Xiao Yuan, and Ruoxi, and the woman in her 40s, Wang Wanjun. And Ruoxi learned during the conversation between old Master Xiao and Wang Wanjun that she was Xiao Yuan's father's former mistress and had given birth to an illegitimate child. Shortly after Xiao Yuan's father passed away, Wang Wanjun came to the door, and the old man decided to take her and the child in. Wang Wanjun seemed to be very afraid of Xiao Yuan, while she spoke normally to the old man. Her demeanor changed to one of caution and trepidation whenever Xiao Yuan was present. Old Master Xiao ate the dishes An Ruoxi brought, having only a light porridge for dinner. When they had eaten enough, he put down his chopsticks and said, You two should stay at the old residence tonight. Xiao Yuan put down his knife and fork and elegantly wiped his mouth with a napkin. No, I'm not used to staying here. Old Master Zhao's face immediately darkened upon hearing this. He slammed the table heavily. I might just die from anger at any moment. You usually don't come home. And now you want to even stay with this old man for one night? Xiao Yuan's cold eyes glanced at Wang Wanjun. Isn't there's still an illegitimate child and a little mistress to keep you company? My return will only add to your troubles. You. Old Master Zhao's face turned red with anger. And Ruoxi noticed that the old man was quite upset and thought that, after all, he was a big client of Tianwan Royal Feast. If he were to get so angry that he passed away on the spot, Tianwan Royal Feast would suffer a significant loss. She eagerly looked at Xiao Yuan and said, Mr. Xiao, just stay for one night. I have never stayed in such a large residence before. Let this be a small wish of mine fulfilled. After saying that, she joined her hands together in a pleading gesture. Xiao Yuan's narrow eyes held a hint of exploration. Is she dissatisfied with the main house on Victoria Peak being too small? But looking at her eager eyes and cute expressions, he couldn't help but feel a bit reluctant. He lowered his gaze, turned the ring on his hand, and said softly, All right, as you wish. Upon hearing this, both the old man and Wang Wanjun were taken aback. The old man looked at Xiao Yuan as if he were a monster. Is this really his grandson who is always stubborn, never backs down, and is unfilial? He has never spoken so effectively before. He immediately looked at An Ruoxi with new eyes. This little girl is not ordinary since she can tame his grandson. The old man smiled at An Ruoxi. Little girl, come take a walk with Grandpa. An Ruoxi glanced at Xiao Yuan and happily replied, Okay. Xiao Yuan stood up with an indifferent expression. I'll go too. The old man shot him a stern look. Just seeing you makes me angry. Don't meddle. After saying this, his face instantly softened when he looked at An Ruoxi, smiling kindly. Let's go. An Ruoxi smiled and followed him out of the living room. Xiao Yuan watched their departing figures with displeasure and went upstairs. The moon was bright and the stars few. The garden was filled with the fragrant scent of flowers and grass. An Ruoxi took a deep breath and felt her chest clear. It had been a long time since she had such a pleasant moment. The old man spoke first. He gently asked, Little girl, I still don't know your name. An Ruoxi smiled broadly. My name is An Ruoxi. In? The old man was slightly surprised. What is your relationship with the In group? An Ruoxi's smile faded, and a hint of bitterness crept to her lips. And Sheng Nan is my father. A flicker of surprise flashed in the old man's eyes. He paused, then sighed. And Sheng Nan is indeed a rare person with both ability and vision. What a pity. Tears welled in An Ruoxi's eyes, but she steadied her voice. Yes. My dad is very good. The old man probably knew about the in-family situation and didn't want to mention her sorrowful matters again. He smiled and said, The 2 dishes from today were arranged by you, right? It has nothing to do with that brat. An Ruoxi replied, Truthfully, I fetched the dishes. But the money was paid by Mr. Xiao. Since he received 5 million from Xiao Yuan, she had to do her job well. The old man nodded. I was wondering how that brat could be so considerate. It's a miracle he didn't drive me crazy. After that, he added, the Tianhuan Royal Banquet is a members-only establishment with a very high threshold, and takeout is not allowed. How did you manage to buy dishes from there and take them out? And Ruoxi smiled slightly. Grandpa, I won't hide it from you. I am a behind-the-scenes owner of the Tianhuan Royal Banquet. The old man was filled with surprise upon hearing this. You little girl are actually the behind-the-scenes owner? I went there when it opened. Zhang Jingyan said all the dishes were personally developed and overseen by the owner. I was curious about how many good things the owner must have eaten to create those dishes and wanted to meet the owner several times, but Zhang Jingyan always refused. I never expected that the person I was so eager to meet would turn out to be you. And Ruoxi humbly smiled. You flatter me. The old man's gaze toward Ruoxi was full of approval and admiration. I speak the truth. At such a young age, you can run such a good establishment. You are excellent. And Ruoxi replied, Grandpa, you built the Xiao group from scratch. My achievements are nothing compared to yours. The old man looked at An Ruoxi with a look of satisfaction. The young girl seemed not very old, but her demeanor exuded the elegance of a lady. And she was neither humble nor arrogant, not proud nor impatient, modest and polite, yet clever and endearing. The more he looked, the more he liked her. He chuckled and said, Come on, let's go to the study. I'll show you something good. Upon hearing this, An Ruoxi's heart leaped with joy. Could it be that her flattery had struck a chord with the old man, and he was preparing to give her a gift as a greeting? Things from the Xiao family could definitely be sold for a good amount. This way, wouldn't there be more funding for Dr. Jin's research? Thinking of this, she joyfully linked her arm with the old man's. Okay. Chapter 48. Everyone's split personality, and Ruoxi followed the old man to the study. The old man invited her to sit on the sofa, then turned and walked to the large safe against the wall. And Ruoxi looked at the huge safe, her heart racing with excitement. There must be a lot of good things inside. She wondered what the old man was planning to give her. She tried hard to maintain a calm expression, not wanting to appear too excited. With a click, the old man entered the password and opened the safe. From An Ruoxi's angle, she could see several brocade boxes inside. They looked like valuable items. The old man rummaged around and took something out, then closed the safe. And Ruoxi quickly sat up straight, waiting for the old man to approach. The old man sat down beside the sofa and smiled as he handed her the item in his hand. And Ruoxi looked at the object that resembled an album and was momentarily taken aback. It didn't seem very valuable. She looked at the old man in confusion. The old man kindly smiled. Open it and take a look. And Ruoxi tentatively flipped open a page and was immediately dazzled. This was a photo album of Xiao Yuan's childhood? The old man nodded with a smile. Yes. And Ruoxi flipped through a few pages with interest. But the more she looked, the more she felt something was off. How could Xiao Yuan be so different as a child compared to now? The little Xiao Yuan in the album smiled brightly in almost every photo, like a warm little sun. But the current Xiao Yuan was gloomy, cold, bloodthirsty, and ruthless, hardly resembling the child he once was. The old man sighed upon hearing An Ruoxi's words. You find it strange too, right? How could such a warm and cheerful child change like this? An Ruoxi realized that the good thing he mentioned was this album. Was he preparing to reveal the secret behind Xiao Yuan's personality change to her? No, she didn't want to know and wasn't interested. She only wanted to know if there were any gift to take. But she didn't want to dampen the old man's spirits. So she had to respond perfunctorily. Many children change their personalities after going through certain things. Just like her, who was once a precious princess, living a life of luxury, with a naive and carefree personality. But after encountering a sudden change, she fell into the mud and suffered greatly. To survive, she even slept in pigsties and ate rats. Her hands stained with blood. Now, for revenge, she is full of schemes, hiding in the darkest corners, no longer resembling the pampered young lady she once was. The old man gazed into the void, as if remembering some painful past. A look of pain crossed his face, but this child has changed too much. And Ruoxi followed up. So did something very bad happen to him when he was a child? The old man glanced at An Ruoxi, seemingly weighing his next words. He paused before saying, It said outside that Xiao Yuan killed his father and mother at the age of 8. You must have heard of this. And Ruoxi nodded. Is there some misunderstanding in this? Last time Xiao Yuan was injured and had a fever, he was calling for his mother, sounding like he was very attached to her. He couldn't have done such a thing. The old man's expression shifted slightly, suddenly becoming serious. There is no misunderstanding. He indeed killed his parents. And Ruoxi was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. At 8 years old, he really killed his own parents? Is this something a person would do? But if that person is Xiao Yuan, it seems to make sense. But he was clearly so cheerful when he was young. The old man looked at An Ruoxi's shocked expression and hurriedly said, Actually, it's not entirely his fault. When he was 6 years old, the Xiao family encountered a major crisis. His father was in a bad mood, often drinking excessively and committing domestic violence. Every time he returned home after drinking, he would beat him and his mother severely. When he was 7, his mother could no longer endure it and got involved with the heir of the CF family, insisting on divorcing his father. However, his father refused, and whenever his mother mentioned divorce, he would become even more violent, beating both of them. By the time he was 8, the conflict between his parents had deepened. Several times, I received calls from the servants, and when I rushed over, the house was always in disarray, sometimes even with traces of blood. His parents were nowhere to be found, and only Xiao Yuan was left, hiding in a corner, trembling and covered in injuries. Finally, on a stormy night, I received a call from Xiao Yuan at 4 in the morning. The child's voice was unusually calm as he said, Grandpa, I killed my parents. I was terrified and hurried over. When I entered the house, it was filled with blood, especially in the bathroom, where blood was everywhere, and there was a terrible smell. But I didn't see the bodies of his parents. Xiao Yuan stood behind me and said, I dissolved my parents and flushed them down the toilet. I will never forget the expression on his face at that moment, calm yet filled with bloodthirsty excitement, like a demon. And Ruoxi was already beyond shocked upon hearing this. At 8 years old, he not only killed his parents, but also dismembered them and flushed the pieces away. She suddenly felt every hair on her body stand on end. Although she had blood on her hands, she had never done something like this. The old man continued. At that time, Xiao Yuan changed. His personality became fierce and brutal, cold and heartless, disregarding everyone and every life. I took him to see a doctor, and the doctor said he might be suffering from emotional disorders, and the old man seemed hesitant to continue. And Ruoxi widened her eyes and tentatively suggested, Dissociative identity disorder? The old man looked at her and nodded. The doctor said that the long-term violence and mental torment led him to develop another personality, which is why he became so different and committed those brutal acts. Back then, I paid a heavy price to keep him safe, seeking out famous doctors, but his illness was never cured. Moreover, the doctor said Xiao Yuan was like a drowning person. If he wasn't pulled out of the abyss in time, allowing him to continue his brutal behavior could very well backfire, costing him his own life. The Xiao family is small and thin, so to let him feel some warmth of family affection, I brought back 2 illegitimate sons and Wang Wanjun to the Xiao family. I thought it would help his condition, but unexpectedly it backfired. Xiao Yi coveted Xiao Yuan's position of power and even sent assassins to the Night Song Club to kill him. When Xiao Yuan found out it was him, he killed him directly, and Ruoxi pieced everything together. The 6 assassins who died in the box during her first encounter with Xiao Yuan were sent by Xiao Yi. The old man was so angry with Xiao Yuan today because he had killed his own brother. The old man probably thought Xiao Yuan's illness was beyond cure, which is why he was so angry. Seeing An Ruoxi silent, the old man looked at her with a pleading expression. Today, I originally planned to give up on Xiao Yuan completely, but seeing how he treats you, I have rekindled a glimmer of hope. Perhaps you could be the one to pull him out of the abyss. In the guest room of the old house, Xiao Yuan stood by the window, a cigarette between his fingers. The night seeped in from outside, and his entire body seemed to merge into the darkness. Just then his phone rang. The caller ID showed Li Feng. Xiao Yuan took a puff of his cigarette and answered the call. Li Feng's respectful voice came through. President Xiao, as per your instructions, we have captured Xie Mingyu from the Xie family. How should we proceed? Xiao Yuan slowly exhaled the smoke, his brows furrowed coldly. After a pause, he said, lock him up in the interrogation room. Don't torture him yet. Li Feng was taken aback and replied, understood. After hanging up, Xiao Yuan took another deep drag from his cigarette. In the lonely night, his figure appeared exceptionally desolate. Footsteps approached from outside, growing closer. He turned around, his narrow eyes fixed on the door. Soon, An Ruoxi's figure appeared at the doorway. She wore a white dress, her face pure and clean, standing there with an unusual emotion in her eyes. Xiao Yuan frowned. He stubbed out the cigarette, but in the ashtray on the coffee table, and walked towards the door. His voice laced with displeasure. Did the old man say something bad about me behind my back? Chapter 49, Be My Woman. And I guarantee you'll have money that never runs out. An Ruoxi gazed intently at Xiao Yuan's handsome face. Such a godlike appearance had committed patricide and matricide, even dismembering them. Was he a devil? Seeing her silent, only scrutinizing him, Xiao Yuan's expression grew increasingly displeased. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, radiating a dangerous aura. What did the old man say about me? An Ruoxi suddenly smiled brightly. The old man said that since I'm so diligent, clever, and lovable, if you don't give me a raise, he'll make sure to punish you. Xiao Yuan was taken aback, a sarcastic smile tugging at his lips. Childish. After saying that, he walked over to the sofa, took out a cigarette case, and lit another cigarette. An Ruoxi walked into the room. She said earnestly, where's the childishness? The old man really said that. Xiao Yuan lounged back, lazily lifting his eyelids to look at her with his dark eyes. He exhaled a puff of smoke and smirked. All right, I'll give you a raise. After saying that, he took out his phone and quickly tapped a few times. The salary has been transferred to you. Ding. And Ruoxi's phone received a message. She happily took out her phone, but when she saw the transfer amount, she clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. 5,010 yuan? So, after all my hard work, I only managed to get a raise of 5 yuan? After all that talk, she only got 5 more yuan? Was her effort worth so little? Truly a wicked capitalist. Xiao Yuan, with a cigarette in his mouth, found her angry expression amusing. He straightened up, his distinctly knuckled hand holding the cigarette, and smirked wickedly. An Ruoxi, do you really like money that much? An Ruoxi lowered her head to open the bank transfer. You could do many things with money, buy many things, so why not like it? Money can even buy lives. If it weren't for the money I earned to let Dr. Jean develop the medication, I couldn't have saved my brother and sister-in-law. Just as she was thinking, she had already transferred 5 million to Dr. Jean. Balance, 268 yuan. Xiao Yuan sat on the sofa. The cigarette he held between his fingers now burnt halfway. Amidst the swirling smoke, his gaze remained fixed on An Ruoxi. From the loose strands of hair falling behind her ear to the exposed white skin at her neck, he traced her outline inch by inch. He swallowed slightly. An Ruoxi, do you want me to tell you a way to make money? An Ruoxi instantly lifted her gaze, her clear eyes sparkling. What method? Xiao Yuan grinned wickedly, his eyes dark like unending ink. Be my woman, and I guarantee you'll have money that never runs out. An Ruoxi's eyes instantly dimmed. Without a second thought, She directly refused. No. A gentleman loves wealth, but acquires it through honorable means. She would sell her blood, but not her body. Xiao Yuan, infuriated, crushed the cigarette butt in the ashtray. Idiot, fool, 250, you might as well die. He was offering money on a silver platter, and she refused. An Ruoxi frowned. Business doesn't work out, but there is still kindness. Why the personal attack? She couldn't be bothered to deal with this madman, Xiao Yuan. With the money in hand, she could sleep well tonight. She happily walked towards the door. Just 2 steps in, the door slammed shut behind her. An Ruoxi froze in place. What's going on? Outside the room, the old man leaned on his cane at the door. Beside him stood a butler holding a large bunch of keys. The old man glanced at the tightly closed door and sighed softly. Kid, Grandpa can only help you this far. Inside the room, An Ruoxi placed her right hand on the doorknob, twisting it up and down. But the lock didn't respond at all. Xiao Yuan stood up from a sofa and walked over. Useless. This is a custom-made lock. When locked from the outside, the person inside can't open it, and when locked from the inside, the person outside can't open it. And Ruoxi was taken aback. What is this supposed to mean? But don't think this will stump her. This is easy. She placed her right hand back on the doorknob. I can just take it off. Stop. Xiao Yuan quickly intervened. This specially customized lock is worth 200,000. If you want to break it, you need to transfer 200,000 to me first. After saying that, he even displayed his phone's payment QR code. 200,000? And Ruoxi looked at him in shock. What kind of family has a door lock that expensive? I don't have 200,000, but $200 I can consider. Then what should we do? And Ruoxi dejectedly lowered her hand from the doorknob. Xiao Yuan sat down on the 2-meter-wide bed, propping himself up with his hands behind him, lazily leaning back. What can we do? Let's just sleep together. It's not like we haven't done that before. And Ruoxi glanced at the 2 single sofas in the room. Can this be the same? In Taiping Shan, she could sleep on the sofa, but how could she sleep here? She huffed. I'll sleep on the floor. After saying that, she started rummaging through the cabinets in the room. But perhaps the room wasn't often occupied. It was empty. There wasn't even a blanket or a piece of clothing. Xiao Yuan stood up from the bed. The bed is big enough. Let's sleep together on the bed. And Ruoxi quickly covered her chest with both hands. What do you want to do? Xiao Yuan smiled, his narrow eyes sizing her up. Don't worry, I'm not interested in kids. After saying that, he turned and went into the bathroom. And Ruoxi waved her fist at his back and muttered softly, You're the kid. Your whole family is kids. After Xiao Yuan finished a shower and came out, and Ruoxi was already lying on the bed fully clothed. She was curled up at the edge of the bed. With a 2-meter bed, there was still 1 meter of space left. Xiao Yuan chuckled, turned off the main light, and slipped under the covers. In the dim yellow light of the night light, and Ruoxi suddenly opened her eyes. She secretly clenched her fists. If Xiao Yuan dared to do something inappropriate, she would definitely smash his dog head. But after waiting for half an hour, Xiao Yuan lay there without making a sound. And Ruoxi gradually relaxed her guard and loosened her fists. She fished out a sleeping pill from her clothes pocket, swallowed it dry, and slowly fell asleep. In her dreams, and Ruoxi felt the temperature around her getting colder, and instinctively sought a warmer place. Xiao Yuan merely turned over, and a soft mass burrowed into his arms. The little one was fragrant and soft, like a lazy cat, rubbing against him and finding a comfortable position to sleep soundly. Xiao Yuan glanced down and saw that snowy white allure. Damn, she's not a kid after all. Xiao Yuan felt blood rushing to one place, and his breath became erratic. He swallowed hard and shifted to the side. Just as he created a slight gap between their bodies, the oblivious little thing clung back to him. Her thigh rubbed against a certain place recklessly. Xiao Yuan couldn't help but groan softly, nearly losing control. The turbulent desires surged in his eyes, and his large hand climbed up her slender waist. Chapter 50. Let us be together forever. Xiao Yuan's breath quickened as he leaned down towards An Ruoxi. Since she had come to him, he couldn't be rude. He was about to taste that soft sweetness. Mommy, and Ruoxi murmured unconsciously. Xiao Yuan was taken aback, the desire in his eyes dissipating significantly. He licked his back teeth and said in a hoarse voice, Little one, I'll let you off today, but next time, I won't let you off so easily. After saying that, he gently kissed her forehead, holding her soft body and closing his eyes. That night, Xiao Yuan was nearly driven mad. He even went to the bathroom for more than an hour. But as soon as he lay back under the covers, An Ruoxi clung to him like a child wanting to nurse. The next morning, An Ruoxi woke up refreshed, but Xiao Yuan was no longer beside her. She happily stretched. I have to say, Dr. Jin's sleeping pills work really well. They always let me sleep soundly. She threw off the covers and got out of bed, preparing to wash up in the bathroom. Just as she reached the door, she saw Xiao Yuan wrapped in a towel, damp all over, coming out of the bathroom. He had dark circles under his eyes, and his resentful gaze felt deeper than a ghost's bitterness. And Ruoxi stepped back in shock. Early in the morning, who upset him? Xiao Yuan shot her a dark glare, kicked the bathroom door loudly, and walked toward the sofa. And Ruoxi stared at his back for a few seconds. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, his back muscles formed perfect lines, like a work of art carved by a knife. Even the trajectory of the water droplets falling was full of tension, overflowing with hormones. His figure was perfect enough to make one sigh. But soon, she withdrew her gaze. That was Xiao Yuan, not worth the trouble. The household servant opened the door and called for them to come downstairs for breakfast. The old man sat at the dining table, watching the two enter the dining room one after the other, feeling very pleased. It was worth it to have instructed someone to lower the air conditioning temperature last night. The two must have held each other tightly. But when they sat down at the table, he noticed something was off, and Ruoxi looked refreshed. Xiao Yuan, however, had a face full of gloom and looked listless. The old man was suddenly alarmed. Could it be that his grandson was not functioning? Could emotional disorders and personality splits affect performance? The doctor didn't say that. He quickly called the servant, saying, "Hurry, tell the kitchen to make some sea cucumbers and oysters." Xiao Yuan sat lazily, teasingly saying, "You're really getting old and still full of energy." The old man looked at him with a disappointed expression. "I asked for you." "Useless thing." Xiao Yuan's face instantly darkened. "I'm fine, I don't need it." The old man glared at him fiercely. "Kid, who do you think you are calling I? If you can't do it, then just admit it. Why hide it?" And Ruoxi couldn't help but spray her milk out. She quickly grabbed a tissue to wipe her mouth. "Sorry, I'm full." Xiao Yuan also lost his appetite. He suddenly stood up, kicking the chair in a bad mood. "I'm full too. I'm leaving." After saying that, he left the dining table and was about to walk away. "Stop!" The old man coldly called out to him. Then he smiled warmly at An Ruoxi. "Little girl, you go outside and wait for a bit." And Ruoxi nodded with a smile. "Okay." Once An Ruoxi left the dining room, the old man spoke again. A hint of worry crossed his aged eyes. "I told the little girl about your condition." Xiao Yuan's whole body trembled, his expression visibly darkening and turning cold. He growled, "Who gave you the right to tell her that without my permission?" That was his most embarrassing secret, the thing he least wanted her to know. How dare he tell her? How dare he? The old man looked at him, furious, fearing that it might stimulate his condition, and hurriedly explained, "I wanted her to help you. I don't need it." Xiao Yuan nearly roared. He didn't need anyone's help, especially hers. Even if he died, he didn't need her help, her pity, or her sympathy. The old man stood up and asked with concern, "Don't you want to know how she answered me?" "I don't want to know." Xiao Yuan's eyes were dark and gloomy. His hands, hanging by his side, trembled at the fingertips. Hearing that he had that kind of illness, she must have looked down on him and wanted to stay far away from him. No wonder he asked her to be his woman, and she rejected him without a second thought. No wonder last night, after he came out of the shower, she only slept in such a small space, avoiding him like a venomous snake. Xiao Yuan couldn't stay any longer and turned to leave the dining room. The old man called out to his back. The girl said, "Old man, I don't think Xiao Yuan is sick." Xiao Yuan's footsteps paused. He lowered his gaze, concealing the emotions in his eyes, his hands trembling even more. The old man continued to recount An Ruoxi's words verbatim. She said, "Old man, I don't think Xiao Yuan is sick. He only kills those who harm him. They deserve to die. If someone harmed me, I would retaliate without hesitation, just like him. If a person lives too weakly, others will bully them without restraint. I think he is doing well like this. You really don't need to worry too much." In the old house garden, An Ruoxi sat under the osmanthus tree by the water pavilion, happily throwing stones to knock down leaves. She was very accurate, hitting her target every time. Sometimes, she would throw several stones at once, also accurately striking the leaves floating on the water surface. When Xiao Yuan came out of the main hall, An Ruoxi had just thrown 10 stones, each perfectly hitting the mark. She happily clenched her right fist, striking a victory pose. Xiao Yuan stood from a distance, watching her. An Ruoxi stood under the osmanthus tree, sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows that danced on her white dress. She smiled with her brows and eyes curved, her eyes sparkling with fragmented light, as if the whole world had brightened up. Xiao Yuan suddenly felt a bit sore in his eyes. He looked up at the sky, directly facing the bright sunlight for the first time, feeling that heaven had favored him. For the first time, he felt the warmth of the sun in this world. The long frozen walls of his dark heart cracked open a small gap. A beam of light slanted in, burning his heart painfully. "Mr. Xiao." And Ruoxi noticed Xiao Yuan and called out to him. Xiao Yuan lowered his head and stared at her, feeling that she was more dazzling than the sunlight. "Can we go now?" And Ruoxi asked. Xiao Yuan walked towards her with firm steps, softly responding with an mm. And Ruoxi sensed that his expression was a bit strange, but didn't think much of it. She jumped from one stone pier by the water pavilion to the main path, walking outside. "And Ruoxi," Xiao Yuan called out to her. And Ruoxi stopped and turned around, looking at him suspiciously. She always felt that Xiao Yuan was acting strangely. Xiao Yuan stood beside her, raised his hand, and gently pinched a leaf from her hair. And Ruoxi slightly tilted her head back, staring blankly at his handsome face. She couldn't tell if it was an illusion, but she felt that Xiao Yuan was unusually gentle at that moment. Seeing her looking at him, he also lowered his gaze to meet hers. Their eyes locked, and an ambiguous atmosphere arose. And Ruoxi, for some reason, felt her ears turning red. Xiao Yuan smiled slightly. His deep voice seemed to carry a hint of seduction. "And Ruoxi, let's be together forever." Chapter 51. A molting phoenix is not as good as a chicken. Xiang walked in high heels, bustling through the display area, directing the staff. "This piece on the third rack in the hanging area should be paired with a pearl button cardigan. This dress needs to be ironed again. The neckline should be crisp like it's just unwrapped. Change the belt on this model to a matte version. It shouldn't overshadow the outfit. Hey, wait. That dress is made of silk. It must be hung with gloves. Have you forgotten what I taught you before?" Xiang was busy with enthusiasm, and Ruoxi stood behind the cash register, lost in thought. She recalled Xiao Yuan's unusual reaction before leaving the old house. What was wrong with that person? Why did he suddenly seem like a different person? As the saying goes, gentleness is the most lethal disguise, and mercy is the most dangerous trap. He wouldn't have discovered something about her, pretending to let her lower her guard, and then come for her life, would he? No wonder he said he wanted to be together forever. Did he want to turn her into a specimen? Otherwise, it really couldn't explain how a person who craved killing could suddenly become gentle. Miss? Xiang waved her hand in front of An Ruoxi, and Ruoxi snapped back to reality. Xiang smiled flirtatiously. "Miss, you're not thinking about a man, are you? You look so dazed." And Ruoxi hurriedly shook her head. "Don't talk nonsense." Xiang giggled. "All right, I won't tease you. In my eyes, no man is worthy of Our Lady." And Ruoxi remembered the purpose of her visit today and asked, "You said you have something to tell me. What is it?" Xiang put away her joking tone and said seriously, "Jiang Yin has been coming to our store every day, using the excuse of buying clothes to secretly take photos in the fitting rooms. I suspect she has ulterior motives." Upon hearing this, and Ruoxi snorted coldly. The Jiang family is in the clothing business, and Jiang Yin is a fashion designer. With the World Fashion Design Competition coming up, what do you think she wants to do? Xia Ying thought for a moment and exclaimed, "She wouldn't want to copy our store's designs, would she? How shameless." A cold glint flashed in Ruoxi's eyes. The Jiang family's company has not been doing well in the past 2 years. Jiang Yin lost face at the Zhou family's banquet last time. She urgently needs this world championship to save the Jiang family's company and salvage her tarnished reputation. Xiang became anxious. "Miss, what should we do? The Jiang family has caused your sister-in-law to be like that. We mustn't let her succeed." And Ruoxi crossed her arms and sneered. "I was just thinking about how to make the Jiang family have no place to bury them. She just delivered herself to my door." Hearing her words, Xia Ying knew she had a plan, and her expression visibly brightened. "Miss, what are you planning to do?" And Ruoxi's eyes were filled with coldness. Does she want to win a championship? I'll grant her wish, and then send her and the Jiang family straight to hell. You help me with some things. Saying this, An Ruoxi leaned over and whispered to Xiaoying. After listening, Xiaoying happily said, Miss, I'll take care of it right away. Xiaoying went to the administrative office behind the store. An Ruoxi looked at the sales report at the cash register. A customer walked in through the door. The sales clerk respectfully approached. Hello, welcome. Show me your new styles. A haughty voice rang out at the entrance. An Ruoxi looked up. Oh, speak of the devil. Jiang Yin walked in with two girls a similar age. One girl exclaimed in surprise, Yin, you are so lucky. This store is currently the hottest women's clothing store in the capital. I heard the prices are very high, and you can actually buy clothes here. Jiang Yin proudly said, Is it expensive here? I come here often to buy. The other girl enviously said, I knew your family was wealthy, but I didn't expect them to be this rich. I'm so envious. And Ruoxi secretly scoffed. Jiang Yin was really thick-skinned. She had never bought clothes from the store. Moreover, given the Jiang family's current situation, they couldn't afford a lavish lifestyle. Jiang Yin didn't say anything further and arrogantly followed the sales clerk into the store. When she reached the cash register, she suddenly exclaimed, And Ruoxi, you're working as a cashier here? Her tone was full of disdain. And Ruoxi smiled coldly. Oh, isn't this the second miss of the Jiang family who climbed into her best friend's fiancé's bed? You. Jiang Yan's face turned red with anger. After the last Zhou family's banquet, someone uploaded the video from the banquet online. There were also photos of An Ruoxi and two staff members getting soaked, causing her to be scolded by netizens. They scolded her for being shameless and for hooking up with her best friend's fiancé. They also called her cheap and promiscuous, saying even the security guard could take advantage of her. During those days, she hid at home, afraid to go out, almost depressed. And her parents also lost face because of her. If it weren't for the design competition to gather inspiration, she wouldn't have stepped out. Unexpectedly, fate had her run into the culprit, An Ruoxi. Today, she was determined to teach this fallen noblewoman a lesson. With that thought, she arrogantly pointed at An Ruoxi and said, Let her serve me. The sales clerk looked troubled and replied, Ma'am, I know the arrangement of the clothes in the store better. Let me serve you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan's face immediately turned cold. I'm the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. She is just a lowly sales clerk. Why can't she serve me? The two girls beside her nodded in agreement. Exactly. The customer is always right. Is this how you treat your customers? Yin is a big client of your store. If you offend her, be careful she reports you to your boss, and you won't be able to handle the consequences. The sales clerk frowned and said, But she is. Fine, I will serve Miss Jiang. Before the sales clerk could finish, An Ruoxi interrupted her. Since she was looking for trouble, why stop her? Jiang Yin shot An Ruoxi a disdainful glance and said, First, correct your title. I am the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. An Ruoxi sneered. If others don't know, don't you? The eldest daughter of the Jiang family is Jiang Ning, born of your father's legitimate wife. You, a bastard child of a mistress, being called Jiang is already an elevation. The two girls beside Jiang Yin exchanged glances, their expressions quite interesting. You. Jiang Yin was furious and raised her hand to slap An Ruoxi. An Ruoxi grabbed her wrist and threw her arm away. If you don't want to try on clothes, then get out. One of Jiang Yan's girls protested. Is this how you treat your esteemed guests? Aren't you afraid your boss will fire you? Yeah, Yin. You often buy clothes here. You must know the store's owner, right? Call her out now and have her fire this offending sales clerk. An Ruoxi looked relaxed and said, Sure, you go ahead and call the boss. Jiang Yan's eyes flickered slightly. Those two idiots, she was just bragging. The clothes in this store cost hundreds of thousands to millions, some even tens of millions, more expensive than those international brands. How could she afford them? But she couldn't lose face, so she declared confidently, I'm in a good mood today, I won't argue with you. Quickly bring out the new styles from your store. She had important things to do and couldn't let An Ruoxi ruin this chance to learn by stealth. The two girls following her quickly flattered her. Yin, you're so kind-hearted. She offended you, and you are letting her off. Yin not only comes from a good family, but also has a kind heart. She is lucky today. Hearing these flattery words, Jiang Yin felt very pleased. No matter how bad things got, she was still the young lady of the Jiang family. And Ruoxi, A fallen phoenix is not as good as a chicken. She only deserves to be stepped on by her now. Chapter 52. The clothing incident. Hurry up and bring out the new clothes from your store. Jiang Yin urged impatiently. An Ruoxi smirked and walked toward the most expensive area. She picked up a modified silk Cheongsam dress and held it out in front of Jiang Yin. The moment Jiang Yin saw the dress, her eyes lit up. No wonder it's a brand adored by the rich women and socialites of the capital. The material, the cut, the design, none of the international brands could compare. She wondered who the designer behind this store was. Their level was probably on par with world champion fashion designers. Jiang Yin worked hard to suppress her excitement and arrogantly said, "Give me the dress. I'll try it on." After saying that, she reached to snatch the dress from An Ruoxi's hands. An Ruoxi naturally knew what she was trying to do. She swiftly moved her hand away and said, "Since you want me to serve you, I will serve you to the end. Please, Miss Jiang." A hint of displeasure flashed across Jiang Yan's face. If An Ruoxi followed her into the fitting room, how could she take pictures? She coldly replied, "No need. I'm not used to someone watching me change." An Ruoxi mocked, "Aren't you the Jiang family's young lady? It seems no one at home serves you to get dressed. Then your title of Jiang family young lady is not quite fitting." "What are you talking about?" one girl exclaimed. "Our Yin has hundreds of servants at home. She has 10 servants to help her get up in the morning. Don't speak carelessly if you don't know." Another chimed in, "Exactly, Yin. Don't be too kind. Let them do what they're supposed to do." And Ruoxi listened to these words and nearly laughed out loud. What tall tale. The ozone layer might just disappear from all the hot air. Jiang Yin had no choice but to let An Ruoxi follow her into the fitting room. Inside the fitting room, there was a dressing mirror, and the moment Jiang Yin put on the dress, she was stunned by her own beauty. This dress was simply too beautiful. She couldn't help but want to take a picture. And Ruoxi saw her intention, snorted coldly, and opened the fitting room door. Jiang Yan's 2 followers immediately rushed up, showering her with compliments. "Oh my God, Yin, are you a fairy? You're so beautiful. This dress suits you so well. It's like it was tailor-made for you. So gorgeous. If you wear this dress out, all the rich second generations and first generations will bow down at your feet." Jiang Yin looked at herself in the mirror, feeling very satisfied. But she hadn't lost her mind. This store was not something she could afford. The purpose of her visit today was just to take pictures of the clothes for inspiration. She found an excuse and said, "Can you 2 take a picture of me? I want to send it to my mom." Her 2 followers obediently raised their phones to take pictures. The sales clerk immediately stepped forward to stop them. "Sorry. Photography is not allowed in our store. Please understand." Jiang Yin complained. "Why can't we take pictures? What kind of reasoning is that?" And Ruoxi pointed to the no photography sign on the wall and coldly said, "Exclusive copyright. If you want to take pictures, you'll have to buy it and take it home to shoot. This dress is only for 8 million. Miss Jiang 1TB unable to afford it, right? 8 million? Jiang Yin gasped, her eyes wide in shock. Why not just rob a bank? Her followers, seeing An Ruoxi's attitude, scoffed. It's only 8 million. Stop looking down on people with your dog eyes. Yin can definitely afford it. Exactly. Our Yin's family background is not something you lowly workers can compare to. Yin, hurry up and throw your black card at her face. Right? You're kind in giving her face. As your friend, I can't stand this kind of humiliation. Jiang Yin found herself in a difficult position, secretly cursing these 2 fools. She had originally wanted to show off in front of them. Unexpectedly, they were so oblivious. How could she afford such an expensive dress? And Ruoxi seized the opportunity. Since that's the case, will it be credit card or bank transfer? The sales clerk, having good insight, immediately came over with the card reader and payment code as soon as An Ruoxi finished speaking. Jiang Yin clenched her fists tightly, unsure of what to do. Her savings were only 2 million, which was not enough to buy this dress. If she had known, she wouldn't have brought these 2 fools along. Her 2 followers, seeing her hesitation, urged, Yin, what's wrong? Why aren't you paying?" One of them suddenly realized and ran to the fitting room to grab Jiang Yan's bag. "Your phone and card are in the bag, right? I brought them to you. Hurry up and pay to slap that woman's face." After saying that, they even shot a glare at An Ruoxi. Seeing Jiang Yin hesitate, An Ruoxi crossed her arms and sneered. Miss Jiang Er, you wouldn't happen to be unable to afford it, would you? Since that's the case, hurry up and take off your clothes, or you'll ruin them, and you can't afford to pay for it. Jiang Yin gritted her teeth and glared fiercely at An Ruoxi. The bitch made her lose face in front of her friends. Once she wins the world championship in fashion design, she'll see how to deal with her. However, her two lackeys were not so easy to talk to. They were classmates of Jiang Yin and often flaunted their power beside her during the prosperous times of the Jiang family. After suffering such humiliation this time, they would not swallow their anger. How can you speak like that? Jiang Yin is a major client of your store. How can you look down on her like this? Yeah, Yin Yin doesn't argue with you. That's her kindness, yet you still have the nerve to glare at her. Let me tell you, Yin Yin is easy to talk to, but we are not. We won't let you bully her like this. And Ruoxi added fuel to the fire. Since that's the case, then pay up. Why are you talking so much? If you can't afford it, just leave quickly. We still have to do business with others. As soon as the two lackeys heard this, they instantly became furious and rushed in front of An Ruoxi. Say that again, and see if we beat you up. After saying that, they were about to take action against An Ruoxi. An Ruoxi had been waiting for this moment. She glanced at the position of the surveillance camera, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Chapter 53. Almost driven to death by these two idiots. She pretended to be scared and raised her hands. Don't hit me. As she raised her hands, she quickly flicked a very small button from her hand onto one of the lackey's elbow. The person who had just raised her hand suddenly hit the other lackey on the head with great force. Ouch! The other person cried out in pain, covering her head and staggering back 2 steps. Jiang Yin happened to be standing behind that person and was knocked back several steps by the force. She was wearing 10-centimeter high heels and was about to lose her balance and fall. The person who bumped into her quickly reached out to grab her. This pull was not good. It directly pulled at the hem of her silk dress. With a tearing sound, a cut was made at the waist of the dress. Jiang Yin didn't fall, but her dress worth 4.8 million was ruined. The shop assistant exclaimed, "Oh my God, your dress is ruined. It's worth 4.8 million. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin instantly panicked. Her lackeys, however, were not worried at all and carelessly said, "What's the big deal? Our Yin can't afford it. Yeah, it's just 4.8 million. Even if it were 48 million, our Yin wouldn't care." Shut up. Jiang Yin couldn't help but yell in anger after hearing this. Her lackeys felt extremely wronged when they saw her so angry. Yin, we are doing this for your own good. Why are you scolding us? Yeah, everything we did was to vent your anger. Why are you still protecting others? Jiang Yin finally couldn't stand these two idiots anymore. She almost yelled, "You are not doing this for me. It's just your vanity and competitiveness acting up. Do you even know how much this dress costs? 4.8 million. You fools will never earn that much money in your lifetime." Upon hearing her say this, her two lackeys instantly became unhappy. Jiang Yin, what are you so proud of? We're only giving you some face because your family has a bit of money. Yeah, with your spoiled personality, who would want to be friends with you? It's only us two who feel sorry for you. Didn't you say your family has over 100 maids? The annual maid fees are definitely more than 4.8 million, so why make a fuss over a dress? Jiang Yin felt like she was about to be driven to death by these two idiots. She yelled, "Just 4.8 million. Since that's the case, you pay for it. If it weren't for you two taking matters into your own hands and starting a fight, this dress wouldn't have been ruined." As soon as she said this, the two lackeys instantly turned hostile. "We don't have money. The dress was ruined on you, so of course, you have to pay for it." "Yeah, we were just trying to help you. If I hadn't pulled you, you would have fallen to the ground. And since the dress got dirty, you still have to buy it." And Ruoxi didn't have time to argue with them and said coldly, "The dress is ruined. Pay up quickly, or I'll call the police." The two lackeys panicked upon hearing this and quickly shifted the blame, saying, "Let her pay. The dress was hers to buy." "Yeah, we don't have money." Jiang Yin pointed at the person who had just pulled her and said, "You tore the dress, so of course you should pay." That person threw a tantrum. "Jiang Yin, are you shameless? You, a wealthy young lady, are trying to scam your own friend?" At this moment, Xia Ying finished her work and came out, seeing the chaos outside, asking what is going on. Jiang Yin quickly approached her. "Boss, you're just in time. Your store's clerk had a conflict with my friend and ruined the dress. You just say what to do. The two lackeys, upon hearing this, saw an opportunity and immediately pointed their guns outward. Yeah, if it weren't for your clerk provoking first, we wouldn't have had a conflict. This is all her fault. Xiaoying glanced at the dress on Jiang Yin and smiled charmingly. Oh, you have it wrong. I'm not the boss here. After saying that, she pointed at An Ruoxi and said, she is the boss. Jiang Yin was instantly stunned. She looked at An Ruoxi in disbelief. You're the boss? How is that possible? How could a down-and-out young lady like An Ruoxi afford such a good store? What a joke. An Ruoxi sneered. Do you want me to show you my business license? Jiang Yin suddenly understood. So you planned this today? You deliberately ruined the dress to make us pay. An Ruoxi crossed her arms and coldly laughed. Don't slander me. Be careful I sue you for defamation. The CCTV in the store has recorded everything. If you deny it, I'll call the police. She had only flicked a button, so the surveillance wouldn't capture it. Even if it did, who would believe that a tiny button could have such power? People would just think it was accidentally ripped during the conflict. Upon hearing that she would call the police, Jiang Yin became even more panicked. Having just experienced online violence, if she went to the police station again, her life would truly be ruined. She clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Fine, I'll pay. Saying that, she took out a card from her bag. Swipe it. A smug smile flickered in An Ruoxi's eyes. She signaled to the shop assistant. The assistant immediately went up, took the card from Jiang Yin, and swiped it. Insufficient balance. She politely smiled and said, Excuse me, ma'am, your card has insufficient balance. Do you have any other cards? The two lackeys shouted, How is that possible? Is your machine broken? Just 8 million. How could Yin Yin not afford it? Jiang Yin was now completely embarrassed, her face flushed. But she had no intention of keeping these two stupid friends anymore, nor did she care about losing face. She coldly said, I only have 2 million on this card. I'll owe you the other 600,000. What? The two lackeys were wide-eyed in shock. You don't even have 8 million. You acted like your family has billions in front of us. Were you playing with us? We thought we were being your dogs for so long, following your every word, giving you emotional support, only to find out you're a fake rich girl. Everything you bragged about, like having over 100 servants and frequently buying clothes from the store, was all fake. Jiang Yin had completely torn her face with them and no longer pretended. You believe everything I say? ISNT at your own stupidity? Who can you blame? The two lackeys rolled their eyes. Really, just barking behind a curtain? All relying on a mouth. I see it's like a blind person buying trumpet, just blowing nonsense. No, it's like a bat with chicken feathers. Pretending to be something. Jiang Yin angrily said, Who are you calling a chicken? The two followers scoffed. With such thick skin, who do you think we are calling? Forget it. Don't associate with her in the future. It's a waste of time. After saying that, the two rolled their eyes and walked straight out of the store. Jiang Yin wanted to chase after them to scold them. The salesperson hurriedly called out to her. Excuse me, miss, you haven't settled your payment yet. Jiang Yin replied angrily. I can write an IOU, right? The salesperson glanced at An Ruoxi. An Ruoxi nodded. After Jiang Yin wrote the IOU, she shot An Ruoxi a fierce glare. She didn't even change her clothes and angrily left in that tattered dress. An Ruoxi glanced at Xiaoying. Xiaoying smiled seductively. Don't worry, young lady, everything is arranged. Our people are waiting for her on the road. A trace of coldness flashed in An Ruoxi's eyes. Jiang Yin, the good show has just begun. Chapter 54. Only by infiltrating the enemy's ranks can we divide and conquer the enemy to achieve victory. Jiang Yin stood at the store entrance, fists clenched, her eyes glaring venomously at the store. An Ruoxi, who would have thought that this fallen young lady was actually the boss of such a prestigious clothing store? Not only did she force her to spend all her savings and owe 600,000, but she also made her lose face. She would not let this go easily. Once she participated in the World Fashion Design Competition and won the championship, she would definitely get back all the humiliation she suffered today. Jiang Yin left with a cold face. Not far from where she had just walked out, two people dressed as salespeople were carrying a black garbage bag toward a trash can by the street. The two chatted as they walked. Are we really throwing all these design drafts away? Sigh. Who told our designer to have such high standards? These are all waste drafts. Even if they're waste drafts, I think these designs look better than finished product from others. Otherwise, why do you think we became a brand that the noble women and socialites of the capital flock to? That's true. I heard that the World Fashion Design Competition will be held in the capital soon. Do you think our designer will participate? If she does, she'll definitely win first place. She won't go. Now that she's so popular, she wouldn't bother with that kind of competition. Plus, her personality doesn't like crowded places. So she definitely won't go. What a pity. I heard the prize money is quite high. With her design fees being so high, does she really care about that little prize money? Anyway, let's stop talking about it and hurry up and throw out the garbage, or the store manager will think we're slacking. As they spoke, they tossed the garbage bag into the trash can and left. Jiang Yin hid nearby, eavesdropping on their conversation, and suddenly felt a surge of joy. Wasn't the opportunity right in front of her? Inside the store, the two salespeople stood respectfully in front of An Ruoxi and Xiaoying. Boss, manager, we've said what you instructed us to. An Ruoxi nodded. Well done. You can go back to work now. After the two salespeople left, Xiaoying worriedly asked An Ruoxi, do you think Jiang Yin will fall for it? An Ruoxi's lips curled into a cold smile. She will. She definitely will. Jiang Yin needs this trophy to turn her life around, to restore the glory of the Jiang family, and to wash away the stains on herself. She will definitely take risks. Upon hearing this, Xiaoying smiled happily. Then we just wait for the good show to unfold. I'm really looking forward to the arrival of the fashion design competition. An Ruoxi looked into the void before her. Her eyes filled with ruthlessness. Soon, that day will be the end for Jiang Yin and the Jiang family. On Jiang Yan's side, she secretly picked up the garbage bag that the salespeople had thrown away from the trash can. Before she could take a look, she hailed a taxi as if she were a thief. Sitting in the back seat, she eagerly opened the garbage bag. A foul smell immediately assaulted her senses. She could only suppress her nausea and carefully sift through the contents to find a clean piece of paper. After just a glance, she was stunned. It was so beautiful. Could this really be a waste draft? The level of this design was at least 10 times better than hers. No wonder it was from a renowned designer. Jiang Yin became captivated by the sketch she held. When she got out of the car, she even forgot to pay the fare. It was only when the driver reminded her several times that she came back to her senses. After paying the fare, she grabbed the garbage bag and ran home. Zhang's mother happened to come out of the kitchen. Seeing her, she called out, Yin Yin, you're back just in time. Dinner is ready. Jiang Yin went upstairs without looking back, saying, I have something to do. You eat first. Don't wait for me. Zhang's mother looked at her hurried manner and muttered in confusion, what is this child doing with the garbage bag? Jiang Yin returned to her room and dumped everything out of the garbage bag. The foul smell filled her room, but Jiang Yin didn't care about that. She hurriedly picked up the crumpled waste paper and unfolded it one by one. Sheets of design drafts suddenly appeared before her eyes. These should be sketches, but when pieced together, they could form a complete design draft. Jiang Yin looked at the papers in front of her in surprise, a greedy expression on her face. Since they were waste drafts, that meant they were unwanted. Moreover, the designer wouldn't participate in the World Fashion Design Competition. Didn't that mean this design could become her work? With it, she would definitely win the World Championship. Thinking of this, a trace of malice flashed in Jiang Yan's eyes. The day after tomorrow is the World Fashion Design Competition. An Ruoxi, wait for me. Once I win the World Championship, I will make sure your store can't continue to operate. An Ruoxi returned to Taiping Mountain at 6 o'clock sharp. When she entered, Aunt Wu was happily chatting with a beautiful woman in the living room. An Ruoxi had no good feelings towards Aunt Wu and chose to ignore her as she walked straight upstairs. Missin, a sweet, delicate voice called out to An Ruoxi. An Ruoxi paused and turned to look in Aunt Wu's direction. She saw the beautiful woman beside Aunt Wu smiling as she walked towards her. She approached An Ruoxi and introduced herself. Missin, hello, I am Aunt Wu's niece, Wu Jingyi. I will be working here at Taiping Mountain from now on, and I hope you will take care of me. An Ruoxi hadn't gotten a good look at this woman before, but now that she was close, she scrutinized her carefully. Fair skin, charming eyes, a full chest, a slim waist, and long legs, a total beauty. Moreover, Wu Jingyi's charm was different from Xiaoying's. Xiaoying had a bold, aggressive charm, while Wu Jingyi's was a soft and delicate allure. Not to mention men, even An Ruoxi found herself quite taken by her. She smiled and said, I'm just a guest at Taiping Mountain. I can't take care of you much. Wu Jingyi replied sweetly, but you've been here longer than I have. If I have any questions in the future, can I come to you for help? After saying that, she looked at An Ruoxi with her large, delicate eyes, filled with expectation. An Ruoxi suddenly felt a pause in her breath. She was too charming. She quickly replied, sure, sure. Wu Jingyi smiled and said, then I won't disturb Miss any longer. An Ruoxi nodded at her and went upstairs. As soon as An Ruoxi left, Wu Jingyi's expression instantly changed. Her eyes filled with disdain. Aunt Wu was dissatisfied, saying, why do you still give her face when she treats me like that? Wu Jingyi smiled and reassured her aunt. Only by infiltrating the enemy's ranks can we divide and conquer the enemy to achieve victory. Aunt Wu instantly understood. Oh, you're clever. It seems that Aunt's good days are not far off. Wu Jingyi glanced upstairs with a confident expression. Chapter 55. He doesn't respond even when she throws herself at him. Not long after An Ruoxi returned to her room, Chen Qingqing knocked on the door and came in. She handed a glass of freshly squeezed mixed fruit juice to An Ruoxi. Missin, have some juice to quench your thirst. An Ruoxi smiled as she accepted it. Thank you. Chen Qingqing smiled back. You're welcome. An Ruoxi took a sip of juice and placed the cup on the coffee table. Chen Qingqing thought for a moment, furrowing her brows, and said softly, Missin, you should be careful of that Wu Jingyi. An Ruoxi looked at her in confusion. What do you mean by that? Chen Qingqing whispered. I heard from other servants that Wu Jingyi was brought in by Aunt Wu to steal Mr. Xiao away. Aunt Wu is jealous of how well Mr. Xiao treats you, so she specifically found her distant niece to lure Mr. Xiao away and drive you out of Taiping Mountain. And Ruoxi's eyes brightened at this. This is good news. She had long wanted to leave Taiping Mountain, but Xiao Yuan was too difficult to deal with, and she couldn't find a reason to leave. If Wu Jingyi succeeded, she would have to treat her to a meal to thank her properly. Thinking of this, An Ruoxi nodded. Okay, I understand. At that moment, someone knocked on the door from outside. Missin, Mr. Xiao wants you to come downstairs. An Ruoxi frowned. Xiao Yuan came back so early today. She changed into comfortable loungewear and went downstairs. Xiao Yuan was sitting on the sofa in the living room, his legs crossed, unconsciously playing with the ring on his finger. Aunt Wu and Wu Jingyi stood not far from his left side. Li Feng and another unfamiliar person stood opposite him. And Ruoxi walked over. Mr. Xiao, what is it? Xiao Yuan glanced at the unfamiliar man and said, tell him what kind of house you want. And Ruoxi was puzzled. Are you giving me a house? Xiao Yuan's narrow eyes looked at her, a hint of a smile in his gaze. Aren't you complaining that the house in Taiping Mountain is too small? I've had someone tear down the 3 auxiliary buildings next to the main building to build you a big house. Aunt Wu, hearing this, immediately shot An Ruoxi a fierce glare. Such a large place and still not satisfied? She's really a greedy vixen. If she stays by Xiao Yuan's side any longer, the Xiao family will eventually be ruined by her. And Ruoxi wondered when she had ever complained that the house in Taiping Mountain was small. Moreover, she was only temporarily staying here. Whether the house in Taiping Mountain was big or small was of no concern to her. She replied calmly, thank you, Mr. Xiao, but no need. Xiao Yuan's expression darkened, a flicker of displeasure flashing in his eyes. Since you want to say, I'll do it my way. And Ruoxi felt a bit annoyed. Did he really mean that he wanted her to be with him for a lifetime? How could that be possible? She said, if there's nothing else, I'll go back upstairs. After saying that, she turned to leave. Wait, Xiao Yuan called out to her. He gave Li Feng a look. Li Feng snapped his fingers, and several people from the specialty store pushed in racks of merchandise one after another. Li Feng smiled. Missin, these are new arrivals from various specialty stores, personally selected by Mr. Xiao for you. And Ruoxi looked at the dazzling array of clothes, shoes, bags, and jewelry, feeling even more troubled. Here we go again. She coldly refused. Mr. Xiao, I don't need so much. Just return it. Xiao Yuan's displeasure deepened. He stood up and approached An Ruoxi, his tall figure overshadowing her. And Ruoxi, whether to give or not is my business. As for whether you want it or not, that's yours. If you don't like it or can't use it, just throw it away. I, Xiao Yuan, can afford this money. And Ruoxi could tell he was angry. Having a conflict with Xiao Yuan wouldn't do her any good. Since he said she could throw it away, then she would sell it all. She said, all right. Seeing her agree, Xiao Yuan's brows slightly relaxed. Now that's more like it. He told Li Feng, convert the 3 guest rooms next to Miss Anne's into dressing rooms, and move everything in. Li Feng replied respectfully, understood. Also, Xiao Yuan looked at the people from the specialty store. From now on, whenever there are new arrivals in the store, all of them should be sent to Taiping Mountain according to today's style and size. The people from the specialty store were overjoyed, bowing repeatedly. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Thank you. Miss Aunt Wu clenched her fists in anger. This will cost over $1 billion this year. Just like that to this vixen? Wu Jingyi stood silently to the side. But looking at those high-end clothes and limited edition bags, along with the sparkling jewelry, her eyes widened. This was the life she had always dreamed of. Aunt Wu hadn't lied to her. An Ruoxi wasn't as pretty as her. Why should she get Mr. Zhao's favor? She had to take all of this for herself. Thinking of this, Wu Jingyi called out, Mr. Xiao. Then, she tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and walked toward Xiao Yuan. After taking 2 steps, she suddenly tripped over her left foot with her right. She exclaimed, falling toward Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan, sensing the movement beside him, quickly stepped aside. Wu Jingyi lost her balance and fell heavily to the ground. Jingyi. Aunt Wu rushed forward, concerned to help her. Wu Jingyi sat on the ground, looking pitiful, tears welling in her eyes, and it hurts. Aunt Wu immediately turned to Xiao Yuan. Yuan, Jingyi might be injured. Can you carry her to see a doctor? Xiao Yuan had been watching An Ruoxi leave the living room. Hearing Aunt Wu's voice, he glanced down at Wu Jingyi. He said harshly, if your legs are useless, I can help you chop them off. Upon hearing this, Wu Jingyi immediately shrank back into Aunt Wu's embrace. Xiao Yuan ignored them and went upstairs. Li Feng hurriedly followed him. As he passed by Wu Jingyi, he glanced at her and sighed softly. Mr. Xiao really doesn't know how to cherish delicate things. Wu Jingyi sat on the floor, watching Xiao Yuan's retreating figure. Her pale little fist slammed down on the ground. Aunt Wu anxiously said, What should we do? You even threw yourself at him, and he didn't respond. A glimmer of determination ignited in Wu Jingyi's eyes. She stood up from the ground, dusting off non-existent dirt from her clothes. Aunt, why rush? This is just the beginning, right? Since Xiao Yuan doesn't fall for this, we'll change our approach. She didn't believe there was a man Wu Jingyi couldn't win over. Aunt Wu's eyes lit up. What do you plan to do? Wu Jingyi crossed her arms, revealing a smug smile. Borrowing the east wind. Aunt Wu didn't understand. Wu Jingyi couldn't be bothered to explain. Swaying her slender waist as she left the living room, Aunt Wu watched her alluring figure, her heart finally at ease. Wu Jingyi's family was a small, wealthy clan from their hometown, and she was an illegitimate daughter. Since childhood, she had fought and schemed to secure her place in the Wu family and gain her father's exclusive affection. In her eyes, someone like An Ruoxi was nothing. All she needed was time. Over time, Xiao Yuan would surely be won over by her. Chapter 56. Missin, please don't misunderstand. I have nothing to do with Mr. Xiao. In the study, Xiao Yuan sat in a velvet chair, lighting a cigarette. Li Feng entered the study and stood in front of the large desk. Mr. Xiao. Xiao Yuan exhaled a puff of smoke. Speak. Li Feng said respectfully. After Xie Mingyu was detained, he kept cursing you. Our people couldn't stand it. Should we give him a little punishment first? Xiao Yuan curled the corners of his lips into a cold smile. There's so many people cursing me. Who does he think he is? If you can't stand it, just shut him up. Li Feng felt a wave of confusion rising in his heart. Mr. Xiao had always been ruthless, especially against those who harmed him, and he would make them suffer. But after the assassination in the woods, since he knew it was the work of the Xie family, and had captured Xie Mingyu, why hadn't he taken action and just kept him locked up? Was he wary of the Xie family? But given the current status of the Xiao family, no one in the empire dared to provoke them. While he was thinking, Xiao Yuan asked again, What is the reaction from the Xie family? Li Feng came back to his senses and hurriedly replied, Xie Mingyu has always been playful and rarely at home. The people from the Xie family, upon learning of his disappearance, thought he had gone off somewhere to play and only sent a few people to look for him. They haven't traced it back to us yet. However, in a few days, they should start to realize something is off. Xiao Yuan shook off the ash from his cigarette into the ashtray without saying a word. Li Feng quietly stood there, waiting for his orders. After finishing his cigarette, Xiao Yuan extinguished the butt and said, From now on, give Xie Mingyu only 1 meal a day and see if he still has the energy to curse. Li Feng thought to himself, just a little hunger isn't really a punishment. Why is President Xiao being so lenient with Xie Mingyu? But he didn't dare to ask and just bowed and said, okay. After that, he added, President Xiao, how do you plan to deal with Xie Mingyu next? Xiao Yuan shook out a cigarette from the pack, tilted his head to light it, took a deep puff, and said, let's talk about it later. Unable to help himself, Li Feng asked, President Xiao, are you waiting for someone? After he said this, he regretted it, wishing he could slap his own mouth. How could he pry into President Zhao's matters? However, Xiao Yuan didn't seem angry. He simply said lightly, you can go out now. Li Feng left the study with some trepidation. After taking a couple of steps, he saw Wu Jingyi coming around the corner, carrying a tray with a bone china bowl on it. Upon seeing Li Feng, she smiled charmingly and greeted, Brother Feng. That one Brother Feng made Li Feng's bones feel weak. He smiled and said, Miss Wu, looking for President Xiao? Wu Jingyi nodded obediently. Yes, is he in the study? Li Feng replied yes. Wu Jingyi smiled and said, then I'll go in. After saying that, she walked straight toward the study. Li Feng watched her sway like a water snake and secretly envied her. President Xiao really had good fortune. This Miss Wu was a top-notch beauty. In the study, Xiao Yuan was reviewing documents. There was a knock on the door. Come in, Xiao Yuan said without looking up. A light cat-like footstep approached, followed by a waft of feminine fragrance. Xiao Yuan suddenly raised his eyes to see Wu Jingyi standing at the desk with a tray. She wore light makeup and a fitted cream-colored off-the-shoulder dress that perfectly outlined her curves. Xiao Yuan's dark eyes deepened slightly, and he said unhappily, how did you get in here? Go out. A fleeting hint of embarrassment crossed Wu Jingyi's face. But soon, she smiled sweetly and said, Mr. Xiao, Missin was worried you might be hungry and asked me to bring you some nourishing soup. After saying this, she placed the tray on the desk. The displeasure in Xiao Yuan's eyes faded a little, replaced by a hint of surprise. She really asked you to bring this? Wu Jingyi bent down to take the porcelain bowl from the tray and placed it beside Xiao Yuan, smiling, yes, Missin cares about you, Mr. Xiao. This soup is a bit hot. Let me help you cool it down. As she spoke, she bent down to blow on the bowl of soup. The angle was just right to reveal her fair cleavage without being too revealing or appearing too frivolous. But before she could start blowing, Xiao Yuan abruptly took the bowl in his hands. Get out. Wu Jingyi was taken aback. Get out. Xiao Yuan's voice already carried a hint of coldness. Wu Jingyi quickly straightened up and smiled. Okay, Mr. Xiao. After that, she slowly walked towards the door. Before closing the study door, she peered through the gap and saw Xiao Yuan slowly sipping the soup. A smug smile crept onto her lips. Although she was acting on An Ruoxi's orders, she had nonetheless gotten closer to Xiao Yuan. In the future, she would gradually position herself by Xiao Yuan's side. After leaving the study, Wu Jingyi did not leave immediately. Instead, she walked directly to An Ruoxi's room. She took out her phone, opened the makeup mirror, and used her thumb to smudge her lipstick slightly. Then she adjusted the right side of her off-the-shoulder dress before knocking on the door. Missin, An Ruoxi had just finished washing her hair and taking a shower. She wore a white lace nightgown, her hair damp, and a towel draped over her head. Her skin was fair and rosy, and her eyes were bright and clear. She looked pure and clean beyond belief. Miss Wu, is there something you need? Wu Jingyi's cheeks flushed slightly, revealing a hint of shyness. Her index fingers unconsciously poked at each other as she lowered her gaze, not daring to look at Ruoxi. I just wanted to find Mr. Xiao, and he said if I needed clothes or bags, I could ask Missin for some, since you said you wouldn't use them all. And Ruoxi frowned upon hearing this. What did Xiao Yuan mean? He had just said that she could throw things away, and now he was sending someone to ask her for them. She glanced at Wu Jingyi and quickly noticed something was off. Her lipstick was smudged, and her dress looked disheveled. Had something intense happened between the two of them just now? Did this mean she could leave Taiping Mountain soon? Thinking of this, An Ruoxi felt a bit excited. Seeing that she was silent for a while, Wu Jingyi looked up at her. Noticing An Ruoxi was staring at her, she hurriedly tugged at her dress and explained, Missin, don't misunderstand. I have nothing with Mr. Xiao. And Ruoxi smiled and said, it's fine. You can take the clothes, bags, and shoes, but don't touch the jewelry. Clothes and shoes wouldn't sell for much, but jewelry could fetch a good price. Wu Jingyi smiled charmingly. Thank you, Missin. And Ruoxi replied, you're welcome. The things are in the room next door. You can go get them yourself if you want. Wu Jingyi obediently said, Okay, then good night, Miss An. And Ruoxi smiled as she patted her shoulder. Good luck. After saying that, she closed the door. As soon as the door closed, Wu Jingyi's expression changed instantly. She disdainfully brushed the spot where An Ruoxi had touched her, as if there was something dirty there. Then she turned and walked to the next room. She opened the door and turned on all the lights, looking at the room full of luxury goods. Her eyes sparkled with amazement. Her delicate fingers glided over rows of clothes and shoes, as if she were touching a dream she dared not wake up from. She picked up one limited edition bag after another and tried them on, each one making her reluctant to let go. In front of the full-length mirror, Wu Jingyi changed into a haute couture dress and held a limited edition Hermes bag. She looked at her reflection, which instantly radiated wealth, her eyes filled with greed. One day, all of this would be hers. Chapter 57. Xiao Yuan, sooner or later, will be in her pocket. The World Fashion Design Competition arrived as scheduled. To ensure her plan went smoothly, An Ruoxi thought of all the possible scenarios throughout the night and only fell asleep in the early morning. The next day, she overslept, tidied herself up, skipped breakfast, and prepared to go out. In the restaurant, Xiao Yuan finished breakfast and sat there bored, looking at his phone. Wu Jingyi had taken over the duties of the serving maid and was now standing not far from him. Her gaze lingered on Xiao Yuan's handsome profile. Her eyes filled with a hint of infatuation. How could there be such a perfect man in the world, with his superior looks akin to a deity? He was also the richest man in the entire empire. If she could spend her life with such a man, she would surely become the envy of all women in the world. Just as she was lost in thought, Xiao Yuan impatiently glanced at his watch. Why is that lazy An Ruoxi taking so long to get out of bed today? Wu Jingyi quickly smiled and said, Mr. Xiao, I'll go check on her. Saying this, she hurried out of the restaurant. She made her way to the elevator and was just about to go upstairs when Chen Qingqing happened to come down. She stopped Chen Qingqing and asked with a smile, Is Miss An still sleeping? Chen Qingqing had no good feelings towards her and didn't even give her a smile. Don't say anything random. Miss An just left. Wu Jingyi felt very dissatisfied with Chen Qingqing's attitude. When she became the mistress of Taiping Mountain in the future, she would see how to deal with her. She suppressed her smile and asked, Is there something important for Miss An to leave in such a hurry? Chen Qingqing replied irritably, What are you asking that for? Miss An's situation is unclear to me. After saying that, she ignored her and walked away. Wu Jingyi looked at her back, gritting her teeth in secret. Did she think that following An Ruoxi would lead her to success? Dream on. She would have plenty of reasons to cry later. At that moment, a faint roar of a sports car entered the living room. Wu Jingyi hurried to the front door. From a distance, she saw a peacock blue sports car speeding towards her. Without thinking, she rushed out to stop it. An Ruoxi pressed the accelerator, making a loud noise. But suddenly a figure darted out in front of her. She quickly hit the brakes, the tires screeched against the ground, and the car tilted slightly to the side. Wu Jingyi looked at the sports car with envy in her eyes. Her aunt had told her some things about An Ruoxi. She was just a fallen heiress who lost her parents and had her family fortune taken away. How could she afford such a nice sports car? It must have been a gift from Xiao Yuan. Why was her life so good? An Ruoxi leaned out of the car window, looking somewhat displeased. Miss Wu, is there something you need? Wu Jingyi quickly walked over, feigning concern. Miss An, do you have something important to do? Why didn't you even have breakfast? Skipping breakfast is bad for your health. And Ruoxi frowned and said, I'm going to participate in the World Fashion Design Competition. I'm in a hurry. The World Fashion Design Competition? Just her? Wu Jingyi thought. She usually wore the simplest styles, lacking any sense of fashion. She must be going just to make up the numbers. Wu Jingyi felt disdainful, but her mind was quick, and soon she came up with a plan. If Xiao Yuan saw An Ruoxi lose in the competition and that her skills were not up to par, he would surely be disappointed in her and might not treat her so well. That way, wouldn't she have a chance? Wu Jingyi hurriedly said with feigned excitement. Miss An, that's amazing that you can participate in the World Fashion Design Competition. Can you take me along to broaden my horizons? This way, she could capture An Ruoxi's embarrassing moments and find a way to show them to Xiao Yuan. An Ruoxi had her own matters to attend to and didn't want to take her along. She said expressionlessly, If you want to go by yourself. I'm in a hurry. I'm leaving. After saying that, Without waiting for her to respond, she rolled up the window and drove away. Wu Jingyi rolled her eyes at the departing car. If she didn't want to take her, so be it. What was there to be smug about? She turned and walked back into the house, quickly heading to the dining room. Xiao Yuan was about to get up and leave when he realized An Ruoxi hadn't joined him for breakfast. He had an important meeting that morning. Seeing this, Wu Jingyi's eyes turned, and a plan formed in her mind. She hurriedly approached him with a flattering smile. Mr. Xiao. Miss An said she was going to participate in the World Fashion Design Competition and left in a hurry. She also mentioned she was a bit nervous and wondered if you could honor her by coming to support her. Xiao Yuan paused, a hint of amusement flashing across his stern face. He didn't know she had such talent. He asked if she wants me to go. Why didn't she say it herself? Wu Jingyi explained. Miss An is shy and afraid you'd refuse. I couldn't bear to see her like that, so I thought it would be better to tell you. This way, she appeared kind-hearted while also allowing Xiao Yuan to see An Ruoxi embarrass herself, killing two birds with one stone. Xiao Yuan's lips curled slightly. Since she wanted him to go, he certainly would let her down. He took out his phone and called Su Iza. Find out who the organizers of the World Fashion Design Competition are, and tell them I will be there. Su Iza on the other end was confused. When had President Xiao become interested in such a small competition? He had even scoffed at attending economic summits with multiple world leaders, hadn't he? He reminded President Xiao, you have a very important meeting later. Xiao Yuan took a cigarette from the pack and casually put it in his mouth. Cancel it. After finishing, he hung up the phone and walked outside. Wu Jingyi was delighted and quickly followed him. Xiao Yuan let Li Feng be the driver. When Li Feng arrived, after finishing a cigarette, he was about to get in the car. Mr. Xiao, Wu Jingyi called out sweetly. Xiao Yuan turned coldly. Wu Jingyi looked at him with a shy expression and said, Can you take me with you? I also want to cheer for Miss An. We have such a good relationship. She will definitely be happy to see me there. Xiao Yuan glanced at Wu Jingyi. Only then did he notice that the clothes she was wearing were the ones he had bought for An Ruoxi. He had personally chosen those clothes for An Ruoxi. It didn't matter if she threw them away, but how could she wear them? Xiao Yuan clenched his fists, his face darkening. Change your clothes. Huh? Wu Jingyi looked at him innocently. Xiao Yuan gritted his teeth. The clothes I chose, you don't deserve to wear. Wu Jingyi bit her lip in grievance. Miss An said they suited me well and insisted I wear them. I didn't know you cared so much. I'll change right away. After saying that, she ran upstairs with red-rimmed eyes and quickly came down. Xiao Yuan had already left. However, he had a bodyguard drive Wu Jingyi to the competition venue. Wu Jingyi sat in the back seat, her expression very unpleasant. She didn't expect Xiao Yuan to treat An Ruoxi so well, not even allowing others to touch the things he gave her. It seemed that breaking them apart would be a bit tricky. However, she firmly believed that there was no wall that couldn't be dug through, only a hoe that couldn't be swung. Xiao Yuan would eventually be hers. Chapter 58. You are the main character today. No one can miss you. The World Fashion Design Competition was held at the International Expo Center in the capital. The originally planned venue was the largest five-star hotel in the capital. However, when the organizers announced that the champion of the World Fashion Design Competition, Master Yunji, would attend the awards ceremony, the number of people signing up to watch the competition increased exponentially. Master Yunji stood out among previous champions for 3 reasons. First, she was the youngest world champion in history. Second, when she won the award, she did not reveal her true identity, which only fueled the public's curiosity. Most importantly, her unique cutting technique driven by a mathematical algorithm could create garments with the most perfect proportions and the most unique styles, which were impossible to replicate or surpass. Many people in the fashion design industry hailed her as the God of Clouds after seeing her designs. Therefore, when it was heard that the God of Clouds, who had disappeared for many years, would attend this award ceremony, fashion designers from around the world flocked to the event. Due to the overwhelming number of registrations and limited venue space, the organizers doubled or even tripled the ticket prices, but it still couldn't dampen everyone's enthusiasm. For safety reasons, the organizers even had to close the registration channel early. Even so, outside the International Expo Center, fashion designers were still packed. Many even spontaneously made light signs and glow sticks. The scene was no less than that of an international superstars concert. At this moment, An Ruoxi's car was stuck in the garage and couldn't get in. She looked at the god of clouds, light signs everywhere, and sighed internally. At this rate, she, the true god of clouds, might not even be able to enter the venue. Just as she was getting impatient, Xiang called. "My lady, where are you? The competition is about to start. The organizers are waiting for you." And Ruoxi sighed. "I'm stuck at the entrance of the underground parking lot." Xiang said anxiously. "I was afraid this would happen, so I specially took a cab over. You are the god of clouds in the eyes of designers from all over the world." And Ruoxi self-deprecatingly replied, "Unfortunately, the god of clouds is now trapped. I can't even fly out." Xiang laughed. "No worries, my lady. I'll come to rescue you right away. You are the main character today. No one can miss you." Soon, Xiang brought over a person in charge from the organizers. The person in charge bowed and explained to An Ruoxi, "Master Yunji, I sincerely apologize. There were too many people, and even the VIP passage was blocked, causing you to wait for so long. I'm really sorry." And Ruoxi didn't take it to heart. This competition was so popular that the organizers probably didn't anticipate it. She handed the car keys to Xiang and said softly, "It's fine, let's go." The person in charge, seeing that she was not angry at all, breathed a sigh of relief. With the number of fans this master has, if they offended her, they could forget about making a living in the fashion industry. He respectfully led the way, saying, "Please follow me." And Ruoxi followed him all the way to the lobby of the exhibition center. At that moment, the person's phone rang. After answering the call, the person's face changed dramatically. "What? One of the lights is broken. The competition is about to start. What are you all doing?" He exclaimed, "I have something very important to attend to. How can I spare the time?" And Ruoxi noticed he seemed to be in a hurry and said, "You go ahead, just tell me where to go." The person in charge covered the phone, looking grateful. "Master Yunji, thank you for your understanding." He pointed in a direction and said, "You could go directly to the VIP room on the second floor from that side. The staff will inform you in advance during the award ceremony." After saying this, he bowed apologetically to An Ruoxi and hurried towards the stage. Once An Ruoxi entered the venue, she felt no rush. She strolled leisurely towards the second floor. People kept coming in through the entrance of the venue. A few young girls dressed in luxurious attire and exquisite makeup laughed and chatted as they walked in. One of them, with sharp eyes, recognized An Ruoxi. First surprised, then a mocking expression appeared on her face. She exclaimed, "Oh, isn't this the former young lady of the An family, the now down-and-out heiress An Ruoxi? How come you haven't died yet?" Hearing the voice, An Ruoxi frowned slightly. She turned to look and recognized the girl who just spoke. It was Pei Tianqi's sister, Pei Jinhua. There were 3 other girls beside Pei Jinhua whom An Ruoxi did not know. Crossing her arms, An Ruoxi smiled mockingly. "Oh, isn't this Pei Jinhua, the good-for-nothing heiress of the Pei family who always fails to get above 1 in exams? How do you have the face to come out and stroll?" "You." Pei Jinhua angrily walked up to An Ruoxi. "An Ruoxi, you down-and-out heiress whose family has all died. What right do you have to be arrogant in front of me?" A few years ago, Pei Tianqi had an engagement with An Ruoxi, so Pei Jinhua was supposed to have a good relationship with her. However, An Ruoxi was too outstanding, and Pei Jinhua was too useless. Every time Pei Jinhua caused trouble, her parents and family would compare her to An Ruoxi, saying An Ruoxi was there to repay kindness while she was there to seek revenge. After hearing it too many times, Pei Jinhua grew to despise An Ruoxi. At one point, to sabotage the engagement between Pei Tianqi and An Ruoxi, she had made things difficult for An Ruoxi several times. But every time, Pei Tianqi protected An Ruoxi, which only increased Pei Jinua's resentment towards her. Now that An Ruoxi had lost the halo of being the heiress of the An family, she was just a pile of mud that anyone could trample on. Why did she have to be arrogant in front of her? After hearing Pei Jinua's words, An Ruoxi's eyes turned cold. She raised her hand and gave Pei Jinhua a hard slap. "Do you believe that before long, your Pei family will also be wiped out?" Pei Jinua's face quickly swelled up from the slap. Covering her face, she glared at An Ruoxi with hatred. "Bitch, you dare hit me?" After saying that, she turned to the 3 girls beside her and said, "Hold her down for me. Let's see if I won't beat her to death today." The 3 girls glared at An Ruoxi with unfriendly looks. "Dare to touch our Miss Pei? You must be tired of living." As they spoke, They surrounded An Ruoxi from different directions. Someone saw the commotion and exclaimed, in broad daylight, "You dare to bully others? Is it no law anymore? Hey, mind your own business. Can't you see the clothes and jewelry those girls are wearing? Just one piece could buy your life. Don't meddle in the affairs of the rich." As soon as this was said, others who wanted to help An Ruoxi immediately backed down. Everyone stood far away, watching the drama unfold. An Ruoxi looked at the three girls closing in on her, her eyes filled with mockery. The three girls became angrier and lunged at her with grim expressions. An Ruoxi raised her hand and, in a moment of turning, slapped each of the three girls once. She didn't use much force, but the three of them spun around and accurately crashed into Pei Jinhue one after another. Pei Jinhue was knocked down to the ground. The three girls then piled up on top of Pei Jinhue like a stack of pancakes. Ouch! Ah, it hurts! The onlookers couldn't help but burst into laughter at the comical scene. Pei Jinhue, furious, shouted, "An Ruoxi, my second brother is here too. I'm going to have him skin you alive." Chapter 59. Your breathing is too loud, it's disturbing me. An Ruoxi looked down at Pei Jinhue's pathetic state, her eyes full of disdain. "Even if Pei Tianchi comes, I will still hit." Pei Jinhue pushed off the people on top of her and stood up angrily. "An Ruoxi, you used to follow my second brother around every day, and now that he has sister Chu-Chu, he doesn't want you anymore. Are you feeling humiliated?" An Ruoxi sneered, "A shameless fake who deceives the audience and even caused someone to miscarry, and you all treasure her in the Pei family. But a trashy family like yours is only worthy of trash like her. You." Pei Jinhue was so angry she wanted to strike back, but the three girls beside her hurriedly stopped her. "Miss Pei, this woman is very wicked. Don't confront her head on, it's better to." A girl whispered a few words in Pei Jinhue's ear. A smug smile appeared on Pei Jinhue's face. She crossed her arms and arrogantly looked at An Ruoxi. "You didn't come here today to participate in the fashion design competition, did you?" An Ruoxi thought for a moment. She could be considered to be participating in the competition, but she was only attending the awards ceremony. She coldly replied, "Is there a problem?" Pei Jinhue mocked, "You probably don't know. My second brother is a judge for this competition. As long as I tell him what just happened, you can forget about winning any awards this time. You're living in such a down-and-out state. You probably need this award very much. But as long as you kneel down and beg me, I'll pretend nothing happened." And Ruoxi looked at her naive and foolish expression and couldn't help but laugh. "What gave you the courage to say such big words? Is it ignorance and stupidity? In a competition so closely watched by so many, did she really think Pei Tianchi would be foolish enough to ruin his own reputation? You." Pei Jinhue's face turned red with anger. "An Ruoxi, our Pei family, is the second-ranked conglomerate in the empire. Crushing you is as easy as squashing an ant. Let's see how long you can remain tough." Just as An Ruoxi was about to speak, she suddenly caught sight of Xiao Yuan and his group entering through the door. She frowned slightly. Why is he here? Xiao Yuan also immediately spotted An Ruoxi and walked straight towards her. Seeing that An Ruoxi was silent, Pei Jinhue thought she had intimidated her and became even more smug. "What's wrong? Regretting it? Scared? As long as you kneel down and beg me, I can still be magnanimous and let you go this time." Her voice was loud and arrogant, and Xiao Yuan's group all heard it. Xiao Yuan's expression instantly darkened. Wu Jingyi, following behind Xiao Yuan, had an amused expression on her face. What trouble has this fool An Ruoxi gotten herself into now? It would be best if Xiao Yuan could see her embarrassing state. Li Feng whispered, "President Xiao, Missin seems to be in trouble." And Ruoxi saw Xiao Yuan's expression was a bit frightening, fearing that it might complicate things and disrupt the competition. She coldly threw out, "I can't be bothered to talk to idiots." After saying that, she turned to leave. Pei Jinhue, seeing that she dared to curse her as an idiot, became furious. "Bitch, you dare curse me." She rushed up, wanted a sneak attack, An Ruoxi from behind. "Try touching her." A cold and sinister voice rang out behind her. For some reason, Pei Jinhue felt a chill rising all over her body upon hearing this voice. She suddenly turned around and saw a man, handsome like a god, standing not far from her. Pei Jinhue's eyes were filled with astonishment, her gaze fixated on him. Who is this man? He is just too handsome. And Ruoxi paused for a moment, but ultimately did not turn back, continuing to walk forward. Xiao Yuan looked at her indifferent back, his expression growing darker and more violent. Still pretending not to know her, Pei Jinhue was stunned for a while before coming to her senses, and she looked at Xiao Yuan shyly. Sir, do you know An Ruoxi? No, Wu Jingyi answered first. Xiao Yuan cast a cold glance at her. Wu Jingyi quickly explained in a low voice. I just saw that Miss An seems to not want to reveal that she knows you. What if you admit it and she gets angry? Miss An is capable. She probably fears that everyone will know your relationship and misunderstand that she has taken shortcuts. Since An Ruoxi has made her own bed and left, she can't let others know she knows Xiao Yuan. What if others, fearing Xiao Yuan's power, give her an advantage in the competition? Wouldn't her plan to embarrass An Ruoxi be ruined? After hearing Wu Jingyi's words, a cold glint flickered in Xiao Yuan's narrow eyes. He didn't care about others' opinions. An Ruoxi was his woman. It was only right for him to support her. As long as she wanted, what was wrong with giving her a world championship? But recalling how An Ruoxi had distanced herself from him at the last Zhou family banquet, he hesitated. A man who was not afraid of death was now timid, afraid to gamble. He feared An Ruoxi would be angry and leave a bad impression in her heart. Damn it. The three girls beside Pei Jinhue felt a dangerous aura radiating from Xiao Yuan and were somewhat intimidated. They huddled closer to Pei Jinhue and whispered, Miss Pei, the competition is about to start. Let's hurry inside. We still need to see Master Yin. Although Pei Jinhue did not design clothes, she had once accidentally seen a design by Master Yin on the internet and instantly fell in love. She even offered a high price for Master Yin to design clothes for her. However, after winning an award, Master Yin had gone into hiding, and no one could contact her. She had been disappointed for a long time because of this. Hearing that Master Yin would attend the awards ceremony of the competition, she specifically had her brother get her front row tickets just to catch a glimpse of her idol. Pei Jinhue nodded. Okay. As the four were about to head to the competition venue, Xiao Yuan had no intention of letting them go. He had clearly heard Pei Jinhue's harsh words directed at An Ruoxi. He touched the ring on his hand and coldly told Li Feng, teach them a lesson. Li Feng nodded and beckoned to the two tall bodyguards behind him. The two bodyguards immediately blocked Pei Jinhue and her friend's path. Pei Jinhue, with a stern face, angrily demanded, What do you want? Li Feng revealed a cruel smile and said, Weren't you quite arrogant just now? As soon as he finished speaking, the two bodyguards swung their hands, delivering a slap each to the four of them. The force of their slaps was so strong that the four of them spat out blood. Pei Jinhue began to cry. How dare you hit me? I am a young lady of the Pei family. I will have my brother skin you alive. Li Feng scoffed. The Pei family is nothing. Our Xiao Zong doesn't even take them seriously. Upon hearing Xiao Zong, Pei Jinhue was instantly shocked. The surname Xiao? Could it be the ruthless and bloodthirsty Xiao Yuan, the head of the Xiao Corporation? How could someone like him be here? She fearfully asked Xiao Yuan, Xiao Zong, I haven't offended you, have I? Xiao Yuan, twisting the ring on his finger, had a cold and sinister look in his eyes. Your breathing is too loud. It's disturbing me. Pei Jinhue, in a daze, was met with another slap from the bodyguards. The three girls following Pei Jinhue could no longer bear it and immediately knelt on the ground, crying for mercy. Xiao Zong, please stop. We beg you to spare us. Although Pei Jinhue was also in pain and shedding tears as the young lady of the Pei family, she would not easily submit. She angrily said, You are truly spineless. Li Feng coldly smiled. Since Miss Pei is so strong-willed, then her portion will be counted as yours. As soon as he finished speaking, the bodyguards raised their hands. Pei Jinhue was so frightened that her legs went weak, and she knelt down. Xiao Zong, I'm sorry. Wu Jingyi watched the scene with a heart full of jealousy. The Pei family was the second largest conglomerate in the empire, and Xiao Yuan, in order to vent his anger for An Ruoxi, was beating the Pei family's young lady for no reason. Was An Ruoxi really that good? Did she deserve such favor? Chapter 60. Love rivals Pei Jinhue's kneeling ended this farce. The organizers received the news and came out to welcome Xiao Yuan. At this time, Xiao Yuan was almost at the entrance of the competition venue. The president of the Imperial Fashion Designers Association, Pan Jichu, greeted him with a smile. Xiao Zong, your presence today adds immense prestige to our competition. Xiao Yuan was unwilling to listen to his nonsense and said coldly, Let's go in. Pan Jichu hurriedly led the way. Xiao Zone, this way please. As Xiao Yuan and his group entered the venue, the media reporters on the scene instantly erupted. Wow, is that the master of the Xiao Corporation? Why is he here today? Damn, this is a huge exclusive. He didn't even attend the last International Economic Summit. Yet he's here for the fashion design competition. Quick, take photos. The head of the Xiao Corporation appearing at the World Fashion Design Competition was sure to trend, just like when Master Yun attended the award ceremony. Reporters swarmed over, and the flashes lit up the area like daylight. Wu Jingyi hurried a few steps forward, almost standing shoulder to shoulder with Xiao Yuan. She loved this feeling of being at the center of the world, being revered by others. It was only with Xiao Yuan that she could realize this dream. She smiled radiantly, eagerly anticipating her beautiful face appearing on tomorrow's trending searches. However, Li Feng and the bodyguards blocked the reporters. He did nothing but coldly said, "If you dare to take photos of Xiao Zong, are you ready to lose your job or your life?" Upon hearing this, the reporters trembled in fear and quickly lowered their cameras. Li Feng said nothing, calmly observing them. The reporters felt their scalps tingle just from his gaze and hurriedly deleted all the photos they had taken. A big exclusive was important, but life was even more important. They couldn't afford to provoke the master of the Xiao Corporation. Seeing that they were quick to comply, Li Feng then followed closely behind Xiao Yuan. After walking a short distance, they encountered Pei Tianqi, who was on the phone with his assistant as he walked toward them. "Don't cry. Your second brother will be here soon." When Xiao Yuan saw Pei Tianqi, a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. "An Ruoxi's ex-fiancé?" Pan Jichu smiled and asked Pei Tianqi, "Pengdi, is something wrong?" The competition is about to start. Pei Tianqi had been in the entertainment industry and had never seen Xiao Yuan, so he gave him a casual glance. He couldn't shake the feeling that Xiao Yuan's gaze was filled with hostility. He looked at Pan Jichu and said, "It's nothing. I'll be right back." As he spoke, he tried to move forward, but the entire aisle was blocked by Xiao Yuan's people. Since Xiao Yuan didn't speak, no one else had any intention of giving way. Pan Jichu was caught in the middle, beads of sweat instantly forming on his forehead. He couldn't afford to offend either the Xiao family or the Pei family. Pei Tianqi stood there for more than 10 seconds, seeing that Xiao Yuan's people had no intention of moving. He tried to maintain a pleasant demeanor and said, "Could you please let me through?" Xiao Yuan casually twisted the ring on his finger, his eyes as cold as ice. A sharp smile curved at the corner of his mouth. "Let? That word doesn't exist in my dictionary." Pei Tianqi felt that his words were somewhat pointed. But he clearly met him for the first time, right? Pei Tianqi's assistant, seeing this, said discontentedly, "Do you know who our Emperor Pei is?" "He is the second son of the Pei family." Xiao Yuan seemed to have heard a huge joke, his eyes full of sarcasm. "A mere Pei family. Should you first inquire about who I am?" Upon hearing this, Pei Tianqi showed a look of surprise on his face. Looking at Pan Jichu, who was constantly wiping cold sweat, he immediately understood. He clenched his fists, stepped aside, and made way for him. "Mr. Xiao, please go ahead." The assistant was still unwilling. "Emperor Pei, why are you afraid of him?" "Shut up." Pei Tianqi quietly scolded him. Xiao Yuan was 1.9 meters tall, while Pei Tianqi was 1.85 meters. He looked down at Pei Tianqi, and the sarcasm in his eyes was unmistakable. After Xiao Yuan and his group left, the assistant asked Pei Tianqi in confusion, "Emperor Pei, with your status, why fear him?" Pei Tianqi sternly glared at him. "Don't you know there are heavens beyond the heavens? No matter how powerful my Pei family is, there are always those more powerful than us." The assistant's heart sank. "Who is that person?" Pei Tianqi glanced at the arrogant figure and frowned. "Xiao Yuan from the Xiao family. Such strong momentum and pressure can only come from that person." The assistant was instantly scared out of his wits, his eyes full of terror. "Emperor Pei, I just offended him. He won't kill me, right? You must save me." Although it was Pei Tianqi's first time meeting Xiao Yuan, his reputation was too notorious, almost making people tremble in fear. But why did Xiao Yuan have such heavy hostility towards him? Feeling annoyed, he told the assistant, "Don't be so reckless in the future." The second floor was large, and An Ruoxi took a wrong turn, circling around before finally finding the VIP room. She stood at the door, confirmed the sign of the VIP room, and then pushed the door open. Not far away in the corner, Jiang Yin was sitting on the ground, exhausted. Master Yunji's whereabouts were mysterious, and she initially wanted to build a good relationship with her in advance to pave the way for future development. However, she had been secretly waiting there for almost an hour and had yet to see anyone come by. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening echoed, and she quickly stood up. She peeked out from the corner, but only saw a figure from behind. However, that figure seemed a bit familiar. It looked like An Ruoxi. She was slightly startled. Could it be that An Ruoxi is Master Yunji? However, she quickly dismissed that thought. An Ruoxi had indeed been known as a genius girl before, but that was all thanks to the An family. Without the An family, she was nothing. How could she possibly be the famous Master Yunji? She must have seen it wrong. She adjusted her clothes and walked towards the VIP room. At this moment, a voice from the first floor announced, "The competition is about to start. Please all contestants enter the venue quickly." Jiang Yin glanced towards the VIP room and had no choice but to give up. But it didn't matter once she won the championship. She would definitely build a good relationship with Master Yunji and have her support more. Thinking this, Jiang Yin turned and walked towards the first floor. An Ruoxi entered the VIP room. She looked around. The large floor-to-ceiling windows allowed her to see the entire scene of the competition. The table was filled with various expensive fruits, snacks, and drinks, showing how much importance was placed on Master Yunji. She sat down in the large swivel chair by the floor-to-ceiling window and leisurely spun around. At this moment, her phone received a message. "Boss, our people found out that 2 Dark Raven's assassins have come to the Imperial capital and have already met with An Ruoxi. You need to be careful." A cold glint flashed in An Ruoxi's eyes. An Ruoxi was truly willing to spend money to kill her. She quickly typed a line of text with her fingertips. 2 more are coming to die. Just in time, I'll send a big gift to An Ruoxi. Chapter 61. The glory moment belonging to Jiang Yin is about to arrive. In the venue hall, Pei Jinhua was crying sadly. The 3 girls beside her, though injured, were continuously comforting her. "Miss Pei, don't cry. If your makeup runs, it won't look good later. I say it's all that An Ruoxi's fault. If it weren't for her bad luck, we wouldn't have run into this." "Exactly, Miss Pei. Don't be sad. We are all in the Imperial capital anyway. There will be plenty of chances to deal with her in the future." The Pei family had 2 sons and 1 daughter in this generation. Pei Jinhua had been pampered since childhood and had never suffered such humiliation before. Being beaten was secondary. The main thing was that it was too embarrassing. She had never experienced such humiliation. When Pei Tianchi arrived and saw the injuries on Pei Jinhua's face, he felt an indescribable pain. Anger flared in his eyes. "Yeah, what on earth happened?" Seeing Pei Tianchi, Pei Jinhua seemed to have someone to back her up, and her tears fell even faster. She felt that the culprit behind today's incident was definitely An Ruoxi. If An Ruoxi had quickly submitted and begged for mercy, she wouldn't have encountered the subsequent misfortunes. She cried and reported, "Second brother, it was An Ruoxi. An Ruoxi hit me and caused me to be bullied." An Ruoxi? Pei Tianchi was slightly surprised. Why is she here? Did she come specifically because she knew I was going to be a judge? Was her previous fierceness towards him just a ploy? A strange emotion rose in Pei Tianchi's heart. He frowned and said, "How did you get into a conflict with An Ruoxi again?" He knew his sister was willful and had always disliked An Ruoxi, often looking for trouble with her in the past. Pei Jinhua's gaze flickered as she opened her mouth to lie. "I haven't seen her for a long time. I kindly greeted her, but she not only scolded me, but hit me. Look at my face, it's all swollen from her beating." The 3 girls following Pei Jinhua quickly echoed, "Yes, she not only hit Miss Pei, but she hit us too. Emperor Pei, An Ruoxi is now completely a violent woman. You must seek justice for Miss Pei. I heard she will also participate in the fashion design competition. Such a morally corrupt person must not be given high scores." Listening to their words, Pei Tianchi fell into silence for a moment. If it were in the past, he would definitely not believe An Ruoxi would do such a thing. But the An Ruoxi he had seen recently was completely different from before. She was willful, arrogant, and imperious, and even hit people at the drop of a hat. He just didn't expect her to hit Pei Jinhua and the others so hard. With a serious face, he said to Pei Jinhua, "Don't worry, after the competition, I will have a good talk with her and definitely give you an explanation." He had some past connections with An Ruoxi, and couldn't let her continue to be so stubborn. After saying that, he instructed the assistant, You take them back first. But Pei Jinhua said, Brother, I'm not going back. I haven't seen my idol, Master Yinji yet. Pei Tianchi looked at her swollen cheek and said, But your face. Pei Jinhua touched her fiery face and said, Just get us each a mask. Pei Tianchi knew how much Pei Jinhua liked Master Yinji. After he learned that he was coming to be a judge, she had been nagging in his ear for a long time, wanting him to reserve the best seat for her. He said, okay. As the competition began, Xiaoying finally parked the car and arrived at the VIP room. She smiled and picked a cherry from the fruit plate, taking a bite. It was fresh and juicy. The organizers really value you, Master Yinji, giving you the only best viewing spot. An Ruoxi looked through the floor-to-ceiling window at the crowd downstairs and said with a smile, If there is no mystery, how can we save the climax of the competition for the end? Xiaoying sat down in the seat next to her. That is true. This time the organizers are making a fortune thanks to Master Yinji. They have to treat you well. And Ruoxi remembered something and turned to ask her, Is everything arranged? Xiaoying threw her a flirtatious look. When have I ever let you down with what you ordered? Miss, don't worry. Today the Jiang family is doomed. And Ruoxi smiled sweetly at her. Then I'll wait to see the good show. On the competition side, the host had finished the opening remarks. The competition had officially begun. A total of 20 designers entered this competition. These were all members of the Imperial Fashion Association, selected through layers of screening from thousands of applicants, all of whom were the cream of the crop in the fashion design industry. The rules of the competition were simple. Each contestant would present their work with their model and had 5 minutes to explain. Finally, the scores would be given by 5 judges. The highest score would be crowned champion of this world fashion design competition. The 20 designers were divided into 5 groups through a lottery, with 4 designers in each group presenting on stage as a unit. Soon, the first group of designers took the stage with their works. As the lights shone and the music played, well-proportioned models wearing fashion walked the runway with number tags hanging on them. After a display, the models lined up and the designers took the stage to introduce their works. Jiang Yin sat in the waiting room, watching the competition live on TV. She looked at the clothes worn by the models, her eyes filled with disdain. What kind of design is this? Compared to her designs, it's completely street vendor stuff. Unfortunately, her luck was not good. She drew the last group and could only go on last. If she went on stage, this competition would probably be over. She glanced at her neatly covered outfit, unable to hide her pride. The clothes she designed this time would definitely amaze the audience and the whole world. Just as she was thinking, her phone rang. She took it out and saw it was her mother. Zhang's mother asked in confusion, Yin Yin, why can't I see you? When will you go on stage? Jiang Yin glanced at the ongoing competition on TV. I drew the last group, so I will go on later. Zhang's mother sounded worried. Yin Yin, do you really have confidence in winning this competition? Jiang Yin showed a hint of impatience on her face. Her mother was really nagging. She asked almost every day. She frowned and said, Mom, I've said it many times already. The championship is definitely mine. Why don't you believe me? Zhang's mother laughed awkwardly. Mom is just worried about you. Since you are so confident, can you bring your dad on stage when you receive the award? This is a chance to show up to the whole world. Your dad would be so happy to receive the award with you. Jiang Yin thought for a moment. Ever since her affair with Zhou Xiao was exposed, her dad had been indifferent to her. It would be good to take this opportunity to make him happy. She said, Okay, I will invite him to come on stage when I receive the award. Zhang's mother sounded pleased. All right, my precious daughter. We will wait for you to win the award in the audience. Jiang Yin hung up the phone, looking at the dazzling stage on TV, her eyes gleaming with greed and pride. Her glorious moment was about to arrive. Chapter 62. I really look forward to seeing her dreams shatter. Right in front of the stage, a section was separated by one-way visibility glass. This was added specifically after learning that Xiao Yuan was coming. Even the 5 judges were arranged on the right side of the stage. Xiao Yuan rested his chin on his right hand, sitting bored on the sofa. Watching the models posing on stage, he found it extremely boring. It was more interesting to go to work at the company. Wu Jingyi sat on a stool not far from him. Her attention was entirely on Xiao Yuan. Seeing his lack of interest, she quickly picked a grape from the fruit plate and peeled it with enthusiasm. She smiled slightly and held the grape to Xiao Yuan's mouth, her voice overly sweet. Mister Xiao, have some grapes. Xiao Yuan was overwhelmed by an unpleasant perfume smell that invaded his nostrils. He waved his hand forcefully, frowning. Get away. Wu Jingyi almost toppled over from her stool because of him. Fortunately, Li Feng, who was sitting next to her, quickly supported her. Wu Jingyi looked at him gratefully. Thank you, Brother Feng. Li Feng looked at her delicate appearance and said harshly, Miss Wu, let's change seats. Mister. Xiao doesn't like women being too close to him. Wu Jingyi bit her lip in embarrassment and replied, Okay, although she was reluctant, fearing Xiao Yuan's anger. She let Li Feng sit in the seat closest to him. Xiao Yuan didn't see An Ruoxi and felt that every second spent sitting there was like a year. He took out his phone and sent her a message. When we go on stage. An Ruoxi in the VIP room was stunned when she saw the message. Xiao Yuan came to watch her compete? Was he bored? She quickly replied, I'm not participating in the competition. Xiao Yuan's gaze darkened slightly. He glanced at the pretentious Pei Tianxi among the judges. Then why are you here? And Ruoxi thought for a moment and replied, You'll know later. Xiao Yuan looked at this reply and felt very displeased. Is she keeping him in suspense? At this moment, the judges began scoring. He watched Pei Tianxi pretending to be serious while holding up the scorecard and cursed. Idiot. After cursing, he lowered his head and replied to An Ruoxi. Where are you? And Ruoxi ignored him. Xiao Yuan waited for a reply, licking the back of his teeth, leaning back on the sofa. He wanted to see what trick she was playing. This world fashion designer competition, influenced by Master Yunji, was more popular than ever. The number of designers applying for the competition had increased significantly compared to previous years. Therefore, the quality of the designs from the selected finalists was very high. The chief judge, Leon, was the champion of the first world fashion designer competition and the founder of the world-renowned fashion brand Leon. He was revered as the Caesar of the fashion world. He had very high standards for the works. And only after seeing the 15th design in the fourth group did he see one that satisfied him. The other 4 judges also gave that work high praise, scoring above 9.5. Although Leon was satisfied with that work, he only gave it a score of 9, which was the highest score of his round. After the 15th designer came off stage, others rushed forward to congratulate her. Congratulations, you got the highest score in the entire competition. Even Master Leon gave you a 9. That's amazing. The clothes you designed are so beautiful. They must have been designed in reference to Master Yunji's style. Her style is very difficult to imitate. And you are the designer I've seen who comes closest to her style. The championship must be yours. After all, we participated in the competition together. So please help us out in the future. Yeah. Don't forget us when you're rich and famous. Compliments flooded from backstage. The 15th designer looked very happy. She humbly replied, There is still one group that hasn't gone on stage yet, so it's too early to say who the champion is. Just then, Jiang Yin led her model, preparing to go backstage to wait. Hearing the words of the 15th designer, she said unapologetically, It's good to be a little humble, so you don't embarrass yourself later when you don't win the championship. The 15th designer hadn't thought she would definitely win the championship, but Jiang Yin's words were quite unpleasant to hear. She glanced at the model next to Jiang Yin, who was wearing an outer garment, making it impossible to see the outfit inside. She retorted, You make it sound like you will definitely win the championship. The others who had just flattered the 15th designer also chimed in. Exactly. Her work is already great. Is it so hard to acknowledge that others are excellent? Some people, with no ability, look down on others. They should weigh themselves. Let us just wait to see the good show. Let us see what kind of work she can present. Don't end up slapping your own face and embarrassing yourself. Jiang Yin arrogantly glanced at everyone, not hiding her pride. The championship is definitely mine. At this moment, the host had already started announcing. Next, let's welcome our 5th group, also the last group of designers to take the stage. They are number 17. Jiang Yin stopped wasting words with them and led the models to the back of the stage. As the spotlight came on, the last group of models took the stage in the order drawn. When it was Jiang Yan's models' turn to showcase, a gasp erupted from the audience. Wow, this design is stunning. The overall style is fashionable and unique, simply perfect. I was struck by the beauty of this outfit at first glance. It's so beautiful. The designer is truly a genius. The key is not just that it looks good. Don't you think this design has a strong narrative? It seems to borrow some elements, but I can't quite place it. I just feel that the model presents some breathtaking visual imagery. Don't you think this design style is almost identical to Master Yun's? I wanted to say that too, but isn't Master Yun attending the awards? Could she be competing? Most of the audience are fashion designers, and they immediately recognize the high-end quality of this design. Jiang Yin stood backstage, waiting for her turn to go on. But listening to the audience's reaction made her feel as if victory was already beckoning her. Her face couldn't hide her excitement and thrill. The judges were also amazed by this outfit, including Master Leon, who was staring intently at the model, his eyes fixed. In fact, given his current status in the fashion world, he didn't need to be a judge for such a big competition. However, as a loyal fan of Master Yin, he volunteered to be a judge upon hearing she would attend the awards, just to catch a glimpse of his idol. He hadn't expected that before seeing his idol, he would discover another designer with the same talent as Master Yin. However, after staring at the model for a while, he suddenly noticed something unusual. Although this design style is very similar to Master Yun's, the cut and proportions of the clothing are lacking. What a pity, what a pity. It seems only Master Yun is the perfect designer. In the VIP room on the second floor, Xia Ying looked at Jiang Yan's work and chuckled. This Jiang Yin is really shameless. She completely copied your design without making any changes. An Ruoxi watched Jiang Yan on stage, full of pride. A cruel smile crept on her lips. I'm really looking forward to seeing her dream shatter. Chapter 63. The championship is hers. After the models showcased their work, the designers went on stage to explain. Jiang Yin took the microphone and introduced her work with excitement. My inspiration comes from a nine-tailed fox in mythology, with a fitted design on the upper body that outlines the graceful curves of women, and a chiffon-layered skirt on the lower half that simulates the form of the nine tails, using a gradient silver-white tone, with the tail tips embellished with fluorescent fibers. The 5 judges nodded as they listened to her explanation. The audience below was buzzing with discussion. So it's a nine-tailed fox's tails. No wonder I felt like it incorporated some elements. Now that you mention it, it really does have that feeling. So beautiful. When will it be on the market? I want to buy it. This isn't just clothing. It's a walking work of art. How come I've never heard of this designer before? She is amazing. Master Yin has a successor. After all the designers in the 5th group explained their works, the judges began to score. Without a doubt, Jiang Yan's work received the highest score, and this score was significantly higher than the other competing designers. The scores were 10, 10, 10, 10, and 9.5. Leon gave it a 9.5. He really liked this design. The point deducted was because he felt the cutting and proportions were lacking. When Jiang Yan heard this score, she was ecstatic. The championship is hers. Jiang Yan's parents, who were watching from the audience, were also very excited. Zhang's mother grabbed Zhang's father's arm and said happily, "Honey, did you see? Our daughter won the championship." Zhang's father couldn't hide his joy either, as expected of my daughter. Zhang's mother looked proud. "My daughter is amazing. She said she would win the world championship, and she definitely will. You didn't believe her at first and said Jiangning was excellent. If I had known, I shouldn't have sent her to the mental hospital." Zhang's father frowned at her bringing up old grievances. Can we not mention that lunatic during such a happy moment? Zhang's mother smirked slightly and said nothing more. She looked at her daughter on stage, full of spirit, and felt immensely proud. Her daughter is the best. That little brat, Jiangning isn't even worthy to carry her shoes. Although the choice for the champion was already certain, the competition still had to determine the top 3, and some information needed to be confirmed. Therefore, after the competition ended, there was a 1-hour intermission before the award ceremony. An Ruoxi had been in the VIP room all morning and went outside with Xia Ying for some fresh air. The corridor was lined with floor-to-ceiling windows, and sunlight streamed through the glass, casting dappled shadows on the floor. Xia Ying was on the phone. "In 1 hour, we must get this done," the young lady said. "There is definitely no problem. Just do as she says." After Xia Ying hung up the phone, An Ruoxi asked her, "What is going on?" Xia Ying smiled. "They're worried about the short time and that they won't be able to persuade the Jiang couple, afraid of disappointing your expectations." An Ruoxi looked at the bustling traffic outside the floor-to-ceiling window and scoffed. "The Jiang couple is greedy by nature, as long as there is a little incentive. They will definitely bite." Xia Ying nodded. "I told them that. Don't worry, he is experienced and will ensure the task is completed. The two stood for a while, preparing to return to the VIP room. An Ruoxi? Jiang Yan's voice sounded from behind. An Ruoxi turned around to see Jiang Yan standing not far away. Jiang Yan took a few steps towards her and sneered. It really is you. What are you doing here? The restroom on the first floor was too crowded. So she knew there was a restroom on the second floor, which is why she appeared here. Isn't Ruoxi here for the same reason? An Ruoxi coldly glared at her. What is it to you? You. A flash of anger crossed Jiang Yan's eyes, but she quickly calmed down. Now that she is the world champion, she can't do anything that would undermine her status. She looked at An Ruoxi with sarcasm. You didn't sign up for the design competition and got eliminated, so you came to watch the finals, right? She remembered hearing Jiang Ning mention that An Ruoxi really liked fashion design before. However, she had never seen An Ruoxi's design drafts, so she assumed they couldn't be that great. Otherwise, An Ruoxi would have boasted about them long ago. An Ruoxi crossed her arms and looked at her coldly, still saying, What is it to you? Jiang Yan was in a good mood today, so she didn't want to argue with her. She covered her mouth and laughed. Are you upset because you saw me win the championship while you couldn't even make it to the finals? Is your psychological endurance that weak? I hope you want to be so angry that you die when Master Yun presents the award to me. Xia and couldn't help but chuckle at her bold words. An Ruoxi quickly elbowed her. When God wants to destroy someone, he first makes them mad. She calmly looked at Jiang Yan and said, Whether I die of anger is uncertain. But if you don't pay back the 600,000 you owe me in 3 days, I guarantee you will die a very ugly death. You. Jiang Yan finally lost her composure. She exclaimed angrily, It's just 600,000. I'm the world champion now. I will have prize money and countless collaboration opportunities. Do you think I would care about this mere 600,000? An Ruoxi coldly laughed. I hope you want to default on the payment then. Jiang Yan didn't say anything more, shot her a fierce glare, and stormed off. Xiaoying watched her retreating figure. Shaking her head, she still doesn't know that after today, she will be living on the streets. On the Jiang couple's side, Jiang's father was smoking in the smoking area. Mr. Jiang, a warm voice sounded beside him. He glanced at the person and quickly smiled. Oh, Mr. Liu, what are you doing here? Mr. Liu is the owner of the largest clothing department store in the capital, and his department store carries dozens of clothing brands. With excellent sales, Mr. Jiang's family repeatedly approached Mr. Liu, hoping to enter his department store, but Mr. Liu looked down on their small business. Mr. Liu smiled and said, It's not convenient to talk here. Let's change places. Mr. Jiang was eager to establish a relationship with him, and upon hearing this, he quickly said, Sure. The two moved to a relatively secluded corner. Mr. Liu joked, Mr. Jiang, you are so fortunate to have raised such an outstanding daughter. Mentioning his daughter gave Mr. Jiang a boost of confidence. With a hint of pride in his voice, he replied, Yin Yin has been excellent since she was young. Mr. Liu laughed heartily. Mr. Jiang, I'll be straightforward. Do you still want to enter our department store? Of course. Mr. Jiang replied without hesitation. The clothing companies that entered Mr. Liu's department store made significant profits, and he dreamed of having his family's business join them. Mr. Liu continued, I have a cooperation idea. Would you like to hear it? Mr. Jiang quickly replied, Please, Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu said, I can allow your family's business to enter our department store for free for 5 years. Free? Mr. Jiang was astonished. It's known that the entry fee for Mr. Liu's department store is quite high, over 10 million a year. However, the profits it brings are also very optimistic. Mr. Jiang had heard that a company made over 100 million in profit after entering Mr. Liu's department store. Other companies also earned profits that were several times the entry fee. He incredulously asked, Is there a catch? Mr. Liu smiled. As a businessman, of course, there are conditions. To be honest, I'm a fan of Yunji Master, and I really like your daughter's work. I want her to shoot a promotional advertisement for our department store. Don't worry, all expenses for the advertisement will be covered by us. After hearing his proposal, Mr. Jiang felt as if he were dreaming. To have his daughter shoot an advertisement could save them 50 to 60 million in entry fees. Such a good deal. Chapter 64, Cloud God. Cloud God. Cloud God. Seeing Mr. Jiang silent, Mr. Liu smiled and said, It's fine, Mr. Jiang. If you don't agree, it's no problem. I just really like your daughter's work. He turned to leave. Mr. Jiang quickly stopped him. Mr. Liu, I agree. I agree to your cooperation proposal. Such a great opportunity would not come again. This fool must be enchanted by his daughter's work, wanting her to help the department store shoot an advertisement, which is why he proposed such a tempting deal for the Jiang family. Mr. Liu smiled. Mr. Jiang, shouldn't you discuss this with your daughter first? What if she refuses to shoot the advertisement later? I would lose out. Mr. Jiang quickly replied, no need to discuss. I make the decisions in our family. Mr. Liu, what do you think is a good time to sign the contract? Mr. Liu thought for a moment and said, my assistant is nearby. Should I call him to draft a preliminary agreement? He then shook his head repeatedly, or maybe not. Mr. Jiang, you probably want to think it over more carefully. No need to think. Let us sign now, Mr. Jiang said without hesitation. He had approached Mr. Liu several times before, but each time Mr. Liu had brushed him off, saying to find another time to talk, and nothing came of it. This time, because his daughter won the world championship, Mr. Liu was momentarily excited and proposed such favorable conditions. How could he miss this opportunity? Mr. Liu, how about you call your assistant to bring the contract over? Upon hearing this, Mr. Liu laughed aloud. Then let us have double good news. Mr. Jiang laughed heartily. Double good news. Mr. Liu called his assistant. Within 10 minutes, the assistant arrived with the contract. Mr. Liu handed the contract to Mr. Jiang, saying, take a look, Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang examined the contract line by line. Having run a business for many years, he could spot any traps in the contract at a glance. The content was indeed as Mr. Liu had promised. Mr. Liu would allow the Jiang family's company to enter the department store for free for 5 years, and as the world champion, Jiang Yin would shoot an advertisement for the department store. All costs for the advertisement would be borne by Mr. Liu. However, upon seeing one clause, Mr. Jiang hesitated. The contract stated that Jiang Yin must shoot the advertisement as a world champion for the contract to be valid. Otherwise, the Jiang family would not only be liable for the entry fee, but would also have to pay 10 times the amount of the waived fee. In other words, if Jiang Yin were not a world champion, the Jiang family would owe Mr. Liu 10 times the entry fee for 5 years, which amounted to over 500 million. Seeing Mr. Jiang hesitate, Mr. Liu chuckled. Mr. Jiang, what I value is your daughter's title as a world champion, which brings me benefits. This condition isn't unreasonable, right? Why don't you think it over again? After all, the awards ceremony hasn't taken place yet. Mr. Jiang replied, how about we wait until after the awards ceremony to sign the contract? Mr. Liu nodded readily. Okay, I'm also looking forward to our cooperation. Just as he finished speaking, his phone rang. What? How could this happen? I'll be there right away. After hanging up, he told Mr. Jiang, I'm really sorry. Mr. Jiang, I have an urgent matter at home and need to leave. Mr. Jiang anxiously asked, what about the contract? Mr. Liu smiled. The contract isn't urgent. We can sign it another day. After saying that, he hurriedly walked out. His assistant hurriedly followed him with a briefcase. Mr. Jiang watched him walk further away, clenching his fists in frustration. The business world changes rapidly. What if Mr. Liu calmed down after today and wouldn't sign the contract anymore? After all, his daughter had already scored the highest in the competition. How could there be any problems? You can't catch a wolf without letting go of the child. Thinking of this, he quickly ran a few steps and called out to Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu turned to look at him. Is there anything else, Mr. Jiang? Mr. Jiang took a deep breath and walked quickly to him, smiling. Let us sign the contract now. Mr. Liu smiled. Mr. Jiang, signing a contract is a big deal. Why don't you think it over again? I have something else to attend to. Mr. Jiang quickly insisted. No need to think it over. Signing the contract won't take long. Let us do it now. Mr. Liu hesitated for a moment and said, all right then. Mr. Liu's assistant took out 2 copies of the contract from the briefcase and handed them to Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang quickly skimmed through them and, confirming there were no issues, signed and stamped his seal. Mr. Liu also signed and stamped his seal in the relevant spot. He handed 1 copy of the contract to Mr. Jiang, smiling and extending his hand. Mr. Jiang, may our cooperation be pleasant. Mr. Jiang's heart was filled with joy. He didn't expect his daughter's world championship to be so beneficial. He shook Mr. Liu's hand. Pleasant cooperation. After parting ways with Mr. Jiang, Mr. Liu left in a car. Sitting in the back seat, he called Xia Ying, informing her that he had successfully fulfilled his promise. At the competition venue, the awards ceremony had already begun. Mr. Jiang arrived late. Mrs. Jiang asked in confusion, "Where have you been? Why didn't you answer your phone?" Mr. Jiang happily replied, "I want to sign a contract." "Sign a contract?" Mr. Jiang handed the contract to Mrs. Jiang. She glanced at it and exclaimed joyfully, "Wow, honey, you're amazing. With this contract, we're going to make a fortune." Mr. Jiang looked very pleased, of course. Mrs. Jiang quickly hugged his arm, saying, "Then my daughter and I will wait to enjoy the wealth." At this moment, the host on stage called out energetically, "Next, we invite the top 3 designers from this competition to the stage to receive their awards. They're the 3rd place winner Li Yaqing, the 2nd place winner Han Lu, and our champion Jiang Yin." Mr. Jiang watched as Jiang Yin walked up to the award stage. He couldn't contain his excitement. This cooperation was secured. Pei Tianqi awarded the 3rd prize. Leon presented the 2nd prize. Before awarding Jiang Yin, she earnestly requested, "Can I invite my father to come on stage with me to receive the award? I owe my success today to my father's careful nurturing, and I wanted to share this honor with me." This series of actions has won Jiang Yin a lot of goodwill. Everyone praised her for not only being strong in her abilities, but also for being grounded and filial. The host smiled and invited Jiang's father to the stage. Jiang's father walked up proudly, clearly pleased. After he stood next to Jiang Yin, the host happily announced, "We have finally arrived at the most exciting moment of this competition. Please welcome our master of cloud weaving to present the award to the champion." The audience erupted into thunderous applause. Some spontaneously shouted, "Cloud God! Cloud God! Cloud God!" The sound from the entire venue was almost enough to lift the roof off. Under everyone's gaze, An Ruoxi stepped onto the stage. Chapter 65, just based on your work. It's plagiarized. The audience below was momentarily speechless upon seeing An Ruoxi, staring in awe. After 3 seconds of silence, the crowd erupted into even louder cheers and shouts. "Oh my God, is the master of cloud weaving really this beautiful? Is she a fairy come down to earth?" The big shot in the fashion design world, who had disappeared for 3 years, turned out to be such a beautiful girl. No wonder she had to hide. Being this beautiful and talented must attract a lot of admiration. Wow, she is totally my type. I want to change my wife. Cloud God wife, I love you. I used to be a fan of the master of cloud weaving's career, but now I declare I want to be her beauty fan. It's too easy to adore her. Jiang Yin stared blankly at An Ruoxi. Impossible. How could she be the master of cloud weaving? She angrily said, "An Ruoxi, don't cause trouble, get down now." She would not allow anyone to ruin the most glorious moment of her life. An Ruoxi smiled. "If I go down, who will present your award?" Jiang Yin widened her eyes in disbelief. You really are the master of cloud weaving?" Also shocked were those who knew An Ruoxi. Xiao Yuan lazily sat on the sofa. His narrow eyes slightly squinted, his gaze locking onto his prey like a wolf, as if he would pounce on his target any second. As expected of the woman he had his eyes on, she always managed to surprise him. Wu Jingyi's eyes were filled with jealousy, her hands clenched into fists on her lap, knuckles turning white. She had thought she was just a contestant, but it turned out she was a respected big shot in the fashion design world. Pei Tianqi stared blankly at the source of light, An Ruoxi. Such beauty, such brilliance. It made his heart race. At moments like this, he felt as if the old An Ruoxi had returned. Did she still love him like before? Pei Jinhue, however, was furious. She had originally wanted to see An Ruoxi make a fool of herself. Instead, she found out that her idol was actually An Ruoxi. This was simply humiliating. How could she have liked someone like An Ruoxi for so long? She angrily stood up, pointing at An Ruoxi, and shouted, "Fake. She is just a fallen rich girl. There's no way she could be the master of cloud weaving. Don't be fooled by her." As soon as these words were spoken, the dazed Jiang Yin also reacted. She shouted, "Yes, we all know her. How come we didn't know she could design clothes before? Suddenly claiming to be the master of cloud weaving must be suspicious. Besides, no one has ever seen what the master of cloud weaving looks like. She could very well be impersonating her." And Ruoxi found it pointless to argue with fools. She had kept her love for fashion design to herself before because she only regarded it as a hobby and never thought of making money from it. Later, She participated in the competition because she was in dire need of money. With a seemingly good temper, she smiled and said, "Designer Jiang, do you think the organizers are fools for doubting my identity?" As soon as she said this, the fans of the Master of Cloud Weaving in the audience immediately began to express their dissatisfaction. Yes, since the organizers could invite the Master of Cloud Weaving, they must have verified her identity. How could she possibly be fake? Does this designer have a problem with her brain? How dare she question the identity of the Master of Cloud Weaving? Does she not want to work in the fashion design world anymore? To say something like that, she must have a serious mental issue. How could someone like her win the championship? Can I question whether her championship is real? Dare to insult my idol. Get off the stage. We do not recognize this championship. Yes, we will defend the Master of Cloud Weaving to the death. Get off the stage. Get off. Get off. Upon hearing so many people calling for her to get off, Jiang Yan's face turned pale with fright, and she stepped back in panic. Zhang's father was worried that this championship would really be ruined, feeling anxious. If that happened, he would have to compensate over 500 million. Where'd he get that much money? He glared at Jiang Yan fiercely and whispered, "Quickly apologize to the Master of Cloud Weaving, or our family will be doomed." Jiang Yan did not understand what he meant, but seeing his grim expression, it seemed to be a serious matter. She bit her lip and reluctantly said, "Master of Cloud Weaving, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have questioned your identity. Please forgive me." At this moment, someone from the organizing committee also took the stage. He solemnly explained, "All designers participating in the fashion design competition, while some may use stage names, the registered identity information must be real. Although the Master of Cloud Weaving has not publicly appeared, we have verified her identity from multiple sources. And she is indeed Miss An Ruoxi. If anyone doesn't believe it, please look at the big screen." After he finished speaking, the image on the big screen changed, displaying An Ruoxi's registration information from the year she participated in the competition. It included her name, ID number, and a 2-inch photo of herself, with the stage name also being Cloud Weaving. Additionally, the account for receiving the prize showed the real name as An Ruoxi. Pei Jinwei still refused to believe it upon seeing this information. The former An Ruoxi was better than her, and she was already quite unhappy about that. Now that she had become a fallen rich girl and was still better than her, how could she stand it? She screamed uncontrollably. "How is that possible?" "Shut up." Before she could finish, Pei Qianqi interrupted her. "Don't cause trouble here." Pei Jinwei looked wronged, but ultimately did not say anything further. She glared at An Ruoxi. "Just wait and see." The farce came to an end, and the person from the organizing committee smiled and smoothed things over. That was just a small interlude. Now, we will proceed to the final part of the competition. Please welcome the Master of Cloud Weaving to present the award to the champion. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, what happened earlier did not affect her championship. She stepped forward with a beaming smile, waiting for her honor to be bestowed. The hostess brought the championship trophy to An Ruoxi. An Ruoxi glanced at the triumphant Jiang Yan, but did not take the award. She gathered her expression and frowned, saying, "This championship trophy cannot be awarded." Jiang Yan immediately panicked upon hearing this. That little brat An Ruoxi was trying to set her up at a critical moment. She forced a smile. "Master of Cloud Weaving, I was wrong to question your identity earlier, but I have already apologized to you. You can't refuse to give me the trophy that belongs to me because of that." An Ruoxi took a step towards Jiang Yan, a hint of coldness flashing in her eyes. "Designer Jiang, aren't you aware of your own abilities? Do you think you deserve to win this championship?" Jiang Yan, upon hearing this, widened her eyes in terror, looking at her. What did she mean? Did she know that she was plagiarizing? As this thought emerged, Jiang Yan seemed to understand something. An Ruoxi was her boss, and she was the Master of Cloud Weaving. Could it be that the designer was An Ruoxi? Then her work was a plagiarism of An Ruoxi's? Jiang Yan immediately began to tremble uncontrollably. If her plagiarism was exposed, her life would be over. However, she had picked up the drafts that An Ruoxi discarded, betting that An Ruoxi had no evidence. Thinking of this, she spoke confidently. "Master of Cloud Weaving, I won the championship based on my own abilities. What makes you think I am unworthy?" An Ruoxi snorted coldly and said, "Just based on the fact that your work is plagiarized." As soon as these words were spoken, the scene erupted in an uproar. Zhang's father stood there, feeling weak in the knees, and his mind went blank. It's over, it's over. Chapter 66. Tear apart Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin had worked hard to reach this point. How could she easily admit defeat? She angrily said, Master Yunji, how can you slander me like this? You accuse me of plagiarism. Do you have any evidence? An Ruoxi coldly looked at her. Of course I have evidence. After saying that, she gave a glance to Xiaoying, who was standing off stage. Xiaoying quickly went to communicate with the organizers. Soon, the big screen on stage changed again, displaying a series of design works. An Ruoxi pointed at those works and said, These are 8 new designs I created. The strange beasts of the classic of mountains and seas series. Inspired by the records of strange beasts in the classic of mountains and seas. They are the Candle Dragon's sunlight celebration dress, with a skirt flowing like molten gold, gradient from bright red to deep black, simulating the brilliance of the dawn when the candle dragon opens its eyes. The second piece is the responding dragon's wing ascension robe, a fitted long robe with a hem extending into semi-transparent gradient gauze wings, from silver blue to deep black, resembling the cloud trails when the responding dragon spreads its wings. The third piece is the white Zai's omniscient garment. The fourth is the Zheng red flame cloak. The fifth is the Emperor Zheng's chaos cloak. The sixth is the literary ray fish dreaming dress. The seventh is the Qiongqi bone spike-studded jacket. The eighth is the nine-tailed fox enchanting illusion skirt. After finishing, she looked at Jiang Yin and sternly said, And you have plagiarized my 8th piece. As soon as the works were displayed on the big screen, the audience erupted in an uproar. My God, is today the moment for Master Yunji to pamper her fans? I can't believe I'm seeing so many stunning pieces. This ticket was worth it. What fortune do I have to be a fan of Master Yunji in my life? Amazing. Each piece is a masterpiece. How could there be such an excellent designer as Master Yunji in the world? I came with a friend, and I declare that I officially joined the ranks of Master Yunji's fans. The clothes are so beautiful. Each one is at the level of art. It's actually Master Yunji's store. No wonder it's so popular in the capital. When the clothes are released, I'll sell everything I have just to buy one. I want to buy it too. I want to wear it. I'll collect it. Hey. Can you all focus on the main point? There's a plagiarism dog on stage. Can't you see? The main issue is that the designs by the Cloud God are too beautiful, completely stealing our attention. The plagiarism dog even dares to copy the works of the Cloud God. Arrest her and throw her in jail. Yes, with such moral decay, she must be jailed. Besides, she should be banned from the entire industry. People like her don't deserve to be fashion designers. I know her. She is the young lady from the Jiang family, whose family is in the clothing business. This isn't the first time they've plagiarized. Their business is getting worse. Let us call on everyone to boycott clothes produced by the Jiang family, starting tomorrow. Yes, let us boycott their products. The audience was furious. On stage, Jiang Yin was panicking. She tried hard to steady her mind, telling herself not to panic. If she were determined to be a plagiarist today, her life would be over. Desperately, she argued, even if you designed a series, it doesn't prove that I'm the one who plagiarized. I could also say that you plagiarized from me. The chief judge, Leon, a fan of Master Yunji, was displeased by Jiang Yan's words and said, Whether you plagiarized is evident to all. You shouldn't struggle in vain. The cuts and proportions of the gown you designed have significant flaws, but Master Yunji's 8 works are flawless in design, cut, and proportion. Anyone who understands design can see who plagiarized whom. Jiang Yin was on the verge of collapse. It's over. Everything is over. Her eyes turned red, and she cried out, She is Master Yunji with so many fans. I'm just an unknown little designer. Does that mean I deserve to be bullied by you? And Ruoxi didn't expect that even at this point, Jiang Yin was still arguing. She coldly said, You really want to shed tears until you see the coffin? Huh? Fine, I'll show you the evidence. As soon as she finished speaking, the big screen changed again. It displayed various documents, and Ruoxi confidently stated, I have a habit. Every time I complete a design, I apply for copyright protection. All 8 of these works have registration certificates. Jiang Yin, you can wait for the lawyer's letter. I'm going to sue you for plagiarism. Jiang Yin looked at her in horror. Suddenly, it seemed she understood something. Furiously, she pointed at An Ruoxi and said, It's you. This is all your setup. You deliberately had someone throw the drafts in the trash, making me pick them up just to ruin my reputation. You vile person, how malicious. An Ruoxi thought. Not too stupid after all. Unfortunately, it's too late to realize now. The audience was in an uproar at Jiang Yin, still daring to curse Master Yunji. Damn it. How dare she curse Master Yunji? Do you think we're dead? Who can tell me the Jiang family's address? I want to go and throw feces at their house. Where are the security guards? Didn't the organizers arrange for security? Quickly, arrest this madwoman. Plagiarism dog, get out. Protect our cloud god. The most devastated was Jiang Yin's father. He stood dazed under the spotlight, feeling like a joke to the entire nation, even the world. He wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Worse, what about the contract he signed with General Liu? A compensation of over 500 million. This is driving him to suicide. Furiously, he walked up to Jiang Yin, eyes red, and slapped her hard. You ungrateful daughter, you've ruined the Jiang family this time. Jiang Yin was publicly slapped and felt utterly humiliated. Covering her face, she cried, who do you think I did all this for? I sent it for the Jiang family. Jiang's father angrily said, but you can't plagiarize. Do you know that because of your plagiarism, our family might face compensation of over 500 million? What? Jiang Yin looked at him in shock. Jiang's father said nothing more and angrily left the stage. An Ruoxi coldly watched the Jiang family's farce. The stage had been set. Next, it was the beginning of the Jiang family's hellish life. Chapter 67. I'm so jealous. The award ceremony ended. There was no champion in this competition. With Master Yunji's 8 works, all other designs seemed dull. As An Ruoxi prepared to leave the stage, the audience erupted in excitement. Everyone wanted to rush on stage to take pictures and shake hands with her. Pei Tianqi watched the crazed audience in shock. He was a popular movie star in the entertainment industry and had seen many grand occasions, but he had never seen fans this wild. Is Master Yunji's charm really this great? Fortunately, the security personnel arranged by the organizers were sufficient to temporarily hold back the frenzied fans. Xiaoying went to the parking lot to get the car, and Ruoxi first hid in the VIP room. As soon as she entered, a tall figure slipped in with her. That familiar cool aura and faint smell of tobacco instantly enveloped her. Xiao Yuan leaned one hand against the doorframe near her ear, slightly bowing down. His narrow eyes held a hint of amusement. Running so fast? The two were too close, and An Ruoxi felt overwhelmed by the scent coming from Xiao Yuan. Her back pressed against the door, and she felt an inexplicable panic. She stretched out her index finger to push against his chest, trying to create some distance. Mr. Xiao, why do you have time to come to the fashion design competition today? Instead of stepping back, Xiao Yuan moved even closer. You little ungrateful person. Wasn't it you who called me here? I canceled an important meeting just for you. His voice was deep and magnetic, and his handsome face looked even more stunning up close. And Ruoxi felt the air grow thin, making it hard to breathe. She pushed Xiao Yuan with all her might. When did I call you here? Xiao Yuan was pushed back a couple of steps, his expression slightly displeased. Aunt Wu's niece said that you seemed a little nervous and wanted me to come and support you. How do you plan to use it and then throw it away? Wu Jingyi? And Ruoxi's expression darkened slightly. Why was she lying? No matter what Wu Jingyi's intentions were, targeting her made her very uncomfortable. Cici, are you inside? At that moment, Pei Tianqi's voice came from outside the door. Xiao Yuan's face instant exuding a shilinoha. And Ruoxi frowned. What was Pei Tianqi doing here? Seeing that she didn't respond, Pei Tianqi continued, Cici, I know you're in there. Can you open the door? I have something to say to you. Xiao Yuan's narrow eyes were coldly fixed on An Ruoxi, his gaze filled with ominous clouds. Why wasn't she answering him? And Ruoxi didn't want outsiders to see her with Xiao Yuan. But at that moment, Xiao Yuan felt like he could explode at any time. So annoying. Pei Tianqi heard a man's voice coming from inside. He quickly knocked on the door and shouted, Cici, who are you within there? Answer me. And Ruoxi finally couldn't take it anymore and yelled, get lost. Hearing her voice, Pei Tianqi gradually calmed down. He said, Cici, it doesn't matter if you don't open the door, just listen to me. I know you're alone and it's tough for you right now. We had a marriage contract before, and as long as you agree to change the bad habits you've developed over the past 4 years, I can let you stay by my side. Don't worry, I will take good care of you and will never let you suffer. An Ruoxi cursed the Pei family's ancestors in her heart. Was the Pei family's confidence inherited? Where did he get the nerve to say such things? She coldly replied, Pei Tianchi, are you sick? I told you to get lost. She could deal with Pei Tianchi later, but now wasn't the time. Pei Tianchi frowned slightly. Cece, don't pretend to be strong. You used to love me so much, and ever since you came back, you've been appearing around me, intentionally or not, just to get my attention, right? I've agreed to let you stay by my side, so stop playing hard to get. And Ruoxi felt like she had been blind in the past to have liked such a person. She was burning with anger and was about to say something when Xiao Yuan's forehead bulged with veins and his face darkened to the extreme. Damn, he cursed and opened the VIP room door. Do you have useless ears? Didn't Tu hear her tell you to get lost? Pei Tianchi looked at Xiao Yuan in shock, then glanced at An Ruoxi standing behind him. How are you two together? Xiao Yuan's fist crackled, looking furious like a wolf whose territory had been invaded. His voice was as cold as ice. I am her man. If you don't want to die, get the hell out. And Ruoxi helplessly rubbed her forehead. Xiao Yuan was a ticking time bomb. Pei Tianchi looked shocked, then a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Cece, you actually... He didn't say anything more and turned to leave. And Ruoxi had resorted to hanging out with that lunatic Xiao Yuan to survive. No wonder she could afford such a nice sports car. He still wanted to help her. She was so disappointing. He decided he would never care about An Ruoxi again. After Pei Tianchi left, An Ruoxi looked at Xiao Yuan with an annoyed expression. What were you doing just now, talking nonsense in front of Pei Tianchi? Yes, just an idiot. Why do you care about him? Xiao Yuan stared straight at An Ruoxi. He licked his back teeth, his eyes burning with fire. I am jealous. An Ruoxi stared at him in surprise, not knowing how to react. At the Imperial capital's Yishanshan restaurant, the organizer Pan Jiqi invited the distinguished guests and judges to dinner. When An Ruoxi opened this restaurant, Pan Jiqi had helped her, so she didn't refuse. The private room was large, decorated luxuriously. Xiao Yuan, of course, sat in the main seat. Next to him was Master Yunji, arranged by Pan Jiqi on Xiao Yuan's right. As for Xiao Yuan's left side, Pan Jiqi glanced at Wu Jingyi standing aside and immediately understood. This beauty following Xiao Yuan was definitely his woman. He tentatively smiled. This beautiful lady came with Mr. Xiao, so she should sit next to Mr. Xiao. Xiao Yuan's attention was entirely on An Ruoxi. As long as she sat next to him, he didn't care where everyone else sat. Seeing that he didn't refute, Pan Jiqi secretly breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he guessed right. Wu Jingyi was then seated on Xiao Yuan's left. Master Leon volunteered to sit at An Ruoxi's lower hand. Pei Tianchi sat at Wu Jingyi's lower hand. The others took their seats in order. Leon was a die-hard fan of An Ruoxi, and now sitting next to his idol at over 50 years old, he was as nervous as a primary school student. His back was straight, and each breath was short and shallow, afraid of disturbing his idol. After preparing himself, he took out a notebook and a pen, carefully looking at An Ruoxi. Master Yunji, can you give me an autograph? An Ruoxi smiled slightly, of course. She took Leon's notebook and was about to write. Can you write, Leon? You're unique in this world. An Ruoxi laughed, sure. After saying that, she wrote the English phrase elegantly and signed her name. After signing, she handed the notebook back to Leon. Leon's expression was visibly excited. He respectfully took the notebook. Thank you, Master Yunji. I will cherish this autograph for a lifetime. Pan Jiqi joked with a smile. It's truly a sight to behold. Our fashion industry Caesar, Leon, actually has such a fanboy side. Leon carefully put away the notebook like a treasure, smiling happily. There's no age limit to being a fan. Xiao Yuan glanced at Leon with displeasure and said lightly, Master Yunji is really popular. Why don't you give me an autograph too? With so many people around, An Ruoxi couldn't say anything and just smiled, sure. The waiter in the private room quickly brought over paper and a pen. Before An Ruoxi could start writing, Xiao Yuan added, I want to sign too, just right. At this point, he leaned close to An Ruoxi, speaking in a voice only the two could hear. Xiao Yuan, I love you for 10,000 years. Never to be separated in this life. Signed An Ruoxi. Chapter 68. This scene feels like training a dog. An Ruoxi's face turned slightly red upon hearing Xiao Yuan's words. She shot him a subtle glare and then smiled, sure. After saying that, she quickly wrote a line of words on the paper and handed it to Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan looked at the neat handwriting, the corners of his mouth lifting. So damn cute. He folded the paper and placed it in the inner pocket close to his left chest, giving An Ruoxi a flirtatious smile. I really like Master Yunji's signature. An Ruoxi looked at him in confusion. Was there something wrong with his eyes? Did he see what she wrote? Not angry? An Ruoxi had written, Xiao, big idiot, if your mouth is idle, go lick the toilet, stop daydreaming here. Signed An Ruoxi. Pei Tianqi silently watched the interaction between the two, nearly exploding with anger. Flirting in public, they truly had no shame. Because of these two signatures, the atmosphere during the meal became a bit warmer, and the dishes were almost all served. The host Pan Jiqi stood up and smiled. On such a rare day, let us have some drinks. After saying that, he waved to the waiter. Two waiters came in with a wine decanter, one in front and one behind, starting to pour wine. The first waiter walked towards Xiao Yuan, and the second headed towards An Ruoxi. Before An Ruoxi could speak, Pei Tianqi proudly called out, Don't pour her any. She is allergic to alcohol. Just one cup and she is done. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at him with curious eyes. They glanced at Pei Tianqi, then at An Ruoxi. Is there a story between Master Yunji and Emperor Pang? A cold glint flashed in Xiao Yuan's eyes as he tightened his grip on the wine glass. With a loud bang, the glass shattered in his palm, startling everyone present. Wu Jingyi reacted the fastest, quickly grabbing Xiao Yuan's hand with a concerned expression. Mr. Xiao, your hand is bleeding. Get away. As soon as her hand touched Xiao Yuan, she was flung aside and fell to the ground. Pan Jiasai, the host, was frightened and hurriedly called for someone to help Wu Jingyi up and bring a first aid kit. And Ruoxi felt a throbbing in her temples. It really was. Pei Tianqi must have a death wish. Pei Tianqi looked at Xiao Yuan's bleeding hand, secretly pleased. The person An Ruoxi loves the most is him. What does Xiao Yuan have to compare to him? At this moment, a waiter had already brought the first aid kit. However, the malice in Xiao Yuan's eyes surged, and his aura was so intimidating that no one dared to approach him. An Ruoxi stood up expressionlessly and reached out to the waiter. Give it to me. The waiter, as if granted amnesty, hurriedly handed her the first aid kit. An Ruoxi skillfully opened the kit, taking out cotton swabs and iodine. Xiao Yuan's left hand was tightly clenched into a fist, with veins bulging on the back of his hand and blood seeping out from beneath his palm. An Ruoxi frowned. Open your hand. Xiao Yuan's face was terrifyingly dark. He lifted his long, narrow eyes to stare at An Ruoxi. If it weren't for her, he would have dealt with that dog Pei Tianqi already. An Ruoxi was a bit impatient. Open your hand. Xiao Yuan pressed his tongue against his molars and obediently opened his palm. The people present, who had been frightened out of their wits, were instantly dumbfounded at this scene. Exchanging glances. That was the infamous Xiao Yuan, after all. How'd it look like he was being trained like a dog? And Ruoxi treated Xiao Yuan's wound and bandaged it. Then she took a decanter filled with red wine from a waiter. With a cold expression, she walked over to Pei Tianqi and poured the entire bottle of red wine over his head. Pei Tianqi jumped up as if scalded by boiling water, angrily shouting, An Ruoxi, are you crazy? An Ruoxi, with a cold face, slapped him hard. Pei Tianqi, I was too young before to distinguish between a person and a dog, and now you're getting too cocky. Don't pretend to be familiar with me in public anymore. I find you filthy trash. Pei Tianqi's face turned pale with anger, completely humiliated. You. And Ruoxi lost her appetite for the meal. She apologetically said to Pan Jiasai, Chairman Pan, I'm sorry for ruining your carefully prepared dinner today. Next time, I'll come to apologize in person. After saying that, she left the private room without looking back. At the Jiang family side, the family had just arrived home when Zhang's father's phone started ringing incessantly. After answering a few calls, he felt his legs weaken. Mr. Jiang, we will no longer be representing your company's brand. Mr. Jiang, your company's reputation has become like this. We can't cooperate anymore. Mr. Jiang, when will you pay back the material fees you owe us? All calls were from distributors and material suppliers. Almost all distributors had stopped representing the Jiang family's brand. The material suppliers had also caught wind of it and called to demand payment. Just after Zhang's father hung up one call, another came in. He saw it was Mr. Liu. Mr. Jiang, what is going on? Isn't your daughter the champion? How could there be such a big mistake? Zhang's father hurriedly said with a flattering tone. Mr. Liu, since our cooperation hasn't started yet, why don't we just void that contract? Void it? Mr. Liu said angrily. Mr. Jiang, the contract we signed is reasonable and legal. Moreover, after signing the contract, I have already invested 30 million in advertising. If you want to go back on your word, then we'll see you in court. Without waiting for Zhang's father to respond, Mr. Liu hung up. Zhang's father, furious, smashed his phone on the ground. Zhang's mother cried out, "What are we going to do, dear?" Zhang's father angrily pointed at Jiang Yan. "Isn't this your good daughter? The Jiang family is finished." At that moment, a servant rushed in a panic. "Sir, ma'am, someone has thrown a big bucket of dung at the door." Zhang's father was so angry his blood pressure skyrocketed, pointing at Jiang Yan and cursing. "This is a misfortune for the family. This is a misfortune." After saying that, he clutched his chest, looking pained as he leaned back. "Dear Dad." Zhang's mother and Jiang Yan were both in a state of panic. Chapter 69. That brother is more fatal than a kiss. The moon was bright and the stars were few. In the outskirts of the capital city, in a sunflower field, An Ruoxi sat on a hillside not far from the flower field, with 2 cans of beer by her feet. Young Ningrovets und Flowers. So Jiang Buqian bought this flower field for her. Every early summer, her brother and Jiang Ning would bring An Ruoxi to the flower field. Jiang Ning and An Ruoxi would pick flowers, take photos, and play happily. Jiang Buqian would busy himself under a nearby tree's shade. He would set up a tent, take out portable tables and chairs, and lay out various delicious foods and drinks. When the 2 of them got tired from playing, they would sit under the shade to cool off. Jiang Buqian would smile and give them each a glass of chilled sour plum soup. That sour plum soup was made by Jiang Ning herself, sweet and sour, and 1 sip was refreshing and delightful. Remembering those happy days, An Ruoxi smiled with happiness. But looking at the desolation beneath her feet, her eyes suddenly turned red and filled with tears. She picked up a can of beer and took a sip. Tears uncontrollably rolled down her cheeks. She wiped her face and looked up at the round moon in the sky, forcing a smile. "Sister Ning, the Jiang family has already received their retribution. The suffering you endured, I will make them repay it 10-fold and 100-fold. After saying that, she took another sip of beer. "Sister Ning, you said you liked sunflowers because even on rainy days, they still face the direction of the sun, symbolizing brightness and hope. If I work hard enough, I should be able to see hope for you and my brother's recovery, right?" And Ruoxi sat alone on the hillside, talking to herself. Originally, the 3 of them were happily enjoying their outing, but now only she was left. She wished this was just a dream, and when she woke up, her parents, brother, and Sister Ning would all still be there. Not far from the hillside, under a tree, Xiao Yuan stood with a cigarette in his mouth and 1 hand in his pocket. In the heavy night, his expression was hidden in the darkness, appearing mysterious and unpredictable. His eyes, however, were always fixed in An Ruoxi's direction. Li Feng cautiously asked, "President Xiao, Missin seems a bit unhappy. Shouldn't we go comfort her?" Xiao Yuan took a deep drag of his cigarette and exhaled a long cloud of smoke. His dark eyes resembled 2 deep, cold pools. "Let her be alone for a while." Li Feng said nothing further and quietly stood with Xiao Yuan under the tree. Soon after, Li Feng quietly exclaimed, "President Xiao, what happened to Missin? Why is she not moving?" Xiao Yuan also noticed. An Ruoxi had her head drooped, sitting there motionless. Xiao Yuan's eyes darkened. He flicked away the cigarette, and quickly ran up the hillside. Seeing that An Ruoxi showed no signs of movement, he inexplicably felt anxious and shook her gently. An Ruoxi drowsily opened her eyes and suddenly smiled sweetly at him. "Brother." Xiao Yuan's whole body trembled, freezing in place. His ears instantly turned red, and his Adam's apple couldn't help but roll twice. "WH, what did you just call me?" Damn, that brother was more fatal than a kiss. And Ruoxi's cheeks were flushed, her clear eyes carrying a hint of confusion. Suddenly, her mouth pouted, and she burst into tears, throwing herself into Xiao Yuan's arms. "Daddy, I miss you so much." Xiao Yuan caught a whiff of the alcohol on her and caught a glimpse of the open beer can beside her. He picked up the bottle and shook it. There was still half a bottle left. She got this drunk after only drinking half a bottle. Damn, just as Pego said, 1 drink and she out. From now on, She absolutely cannot be allowed to touch alcohol. He carried An Ruoxi horizontally. We're going home. An Ruoxi nestled in Xiao Yuan's arms. Obediently and surprisingly docile. Let's go home. Xiao Yuan looked down at An Ruoxi, who was so soft and quiet, and felt an inexplicable pain in his heart, as if it were being pricked by needles. She should be this pampered and carefree. He tightened his hold on An Ruoxi and said in a deep voice to Li Feng, who was following behind, "Go investigate the matters of the family from back then." Li Feng was taken aback and respectfully replied, "Understood." Taiping Mountain. Wu Jingyi walked into the living room with a gloomy face. When Wu Ma saw her, she dismissed the servants working in the living room. She happily greeted her, "Oh, my dear niece, you're back." Wu Jingyi didn't say anything and silently sat down by the sofa. Wu Ma's smile faded. "What is wrong? Was today not successful?" Wu Jingyi clenched her right fist and pounded the coffee table in frustration. She didn't expect that Xiao Yuan would like An Ruoxi so much. No matter what she did, Xiao Yuan didn't even give her a glance. He coldly told her to get lost. All along, because of her outstanding appearance and superb skills, which man hadn't been captivated by her. This was the first time she had taken such a big fall and suffered such humiliation. Wu Ma's expression also turned unsightly upon hearing this. "You can't handle it either?" A trace of malice flickered in Wu Jingyi's eyes. She coldly said, "Aunt, do you still remember my sister?" Wu Ma was puzzled as to why she suddenly brought up her sister at this moment. "Yes, your father used to dote on her the most. But once, your sister went to a bar with friends and was defiled. Your father thought she brought shame to the family, and since then, his attitude towards her plummeted. It was from that time onwards that your father began to pay attention to you and poured all his affection for your sister onto you." Wu Jingyi's voice was gentle as water, but her eyes concealed a deep abyss of malice. "Aunt, do you want to guess how my sister was defiled?" Wu Ma's eyes flashed with confusion, then widened in surprise. Could it be Wu Jingyi did not confirm nor deny it? She slightly lowered her eyelids and calmly looked at her exquisite manicure. "I will get whatever I want, no matter the method." After saying this, her slender fingers suddenly tightened into a fist. A trace of satisfaction flashed across Wu Ma's face. As the saying goes, if one doesn't act for oneself, one will be punished by heaven and earth. She has been a servant all her life. Now that she has the chance to be a master, why not seize it firmly? Wu Ma asked, "What are you planning to do?" Wu Jingyi did not answer her, but took out her phone and made a call. When the call connected, she smiled sweetly and said in a charming voice, "Brother Long, long time no see. I have something to ask of you." Chapter 70. Cece, the fire you started, naturally, you will extinguish it. The room was lit with warm yellow light, cozy and comfortable. Xiao Yuan gently placed An Ruoxi on the bed and tucked her in. An Ruoxi lay on her side with her brows furrowed. Her black hair spread across the pillow like seaweed. Chen Qingqing stood by the bed, anxiously asking, "What happened to Missin?" Xiao Yuan lowered his head and brushed aside her stray hair with his fingertip. "Go get some honey water." Chen Qingqing quickly reacted and hurried to prepare a cup of honey water. Xiao Yuan took the honey water she handed him. "You can leave now." Chen Qingqing nodded and left An Ruoxi's room. Xiao Yuan supported An Ruoxi's neck, helping her sit up, his voice unusually gentle. "An Ruoxi, get up and drink some water." An Ruoxi frowned, unconsciously grasping his wrist as she drank from the rim of the cup. Soft, animal-like, swallowing sounds came from her throat, her delicate lips parting and closing. Xiao Yuan's grip on the cup tightened suddenly. His throat rolled, feeling very restless inside. After drinking, An Ruoxi slowly opened her eyes. She looked drowsily at the handsome face so close to her, then suddenly smiled sweetly. "This brother, you're so handsome," saying this. She extended her index finger and happily traced his face. "Your eyelashes are so long. Your nose, so straight. And your mouth looks so kissable." Plus her finger traced Xiao Yuan's Adam's apple. "This is very prominent." Xiao Yuan's deep ink-black eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze gradually becoming dangerous. He grabbed An Ruoxi's restless finger, and his thin lips curled into a wicked smile. "An Ruoxi, this is what you brought upon yourself." After saying this, he leaned forward and pressed An Ruoxi back onto the bed, kissing her soft lips. And Ruoxi instinctively let out a soft sound, slightly parting her lips. Xiao Yuan seized the opportunity to invade deeply, intertwining his hot tongue with hers, dominant and forceful, as if he wanted to swallow her whole. His large hand slipped under her skirt, moving upwards. It hurts. And Ruoxi whimpered, twisting her body, trying to escape the confinement of his palm. But the effects of the alcohol made her body soft and powerless. Her fair cheeks gradually flushed red from lack of oxygen. Noticing that the person beneath him was having difficulty breathing, Xiao Yuan gradually regained his senses. He released her lips and kissed her earlobe, neck, and collarbone, his breaths becoming increasingly urgent and heated. "Cece, give me him." Xiao Yuan continued his actions, but the person beneath him showed no reaction. He lifted his head from her body, and couldn't he help but lick his teeth, laughing silently. And Ruoxi had fallen asleep. Xiao Yuan rolled over to lie beside An Ruoxi, his chest heaving violently. Looking at the large tent beneath him, his dark eyes deepened further. After hesitating for a few seconds, he embraced her fragrant and soft body and said in a hoarse voice, "Cece, the fire you started, naturally, you will extinguish." In her dreams, An Ruoxi only felt a furnace pressed against her back, and something hard was digging into her waist. "It hurts, get away," she murmured, reaching out her hand towards it. Xiao Yuan immediately let out a pleased sigh. As if he thought of something, he leaned close to An Ruoxi's ear, his voice deep and sexy, laced with temptation. "Cece, be good. Let me teach you." After saying this, his large hand covered An Ruoxi's hand. Outside the half-open window, the moonlight flowed like water. The night was hazy and intoxicating. The ambiguous sounds of gasping in the room continued endlessly. Until the early morning, they gradually ceased. The morning light was faint, and Ruoxi's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly woke up. Her head hurt badly. She reached out to rub her temples, but found her right hand weak and powerless. Just lifting it caused her fingertips to tremble. What did her right hand do? How could it be like this? "Cece, good morning." Xiao Yuan's pleasant voice suddenly rang out beside her, and Ruoxi was startled and quickly shifted to the side. This movement pulled at her body. She then realized her inner thigh was burning hot. "What are you doing on my bed?" And Ruoxi exclaimed as she lifted the covers to take a look. The clothes she wore yesterday were still on her, and aside from her right hand and inner thigh, nothing else seemed amiss. Xiao Yuan propped his head with his right hand, raising his left thumb to brush his lips, his gaze ambiguous, charming, and sexy. "You forgot how you drunkenly kissed me last night?" And Ruoxi's mind went blank. She couldn't remember anything that happened last night at all. She had only drunk once in her life, and she had blacked out then. But that time, her parents said she just quietly slept it off. Could it be that now, when drunk, she would also act wildly? Xiao Yuan observed her struggling to recall, a wicked smile flashing in his eyes. He rolled out of bed, walked over to An Ruoxi, and leaned down teasingly to look at her. "You not only kissed me," forcefully saying this, he glanced down. "You also touched it. Apart from my right hand, it has never been touched by anyone else. How do you plan to take responsibility for it?" And Ruoxi's cheeks flushed slightly in embarrassment. Suddenly, some fragmented images flashed through her mind. It seemed she was kissing Xiao Yuan. She stammered, "I drank too much. It wasn't intentional." Xiao Yuan looked at her blushing and guilty expression, his dark eyes deepening. "Damn, so cute." He curled his lips and stopped teasing An Ruoxi, straightening up and walking outside. "Remember to have the servants change the sheets." And Ruoxi curiously lifted the blanket to take a look. There were several stains on the light blue sheets. She suddenly understood what had happened to her right hand and thigh. "Xiao Yuan!" And Ruoxi shouted angrily at the closed door. But strangely, knowing they had done something so intimate made her feel more shy than angry. Perhaps it was because Xiao Yuan's appearance was too superior. How could she feel like she was at a loss in front of such a face and body? Hearing the powerless shout behind him, Xiao Yuan's expression visibly brightened. He returned to the room, took a shower, changed his clothes, and then went downstairs for breakfast. After breakfast, Su Iza was already waiting for him at the door with the driver. When he got into the car, Su Iza handed him a document. "Mr. Xiao, this is the information on the president's project." Xiao Yuan took it and flipped through it. "Good, let's go to the presidential office." And Ruoxi was soaking in the bathtub. She looked at the inner side of her fair thigh, where a patch of red skin was almost raw, feeling secretly annoyed. That bastard Xiao Yuan. How long did he rub her thigh to make it like this? She vowed never to drink again. After enjoying a long bath, she went downstairs for breakfast. Having skipped dinner yesterday and drunk alcohol, she ate a bit more in the morning. Just as she was eating leisurely, Wu Jingyi walked over. With a delicate smile, she said, "Good morning, missin." Since An Ruoxi discovered that Wu Jingyi was scheming behind her back, she had no good feelings toward her. She perfunctorily replied, "Morning." Wu Jingyi seemed completely oblivious to her indifference, smiling as she said, "Missin, there's a charity event at an orphanage today, and I would like to invite you to join. Is that okay?" And Ruoxi paused with her chopsticks. She looked at Wu Jingyi. "What made you think of inviting me to the event?" Wu Jingyi smiled flawlessly. "Missin is a renowned master of Yunji. I think the children would be very happy to see you. Can you go meet these poor kids?" And Ruoxi looked at Wu Jingyi with deep meaning in her eyes. She was silent for a few seconds before smiling and saying, "Sure." She wanted to see what tricks this woman was playing. Chapter 71. We crashed our car. Let her pay with her body. The orphanage. The playground. It was filled with laughter and joy. And Chu-Chu stood behind the row of desks, distributing toys to the children. Behind the children, several media reporters were carrying cameras and filming the whole event. And Chu-Chu smiled warmly, her voice gentle like water. "Kids, don't rush. Everyone will get one. Be careful. Don't trip, or else sister will feel bad. Little friends first, and big friends should let the little ones go first. I promise everyone will get a toy." The children listened to her gentle voice, seeing that she was not only beautiful, but also giving them toys. Some bold ones happily shouted, "Thank you, beautiful sister. You're like a living bodhisattva. Beautiful sister, you are so nice, I really like you. Beautiful sister, good people will be rewarded. You will have good luck and wealth all your life." And Chu-Chu felt very proud listening to these compliments. A while ago, she was scolded online. Her mother suggested she do charity work to build a good image. Then she hired some media and marketing accounts for promotion, and unexpectedly, the effect was surprisingly good. The online scolding decreased, and her fans rushed to clear her name. During this time, her reputation was almost catching up to her peak. After distributing the toys, she stood behind the desks and took a group photo with all the orphans. After her assistant made a gesture to her, she left the group of children without any hesitation and quickly walked toward the orphanage's exit. When she reached her assistant, she frowned tightly, waved her hand in front of her nose, and said with disgust, hurry up, these kids smell like sweat. I almost suffocated." The assistant, knowing the lady's temper well, hurriedly packed up and said, "Should we say hello to the director?" And Chu-Chu glared at her and said, "It's just the director of an orphanage. Why say hello? Let's go." The assistant quickly replied, "Okay," just as they took a couple of steps. They saw An Ruoxi and Wu Jingyi walking toward them. And Chu-Chu saw An Ruoxi and gritted her teeth in hatred. She had fallen to this point all because of that bitch. An Ruoxi, seeing her, mocked with a smile, "Oh, isn't that my sister? The big star who got scolded and trending?" And Chu-Chu glared at her with resentment. Then, she smiled disdainfully. "Haven't you seen the news these days? My reputation is even better than before." And Ruoxi casually replied, "What's there to see? A hypocritical person like you will eventually be exposed. You." And Chu-Chu was infuriated. She angrily said, "And Ruoxi, what are you so proud of? Now I'm the young lady of the family. One day, I will make you kneel at my feet and beg for mercy." And Ruoxi crossed her arms, coldly laughing. "Oh, really? I'll wait and see." At that moment, a little girl holding a toy ran over. She jumped into Chu-Chu's legs and happily said, "Beautiful sister, are you leaving? Can I hug you?" And Chu-Chu was caught off guard by her suddenness. She didn't even have time to pretend, and, as if encountering something dirty, kicked the little girl away. "Get away. Do you know how expensive this dress is? Can you pay if you dirty it?" The assistant's face flashed with shock as she hurriedly tugged at Chu-Chu's sleeve. The little girl fell to the ground, crying loudly at Chu-Chu's fierce expression. And Ruoxi quickly stepped forward to pick up the little girl, coldly saying, Chu-Chu, she's just a child. Is this how you do charity?" The commotion attracted the attention of others, and Chu-Chu looked extremely flustered. She angrily told her assistant, "Let's go." After saying that, she almost fled the scene in disgrace. After leaving the orphanage, and Choo-Choo sat in the car. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. And she took out her phone to call in Shangxing. Dad, where's the hitman you hired? Why hasn't he killed An Ruoxi yet? And Shangxing was in a meeting, and hearing her bring up the matter again, he said impatiently, they're already in action. After finishing, he hung up the phone, and Choo-Choo clenched her phone. Her eyes filled with venom. And Ruoxi had Xiao Lu hire people to bring a truckload of clothes, snacks, and stationery for the kids. Compared to toys, she felt they needed these more. However, the Wu Jingyi who invited her hadn't prepared anything. Her explanation was that she came to volunteer, so she didn't buy anything. And Ruoxi didn't expose her, just quietly watch her perform. The director was very grateful to An Ruoxi and invited her and Wu Jingyi to have lunch at the orphanage. After lunch, An Ruoxi and Wu Jingyi left the orphanage. This orphanage was located in a very remote area on the outskirts of the city. The road was narrow and winding, but fortunately, there weren't many cars. And Ruoxi drove quietly. Wu Jingyi sat in the passenger seat, smiling as she flattered An Ruoxi. Missin, you are really kind-hearted, donating so many things to the children. And Ruoxi glanced at her and half-jokingly said, Miss Wu, you don't look like someone here to do charity. Do you have other business? Wu Jingyi's heart skipped a beat. Did she see through something? She forced a calm smile and said, Missin, you're joking. If you don't do charity at an orphanage, what else would you do? And Ruoxi looked at her meaningfully. That's something to ask Miss Wu. Wu Jingyi smiled lightly. Missin, you're overthinking it. And Ruoxi curled her lips into a cold smile and said nothing more. At that moment, a military green jeep came driving towards them. And Ruoxi quickly turned the steering wheel to avoid it. However, the jeep swerved like it was drunk and crashed into An Ruoxi's sports car with a loud bang. And Ruoxi slammed on the brakes and came to a stop. Frowning, she opened the car door and got out to check the damage. Wu Jingyi, sitting in the passenger seat, wore a smug smile on her face. The people in the jeep also got out. However, for tall and muscular men, all over 1.8 meters, emerged. The leader, a burly bald man, cursed loudly. Are you blind? How do you drive? And Ruoxi coldly stared at him. It was clearly you who crashed into my lane and hit my car. The bald man spat on the ground with a paw and glared fiercely. You crazy woman, what did you say? Just as he finished speaking, the three men behind him moved in closer to An Ruoxi with lewd smiles. Boss, why waste time talking to her? Since she damaged our car, let her pay with her body. Yeah, I see this woman has delicate skin. It must be a thrill. Ha ha. The men burst into lewd laughter. And Ruoxi calmly stepped back. What do you want? Wu Jingyi also pretended to shout. Don't do anything reckless. I'll call the police. The men turned their attention to her. Oh, there's another one here. Boss, we're lucky today. The bald man laughed heartily. Brothers, let's have some fun today. Saying that, he rushed in front of An Ruoxi and quickly covered her mouth with a cloth. And Ruoxi struggled a couple of times. Then her hands fell limp as she fainted. Seeing this, Wu Jingyi's expression immediately showed satisfaction. She got out of the car and walked over to the bald man. Without saying a word, she just exchanged a glance. The bald man confidently said, Don't worry, I gave her a strong dose. Even a bull would be knocked out. Only then did Wu Jingyi speak. She smiled. Today, you guys better perform well. When I become the mistress of Taiping Mountain, you won't miss out on the benefits. The bald man looked at An Ruoxi's stunningly beautiful face, his eyes full of desire. Don't worry, we brought all the equipment. In no time, this woman's videos will spread throughout the capital. Chapter 72. Want to touch me? Let's see if you have what it takes. Presidential Palace. Tall stone columns support the classical archway. The marble exterior glistens with an imposing sheen under the sunlight. The national flag flutters at the dome, overlooking the entire capital. In a small reception room, the decor is luxurious, and the furnishings are extravagant. President Jin Hongda and Xiao Yuan sit across from each other. Jin Hongda, in his 50s, has a tall and broad-shouldered physique, exuding a commanding presence. Though his temples are slightly graying, his sharp eyes remain bright and piercing. Xiao Yuan, in his 20s, matches Jin Hongda's aura completely. Their negotiating postures give an impression of equal footing. Jin Hongda flipped through the proposal and quotation in his hands, smiling. Mr. Xiao, isn't this quotation a bit too high? Xiao Yuan, crossing his legs, lounged on the sofa, casually spinning the ring on his finger, and replied lightly, "Mr. President, you should consider our costs and the benefits this project will bring to the country once completed. This price is not expensive." Jean Honda closed the document and set it aside. He picked up a teacup, lifted the lid, and slowly took a sip, seemingly in thought. After putting down the cup, he smiled. "Mr. Xiao, you know the economic situation isn't good right now. Before I took office, the finances were in deficit for several consecutive years. How about this? Lower your quotation by 10%. Xiao Yuan's narrow eyes flashed with a glimmer. He smiled mockingly. "Mr. President, 10% is 100 billion. You're wielding a big knife here." Jean Honda chuckled. "The Xiao Group is large and prosperous. Mr. Xiao should consider it a contribution to the country." Xiao Yuan straightened up slightly, maintaining his calm demeanor. He firmly replied, "Mr. President, I am a businessman. I can't afford to make a loss on this deal. This oil field is not only abroad, but also an offshore oil field. The development difficulty is significant, and I don't need to elaborate. The complex international relations there pose considerable risks, and I have to bear substantial costs to manage them." Upon hearing this, Jean Honda's expression became serious. He knew Xiao Yuan was stating facts. However, the finances were tight, and every penny counted. He tentatively suggested, "How about lowering it by 5%? Xiao Yuan scoffed internally. This old man thinks he's at a market bargaining. He maintained a calm facade. "Mr. President, we at the Xiao Group can't operate like this. Maybe you should try another consortium." Jean Honda quickly laughed. "What are you saying? Among the 6 major consortiums, the one I trust most is the Xiao Group. How could I possibly look for someone else? Since that's the case, let's go with your proposal and quotation." Xiao Yuan, the little fox, really isn't budging at all. This project can only be handled by the Xiao Group with its equipment and overseas connections. No other consortium can do it. Xiao Yuan smirked. "Mr. President, in 3 years. Once the project is completed, it can bring the government several hundred billion, even up to 1 trillion in revenue. This deal won't be a loss." Jean Honda felt a bit helpless. The problem is, the 3 years of waiting would be hard to endure. The financial gap was widening, and the Treasury's revenue showed no signs of improvement. Otherwise, as a president, why would he need to haggle over such a small amount of money? He smiled. "I'll have the Secretariat draft the contract, and we'll arrange a signing ceremony then." Xiao Yuan nodded in agreement. "Everything will be according to your wishes, Mr. President." Suburban warehouse. An Ruoxi was bound hand and foot, thrown onto a shabby mattress. Wu Jingyi stood at the edge of the mattress, arms crossed, her eyes filled with coldness. She said harshly, "An Ruoxi, don't blame me for being ruthless. It's all because Xiao Yuan only has eyes for you. To become the mistress of Taiping Mountain. I have no choice but to ruin you." An Ruoxi tightly closed her eyes, her hands bound behind her back, clenching secretly. So it was all for the sake of competing for Xiao Yuan's affection. After Wu Jingyi finished her threats, she turned to the leader of the muscular men. "What are you waiting for? Get the equipment ready." The leader waved to one of his lackeys, who immediately began excitedly setting up the recording equipment. The leader looked at the unconscious An Ruoxi and lewdly laughed. "This little woman looks delicate. I wonder if she can handle all 4 of us together. What if she dies during it?" Wu Jingyi coldly scoffed. "If she dies, she dies. She's a lonely orphan whose family is all gone. Who would even look for her? But remember to handle the aftermath well. This way, Xiao Yuan won't find her, and he'll probably forget about her in a few days." Upon hearing this, the leader understood. He rubbed his hands together, his excitement turning his face red. "Damn it, I've never played with such a beautiful woman before. It must feel particularly good." After saying that, he lunged towards An Ruoxi on the mattress. The other 3 stood by, eager to join in, but just as he was about to pounce, An Ruoxi suddenly opened her eyes. She raised her bound feet and kicked hard at the leader's chest. The burly man, over 8 meters tall, was sent flying and crashed heavily to the ground. The others were stunned at this scene, especially Wu Jingyi, who was filled with panic. Didn't they say she could knock out a bull? How did An Ruoxi wake up so quickly? An Ruoxi turned over and sat on the mattress, a hint of sarcasm on her pure face. "Want to touch me? That depends on whether you have the capability." The boss felt humiliated. He quickly got up from the ground and shouted angrily, "Brothers, let's go. Today I must kill her." Wu Jingyi realizing that the situation was exposed, showed her fierce side. She said harshly, "She cannot leave alive." Chapter 73. Mobilize all forces. Before dark, I want to know An Ruoxi's whereabouts. Presidential Palace. After discussing serious matters, Jin Honda and Xiao Yuan sat in the reception room, chatting casually. Jin Honda enjoyed chatting with Xiao Yuan. Although Xiao Yuan was only 25 years old, he had a deep understanding of international situations and domestic economic developments. Sometimes, after talking with him, Jin Honda felt enlightened. His insights also held some reference value for Jin Honda's administrative decisions. The two were deeply engaged in conversation. "Dad!" A clear and pleasant girl's voice rang out at the door. Jin Honda looked towards the door, and his daughter Jin Shiyuan joyfully walked in. Jin Honda slightly frowned. "We are discussing serious matters. Why are you here?" Since entering, Jin Shiyuan's gaze had been fixed on Xiao Yuan. She walked to Jin Honda's side, a faint blush on her face, and said sweetly, "I heard Brother Yuan is here. I haven't seen him in a long time, so I wanted to come and see." After saying that, she shyly glanced at Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan teased, "I'm not a movie star. What's so good to look at?" Jin Shiyuan looked at Xiao Yuan, her eyes unabashedly showing her fondness for him. She smiled sweetly. Brother Yuan is better looking than movie stars. Seeing his precious daughter speak so frankly, Jin Honda pretended to be angry. Girls these days, not knowing any shame. "She's just speaking the truth." Jin Shiyuan pouted, looking pitifully cute. "Dad, what are you and Brother Yuan talking about? Can I sit nearby and learn?" Xiao Yuan stood up from the sofa. "We've already finished talking." After saying that, he buttoned his suit and said to Jin Honda, "Mr. President, I will take my leave now." As soon as Jin Shiyuan heard he was leaving, she hurriedly approached without waiting for Jin Honda to speak. "Brother Yuan, why are you leaving? I haven't talked to you much yet." Xiao Yuan's eyes showed a hint of impatience. But this was the presidential palace, so he couldn't show it openly, only coldly saying, "I have things to deal with." Jin Shiyuan's eyes were full of disappointment. She looked at Xiao Yuan and said, "Brother Yuan, we haven't seen each other in a long time. Can we have dinner together tonight? I know there's a very good restaurant that just opened. Many people are going there. Can we go together tonight?" Hearing about the good restaurant, Xiao Yuan showed some interest. "Do little girls like to go to such places?" Jin Shiyuan felt there was hope and happily said, "Yes. It's delicious and the scenery is good. Many of my classmates and friends have gone, but I want to go with you." Xiao Yuan seemed to think of something. The corners of his lips slightly curled. He glanced at Jin Shiyuan and said indifferently, "I'm not free." After saying that, he greeted Jin Honda, "Mr. President, let's talk next time." Jin Shiyuan saw him walking out and anxiously chased after him a few steps. "Brother Yuan, Yuan." Jin Honda called her coldly. Jin Shiyuan had to stop in her tracks. She turned to Jin Honda with a face full of grievance. "Dad, didn't you tell Brother Yuan about the marriage arrangement?" Jin Honda looked at his daughter's pitiful appearance and sighed. "I have told you, Xiao Yuan is not a suitable match." Just now, he saw clearly that Xiao Yuan had no interest in his daughter. It was purely her one-sided affection. No one could force Xiao Yuan to do things he didn't want to do. But Jin Shiyuan was relentless. Her eyes reddened. "No, I want to marry Brother Yuan." "Dad, you are the president, the highest leader of this country. As long as you want, you can definitely find a way. Can you think of a way?" After saying that, tears started to fall. Jin Honda only had this one daughter. He was usually busy with work, neglecting her upbringing, which had led to her spoiled and willful nature. He sighed lightly. "Dad will think of a way." Jin Shiyuan then broke into a smile. She hugged Jin Honda's arm and affectionately rested her head on it. "Dad is the best." Jin Honda lovingly stroked his daughter's head. Although Xiao Yuan had a difficult personality and was hard to control, the Xiao family had great wealth. If he could truly arrange a marriage with him, his position as president would be even more stable. After leaving the presidential palace, Xiao Yuan sat in the back seat of a Rolls-Royce. As soon as he settled in, he said to Su Iza, "Go check which restaurant is the most popular in the capital recently. Book the entire place for tonight." Su Iza was taken aback. There are no important guests to meet today, right? But he quickly realized, Mr. Xiao probably wants to take a girl out for dinner. He quickly said, "Okay." After saying that, he urgently contacted people to handle this matter. Xiao Yuan casually spread his long legs and lounged in the passenger seat. He took out his phone and sent An Ruoxi a message. Let's have dinner together tonight. After sending the message, he stared at the chat page for 5 minutes. But An Ruoxi did not reply. He sent another message. 10 minutes passed, and An Ruoxi still did not respond. Xiao Yuan frowned, his expression becoming somewhat displeased. Are you busy? The message still fell into silence. Xiao Yuan sensed something was off. He made a phone call. The cold mechanical female voice on the other end said, Sorry, the number you dialed is not in service. Xiao Yuan's grip on the phone suddenly tightened, his expression darkening. He called Li Feng. Track the location of An Ruoxi's car and see where she is. All the cars in Xiao Yuan's garage were equipped with satellite positioning devices. No matter where the car was, its location could be tracked. Soon, Li Feng replied, Mr. Xiao, we found Miss An's car parked on a very remote country road in the suburbs. Moreover, the records show that her car has been parked there for a long time. Xiao Yuan's dark eyes were like a frozen lake, with a chilling undercurrent beneath. There were only 2 possibilities in this situation. One was that An Ruoxi had abandoned the car and escaped. The other was that An Ruoxi was in danger. An Ruoxi had been relatively well-behaved recently, so she probably wouldn't take the risk of angering him by running away. Therefore, there was only one possibility. An Ruoxi was in danger. Xiao Yuan's hand on his knee suddenly tightened. His expression was cold and terrifying. Mobilize all forces before dark. I want to know An Ruoxi's whereabouts. Chapter 74. Terrifyingly strong at the abandoned warehouse. An Ruoxi's hands and feet were still tied with ropes. 4 burly men leered at her, like watching a lamb to be slaughtered. Wu Jingyi crossed her arms, watching coldly, unable to hide her smugness. Once An Ruoxi got dirty, Xiao Yuan would definitely be disgusted with her. By then, she would conquer Xiao Yuan just like she had conquered her father. Given time, Xiao Yuan would surely fall for her. After all, over the years, she had never failed in dealing with men. An Ruoxi looked at Wu Jingyi with cold eyes. As a woman herself, she believed she had never done anything wrong to Wu Jingyi. Just for a man, she would use such despicable means to harm another woman? She decided to give Wu Jingyi one last chance. She said coldly, Wu Jingyi, if you let me go now, I can treat this matter as if it never happened. Wu Jingyi scoffed, covering her mouth and laughing. An Ruoxi, you need to understand, right now you are the fish meat, and I am the knife. Don't speak to me in such a condescending tone. Want me to let you go? Absolutely not. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and serve our Miss An well. After speaking, Wu Jingyi looked at An Ruoxi with disdain. A flash of killing intent appeared in An Ruoxi's eyes. Since it was like this, she wouldn't hold back any longer. She pulled hard with her hands and feet, and the ropes binding her hands and feet instantly snapped apart. The 4 burly men preparing to pounce were momentarily dumbfounded. The leader slapped one of them on the head and angrily cursed, Where did you buy this inferior product? How could it break so easily? The man who was slapped looked particularly aggrieved. I bought the best rope in the store. How could it be fake? Hearing this, the leader became even angrier. Are you saying this woman is so strong that she broke such thick ropes in one go? None of us combined is as strong as her. Wu Jingyi was annoyed by the conversation. She said fiercely, Enough. You 4 still can't subdue her. Stop wasting time. The leader spat at his subordinate. We'll settle accounts with you after we finish the job. At that moment, An Ruoxi had already stood up from the mattress and was about to make a move when the warehouse door was pushed open from the outside. A man and a woman walked in. The man had a head of wild, red, curly hair, resembling a lion's mane struck by lightning. He was 9 meters tall, muscular, and dressed in a tight black outfit. The woman wore a cute lowly dress, carried a rabbit backpack, had twin ponytails, and was sucking on a lollipop. Upon seeing the little lowly, the leader rubbed his hands and said, Oh, another one to play with us. The little lowly's face lit up with excitement. She took the lollipop out of her mouth and said to the red-haired man, Brother, it's so lively here. The red-haired man frowned and said, Focus on the task. Don't get distracted. The little lowly obediently nodded. Okay. After speaking, her gaze wandered over the faces of everyone present, finally landing on An Ruoxi, and she smiled sweetly. Found you. A hint of amusement flashed in An Ruoxi's eyes. The red-haired tyrant and the death god Lowly were 2 of the top 5 assassins in the Songming State's Dark Crow organization. They finally met. Wu Jingyi was annoyed that her good fortune was interrupted. She told the 4 burly men, Don't delay, kick them out. The four burly men, having received Wu Jingyi's money, naturally followed her orders. They approached the two intruders with fierce expressions. Hey, you two, if you don't want to get beaten, get out of here. The little loli licked her lollipop, looking innocently at the red-haired man. Brother, let me play first this time. You time me. The red-haired man frowned and thought for a moment before saying, all right. The little loli's expression visibly brightened. She rummaged through her rabbit backpack and pulled out a small pink handgun. The burly men laughed uncontrollably at the sight. Little sister, you want to play with a gun? I have one too. We can play together. After saying this, he put on a lewd expression. The little loli waved the small handgun in her hand, smiling, while her eyes were filled with killing intent. All right, let's play now. She quickly raised the handgun. Bang, 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 bang. She fired 4 shots in quick succession. The 4 burly men, who still had smiles on their faces, inexplicably met their demise. One of the men was so close to Wu Jingyi that warm blood splattered directly onto her face. Ah! Wu Jingyi screamed in terror a few times and fainted. The little loli proudly blew on the gun's muzzle and asked the red-haired man, Brother, did I improve again? The red-haired man, however, did not answer her, frowning as he stared intently at An Ruoxi. It was too calm. An Ruoxi also stared back at him, a hint of mockery on her face. Songming State's Quail Organization? Upon hearing this, the little loli angrily said, We are Dark Crow. An Ruoxi nonchalantly replied, In my eyes. You're just quails. The little loli immediately became furious, her twin ponytails flaring up like a cat's tail. Like an angry little bird, she raised her gun and shot. I told you we are Dark Crow. Can't you understand? And Ruoxi leaped to the side and then swiftly dodged, arriving next to the little loli. The loli hadn't seen her movements clearly before An Ruoxi had seized her wrist that was holding the gun. At the same time, An Ruoxi's other hand grasped her neck, forcing her down and smashing her heavily onto the ground. Thick dust erupted from the impact, and the little loli let out a muffled grunt, her face contorting in pain. Seeing this, the red-haired man quickly swung a punch at An Ruoxi. His fist, as big as a sandpot, smashed toward An Ruoxi's face like a gust of wind. An Ruoxi had no choice but to release the little loli and take a large step back to avoid the attack. The red-haired man pulled the little loli up from the ground. A red mark was left on her neck for being choked. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she glared at An Ruoxi. How are you so strong? The red-haired man's expression also grew serious. Who exactly are you? An Ruoxi had no intention of hiding her identity, knowing they wouldn't leak it. Otherwise, if outsiders learned that the 2 assassins of Dark Crow were defeated by her, a mere assassin, how would they continue to take jobs in the future? She slowly uttered 3 words, the Faceless One. Both the red-haired man and the little loli were taken aback. You are an assassin of the Faceless One? The Faceless One was an assassin organization in Songming State. Its reputation once surpassed that of Dark Crow. However, since the leader of the Faceless One was killed 4 years ago, the organization disappeared from Songming State, and the whereabouts of the assassins became unknown. Upon realizing this, the little loli scoffed lightly. Just a fallen assassin organization. What is there to be proud of? Let me tell you, we are here to take your life today. If you don't want to suffer, just surrender obediently. And Ruoxi chuckled lightly. Oh, is that so? After saying this, she swiftly moved her body, flashing in front of the little loli, and slapped her hard. Before the 2 could react, she flashed to the red-haired man and kicked him hard in the abdomen. The red-haired man had been prepared and quickly blocked her attack. A cold light flashed in An Ruoxi's eyes as she quickly withdrew her leg and delivered a swift spinning kick. Her movements were too fast and fluid for the red-haired man to react in time, and he was heavily struck, letting out a muffled grunt. The little loli and the red-haired man no longer dared to underestimate An Ruoxi. They gradually sensed that something was off. The red-haired man asked with a serious expression, What is your ranking in the Faceless One? The Faceless One, as the name suggests, has no identity. All assassins are numbered according to when they joined the organization. The reason he asked An Ruoxi her ranking was that 4 years ago, the 17th ranked assassin of the Faceless One killed their leader. It was said that she not only single-handedly killed the leader, but also took out several of his trusted subordinates, making her terrifyingly strong. As long as she wasn't the one ranked 17th, it would be fine. However, An Ruoxi's words instantly crushed his hopes. I am ranked 17th. Chapter 75. The transaction. The red-haired man and the little lowly were both stunned by An Ruoxi's words. The difference was that the red-haired man looked grave, while the little lowly appeared delighted. She took a step closer to An Ruoxi, hearts sparkling in her eyes. You are Sister 17. You are my idol. I super like you. The red-haired man pulled her back and frowned. Have you forgotten the mission we came for today? The little lowly shot him an unhappy glare. At this point, what mission are we talking about? Can you take her down, or can I? Upon hearing this, the red-haired man fell silent. The 17th of the Faceless One was well known in Songming State. She was ranked first on the assassin leaderboard and had a significant lead over the second place. Her most famous assassination was when she single-handedly eliminated a heavily armed terrorist organization. Dark Crow had sent 10 assassins for that mission, but none returned. If they knew that the target of this mission was 17, no one in Songming State would dare to take it on. But why was she in the Imperial capital? An Ruoxi watched the two of them, a hint of amusement flashing across her face. Since they didn't want to fight, it saved her the trouble. She crossed her arms and said leisurely, "Why don't we make a deal?" The red-haired man looked at her warily, but remained silent. The little girl, however, nodded vigorously. Sure. Sister 17, you go ahead. And Ruoxi shared her thoughts, and the little girl immediately said, I agree. The red-haired man furrowed his brows and glanced at her. In front of his idol, she really had no principles at all, but he knew that if a fight broke out, their lives would be on the line. Since 17 was willing to give them a way out without breaking the rules of the assassin industry, it was not a bad idea after all. With that in mind, the red-haired man nodded and said, all right. And Ruoxi replied, then let's get started. Just as the three of them finished up, a hurried sound of footsteps suddenly came from the entrance of the warehouse, and Ruoxi thought her people had arrived. She quickly gave the two a look. When they come in, you two run. As soon as she finished speaking, a group of mercenaries rushed in at the door. The red-haired man and the little girl saw this and immediately ran towards another part of the warehouse. And Ruoxi looked at the newcomers, but was stunned. Why weren't the police and reporters here? Instead, it was Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan's face was as dark as iron as he strode into the warehouse, followed by a group of mercenaries. Upon seeing An Ruoxi covered in blood, his eyes tightened, and he quickly moved to stand in front of her. Are you hurt? What does it hurt? After saying this, he anxiously grabbed her shoulders and looked her over. And Ruoxi felt a headache coming on. He was here. How was she supposed to continue her act? Just when she was a loss, a hurried sound of footsteps came from outside. Don't move. The police are here. And Ruoxi quickly pushed Xiao Yuan's hand away, taking 2 steps back to distance herself from him. Xiao Yuan felt as if he were being rejected, and his expression darkened instantly. Soon, a group of people in police uniforms appeared at the entrance of the warehouse, followed by the sound of cameras clicking. Seeing this, An Ruoxi immediately cried out, grabbing Xiao Yuan's hand, Sir, save me. Someone wants to kill me. Xiao Yuan looked at her with a deeply inscrutable expression. Was she acting? Li Feng ran over to greet the police, briefly explaining the situation. The police were scared and quickly wiped their sweat. They had received a report saying that someone was being kidnapped here, which was why they had rushed over. They never expected to encounter that esteemed figure from the Xiao family. Although they hadn't met him, his name was known throughout the country. With him here, they didn't dare act rashly. The reporters, however, thought differently. Each one raised their cameras and shot wildly. Wow! They received a tip that the former heiress of the An family was being chased and came to report a big story. They didn't expect an even bigger boss to be here. With the two of them together, it was bound to be explosive. Li Feng tried to stop the reporters from filming like before. Xiao Yuan gave An Ruoxi a deep look and said, let them come and shoot. And Ruoxi felt a bit guilty. It seemed he saw through her. Upon hearing this, the reporters rushed over. However, they were sharp enough not to shoot Xiao Yuan, focusing instead on An Ruoxi and the 4 corpses on the ground. Although she was the former heiress of the An family, the public loved to see such scandals. Including her bloodied appearance in the news would surely create a sensation. And Ruoxi faced the camera, tears in her eyes. Someone asked, Miss An, do you know who wants to harm you? Upon hearing this, her tears fell even more urgently. She said through her tears, I don't know who it is, but I secretly recorded some of the assassin's words. You can listen. After saying this, she took out a voice recorder and played a segment of the recording. A conversation echoed in the warehouse. Please don't kill me. I'll give you money. Money? What can a fallen heiress like you offer that our boss can't? I've never offended anyone. Why does your boss want to kill me? Since you're going to die anyway, let me explain. Who told you to be surnamed in? Think about who you threaten and whose path you block. Our family has only me, a weak woman left. Who could I possibly block? Don't you know to eliminate the root cause? As long as you're around, the family, shut up. Why talk so much to her? Send her to the afterlife now. After a noisy exchange, the recording abruptly stopped. After playing the recording, An Ruoxi cried, "If it weren't for the kidnappers mistakenly taking Mr. Zhao's girlfriend along with me, and Mr. Zhao arriving in time, I fear I would have already met a terrible fate." Just then, Wu Jingyi, who had been scared unconscious, happened to wake up upon hearing the commotion. She caught sight of Xiao Yuan and instantly turned pale. If Xiao Yuan knew she had kidnapped An Ruoxi, would he take her life? However, upon glancing at the 4 corpses on the ground, she calmed down. Now there were no witnesses, no matter what An Ruoxi said. As long as she didn't confess, Xiao Yuan wouldn't make things difficult for her out of respect for her aunt. With this thought, she tearfully cried, "Mr. Xiao, help me." The reporters immediately pointed their cameras at her upon hearing her cry. Wow, Xiao Yuan's girlfriend? That's another big story. They just didn't know if it could be aired. Never mind, just shoot first. Xiao Yuan gritted his teeth and looked at An Ruoxi. Girlfriend? An Ruoxi sensed his gaze but didn't look at him. She silently prayed that he wouldn't ruin her plans. Fortunately, Xiao Yuan said nothing. At that moment, the captain leading the police team approached. He cautiously glanced at Xiao Yuan before saying to An Ruoxi, "Missin, since you reported the incident, please come back to the police station with us to make a statement." An Ruoxi nodded through her tears, looking every bit like a victim. After saying this, she followed the police out. Wu Jingyi quickly got up from the ground and ran to Xiao Yuan's side. "Mr. Xiao, thank you for saving me." After saying this, she reached out to grab Xiao Yuan's hand. But before she could touch him, he shot her a cold look. Wu Jingyi was so frightened by his gaze that she took a step back. Chapter 76. Confrontation 2 hours later, An Ruoxi came out of the police station. She walked while taking out her phone to scroll through the news. The reporters were quick in the time it took her to make a statement. The news had already trended and was continuously rising. Former heiress of the family kidnapped. The missing heiress of the family has returned after 4 years. The only survivor of the family kidnapped, followed by 2 other trending topics. Kidnapper recording and family stock price drops, and Shangxing and Shengnan brothers. There were already thousands of comments below the posts. Wow, I thought the entire family was dead, but it turns out there's still an heiress alive. The heiress disappeared for 4 years, and as soon as she returns, she gets kidnapped. There must be something fishy. Of course, she returned, and someone got scared. Wow, could it be that the car accident 4 years ago wasn't an accident, but was intentional? Of course, in top-tier wealthy families, such dirty business is not uncommon. From the audio, could it be related to the current family? The public's eyes were sharp. Didn't they see that the family stock price had already begun to drop? Wow, they are brothers, and they can really do it. And Ruoxi looked at the direction of the comments, the corners of her lips curling into a cold smile. She had someone intentionally lead the narrative in the comment section. It seemed everyone had already pointed their fingers at Shangxing. Huh, and Shangxing, do you like this great gift? Tomorrow, let's see how you face the shareholders of the family. But this was not An Ruoxi's goal this time. Her aim was to return to the family. Thinking of this, she turned off her phone and put it in her pocket. Just as she walked out of the police station's door, a Rolls-Royce stopped in front of her. The back window slowly rolled down, and Xiao Yuan said expressionlessly, "Get in." And Ruoxi curled her fingers and got in from the other side. The car slowly drove away. The 2 sat in the back seat, and no one spoke. Li Feng in the front felt the coldness in the back seat, which was even more chilling than the air conditioning, and he couldn't help but feel restless. He turned to An Ruoxi and asked with concern, "Missin, are you okay? You don't know, mister. Xiao was so anxious when he couldn't reach you by phone that he almost went crazy, gathering all the forces in the capital to look for you. I've never seen Mr. Xiao like this before." Xiao Yuan glanced at Li Feng with displeasure. Talk too much. Li Feng noticed that although Xiao Yuan's expression was not good, there was not much blame in his voice. and he couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. It seemed that he had bet right. Since Mr. Xiao himself was too embarrassed to say it, he had to take the role of the mouthpiece. If Mr. Xiao reached Miss An sooner, their lives should be a little easier, right? And Ruoxi looked at Xiao Yuan in surprise. No wonder he found her so quickly. He actually used all his forces to look for her. She opened her mouth and said, "Thank you, Mr. Xiao." Xiao Yuan lazily glanced at her and didn't say anything. The two returned to Taiping Mountain. As soon as they entered the door, Aunt Wu rushed over in tears. "Ah Yuan, you must stand up for my niece." Xiao Yuan frowned and glanced at Wu Jingyi not far away. She had red eyes and was wearing bloody clothes, standing there delicately, looking pitiful. "What do you want me to do?" Xiao Yuan's voice showed no emotion. Aunt Wu glared fiercely at An Ruoxi and pointed at her, crying, "She is a venomous woman, actually finding someone to ruin Jingyi's innocence." Hearing this, An Ruoxi almost laughed in anger. She hadn't settled the score with Wu Jingyi yet, but she was the first to cry foul. How shameless could she be? Wu Jingyi, hearing Aunt Wu's words, stepped forward with tears in her eyes and tugged at her aunt's clothes. "Und, I'm fine. Missa must have her reasons. Don't blame her." Although she said this on the surface, her eyes looking at An Ruoxi were full of provocation. After returning to Taiping Mountain, she told her aunt about the kidnapping of An Ruoxi, which had gone wrong. Originally, she was afraid that An Ruoxi would report her to Xiao Yuan and wanted her aunt to save her. But her aunt thought it was an opportunity. Since the kidnapper was already dead with no evidence, why not directly push this matter onto An Ruoxi and let Xiao Yuan see her malice, thus despising her? Wu Jingyi thought that since she was bound to die, she might as well take a gamble. That was how this drama unfolded. Xiao Yuan thought everything in the warehouse was arranged by An Ruoxi. As for why Wu Jingyi was there, he didn't care. But now that Aunt Wu said this, he became a bit curious. He looked at An Ruoxi with interest. "Aren't you going to explain?" An Ruoxi didn't care whether Xiao Yuan thought she was a venomous woman. But since Wu Jingyi dared to target her, she would not let her off easily. Since she had come to her door, she would solve it all at once. Thinking of this, An Ruoxi's lips curled into a faint smile. She took a step closer to Wu Jingyi. "Wasn't it you who invited me to the orphanage for charity and even hired for people to kidnap me? Trying to ruin me? How dare you turn black and white here?" Wu Jingyi's gaze flickered. She timidly hid behind Aunt Wu, looking like she was about to cry. "Miss An, why are you slandering me? Clearly, it was you who invited me to the orphanage for charity. How can you say I wanted to go? Otherwise, why would you have sent so many things to the orphanage while I didn't prepare anything?" And Ruoxi found Wu Jingyi's act amusing. So she went to the orphanage empty-handed, just to wait for her here. No wonder when she invited her at the restaurant, there wasn't a single servant around. And Ruoxi coldly said, "Miss Wu, you really have a talent for lying with your eyes wide open. Aren't you afraid of being exposed?" Wu Jingyi's heart sank slightly. Aunt Wu noticed her unusualness and quickly added fuel to the fire. "Miss An, Jingyi just arrived in the capital and is unfamiliar with the place. How could she possibly go to the orphanage to donate things? On the contrary, Miss An grew up in the capital, and the An family often did charity. You are more likely to take my niece there. You can't just because my niece is kind-hearted and simple-minded without schemes, and casually slander her, trying to ruin her. What exactly are you plotting?" After saying this, she looked at Xiao Yuan with righteous indignation. "Ah Yuan, letting this venomous woman stay at Taiping Mountain could lead to her harming you at any time. I think we should hurry and kick her out to avoid endless troubles." Hearing this, Xiao Yuan lowered his eyes and turned the ring on his hand. His voice was cold. "Those who dare to play tricks under my nose won't be dealt with so simply as being kicked out of Taiping Mountain." Aunt Wu and Wu Jingyi felt a chill run down their spines upon hearing this. But having come this far, they found it hard to back down. Wu Jingyi quickly said, "I have evidence." After saying that, she took out her phone and pulled up several photos. These are photos of An Ruoxi donating supplies, and her photo with the director. If she wasn't premeditated, how could she have prepared so many supplies in advance? She deliberately used the guise of doing charity to lead me to a remote place, just to ruin me. "Miss An, I'm just a little pretty, and I haven't threatened your position at Taiping Mountain. Why do you dislike me so much to harm me like this?" And Ruoxi had never seen someone so shameless. She was too lazy to continue to deal with them. She curled her lips in a cold smile. "Coincidentally, I also have evidence." Chapter 77. Reaping what you sow, Wu Jingyi and Aunt Wu were shocked by An Ruoxi's words. Wu Jingyi's mind was racing. How could An Ruoxi have evidence? Everything happened so suddenly. She couldn't possibly have evidence. Realizing this, she seemed to gain some confidence and called out with a wronged expression. "Missin, whatever evidence you have, just take it out. I'm innocent and not afraid of shadows." And Ruoxi didn't expect her to still refuse to admit her mistakes at this point. Indeed, people can be invincible when they are shameless. She took out a voice recorder and played a recording. It was the conversation between An Ruoxi and Wu Jingyi after An Ruoxi woke up in the warehouse. "Wu Jingyi, if you let me go now, I can treat this matter as if it never happened. An Ruoxi, you need to understand, right now you're the fish and I am a knife. Don't speak to me in such a condescending tone. Do you think I will let you go? Absolutely not. What are you all staring at? Hurry up and serve our mission well." Upon hearing this recording, Wu Jingyi and Aunt Wu's faces instantly turned ashen. Wu Jingyi remembered that she had already confiscated An Ruoxi's phone. How could she still hide a voice recorder? Unless she had planned this all along. But at this point, it was too late to say anything. Her legs went weak, and she knelt straight toward An Ruoxi. She cried, "Missin, I was bewitched to do such a thing. Please let me go this time." An Ruoxi looked at her expressionlessly. "When I asked you to let me go in the warehouse, what did you say? Now I tell you, absolutely not." Wu Jingyi had no choice but to plead with Aunt Wu. "Aunt, please beg Mr. Xiao for me. I promise I won't dare again. Just spare me this once." Aunt Wu thought Wu Jingyi was smart. She didn't expect her to be so foolish as to let others catch her in a trap, so quickly getting herself out of the game. But since Wu Jingyi was brought to Taiping Mountain by her, if something happened, it would be hard for her to explain to the Wu family. She could only lick her face and plead with Xiao Yuan. "Ah Yuan, can you spare my niece this time, considering I've taken care of you for over 10 years? She just felt a bit jealous of Missin, which is why she made a mistake. Since Missin is fine now, can we just let it go?" And Ruoxi felt anger upon hearing this. She coldly replied, "The reason I'm fine is that another group of people wants to kill me, which is why I dealt with Wu Jingyi's people first. Without those two assassins, do you think I could have escaped unscathed?" Her words were exaggerated, but she would never let Wu Jingyi off for hurting her. Wu Ma didn't even glance at An Ruoxi. In her eyes, An Ruoxi was insignificant. What mattered was Xiao Yuan's attitude. If Xiao Yuan didn't take care, what did it matter how angry An Ruoxi was? She looked at Xiao Yuan with pleading eyes. "Yuan, over the years, I may not have any achievements, but I have worked hard. Can you let Jingyi go for my sake?" Wu Jingyi was on the ground, crying like a flower in the rain. She crawled forward 2 steps, wanting to touch Xiao Yuan's pant leg with her hand. But fearing it would disgust him, she could only gaze at him with tear-filled eyes. "Mr. Xiao, please, I'm begging you." That pitiful look would make any man feel compassion, right? And Ruoxi's hands, hanging by her side, tightened, and a glint of coldness flashed in her eyes. If Xiao Yuan dared to help Wu Jingyi, she would deal with him as well. "Huh!" Xiao Yuan chuckled lightly and sat down by the sofa. "You harm An Ruoxi, what are you begging me for?" Wu Ma and Wu Jingyi were taken aback. Did this mean he was planning to ignore it? Wu Ma had no choice but to lower herself to plead with An Ruoxi. "Missin, Jingyi has done wrong, and I apologize for her. I can compensate you with more money. Can you spare her this once for my sake?" "No." And Ruoxi coldly refused. "Who are you? Why should I consider your face?" Wu Ma choked, her eyes flashing with displeasure. She turned to Xiao Yuan. "Yuan, I've watched you grow up. Everyone respects me because of you. Missin is just a guest, and treating me like this is not showing you any respect, is it?" And Ruoxi scoffed inwardly. Was she trying to provoke a relationship with Xiao Yuan? Did she think she would be afraid? Xiao Yuan sat on the sofa, his expression unchanging. But one could sense that he was not in a good mood. The pressure around him was low. He unconsciously twisted the ring on his finger and said softly, "Yo, is that so?" Wu Ma's face showed a hint of pride upon hearing Xiao Yuan's words. In Taiping Mountain, Xiao Yuan was like a god. If An Ruoxi dared to disrespect him, let us see how he would deal with her. Xiao Yuan said to Li Feng, "Call all the servants out." "Okay." Li Feng agreed and went to call people. Wu Ma's pride grew. Yuan, some rules need to be established, otherwise some people will think they're the mistress of Taiping Mountain and won't even regard you. Xiao Yuan glanced at An Ruoxi indifferently. Indeed, An Ruoxi frowned. It seemed like there would be a bloodbath today. She tightened her fists even more. Soon, Li Feng gathered everyone. About 100 people stood in the living room, all with their heads down, unsure what was happening. Xiao Yuan's indifferent eyes swept over their faces before he spoke. In your eyes? Is Miss and a guest of Taiping Mountain? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone flinched, fear written all over their faces. But no one dared to speak. Xiao Yuan pointed at one person and said, "You speak." The maid pointed at Trembled. She quickly glanced at Wu Ma and stammered, "Wu." Wu Ma said, "Missin will leave sooner or later, so don't pay too much attention." Xiao Yuan's expression darkened. He pointed at a few more people, and most of their responses were similar to that person. Seeing Xiao Yuan's face grow increasingly gloomy, Wu Ma felt an ominous premonition. She hurried to explain, Yuan, I didn't mean anything by it. It's just that you've never brought a woman home, so I thought Missin would leave sooner or later." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. So the people he had been trying to please were thinking of driving her away? No wonder Wu Jingyi had the guts to do such things. Good, very good. His dark eyes glared at Wu Ma. I didn't know that the master of Taiping Mountain is you. Wu Ma was terrified and quickly knelt down. She anxiously explained, Yuan, it's not like that. I've taken care of you all this time. I did this to allow everyone to have more energy to take care of you. You take care of me? Xiao Yuan scoffed. Do you think I've lost my memory? In the past, everyone thought I was a madman and didn't dare to approach me. You're just a bit bolder than them and can endure. Besides making sure I'm fed 3 meals a day, what have you done? I remember once. I fell down the stairs, and it was I who called the doctor. What were you doing at that time? Playing mahjong with the other servants. Wu Ma looked at him in terror. He had never said these things to her before. She thought he didn't know, but unexpectedly, he knew everything. Wu Ma wanted to argue, but she didn't know how to start. Xiao Yuan coldly stared at her and said, You're getting old now, and it's not suitable for you to stay here anymore. Pack your things and leave Taiping Mountain. Leave Taiping Mountain? Wu Ma looked shocked. She cried at Yuan. You can't do this to me. I've worked in the Xiao family for decades. You can't kick me out. Xiao Yuan's eyes were cold and sharp. There are some things I haven't managed because I didn't want to waste time. Don't think I don't know what you've done over the years. Before I change my mind, get out. A hint of fear flashed in Wu Ma's eyes. She had grown accustomed to being served. If she left Taiping Mountain, where would she have a good life? She pleaded a Yuan get out. Xiao Yuan yelled. Wu Ma knew there was no turning back, so she reluctantly said, I understand. Chapter 78. Let An Ruoxi return to the An family. Wu Ma got up to pack her things. Wu Jingyi, seeing her aunt being kicked out, trembled in fear. Xiao Yuan's long, narrow eyes turned to her, his gaze as cold as frost. It's your turn. Wu Jingyi's face turned pale. She crawled to An Ruoxi's feet, grabbing her skirt and pleading desperately, Missin, I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. An Ruoxi shook off her hand and coldly said, You brought this upon yourself. Xiao Yuan twisted the ring on his finger, his eyes revealing cruelty. Li Feng, since Miss Wu loves to ruin others' reputations, let us find 8 men to have some fun with her and let her experience what it feels like. Wu Jingyi's eyes widened in terror upon hearing this. She shook her head frantically, crying, No. But Li Feng didn't give her another chance to speak, signaling 2 mercenaries to drag her away. After dealing with Wu Ma and Wu Jingyi, Xiao Yuan glanced at the trembling servants in the room and coldly said, From now on, Miss and is the mistress of Taiping Mountain. Her words are equivalent to mine, understood? The servants were too scared to raise their heads and respectfully replied, Understood. Hearing this, An Ruoxi frowned. She had planned to leave Taiping Mountain soon. Given Xiao Yuan's attitude, it seemed she wouldn't be able to leave. She needed to think of another way. Incorporation. Conference room. Due to a drastic drop in stock prices, an emergency board meeting was convened at the request of the company's shareholders, and Shangxing sat in the main seat, looking very displeased. The shareholders below frequently challenged him. Mr. And what exactly is going on? President and Shengnan's daughter is still alive, and you're unaware of this? It's not a matter of knowing or not knowing right now. Netizens are insinuating that you conspired against your own brother for family assets and are now planning to kill your niece to silence her. What are you planning to do? Because of this matter, the company's stock price dropped to the limit in just 2 hours, and it will definitely fall again tomorrow. This is the shareholders' money. We must find a way to resolve it. Everyone was talking over each other. making An Shangxing's head spin. "Everyone be quiet," he said coldly. "I've already had someone clarify the news online, saying this matter has nothing to do with me, and I've also had the trending topic removed. I believe it won't be long before the news is suppressed." Someone said, "What's the use of just suppressing the news? President and Shongnan's daughter is still alive. We need to give the outside world an explanation. Otherwise, the rumors targeting the An family consortium won't stop. Yes, it would be best if President and Shongnan's daughter could come forward to clarify that the assassination attempt on her has nothing to do with you. Otherwise, it will be hard for the company's stock price to recover." And Shangxing was extremely annoyed. He said, "I will find a way to get her to clarify." After speaking, he flicked his sleeves and left the conference room. "And family? What?" And Chuchu looked at An Shangxing in shock. "Dad, are you going to bring An Ruoxi back to the An family?" And Xin Yu also expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "Dad, Grandpa likes An Ruoxi so much. If you bring her back, won't that just mean one more person to share the An family's inheritance?" And Shangxing knew very well that what they said made sense. He angrily replied, "Do you think I want to? If it weren't for those two stupid assassins leaking information and dragging me into this, causing the company's stock price to plummet, would I let her come back?" And Chuchu stomped her foot in frustration. How can that bitch An Ruoxi be so lucky? Even the two assassins from Tsaming Prefecture couldn't take her life. A hint of ruthlessness appeared on An Shangxing's face. "I heard that she just happened to run into Xiao Yuan's girlfriend being captured, and Xiao Yuan rushed to the scene, which allowed her to escape with her life. Otherwise, An Ruoxi would have been dead long ago." And Xin Yu said angrily, "It's really too good for her. Once she returns to the An family, let's see how I can make her suffer." And Shangxing nodded and coldly snorted, "Let her return to the An family. Let's see how a lonely girl can fight against us." Hearing this, An Chuchu showed a hint of joy on her face. "Right, how did I not think of that? Once An Ruoxi returns to the An family, she will be right under our noses. How we torment her will be up to us." And Shangxing said nothing, but a hint of malice flashed in his eyes. "And Shangnan, don't worry. I will send your daughter down soon so that your family can be reunited." Taiping Mountain. And Ruoxi comfortably took a milk bath. Soon, and Shangxing would call her to return to the An family. Once she returned, there wouldn't be such good treatment anymore. After enjoying it for so long, she was really a bit reluctant. After finishing her bath, she wrapped herself in a towel and stepped out of the bathroom. As soon as she entered her room, she saw Xiao Yuan standing on her balcony smoking. In the night, his narrow eyes seemed to glow, like a wolf staring at its prey. And Ruoxi took a step back, covering her chest. "What are you doing in my room?" she asked angrily. Xiao Yuan lazily leaned against the railing and exhaled a puff of smoke. "I climbed over from the balcony," he said with a half-smile. And Ruoxi couldn't help but roll her eyes. The dignified Xiao Yuan actually did such a thing. He wasn't afraid of being laughed at. She took a nightgown from the bed, changed in the bathroom, and then came out. She walked to the balcony and stood next to Xiao Yuan. "It's late. Is there something you need?" Xiao Yuan held a cigarette, his dark eyes deep, staring at her recklessly. "Aren't you going to explain the kidnapping incident?" And Ruoxi's gaze flickered. "Isn't it just? Don't lie to me," Xiao Yuan suddenly added, his eyes becoming sharp and menacing. Chapter 79. Seduction. And Ruoxi thought for a moment before speaking. "Wu Jingyi invited me to the orphanage, and I suspected she had ulterior motives, so I was cautious and brought a recording pen with me. I didn't expect she would find someone to ruin my reputation, just when they were about to do something bad. The assassin sent by Shangxing showed up and killed those 4 people. Then I got some information from those 2 assassins. And just when they were trying to kill me, Mr. Xiao Yuan arrived. The assassins saw that he was not to be trifled with and ran away. She had originally planned to have the police act as if they scared off the assassins, but she didn't expect Xiao Yuan to come. She couldn't expose her identity as a killer, so this explanation was plausible. Xiao Yuan said nothing, his deep eyes fixed on her. And Ruoxi felt a bit guilty under his gaze. He wouldn't have discovered anything, would he? After a long time, Xiao Yuan suddenly leaned closer to An Ruoxi. "Does that count as your savior?" His clear scent, mixed with a faint tobacco smell, came to her nose. And Ruoxi's heart skipped a beat. She shifted to the side. "Thank you, Mr. Xiao." Xiao Yuan's narrow eyes showed a hint of a smile. "A life-saving grace deserves more than just a thank you." And Ruoxi looked up at him, her fair cheeks even whiter than the moonlight. "What does Mr. Xiao want?" Xiao Yuan suddenly wrapped an arm around her slender waist, pulling her closer. How about you repay me with your body? His deep voice was laced with temptation, and Ruoxi was taken aback. Before she could react, Xiao Yuan leaned down and kissed her. It was forceful and aggressive, leaving no room for refusal. And Ruoxi felt her mind go blank, momentarily forgetting to respond. He pried open her lips, and their tongues intertwined freely. Soon, and Ruoxi felt breathless, her legs going weak. She weakly pushed against Xiao Yuan's chest, feeling the heat radiating from him. MMM. And Ruoxi let out a distressed whimper. Xiao Yuan loosened his grip slightly, but his hot lips continued to linger on her soft ones. Suddenly, he bent down slightly, picked Ruoxi up, and while kissing her, walked toward the bed in the bedroom. And Ruoxi had never encountered such a situation before. Her heart raced like a drum, and her mind felt dizzy. In a dizzying moment, she was pressed down onto the bed by Xiao Yuan. His large hand roamed her body like it was electrified, and Ruoxi gasped in surprise. Xiao Yuan, let me go. She managed to squeeze out a few words through her clenched teeth. But Xiao Yuan didn't stop. Instead, he became even more reckless. His hand slipped under the hem of An Ruoxi's clothes as he said in a hoarse voice, "Cici, be good, don't move. I'll make you feel good." As he spoke, his hand slowly moved downward, and Ruoxi's eyes widened in shock, her entire face turning red. She felt both embarrassed and angry, but fearing her identity would be exposed. She didn't dare to resist too much. As she saw Xiao Yuan becoming more and more audacious, she steeled her heart and bit down hard on his lip. Ah! Xiao Yuan let out a pained sound and finally released her. He panted heavily, his eyes flushed and filled with desire. You bit me? And Ruoxi was also breathless. A faint blush spread across her face, blooming like a peach blossom. Who told you to bully me? Xiao Yuan sat at the head of the bed, looking at her with wide, angry eyes mixed with shyness, feeling a tightness below. Damn, she's too cute. I really want to kill her. He chuckled lightly, leaning closer to An Ruoxi, his voice enchanting. You say no, but your body seems quite honest. After saying this, he glanced at his left hand, and Ruoxi's face flushed even more. She grabbed a pillow and threw it at Xiao Yuan angrily. Get out. Xiao Yuan knew that if he continued to tease her, she would really get angry. He licked his lips, a lingering feeling of desire in his movements. Don't dream about me tonight after saying this. He stood up from the bed and walked towards the door. As he opened the door, Xiao Yuan paused at the entrance. He turned back, gazing at An Ruoxi, and said, Cici, you can't escape. And Ruoxi angrily threw a pillow at him, but Xiao Yuan had already closed the door and left. In the quiet of the night, An Ruoxi lay on the bed, her eyelashes fluttering as she fell asleep and dreamed. In her dream, Xiao Yuan pressed her down on the bed, kissing her as if the world had turned upside down. Unlike the abrupt end of the day, in her dreams, they went all the way. Amidst the exceptionally intense storm, Xiao Yuan's enchanting voice rang in her ears. Cici, my darling, is it comfortable? And Ruoxi immersed herself in the ultimate pleasure, and only when he aggressively asked for the third time did she consciously respond with 2 words. Comfortable. Just as she dreamt this, and Ruoxi suddenly woke up. The sky was already bright, and she sat on the bed, gasping for air. Remembering the scenes from the dream, she felt her face flush and her heart race. How could she have such a dream? It was all Xiao Yuan's fault for teasing her. She picked up her phone from the bedside table and was surprised to see it was already past 9 o'clock. Had she been dreaming for so long? And Ruoxi steadied her mind, and just as she pulled back the covers to prepare for washing up, her phone rang. She picked it up and saw it was an unfamiliar number, and Ruoxi's gaze darkened. After a few seconds of waiting, she answered the call, and Shangxing's voice came through the receiver, cold and distant. And Ruoxi, I've told the old man that you're still alive. He wants to see you, so come back to the old house today. And Ruoxi replied expressionlessly, okay. In family's old house. Old Mister leaned on his cane, happily directing the servants. You guys go tidy up Cici's room and change her to my best set of mulberry silk bedding. The current one is too shabby for her to sleep on. Also, remember to arrange plenty of fresh flowers. They cheer her up. Put out some of her favorite snacks and fruits as well. And remember to change them daily with the freshest ones. No repeats. Housekeeper, inform the kitchen to prepare all dishes according to Cici's preferences. The housekeeper's smile got it. Old man. And Choo-Choo and Shinyu sat on the sofa in the living room, watching the old man's favoritism with displeased expressions. And Choo-Choo complained, Grandpa, we are also your grandchildren. Why are you so good to An Ruoxi? Old Mr. and shot her a cold glance. Cece is your sister. I don't expect you to take care of her, and you're jealous of her? And Choo-Choo, fearing he would get angry, quickly smiled and said, Grandpa, that's not what I meant. I'm happy to hear my sister is coming home. Why would I be jealous? Old Mr. N's expression softened slightly. That's more like it. And Ruoxi's aunt, and Shioli, was also at the old house. Seeing this scene, she couldn't help but tease. Cece is the old man's favorite granddaughter. Who can compare? Old Mr. N shot her an annoyed look. If you were as outstanding as Cece, I would love you too, but who told you to be so disappointing, especially you? And Shioli, seeing the old man about to scold her, quickly said, Dad, I was just joking with you. Why are you so serious? Old Mr. And tapped his cane and said, Anyway, it's a huge blessing that Cece is back alive. If anyone dares to make her uncomfortable, I will make them uncomfortable. And Shioli's face paled. Understood, Dad. And Choo-Choo and Shinyu also looked unhappy, but dared not say anything further. At that moment, a servant joyfully ran in and said, Old man, Miss Cece has returned. Old Mr. N hurried toward the door. Grandpa. Before he reached the door, he heard a familiar voice. Old Mr. N's eyes instantly welled up with tears. Chapter 80. Coming home, good girl, my poor good girl. Old Mr. N hugged An Ruoxi, his hands trembling with excitement. And Ruoxi nestled in her grandfather's arms, her eyes also moist. When her family had a car accident, her grandfather was heartbroken and fell into a coma due to a heart attack. She hadn't seen him since leaving the capital, thinking she would never see him again in this lifetime. Fortunately, heaven was not too cruel. She held Old Mr. N tightly, choked with emotion. Grandpa, I miss you so much. Old Mr. N gently stroked her back. It's good that you're back, just good. And Choo-Choo and Shinyu watched the deep affection between them, gritting their teeth in jealousy. And Shioli smiled and stepped forward. Dad, don't be too sad. Take care of your health. Old Mr. N released An Ruoxi, wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and smiled. Seeing my good girl alive makes me so happy. After saying that, he pulled An Ruoxi to sit on the sofa. Quickly tell Grandpa how you've been these 4 years. And Ruoxi recounted her prepared story. She said that after her parents passed away, she was very sad and went traveling alone to ease her mind. However, she encountered a car accident along the way and lost her memory. She only recently regained her memory, which is why she returned to the capital. Although this story was somewhat hard to believe, Old Mr. N had always liked An Ruoxi and knew she was a child who wouldn't lie. Therefore, he did not suspect her. He only said with red eyes, These years you've suffered outside. Don't worry. With Grandpa here, no one will bully you in the future. And Ruoxi nodded tearfully and happily. The two chatted for a long time on the sofa without a care for anyone else. Learning that An Ruoxi had been taken in by a good family and hadn't suffered much made Old Mr. N feel a little better. In the middle, An Ruoxi went to the bathroom. When she came out, and Choo-Choo was waiting for her at the door. She looked at An Ruoxi with malicious intent. Don't think that just because you have Grandpa backing you, you can rest easy. I won't let you go for humiliating me like that. And Ruoxi shook the water off her hands and smirked coldly. We'll see about that. After saying that, she ignored her and walked away. And Choo-Choo watched her arrogant back, stamping her foot in anger. And Ruoxi, just wait for me. See how I make your life miserable. At lunch, and Shangxing and Zhao Qingji also arrived. And Shangxing remained composed, casually greeting An Ruoxi. And Ruoxi pretended nothing was wrong and respectfully called out, Uncle, Old Mr. And held An Ruoxi's hand and said earnestly, Good girl, Grandpa saw the news about the assassin, and there are some negative comments online. But your uncle has always had a good relationship with your father. Grandpa, doesn't he believe he would do such a despicable thing? And Ruoxi's gaze flickered as she secretly gritted her teeth. And Shangxing had indeed disguised himself well, always appearing to be friendly and brotherly. Her father would probably never believe that it was Shangxing who did it. She also knew that Grandpa might not believe it, which is why, after returning to the capital, she didn't rush back to the An family. But now the timing was right. To take back what Shangxing had stolen from her father, she had to be patient and slowly play them out. Thinking of this, she obediently nodded. Grandpa, I understand. I believe Uncle wouldn't do such a thing. But I was too scared at the time, so I released the recording, not expecting it to have such a big impact on the in-group. Don't worry. I will clarify with the media later that it has nothing to do with Uncle. Hearing her words, old Mr. An showed a look of relief. He said, good girl. Don't worry. Grandpa has already sent someone to investigate this matter. Anyone who dares to harm my granddaughter, I will not let them off. And Ruoxi smiled. Thank you, Grandpa. And Shangxing saw that she was being somewhat sensible and gradually relaxed his internal vigilance. The matter of hiring the assassin was done very discreetly. The old man would definitely not find out anything. However, since such an incident had occurred, he couldn't act against An Ruoxi for the time being. But as long as An Ruoxi was under the watchful eyes of the An family, he didn't believe she could stir up trouble. After lunch, everyone except An Ruoxi left. Old Mr. An took An Ruoxi upstairs to her room and smiled. Good girl, Grandpa has redecorated your room. See if you like it. And if there is anything you want to change, just let Grandpa know. And Ruoxi looked around the room, noticing everything was arranged according to her preferences. And all the items were the best. It seemed Grandpa had put a lot of thought into it. She smiled. Grandpa, I like it very much. Hearing her say she liked it, old Mr. An felt happy in his heart. Then you can move back home tonight. And Ruoxi remembered that she hadn't told Xiao Yuan about this matter yet, and suddenly felt a bit of a headache. She took the old man's hand and said, Grandpa, I'll go back to my place to pack some things first. Is it okay if I move in tomorrow? Grandpa smiled and patted her hand. Then you must come to accompany Grandpa tomorrow. Taiping Mountain. When An Ruoxi drove back, she found an unfamiliar luxury car parked at the entrance. A woman dressed in a high-end suit was standing at the door, angrily shouting, Open the door. I want to see Xiao Yuan. And Ruoxi only saw her back. But just from that silhouette, An Ruoxi could tell she must be an extraordinary beauty. She got out of her car, walked up to the beautiful woman, and asked, Do you need something? The beauty turned her head, and Ruoxi couldn't help but catch her breath. So beautiful. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, with delicate features and captivating eyes, exuding the charm of a mature woman. Moreover, her demeanor was very good, noble and elegant, just standing there expressionless. She looked like a painting, and Ruoxi couldn't help but wonder, was this another romantic entanglement caused by Xiao Yuan? If so, this time the choice was quite impressive. The woman looked at An Ruoxi with some surprise in her eyes. You live here? And Ruoxi nodded. When the woman saw this, her expression darkened. Take me inside. I want to find Xiao Yuan. Seeing her angry expression, and Ruoxi wondered if Xiao Yuan had done something irresponsible to this woman. And now she had come to confront him? This was something she couldn't get involved in. And Ruoxi smiled politely. I'm just temporarily staying here, and we'll be moving out soon. However, Xiao Yuan will be back soon. As soon as she finished speaking, a car engine was heard approaching. Soon, Xiao Yuan's car stopped beside An Ruoxi. He got out of the car, and when he saw the woman, his expression visibly darkened. The woman also looked displeased. Without saying anything, she rushed up and slapped Xiao Yuan. What did you do to Mingyu? Chapter 81. The truth turns out to be like this. The crisp sound of the slap was exceptionally loud, leaving the mercenaries following Xiao Yuan dumbfounded. This woman was dead for sure, daring to hit President Xiao. And Ruoxi was also surprised and raised her eyebrows. But the woman's face only showed anger, without a trace of fear. Even more surprising was Xiao Yuan's reaction. He merely touched the side of his cheek that had been slapped with his tongue, his expression as cold as water. The look he gave the woman was somewhat complex, even tinged with a hint of loneliness. He took out his phone and called Li Phone. Bring him out. After hanging up, he looked at the woman expressionlessly. The assassination in the woods last time was done by you, right? The woman's eyes flickered, and she averted her gaze. I don't know what you're talking about. Heh, Xiao Yuan sneered. You dare to stab me in the front, but you don't dare to admit what you did behind my back? Stab in the front? And Ruoxi felt like she had just heard a major scoop, her eyes sparkling. So, the last time Xiao Yuan was stabbed and nearly lost his life, it was this woman who did it? What kind of love-hate relationship was this? Upon hearing this, the woman stopped pretending. She looked at Xiao Yuan with cold eyes, filled with venomous malice. Yes, I did the assassination. Someone like you should not live in this world. And Ruoxi looked at the woman. Was it her illusion? Or did the woman's brows and eyes look surprisingly similar to Xiao Yuan's? Even their expressions were alike? At that moment, the gates slowly opened. Li Feng came out with two mercenaries, pushing a pale-faced boy of about 16 or 17 years old. The boy saw the woman and immediately cried out, "Mom, save me." "Mom?" And Ruoxi was shocked. This woman looked to be in her 30s, yet she had a son this age. She had to admit, she was very well maintained. The woman, upon seeing him, was also extremely excited, rushing forward in 3 steps, 2 at a time. "Mingyu." After that, she angrily shouted at the two mercenaries, "Let him go." The two mercenaries glanced at Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan nodded with a dark expression. The mercenaries then released Siem Mingyu. Without restraint, Siem Mingyu immediately cried and leaped into the woman's arms. "Mom, they didn't give me food. You have to avenge me." The woman, upon hearing this, fell in immense heartache. She hugged Siem Mingyu and softly comforted him. It's okay, Mom will take you home." After saying that, she turned and glared at Xiao Yuan, her tenderness completely gone, replaced by malice. "Xiao Yuan, if you dare to touch Mingyu again, I will kill you." Xiao Yuan's face turned slightly pale, and his hand that hung by his side curled up. He raised his eyes to look at the woman and said harshly, "How you hurt me is irrelevant, but you shouldn't hurt the people around me. In the future, if you dare to do that again, I guarantee Siem Mingyu will have no place to be buried." The last assassination, if it weren't for An Ruoxi's self-defense ability, he might not have been able to protect her. Anyone who dared to harm An Ruoxi, no matter who it was, he would not let them go. "You." The woman was clearly enraged. Siem Mingyu, seeing Xiao Yuan's fierce demeanor, shrank back a little. He grabbed the woman's hand and said, "Mom, I'm scared. Let's go home." The woman hurriedly said softly, "Okay, let us go home." After saying that, she didn't even look at Xiao Yuan and left with Siem Mingyu. "Siem Mingyu?" And Ruoxi stood in place, deep in thought. Wasn't he Siem Mingyu the young master of the Xie Corporation who grew up abroad? This woman is his mother. Could it be possible? And Ruoxi shook her head. It couldn't be. How could there be such a heartless person in the world? And Ruoxi, get in the car. Just as An Ruoxi was thinking, Xiao Yuan's cold voice sounded. She came back to her senses, responded with an "oh," and got into Xiao Yuan's car. Xiao Yuan looked very upset, his jawline tense. After getting home, he went straight back to his room, and Ruoxi waited in the room until after 8 o'clock. But still hadn't heard him come out. She still needed to talk to him about returning to the An family. Thinking this, she opened the door and went to Xiao Yuan's door. "Mr. Xiao, are you there?" "Come in." Xiao Yuan's voice came through the door, and Ruoxi pushed the door open. But didn't he see him in the room? "Mr. Xiao?" She called out as she walked in. "Come here." Following the voice, and Ruoxi looked toward the balcony. Xiao Yuan was sitting in a chair on the balcony with his back to her. On the table in front of him was a bottle of foreign wine, half empty. The balcony was unlit, and his silhouette seemed to merge with the thick night, exuding an indescribable loneliness and desolation. And Ruoxi's gaze flickered, feeling a sudden pain in her heart for some unknown reason. She took a deep breath and walked to the balcony, sitting down in the chair next to him. Xiao Yuan didn't speak, but poured himself a glass of wine and drank it in one gulp. Seeing him like this, and Ruoxi suddenly didn't know how to start the conversation she wanted to have. After a pause, she finally spoke. "Mr. Xiao, the woman who came to Taiping Mountain today, is she the matriarch of the Xie Corporation, Lu Jingxian?" Xiao Yuan tightened his grip on the wine glass, letting out one word from his throat, and Ruoxi glanced at him and cautiously asked, "Do you have some kind of relationship with her?" Xiao Yuan's dark eyes deepened, a hint of pain flashing in his gaze. He turned his head to look at An Ruoxi, his eyes slightly reddening. "She is my mother." And Ruoxi was shocked and widened her eyes. It really was his mother. But didn't Grandpa Xiao say that Xiao Yuan killed his parents? It seemed he guessed her doubts. Xiao Yuan didn't look at her. Instead, he stared at the countless lights below Taiping Mountain. The voice of such a high and mighty person was filled with an unspeakable loneliness and sadness at that moment. "I didn't kill my own parents. My dad was killed by my mom. My mom is not dead. During that time, my dad was in a bad mood and beat my mom too harshly. She couldn't stand it and accidentally killed him. I was hiding in my room, and after hearing no movement outside, I walked out. Then I saw my mom holding a knife, cutting up An Ruoxi, which shocked me again. The truth turned out to be like this." Xiao Yuan paused for a moment before continuing. "My mom saw me and was very panicked but soon she calmed down. She tightly grabbed my shoulders and said, Yuan Yuan, tell the people outside that you killed your dad, okay? If they find out it was Mom who killed him, Mom's life will be over. But you're a child. They won't do anything to you. Can you help Mom take the blame? Hearing this, An Ruoxi felt a bit complicated. Some parents love their children to the death, while some would take their child's life. Xiao Yuan continued. At that time, my mom was almost crazy, covered in blood and injuries. I felt sorry for her. So I told her, Mom, run away. I will tell them I killed both Dad and Mom. After my mom escaped, she changed her name and appearance, married Xie Yoli, the head of the Xie family conglomerate. Not long after, Xie Mingyu was born, and Ruoxi didn't expect the truth of the matter to be this way. The reason Xiao Yuan said he killed his mom should be because he was afraid everyone would trace back to her. He was only 8 years old, but his mind was already so meticulous. She wondered, you took the blame for your mom. Why is she still trying to harm you now? Xiao Yuan smirked sarcastically, because in the past 2 years, Xie Yoli's health has been getting worse, and she wants to take full control of the Xie family. At the same time, she feels her past is disgraceful and is afraid I will expose her for killing. Only if I'm dead will her past be completely buried. Hearing this, An Ruoxi felt a sudden pain in her heart. Her mom would fast for a month at the temple to ask for a talisman for her safety. Xiao Yuan's mom, to gain power, would actually want to kill her own child. And Ruoxi had another question. That time she stabbed you, you didn't retaliate. Why this time? Did you capture Xie Mingyu to warn her? Chapter 82. The first time Xiao Yuan's hand on his knee curled up. He turned to look at An Ruoxi, his eyes seemingly filled with fragmented light. Because she almost harmed you. My life was given to me by her, so she can harm me however she wants. But you can't. I won't allow anyone to hurt you. And Ruoxi's beautiful eyes widened slightly, her raven-like lashes fluttering. She softly asked, why are you so good to me? Xiao Yuan's Adam's apple bobbed, looking at An Ruoxi with fiery and deep affection. Fool, because I like you. And Ruoxi gazed at Xiao Yuan's handsome face, her fingers curling up. She felt like a little deer was rushing around in her chest, and her breathing became irregular. After a few seconds of shock, she glared at Xiao Yuan and said, you're the fool. Xiao Yuan chuckled lightly. He stood up, reaching out to hold the back of An Ruoxi's head. What are you thinking? Is this the point? The point is that I like you. After saying that, he leaned down and kissed her. Because he had been drinking, there was a faint bitter taste in his mouth, and the smell of alcohol slowly seeped into An Ruoxi's nostrils. An Ruoxi felt like she was intoxicated, her face red, and her whole body softened. Xiao Yuan took the opportunity to lift her up and quickly walked to the bed. As soon as he pressed her down on the bed, he showered her with kisses. Perhaps because she had heard Xiao Yuan's story, she felt compassion and heartache for him. And Ruoxi struggled a couple of times, but then began to respond to his kiss actively. Her initiative was like a stimulant, and Xiao Yuan suddenly became overwhelming, leaving her defenseless. His kisses moved from her lips to her neck, then to her collarbone, all the way down. And Ruoxi had never experienced such feelings. Her whole body trembled uncontrollably. She grabbed Xiao Yuan's hair in discomfort and said, stop. The corners of Xiao Yuan's eyes turned red, his eyes burning with fierce flames. She be good? Just leave everything to me. Under his teasing, An Ruoxi's consciousness gradually became muddled. Suddenly, it felt as if her body had been pierced, and an intense pain surged through her. She was in so much pain that her toes curled, and a layer of fine sweat appeared on her forehead. Xiao Yuan gently kissed her face. His deep voice incredibly sexy. Baby, don't be afraid, it will be over soon. And Ruoxi had lost the ability to think. She didn't know how long soon was. To her, it felt like a century had passed. When everything ended, Xiao Yuan carried her to the bathroom. After showering, her consciousness gradually returned. The two lay on the bed, and Xiao Yuan hugged her from behind, gently kissing her nape. I'm very happy. And Ruoxi felt like her waist was about to break. Her whole body ached, as if it had been run over by a car. She bit her teeth secretly. You enjoyed yourself? Poor me. Almost died. But then she remembered her own business and softly spoke, Mr. Xiao. As soon as those 3 words came out, Xiao Yuan gently bit her tender earlobe. Call me a Yuan. And Ruoxi clenched her fists and said, a Yuan. I have something to tell you. Xiao Yuan affectionately rubbed the top of her head with his chin, his voice lazy. What is it? And Ruoxi took a breath and said, my grandpa knows I'm alive, and I want to go back to the An family. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan suddenly sat up from the bed. Under the dim light, his dark eyes turned gloomy. And Ruoxi, you finish and run? What do you take me for? And Ruoxi also sat up from the bed, looking down and seeing that she wasn't wearing clothes. She quickly pulled the blanket to cover herself. I have my own things to do. I must go back to the An family. Xiao Yuan said in a deep voice, you can go back to the An family during the day and return to Taiping Mountain at night. No, and Ruoxi rejected without thinking. My grandpa won't agree. Xiao Yuan's temples throbbed. He gritted his teeth and said, I think you just don't want others to know about our relationship. And Ruoxi felt guilty and lowered her eyes. She indeed thought that way. At least for now, she couldn't let the An family know about her relationship with Xiao Yuan. Otherwise, and Shangxing would definitely be on high alert against her. But it was hard to reason with Xiao Yuan. She softened her voice and said, Yuan, I've given you my first time. What else do you have to worry about? Xiao Yuan licked his back molars and said, I am a first timer too. It was me who worked hard to make you feel good. I didn't take advantage of you. Hearing this, and Ruoxi's gaze turned cold. No room for negotiation? Xiao Yuan answered without thinking. No room for negotiation. Fine. And Ruoxi threw off the blanket and coldly said, I am telling you. I'm leaving for sure. It's better to break than bend. After saying that, she went barefoot to pick up her clothes. Xiao Yuan sat on the bed, watching her resolute back, clenching his fists in frustration. As she was putting on her clothes and about to leave, he leaped off the bed, picked her up, and placed her back on the bed. You can leave, but you have to do it 2 more times. After saying that, he pulled up the clothes and Ruoxi had just put on and pressed down on her again. And Ruoxi pushed against his scorching chest with both hands. Glaring at him, Xiao Yuan, are you a reincarnated teddy bear? How can you be so capable? Xiao Yuan smiled wickedly and leaned down to bite her earlobe. Thank you for the compliment. Baby, by the time it was over, it was already 2 in the morning. And Ruoxi was too tired to even need sleeping pills and fell into a deep sleep. Xiao Yuan was only wearing a pair of gray boxer shorts, standing on the balcony, smoking a cigarette. He took out his phone and dialed Wei Xian's number. Wei Xian had already fallen asleep and was startled awake by the phone ringing. Groggily seeing it was Xiao Yuan's call, he was instantly wide awake. It's so late. Nothing happened, right? Xiao Yuan lazily exhaled a puff of smoke and said, send over a swelling ointment, the best one. Wei Xian asked in confusion, President Xiao, are you injured? Xiao Yuan frowned. Less nonsense. Hurry up and bring it over. After a moment, he added, it's swollen there. Where? Wei Xian was puzzled. Where? Xiao Yuan instantly got irritated. Damn it. Have you never seen a pig run if you haven't eaten pork? You single dog don't even know this? Wei Xian was taken aback. Suddenly, a flash of realization hit him. Oh my God, President Xiao isn't going to get it on, right? Did he make someone swollen? His combat power is so strong on the first try. He hurriedly got out of bed. I'll get the medicine right away. Chapter 83, A Night of Marriage. 100 days of affection at the An family ancestral home, and Ruoxi returned with her suitcase just before dinner. As soon as she entered, she saw several staff members in suits coming out of the house. Old Master was sitting on the sofa. Upon seeing her, he happily waved. Good girl, come here. A servant took the luggage from Ruoxi's hands, and Ruoxi smiled and walked over, sweetly calling, Grandpa. Old Master looked at her reproachfully. Why did you come back so late? I thought you weren't coming back. And Ruoxi's face flushed slightly. She couldn't say that she was kept in bed by that dog Xiao Yuan. She glanced and said, I overslept today. By the way, Grandpa, I just saw some strangers leaving. What were they doing? Old Master laughed. I plan to hold a banquet in a few days to let everyone know my granddaughter is back. They're the ones responsible for the arrangements. And Ruoxi smiled and hugged Old Master's arm. Grandpa, you are so nice. Old Master had a benevolent expression. Who told you to be my precious granddaughter? Thinking of something, and Ruoxi added, Grandpa, I don't have much to do now. Can I go work at the incorporation? Old Master looked puzzled. Working is hard. Why not stay at home and accompany Grandpa? Grandpa's money is enough to support you for several lifetimes. And Ruoxi showed a hint of disappointment. My dad worked so hard for the company when he was alive. Now that he is gone, I want to help the company in his place. Mentioning his eldest son made old master and feel sad as well. He comfortingly patted An Ruoxi's hand. "You are a good child. I will talk to your uncle about this." And Ruoxi smiled sweetly. "Thank you, Grandpa." As she said this, she leaned into old Master An's embrace, but her smile instantly disappeared, replaced by a chilling coldness in her eyes. After dinner, An Ruoxi accompanied her grandfather for a walk. After sending him back to his room, she turned to head back to her own room. As she reached the corner of the stairs, she happened to bump into her aunt and Shioli, who was returning. And Shioli had drunk quite a bit, her cheeks flushed, and she was swaying as she walked. And Ruoxi politely greeted her aunt. After saying that, she was about to leave. "Stop!" And Shioli called out to her. She swayed over to An Ruoxi, her right hand weakly pointing at her. "Don't think I don't know what you're back for. You're just like my deceased elder brother, full of bad intentions. But I tell you, you won't succeed." And Ruoxi looked at her leisurely, a mocking smile curling at the corners of her lips. "Oh, Aunt, do tell. What am I back for?" And Shioli staggered slightly, smiling weakly. "You want the incorporation." A glint of murderous intent flashed in An Ruoxi's eyes, and she said faintly, "Aunt, you've had too much to drink." And Shioli shook her hand, and her gaze towards An Ruoxi suddenly turned spiteful. "My second brother has already stabilized his position in the incorporation, and he is about to collaborate with the Pei Corporation on a big project. No one will be able to shake his position in the incorporation. What you want to do is simply wishful thinking." And Ruoxi understood why An Shioli harbored such deep resentment toward her. When her father was still alive, An Shioli's husband embezzled a large sum of public funds, which her father discovered. An Shioli had cried and begged her father to let her husband off once, but her father refused, having found out that her brother-in-law had embezzled funds more than once, which led to him being sent to prison for 8 years. She smiled and said, "Who knows what will happen in the future? Aunt, you should rest early." After saying that, she ignored An Shioli. Back in her room, An Ruoxi sat at the end of the bed, contemplating An Shioli's words. She took out her phone and dialed Xiao Lu's number. "What project is the incorporation collaborating on with the Pei Corporation?" Xiao Lu replied, "Boss, I was just about to report to you. They partnered to buy a large piece of land in the western suburbs, planning to build a resort. The confidentiality work was done so well that our people only found out today, but the land purchase procedures have already been completed. Boss, what should we do? If this collaboration succeeds, the relationship between the two families will become increasingly close." And Ruoxi's gaze sharpened. "Western suburbs? Is there an undeveloped forest there?" Xiao Lu confirmed. "Yes. I specifically had someone check it out, wanting to understand the situation before reporting to you. That forest is also part of their resort planning." And Ruoxi paused, a cold smile appearing at the corners of her lips. "You help me with something, and we need to hurry." After giving Xiao Lu the instructions, and Ruoxi went to the bathroom for a comfortable bath. Wrapped in a bath towel, she came out to find Xiao Yuan sitting on the sofa in her room. And Ruoxi was startled and covered her chest, angrily saying, "How did you get in?" Xiao Yuan lazily leaned back on the sofa, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Where I want to go, no one can stop me." And Ruoxi's gaze darted to the wide-open window and the fluttering curtains, feeling annoyed. Is this person a part-time thief, climbing through windows or balconies? She frowned slightly and asked, "What brings you here so late?" Xiao Yuan's gaze darkened as he looked at her, his eyes falling on the few fading red marks on her collarbone. He licked his back teeth with his tongue, rose from the sofa, and walked towards An Ruoxi. And Ruoxi felt a bit uneasy and took 2 steps back, only to be grabbed by his wrist. "Why didn't you reply to my message?" And Ruoxi had seen Xiao Yuan's message in the morning asking how she was doing. She was lying in bed in pain, angry at him for being too rough, and ignored him. Feeling guilty, she averted her gaze. "I didn't see it." Xiao Yuan ground his teeth. Little liar." He took out a tube of ointment from his pocket. "This is for you to apply once in the morning and evening. I'll help you with it." Thinking of the swelling below, and Ruoxi's face instantly heated up. She snatched the ointment from Xiao Yuan's hand. "I'll do it myself." After saying that, she hurriedly went into the bathroom with the ointment and her pajamas. After applying the medicine and changing clothes, she came out to find Xiao Yuan sitting at the head of the bed, seriously examining 2 picture frames she had placed on the bedside table. One was a family photo, and the other was a photo of her with her grandfather. In both pictures, An Ruoxi was smiling particularly happily. An Ruoxi walked over, took the picture frame from his hands, and said, "The ointment has been delivered. You can go back now." Xiao Yuan raised his gaze to look at her. Under the warm yellow light, her skin was fair and flawless, like fine porcelain, radiating a lustrous glow. Remembering last night, how this face looked so enchanting beneath him, he found himself unable to move his feet. He chuckled. "A night of marriage, 100 days of affection. You're really heartless." The reason An Ruoxi slept with Xiao Yuan last night was that she felt sorry for his situation and wanted to leave Taiping Mountain as soon as possible. Moreover, Xiao Yuan's face and figure were indeed alluring, and she thought that sleeping together would not be a loss. But this is the An family. If her grandfather found out, he would worry. After all, Xiao Yuan's reputation wasn't very good. And Ruoxi thought for a moment and said, "Our grandfather has strict family rules. If he finds out you're here, I'm afraid he will be angry." Xiao Yuan said nonchalantly, "Just don't let him know." "You." And Ruoxi clenched her fist. "He just took a nap, and now he's clinging to her?" Xiao Yuan looked at her angry yet speechless expression and found it incredibly adorable. A hint of a smile flashed in his eyes as he said, "I heard that the In group and the Pei group have been collaborating recently. I just happen to know a bit of insider information. Do you want to know?" Chapter 84. The banquet. In Ruoxi's heart lifted slightly at Xiao Yuan's words, but her expression soon darkened. "You investigated me?" Xiao Yuan stood up, looking down at her with a carefree tone. "Xiaoxi, there is nothing you can hide from me about what I want to know." And Ruoxi glared at him coldly, her hands clenched tightly at her sides. How much did Xiao Yuan really know about her? Xiao Yuan noticed her thoughts, reaching out to lift her chin with his long finger. "You have to believe me. I mean you no harm." Perhaps his gaze was too sincere, and An Ruoxi found herself momentarily speechless. Xiao Yuan sat back down at the head of the bed, propping himself up with his hands, and lazily said, "Such a prime piece of land, such a good project, logically speaking, our Xiao group should be the one to take it. Can you guess why we didn't T-act and instead let it go to the Pei group and the In group?" And Ruoxi gazed at him intently. "Unless that project has hidden dangers or flaws." Xiao Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile. "No wonder I have my eye on you." And Ruoxi shot him a glare. How could this person be so shameless? So what are those hidden dangers and flaws? But Xiao Yuan didn't answer her. Instead, he began to undress. And Ruoxi looked at him in confusion. "What are you doing?" She wondered if he intended to make her repay him in kind for this insider information. Just as she was thinking this, Xiao Yuan was already down to his underwear. He pulled back the covers and lay down, saying, "I'll give you the materials tomorrow. I was too exhausted last night taking care of you, so I went to sleep." And Ruoxi was furious. Clearly, he had clung to her again and again, and now he was blaming her. She yanked the covers off him. "You should go home to sleep." Xiao Yuan pulled the covers back over himself, closing his eyes comfortably. "I'm too tired. I don't want to move." "Don't worry, I've already showered." And Ruoxi gritted her teeth. "Xiao Yuan, you're doing this on purpose." Xiao Yuan turned over, his back to her. "Remember to turn off the lights later." And Ruoxi felt her temples throbbing. But seeing Xiao Yuan's stubbornness, she figured there was no point in arguing. She angrily walked to the other side of the bed, lifted the covers, and lay down. After a while, seeing that Xiao Yuan remained still, her eyelids grew heavy. In a daze, she felt herself being embraced by a warm body. Someone whispered in her ear, "Whatever you want to do, I will help you achieve it." Soon, it was the day of the banquet. The venue was the large garden of the old mansion. Because An Ruoxi had just returned, Grandpa was worried she might not adapt, so the scale of the banquet was not very large. Only the collateral relatives of the In family and the management and relatives of the subsidiaries under the In group were invited to meet An Ruoxi. Before the banquet began, and Shangxing was in the study reporting to Grandpa, and Ruoxi wandered into the garden, feeling bored. Groups of people chatted, and no one paid attention to her. Not long after, she suddenly heard a chattering voice coming from behind a tree. "Miss Chu, your dress is so beautiful. It's simply stunning." "Indeed, how can people differ so much? Standing in front of Miss Chu makes us look like ugly ducklings. Tonight, Miss Chu is definitely the most beautiful woman in the room." Hearing these compliments, and Chu wore a proud expression. So what if An Ruoxi was back? All the attention and glory belonged to her. The eldest daughter of the In family. She covered her mouth and smiled. You mustn't say that. Tonight is my cousin's banquet. If she hears it, she might not be happy. These girls were the daughters or granddaughters of the heads of subsidiaries under the group, and their families had already instructed them before coming. Now that the group was under Shangxing's control, An Ruoxi was merely a fallen heiress. It was clear who held the power and who didn't. Thus, the girls continued to flatter and Chu. Miss Chu, we're just speaking the truth. Even if An Ruoxi comes, we would still say the same. Exactly. An Ruoxi used to be a young lady, but after 4 years of being lost, who knows what she's been through? She might not even be clean anymore, right? Unlike Miss Chu, so noble and beautiful, she doesn't deserve to be compared to you. These words hit the mark for An Chu, who was overjoyed. It seemed she didn't need to say anything. Everyone outside already knew what kind of person An Ruoxi was. An Ruoxi recognized the girl speaking. They used to follow her around, flattering her, but she generally couldn't be bothered with them. Now that she had fallen from grace, they were all eager to curry favor with An Chu. If you have the ability, say those words to my face again. She stepped out from behind the tree, her voice cold. The girls who had been speaking were startled. Aside from An Chu, the others visibly panicked. After all, no matter how down and out An Ruoxi was, she was still in tonight's banquet was still for her. And Chu glared at An Ruoxi. Do you have no shame, eavesdropping on others? An Ruoxi snorted coldly. Who told you your words to be so foul? I thought I had walked into a bathroom. You. And Chu was speechless with rage. An Ruoxi, don't be so arrogant. Seeing An Chu so furious, the others quickly came to her aid. Miss Chu, don't be angry. We are cultured people, and one stoop to the level of someone who hasn't even attended college. A dignified young lady of the family. And she doesn't even have a university diploma. It's simply laughable. And Ruoxi hadn't attended university after being lost for 4 years. She looked at the girl who had spoken. She recognized her from their previous school. Crossing her arms and sneering, she said, You went to university, but you started having abortions in your first year. I bet you've had 3 or 4 by now, right? What high standards you have. Aren't you afraid of getting a disease? You. The girl turned pale with anger. She had kept her abortions very discreet. How did An Ruoxi know? If this got out, how could she ever marry into a good family? Seeing the girl at a loss, and Chu's expression darkened visibly. Another girl, seeing this, joined in angrily. And Ruoxi, Chu is at least your sister, and Xiao Yuan was once your classmate. How can you be so vicious and say such things to them? Don't you have any respect for elders or basic decency? And Ruoxi looked at the speaker with cold eyes and scoffed. You, who climbed into your brother-in-law's bed and stole your sister's husband, have no right to talk about decency. Or do you think everyone has forgotten the disgraceful things you did back then? I don't mind promoting your past. You. The girl's face turned red with embarrassment and panic. The other two, seeing her in trouble, shrank back, afraid that An Ruoxi's anger would spill over to them. Wow, there you are. Grandpa has been looking for you everywhere. Grandpa's voice sounded from behind, and Ruoxi instantly changed her expression, putting on a tearful look. She walked up to Grandpa and with red-rimmed eyes, saying, Grandpa, I think I should leave the family. Let us not hold the banquet today. Seeing her red eyes, Grandpa's expression turned to one of concern. What happened? Who bullied you? Chapter 85. Venting anger, and Chu watched An Ruoxi's instant change of expression, stunned. With such acting skills, why not become an actress? And Ruoxi provocatively glanced at An Chu, pretending to be hurt. They said I didn't attend university and that I'm not worthy of being an family young lady. They also said I've been lost for 4 years and that I'm not clean. Upon hearing this, Grandpa's expression darkened instantly. He pointed angrily at the 4 people beside An Chu and said, What are you? Do you think you can slander my granddaughter at will? The 4 people hurriedly shook their heads. Old Master, and that's not what we meant. I don't care what you meant. Old Master and's anger remained. Daring to speak ill of my granddaughter behind her back, the family will not welcome you from now on. Butler, throw them out. The 4 individuals represented subsidiaries under the group. Not allowing them to attend the family's banquets also meant being expelled from the center of power. Their family's positions in the group could very well be replaced by others. The 4 were terrified and kept apologizing. Miss Ruoxi, I spoke thoughtlessly. Please forgive me this once. Miss Ruoxi, I'm sorry. I apologize to you. Please overlook my small mistakes. And Chu gritted her teeth in anger at how old master and defended An Ruoxi. She dissatisfaction said, "Grandpa, they're all my friends. They were just chatting. Is it necessary to make such a big deal out of it?" Old master and shot her a stern glance. His voice still carried anger, as an elder sister. "You do not help your younger sister, but instead condone others to hurt her. How can you still have the face to speak? I see their audacity is because you have been indulgent. If you don't want to attend your sister's banquet, get out." And Chu looked at old master and in disbelief. "Grandpa," and Shangxing's expression wasn't good. He said softly, "Dad, there's so many people here, don't let them see a joke." And Shili quickly added, "Yes, Dad." Chu is not someone who doesn't understand the rules. Old master and's anger subsided a little, and Chu was a member of the An family. So he let her off this time, but the other four would not be spared. He coldly looked at the four girls. "Butler, please escort them out." The commotion drew a lot of onlookers. The families of the four girls rushed over. "Dad, Grandpa," they scrambled for help. Their families looked at the old master with a flattering expression. "Chairman, I don't know what my daughter did wrong. My granddaughter has always been well-behaved. How did she offend the chairman?" Old master and's expression was stern. He coldly said, "My precious granddaughter, I wouldn't even dare to say a word against her. Yet your good daughter and granddaughter actually slander her behind her back. I see you don't take our An family seriously at all. Butler, show them out." The butler quickly stepped forward and gestured to the four families. "This way, please." "Chairman." The four families wanted to struggle a bit. "Show them out." Old master was unyielding. The families of the four girls instantly became furious and slapped them each in anger. "Look at the good things you have done." The butler took the four families out. Old master and affectionately patted An Ruoxi's hand and said softly, "Good girl, even though your parents and brother are gone. As long as Grandpa is alive, I won't let anyone hurt you." After saying that, he turned to the guests present. "Today is a welcoming banquet for my granddaughter An Ruoxi, and I would like to announce something. Starting tomorrow, my granddaughter will join the project department of the An group, and I hope everyone will support and take care of her." Upon hearing this, and Shangxing's expression darkened, but he said nothing, as old master had already discussed it with him in the study. And Shili's expression was also not good. She had always wanted to join the An group, but the old master said she wasn't suitable for the job and had never agreed. Yet, as soon as An Ruoxi returned, he allowed her to enter such a core department. He really was biased. Others exchanged glances, silently communicating. The An group was in for some interesting times. After the banquet dispersed, An Ruoxi, feeling a bit tired, walked to her room. It had been a long time since she wore high heels, and she couldn't take it anymore after just a few hours. As she pushed open the door, she saw Xiao Yuan pulling off a bath towel, standing by the bed, changing his pants. And Ruoxi screamed unexpectedly at the sight of his bare body and quickly closed the door. The servants in the house heard the shout and hurried over. "Miss Ruoxi, what's wrong?" And Ruoxi's face turned bright red. How could this person be so shameless? Changing clothes without going to the bathroom? She took a moment to calm down and said, "It's nothing, I just accidentally pinched my hand." The servant asked with concern, "Shall I get you a first aid kit?" And Ruoxi waved her hand. "It's fine, you go ahead and be busy." After watching the servant leave, she finally pushed the door open and went in. Xiao Yuan had already put on his pants and was lazily leaning on the balcony smoking. The gray lounge pants hung loosely on his lean waist, the outline of his muscles clearly visible. And Ruoxi rushed over and pulled him back into the room. "Are you crazy? What if someone sees you standing there?" Xiao Yuan smirked nonchalantly. "If someone sees, we can just make our relationship public, so we don't have to sneak around every day." And Ruoxi glared at him. She felt like he was deliberately trying to be seen. She shook off his hand. "If you don't want to sneak around, then don't come over." Since moving back to the An family, Xiao Yuan had been climbing over the wall to come in every night. To prevent him, she had hinted to her grandfather to strengthen the security. As a result, he climbed in through the window even more skillfully than using the front door, as if he was entering a no-man's land. She really suspected whether this person knew some kind of lightness skill. Xiao Yuan leaned closer, wrapping his arms around An Ruoxi's waist from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. "If I don't hold you at night, I can't sleep." His chest pressed tightly against her back, and Ruoxi could clearly feel the tension in his muscles and the heat of his skin. His voice was deep and magnetic, and his warm breath brushed against her ear, sending a tingling sensation through her. An Ruoxi suddenly felt her breath quicken. She pushed his hand away. I'm going to take a shower. Xiao Yuan looked at her retreating figure, a smile flashing in his eyes. You can't escape me. Chapter 86. Difficulties. The light was warm and yellow. The room was quiet. Xiao Yuan sat on the sofa, reading documents. An Ruoxi sat at the head of the bed, browsing through materials on her phone. Although she had some understanding of the group, she needed to familiarize herself more since she was starting work in the project department tomorrow. Just as she was focused, the bed beside her suddenly sank. The refreshing scent unique to Xiao Yuan came close. He leaned near her cheek and asked softly, have you looked at the information about that piece of land? And Ruoxi wasn't used to being this close to someone. She turned slightly and pushed his head away with her hand, saying, I have. Just as she pushed him away, he shamelessly leaned back in. Is it useful to you? And Ruoxi paused. Of course it was useful. The information he had was something she couldn't figure out in 10 days or half a month. Time was precious to her. But she didn't want to let Xiao Yuan feel too pleased, so she replied indifferently, it's okay, I guess. Xiao Yuan looked at her in different expression, grinding his teeth. He took the opportunity to wrap his arms around her slim waist. Now that I've given you such a good thing, can I ask for a reward? As he spoke, his hand had already slipped under the hem of An Ruoxi's nightgown. An Ruoxi quickly grabbed his hand and frowned. No, I have to work tomorrow. Once this guy got his way, he had no restraint at all. She didn't want to be unable to get out of bed the next day. Xiao Yuan was not so easily deterred. He flipped over, knelt beside An Ruoxi, and grabbed her right hand, trailing it down along his abs. His eyes were slightly raised, dark eyes staring at An Ruoxi, filled with ambiguous allure, as if the air was thick enough to pull strings. You've tasted this body before? Aren't you tempted? And Ruoxi felt his skin was burning hot, and the temperature seemed to rise even more as he went lower. She felt a rush of heat to her head, and even without doing anything, a thin layer of sweat appeared on her forehead. She was indeed a bit tempted. Xiao Yuan's eyes flashed with a hint of triumph. He leaned down and captured the long-desired lips, grinding and teasing, and whispered, Shishi, my darling, I'll make you feel good. The temperature in the bedroom rose sharply. Before long, uncontrollable moans echoed in succession, and Ruoxi's consciousness gradually became hazy. She felt completely under Xiao Yuan's control, at his mercy. But it must be said, it was indeed a bit pleasurable. The consequence of a night of indulgence was that An Ruoxi almost overslept the next day. She didn't let old man in center. She went directly to the project department to report. The project department director was a woman in her 40s named Liang Xini. After An Shengnan's death, An Shanxing had made significant changes within the family consortium. Naturally, such an important position in the project department was filled with his people. Liang Xini looked at An Ruoxi expressionlessly and said, no matter what your identity is, everything in our project department is based on merit. I will not give you any special treatment, understand? A fleeting chill flashed in An Ruoxi's eyes, but she obediently replied, I understand. Liang Xini said no more and had someone take An Ruoxi out. After An Ruoxi left, Liang Xini picked up her phone and made a call. Her expression was serious, with a hint of disdain in her eyes. Don't worry, Mr. An. I promise not to let her stay too long. An Ruoxi's position was project assistant, with no real power, just doing some organizing of project materials, meeting minutes, and other menial tasks. She had just sat down when the project team leader, Lu Jianghua, threw a pile of documents on her desk. Organize this data, and you can't leave until it's done. An Ruoxi pulled out a document and glanced at it. It was market research data for the project. With so much to do, it would take at least 3 days to finish. She scoffed silently. This was clearly intended to make her give up. Another project assistant sitting next to her asked with concern, why did you offend team leader Lu on your first day? Who arranges such a heavy workload for the first day at work? An Ruoxi smiled and said, perhaps he wants to test my level. The project assistant nodded knowingly. She smiled and introduced herself. My name is Chun Yinxing. What about you? An Ruoxi smiled back. I'm An Ruoxi. Chun Yinxing looked at her in surprise. You're surnamed An? An Ruoxi didn't want to reveal her identity to avoid trouble. She explained, not that. And Chun Yinxing nodded, right? If you were from the An family, team leader Lu wouldn't dare target you. With so much data, do you want me to help you with some? An Ruoxi shook her head. Thank you. But if team leader Lu finds out, he won't just make things difficult for me, but for you too. Chen Yanqing thought about it and agreed. If you need anything, just call me. An Ruoxi smiled. Thank you. She didn't say anything more and focused on organizing the data. Near the end of the workday, Xiao Lu sent An Ruoxi a message. Boss, to celebrate your joining, I'll treat you to a big meal. An Ruoxi had something to tell Xiao Lu, so she replied, okay. After sending the message, she went to the restroom. When she returned to her workstation, it was just time to get off work. She picked up her phone and was about to leave. An Ruoxi, team leader Lu's angry voice came from behind her. An Ruoxi turned to look at him. It's time to get off work. Do you need something? Team leader Lu's face turned red with anger. Did I not say you can't leave until the data is organized? With your lazy work attitude, I seriously doubt you can handle this job. An Ruoxi picked up the documents he had given her. I've finished them. Team leader Lu didn't even look at the documents in her hands and became even angrier. Do you think you can just coast by? This data is meant for senior management decisions. If there's a problem with your data that leads to a mistake in their decisions, can you bear the consequences? Seeing him make things difficult for her, An Ruoxi's expression also turned cold. It was clear he was targeting her. She coldly said, Team leader Lu, shouldn't you look at the data I organized first? Team leader Lu, with a stern face, retorted, normal people would take at least 3 days to organize this data. You finished it so quickly. I don't even need to look to know it's a pile of garbage. Hearing this, An Ruoxi scoffed. Team leader Lu, you know that normal people take 3 days to finish, so why did you say I couldn't leave until it was done today? You're not trying to make things difficult for me on purpose, are you? Team leader Lu was taken aback. In his agitation, he had said something he shouldn't have. Although the director had asked him to find a way to push An Ruoxi out, she was at least someone the chairman arranged to come in. If she caught him out, she might go to the chairman and complain. He stammered, I was just trying to test your workability. An Ruoxi coldly replied, if that is the case, shouldn't you look at what I organized? Only then did team leader Lu take the folder from her hands. He wanted to see what she had organized. If there was even a hint of perfunctory work, he would make a note of it. He opened a document and flipped through it casually. After looking at a few pages, his eyes suddenly widened. Then he picked up another document and flipped through a few pages. After repeating this with several documents, he finally stopped. How is this possible? The data was organized very precisely, and the clarity made it easy to understand. An Ruoxi looked at his reaction coldly. Can I leave now? Chapter 87. Conspiracy in the project manager's office. Liang Xini was preparing to leave for a social engagement in the evening. Lu Jianhua knocked and walked in. Liang Xini glanced at her watch. If there's nothing urgent, let's talk tomorrow. I'm in a hurry. Lu Jianhua quickly said, I want to take up too much of your time. Saying that, he handed the documents organized by An Ruoxi to Liang Xini. Director Liang, take a look at this. Liang Xini took it with suspicion. After flipping through a few pages, a hint of surprise appeared on her face. The data is organized very thoroughly. Who did this? Lu Jianhua's expression became somewhat serious. An Ruoxi. Liang Xini was taken aback for a moment, then quickly composed herself. She tightened her grip on the folder. I didn't expect her to have some ability. Lu Jianhua cautiously said, Director Liang, this An Ruoxi might be difficult to deal with. Liang Xini frowned and remained silent. This was a task assigned to her by Mr. An. If she couldn't even handle this little thing, how could Mr. An trust her in the future? After thinking for a moment, she said, tomorrow, Mr. An and Mr. Pei from the Pei Family Consortium will go to the outskirts to inspect the land for the resort. Let her go explain. Lu Jianhua questioned. This is such an important matter. She is just a new project assistant and isn't familiar with the situation. Well, she messes it up. Liang Xini's lips curled slightly, but her smile didn't reach her eyes. That was exactly what she wanted, to see her mess it up. At the hot pot restaurant, Xiao Lu placed the cooked fatty beef into An Ruoxi's bowl. Boss, this is your favorite fatty beef. An Ruoxi dipped it in sauce and put it in her mouth. It was tender and fragrant. While chewing, she asked, how's the preparation for tomorrow's matter going? Xiao Lu placed some cooked tripe in her bowl. He patted his chest and smiled. Boss, you don't have to worry about me. I guarantee they will go smiling and return crying. An Ruoxi nodded, thinking about how An Shangxing would take a big fall tomorrow. She felt that the meat in her mouth was even more delicious. Just then, her phone on the table rang. She glanced at the caller ID and frowned. She answered the call with a faint hello. Lu Jianhua's displeased voice came through the receiver. Tomorrow, Mr. N and Mr. Pei will go inspect the resort land. You're in charge of the explanation. An Ruoxi smiled coldly. As a newcomer, wouldn't it be inappropriate for me? Lu Jianhua's voice instantly rose a few notches. What? You want to even listen to your superior's orders? If you don't want to do it, just resign early. An Ruoxi replied, Fine, where's the explanation material? Lu Jianhua said, I'll have someone send it to you shortly. After finishing, he hung up the phone rudely. Xiao Lu couldn't hear clearly what Lu Jianhua said, but he could tell that his voice was loud. He said impatiently, Boss, is someone bullying you? Do you want me to teach them a lesson? And Ruoxi put down her phone and casually replied, Just a clown. After that, she asked, Did you find any dirt on Liang Xini? Xiao Lu grinned mischievously, found it absolutely explosive. A glimmer of excitement flashed in An Ruoxi's eyes. She was really looking forward to the upcoming workdays. The next day, resort preparation studio. The big boss was coming, and the studio was bustling with activity. And Ruoxi found someone who seemed to be in charge of directing the work. Presumably the head of the studio. She approached him and said, I am the presenter for today. The person in charge looked at An Ruoxi in surprise. Lu Jianhua had called him yesterday, saying they would use the project's presenter. He asked An Ruoxi, Have you memorized the script? Script? An Ruoxi had waited all night for Lu Jianhua to send her any materials, but nothing came. She calmly shook her head and said, I don't know what script you're talking about. The person in charge was taken aback, saying, President N and President Pei are about to arrive. How can you present without having memorized the script? And Ruoxi glanced around the studio, where a planning map of the entire resort was hanging on the wall. She asked softly, Do you have a presentation script here? The person in charge was getting anxious. Previously, presenters were arranged by their preparation studio, but now the project department sent someone who hadn't even memorized the script. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? He anxiously said, It's too late to give it to you now. Are you planning to present with the script in hand? What kind of nonsense is that? And Ruoxi calmly replied, This is a decision from the project department. Upon hearing this, the person in charge took out his phone and called Lu Jianhua. Lu Jianhua told him not to worry and hung up the phone. The person in charge's face was not looking good, but he couldn't afford to offend the project department. He took a presentation script from his desk and handed it to An Ruoxi. Good luck to you. Just then, someone ran in from outside shouting, President An and President Pei have arrived. The person in charge quickly clapped his hands. Everyone, get to work according to your assignments. This was the first inspection by the An Group and Pei Group since the land for the resort was acquired, so the event was quite grand. In addition to President An and President Pei, senior executives from both conglomerates were also present. Many media reporters were there as well, taking photos and whispering among themselves. No wonder it's a project of the two major conglomerates. This is the first time I've seen such a large piece of land. Just kidding. I heard it cost 40 billion just to acquire this land. Did you see that forest? It's the largest and oldest forest in the empire, a natural oxygen bar, and the highlight of this resort. According to insiders, if this resort is completed, it will be the largest resort in the empire and even the world, with projected annual revenues in the hundreds of billions. With such a large project from the Pei Group and An Group, the rankings of the 6 major conglomerates might change. It was unlikely that the Pei Group would surpass the Xiao Group. After all, the Xiao Group had routes all over the world. The An Group, however, had a chance to move up. Look at President N, he has all smiles. After taking over the An Group, there were many rumors saying he wasn't as good as his brother. Now he can shut them up. Shoo, are you trying to get yourself in trouble? Be careful what you say. And Ruoxi, standing close to the reporters, heard their discussions and secretly sneered. And Shangxing wanted to make a name for himself with this project? Dream on. Presenter. The person in charge called towards An Ruoxi. She steadied her mind and walked up gracefully. Pei Tianming was a bit surprised to see An Ruoxi. Ruoxi, what are you doing here? Pei Tianming was Pei Tianxi's elder brother and currently the head of the Pei Group. And Ruoxi smiled slightly. Hello, President Pei. And Shangxing had no smile on his face and said stiffly, She's working at the An Group now. Pei Tianming nodded with a smile. Not bad. Starting from the grassroots level, you have your father's style. And Shangxing's face darkened slightly at the mention of An Shangnan. He changed the topic, President Pei. Let's go see the project. Pei Tianming seemed to realize he had said something inappropriate and responded, Sure. Liang Sini and Liu Jianhua also came over. Liu Jianhua quietly expressed his concern to Liang Sini. President Liang, is it appropriate for An Ruoxi to present? President Pei is here too. What if President An gets angry? Liang Sini remained calm. If An Ruoxi messes up and President An blames us, we can just say that An Ruoxi wanted to show off and volunteer to present. We had no choice but to agree because she's from the An family. Besides, there are other presenters on site. We can just replace her. Liu Jianhua laughed. Director Liang, you're thoughtful. Then we can excuse her for being unprofessional and fire her. Even if she complains to the chairman, it won't matter. As they were talking, An Ruoxi had already gotten onto the sightseeing car. Liang Sini told Liu Jianhua, quickly, call the backup presenter over. Liu Jianhua hurriedly replied, okay. Chapter 88. Plan failure. An Ruoxi sat in the presenter's position. Since it was her first time presenting, and she had just seen the script, her opening remarks were a bit stammered. Seeing this, Liu Jianhua's face lit up. He had finally caught her in a mistake. He said coldly, An Ruoxi, I told you that since you just arrived and are unfamiliar with the situation, let someone else present, but you insisted on showing off. You were given a script, but you didn't memorize it properly. How can you present like this? How will President Pei and President An understand the overall project? Get down, and let Xiao He take over. An Ruoxi secretly sneered. The fox's tail had finally shown. She smiled and said, Team Leader Liu, weren't you the one who called and asked me to present yesterday? Why are you blaming me now? Besides, I haven't even started presenting yet. How do you know I can't do it? After saying that, she looked at the people in the sightseeing car and began her presentation. Our resort has a total of 28 functional areas, and currently, our planned location is for the hotel, which is expected to be built. Liu Jianhua listened to her fluent presentation, dumbfounded. How is that possible? She had only been notified yesterday, and he had deliberately withheld the script from her overnight. How could she present so smoothly? Liang Sini's expression was also not good. After Liu Jianhua sat down, she quietly said, What is going on? Liu Jianhua looked frustrated. Everything had been arranged, he said with a bitter face. Is there really someone in this world who has a photographic memory? Liang Sini shot him a glare. Stop making excuses for your incompetence. Liu Jianhua quickly said, Director Liang, don't worry. Next time I 1T, let her slip away again. Liang Sini didn't respond and maintained a displeased expression. Since the resort hadn't started construction yet, they could only do a cursory overview. Even so, it took an hour. The Pei Group and An Group were splitting the project 50-50. But the Pei Group was only responsible for initial connections and contributed 30 of the construction funds. Thus, all construction work was done by the An Group. After hearing the entire resort plan, Pei Tianming was very pleased. President An must have spent a lot of money and effort on this planning design, right? We at the Pei Group are very satisfied and believe it will definitely be a huge success once completed. Having accomplished such a large project, and Shengnan was also very happy. He laughed heartily. This is all thanks to the Pei Group's connections. Otherwise, how would we have bought such a great piece of feng shui land? With this project cooperation, the Pei family and the An family would establish an even more solid cooperative relationship. Pei Tianming smiled and said, Tianqi and Chu Chu are about to get engaged. We will be one family in the future, and, of course, we need to collaborate for mutual benefit. And Shangxing felt a surge of joy at the mention of the alliance. Previously, the Pei family had been non-committal, and he was anxious. Now that this was said from Pei Tianming's mouth, it proved that it was almost certain. He happily said, Then let's sit down and discuss the marriage alliance between our two families in a while. Pei Tianming nodded. Okay, I'll go back and talk to my parents. The other executives, seeing this, began to congratulate them. And Ruoxi quietly listened from the side, a hint of sarcastic amusement curling at the corners of her lips. Laugh all you want. Soon you won't be able to laugh anymore. Just as she was thinking this, and Shangxing's assistant received a phone call. After hanging up, his expression instantly turned serious. He leaned closer to Shangxing's ear and whispered, Mr. and people from the National Forestry and Grassland Administration have arrived. And Shangxing frowned. What are they here for? The assistant pondered for a moment and cautiously said, They said they received a report that there are endangered plants and animals in that forest. Upon hearing this, and Shangxing's expression darkened immediately. An Ruoxi observed his obviously displeased face, and a glimmer of interest flashed in her eyes. The good show is about to begin. At the resort's preparation office, in a reception room, 5 people from the National Forestry and Grassland Administration arrived, led by a department head, and they sat lined up on the left side of the reception room. And Shangxing, Pei Tianming, and several relevant executives sat on the right. And Shangxing smiled at the leader, Director Wang. We specifically invited relevant experts to survey the land before purchasing, and there are no endangered plants or animals. Is there a misunderstanding here? Director Wang, facing the CEOs of 2 major financial groups, had a very friendly attitude. He smiled and said, Mr. An, don't be nervous. Because the protection of endangered species is being strictly enforced now, we are just here for a routine inspection. If your company has done the preliminary work, then there should be no problem. And Shangxing's eyes flickered. Of course, that forest is definitely fine. Although he said this, he didn't feel reassured. If there really were endangered plants and animals in the forest, it would be a huge problem. At the very least, the forest could not be used, at worst. The entire area would have to be designated as a protected zone, and the project would be over. Pei Tianming also understood the seriousness of the matter, and his expression appeared exceptionally grave. About half an hour later, a man rushed into the reception room. Upon seeing Shangxing, he shouted, "Brother-in-law," and Shangxing's face darkened. "You need to call me Mr. in public." The man was Zhao Yongqiang, the younger brother of Zhao Qingji, and in Shangxing's brother-in-law. He looked around the room, feeling a bad premonition. "Mr. An, did you need something from me?" And Shangxing stood up and said, "Come with me." The two exited the conference room and walked into the hallway. And Shangxing, with a stern face, asked Zhao Yongqiang, "Tell me honestly, back when I gave you 50 million to find experts to survey the forest, did you conduct a thorough inspection?" Zhao Yongqiang felt a sudden panic in his heart and hurriedly replied, "I did look into it. Didn't I show you the report?" And Shangxing's expression softened a bit. He glared at Zhao Yongqiang. "You better be telling the truth." After saying that, he turned and re-entered the reception room. He had barely sat down when the person responsible for the inspection from the National Forestry and Grassland Administration rushed in, shouting, "We have results." The room instantly became tense. Chapter 89. The Reversal. We have results. The inspector from the National Forestry and Grassland Administration rushed in. Director Wang stood up excitedly. "Did you find endangered plants and animals?" The inspector was about to speak. "Wait," and Shangxing interrupted him. "Except for me and President Pei, everyone else leave." The people present, being perceptive, understood the implication of his words and quickly stood up to leave the reception room. And Ruoxi could only follow everyone out. She stood outside with the others, looking at the closed door of the reception room, frowning. Isn't Shangxing planning to negotiate a deal with Director Wang? More than an hour later, the door to the reception room finally opened again. Director Wang was the first to walk out. He stood at the door and respectfully shook hands with Shangxing and Pei Tianming. "Mr. An, President Pei, we'll take our leave now. Sorry for the disturbance." And Shangxing smiled. "Next time, I'll arrange for a meal with Director Wang." Director Wang seemed flattered. "Mr. An is too kind." And Ruoxi's expression darkened slightly. This means that Director Wang intends to overlook it? It seems she underestimated the power of capital. She didn't expect Director Wang to dare to be partial in front of so many people. As she watched Director Wang and his group about to leave, and Ruoxi clenched her hands into fists at her sides. Such a good opportunity, wasted just like that. It's really frustrating. At that moment, a staff member rushed over in a panic. "Mr. An, it's bad." And Shangxing's eyes turned cold as he sternly reprimanded. "With so many people here, how can you act so disorderly? What's going on?" The person hurriedly reported. More than 20 experts on plants and animals suddenly arrived and went into the forest with cameras. "What?" And Shangxing's face changed dramatically. "Why didn't you stop them?" The person reporting had a mournful expression. "The land is too large, and there are too many of them. We couldn't stop them at all." Director Wang's group also changed their expressions upon hearing this news. And Shangxing strode outside. "Let's go take a look." It was too late. Pei Tianming, with an ugly expression, was holding his phone. He flipped the phone around to show Shangxing. "They are live streaming. The whole internet knows now." The resort was thrown into chaos, and Ruoxi didn't want to stay any longer and left early. Just as she reached the parking lot, she saw a familiar Rolls-Royce and walked over without thinking. The back seat window rolled down, revealing Xiao Yuan's extraordinarily handsome face. Get in. An Ruoxi, rarely hesitating, walked directly to the other side and got in the back seat. The car slowly drove away. Inside the car, it was quiet and silent. An Ruoxi spoke first. Mr. Xiao, what are you doing here? Xiao Yuan lazily leaned back in his seat, his tone casual, just passing by. Passing by in this remote place? And Ruoxi smiled slightly. She looked at Xiao Yuan. Did you arrange for those experts on plants and animals? Xiao Yuan also turned to look at her. His fair and flawless face, with clear and pure eyes, seemed untouched by dust. It's hard to imagine that such clean and transparent eyes could appear so enchanting beneath him. He couldn't help but lean closer to her, a smile in his eyes. What? Do you want to thank me? He was too close, and his domineering aura instantly enveloped An Ruoxi. An Ruoxi's face flushed slightly. She glanced at the driver, pushed him away a bit, and scolded with embarrassment. Speak properly. Xiao Yuan stopped teasing her, sat up straight, and said softly, and Shangxing is more cunning than you think. The world of fame and fortune is harsher than you realize. Don't let your guard down. And Ruoxi nodded. Thank you for the information about the endangered plants and animals and the experts. The information about the endangered plants and animals in the forest next to the resort was given to her by Xiao Yuan. That piece of land was originally owned by a large foreign company and was a rare feng shui treasure. But strangely, the company had not developed it for a long time. Suddenly one day, insider information leaked that the company was going to sell that piece of land. The Pei Group received the news, and naturally, the Xiao Group also received it. Xiao Yuan found it odd and didn't act immediately. Instead, he took some time to investigate. And unexpectedly, he uncovered the problem. The Pei Group couldn't handle that piece of land, so they sought to collaborate with the An Group, entrusting the An Group to investigate. However, and Shangxing handed this matter over to his incompetent brother-in-law, Zhao Yongxiang, which gave An Ruoxi a chance to exploit. Hearing the word thank you, a smile returned to Xiao Yuan's face. He raised an eyebrow at An Ruoxi ambiguously. Save the thanks for another place. Another place? An Ruoxi looked puzzled, but Xiao Yuan didn't look at her anymore. He said to the driver, go to Taiping Mountain. An Group, in the president's office. Slap. A crisp sound of slap. Zhao Yongxiang immediately knelt on the ground, crying out, brother-in-law, I was wrong. Please give me another chance. And Shangxing's face turned red with anger. He furiously pointed at Zhao Yongxiang, paced back and forth in front of him for a few steps to calm down before speaking. It's one thing for you to mess around normally, and I don't hold it against you, but how dare you do something so big? Zhao Yongxiang naturally knew that the project was very important, and a look of fear appeared on his face. As a grown man, he cried with tears streaming down his face. Brother-in-law, I didn't expect that there were actually endangered plants and animals in that forest. I was just momentarily bewitched. Momentarily bewitched? And Shangxing was furious. I think you did it on purpose. Before I gave you the money, did I not tell you to pay close attention and not to be careless at all? Did I not tell you that if endangered plants and animals were found in that forest, all the land within several miles would have to be designated as a protected area and could not be developed? Tell me, how much of the 50 million you took for yourself? Seeing his expression as if he wanted to eat him, Zhao Yongxiang didn't dare to lie and timidly said, 49 million. What? And Shangxing's eyes widened, almost spitting blood from anger. Zhao Yongxiang knew the seriousness of the situation and cried while grabbing in Shangxing's hand. Brother-in-law, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. And Shangxing angrily said, do you think a light-hearted apology can cover it up? Do you know that because of your greed, we and the Pei Group spent 400 billion on a piece of wasteland? Today, the stock prices of the An Group and the Pei Group started to drop, and tomorrow they will probably drop even worse. With such huge losses, what do you plan to do? Fear appeared in Zhao Yongxiang's eyes. Brother-in-law, what do you plan to do? A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Shangxing's eyes. Because of you, we have offended the Pei Group. Pei Tianming is very unhappy with what we did this time, and we must give them an explanation. You and I are not safe. No, brother-in-law. Yongxiang, uncle. At this moment, the door to the president's office was pushed open from the outside. Zhao Qingji and Chuchu walked in. Zhao Yongxiang's eyes brightened. Reinforcements have arrived. He cried, Sister, Chuchu, please save me. Chapter 90, Baby. Let's do it again. Zhao Qingji looked at Zhao Yongqiang in this state and felt a pang of heartache. She hurriedly stepped forward. What happened? And Chu also asked with concern, Uncle, why are you crying so sadly? And Shangxing angrily pointed at Zhao Qingji and said, Ask your good brother what good thing he has done. Zhao Yongqiang was already over 40 years old, but at this moment, he cried like a child. He slightly lowered his head and did not dare to speak. Seeing that he wouldn't speak, and Shangxing angrily said, because of his stupidity, we lost the resort project with the pay group. We wasted 400 billion. What? Zhao Qingji and Chu exclaimed in unison. Zhao Qingji hurriedly reached out to hold Shangxing's hand, pleading, Husband, Yongqiang is my biological brother. You can't just ignore him. And Shangxing angrily shook off her hand. With such a huge loss, how can I ignore it? And Chu's expression also turned cold. With such a big issue, the pay group won't hold a grudge against the in-group, right? Then my engagement with Pei Tianxi will be indefinitely postponed? She said coldly, Uncle, you went too far this time. Zhao Qingji also realized the seriousness of the situation and anxiously said, Husband, what should we do? And Shangxing's face darkened. What can we do? We lost nearly 300 billion, and the shareholders will definitely have opinions about me. Plus the pay group, which lost 100 billion. If we don't find a way to calm their anger, all our cooperation with the pay group will be ruined. So much money. Zhao Qingji stumbled and almost fell, and Chu quickly supported her. Suddenly, she thought of something and said fiercely, Dad, I think this matter is definitely related to An Ruoxi. Wherever she is, there will definitely be no good. Upon hearing this, and Shangxing's eyes flashed with a cold light. Taiping Mountain. The Rolls Royce bypassed the main house and continued driving forward. And Ruoxi looked at Xiao Yuan in confusion. Where are we going? Xiao Yuan smiled gently. You'll know soon. Soon the car stopped. When An Ruoxi got out of the car, she was instantly stunned by the scene before her. She stared blankly at the house in front of her, speechless. Seeing her reaction, Xiao Yuan felt inexplicably pleased. He gently asked, Do you like it? And Ruoxi did not answer him, but pushed open the courtyard door and walked in. It was exactly the same, from a courtyard to the living room. Not only the layout, but even the decorations and furnishings inside were exactly the same as the family before. Looking at the corner of the table that was wrapped, her eyes turned red. When she was at home, she liked to look at her phone while walking and often bumped into things. To prevent her from hurting herself, her father had the servants wrap all the corners of the house. Even this detail was done exactly the same. Tears filled her eyes as she looked at Xiao Yuan. How did you think of doing this? Xiao Yuan looked at the tears in the corners of her eyes, and his heart felt as if it were tightly gripped by a hand. He leaned down to hold An Ruoxi's face, gently kissing away the tears at the corners of her eyes. I often saw you staring out at the balcony. I guess you missed home. And Ruoxi's tears flowed more fiercely, and she reached out to hug Xiao Yuan, burying her head in his chest. In such a short time, this house was built. Even all the furnishings inside were exactly the same. Regardless of how much it cost, a lot of thought must have gone into it. She looked up at Xiao Yuan. Why are you so good to me? Xiao Yuan leaned down and gently pecked her lips, smiling, My woman, of course. I have to find a way to pamper you well. And Ruoxi looked at the unreserved affection in his eyes. Her heart stirred. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed Xiao Yuan's lips. They had been intimate many times, but this was the first time An Ruoxi took the initiative. Xiao Yuan was overjoyed. He held the back of An Ruoxi's head and deepened the kiss forcefully. Soon, the two of them were breathless and rolled onto the sofa in the living room. And Ruoxi felt like her lips were about to swell. When Xiao Yuan's hand slipped under her shirt, she grabbed his hand and whispered, Not here. Let's go to the room. Xiao Yuan's eyes were filled with desire. He picked An Ruoxi up horizontally. Okay. Because of An Ruoxi's initiative and cooperation, this intimate encounter was more intense than any previous one. And Ruoxi almost thought she would die in bed. In the afterglow, she lay on the bed, not wanting to move at all. Xiao Yuan held her from behind, lingeringly kissing her neck and shoulders. Baby, let's do it again. And Ruoxi rolled her eyes wearily, too lazy to respond to him. This person can't be treated too well, or else he will easily take advantage of it. At that moment, her phone on the bedside table vibrated. Because of the explanation she gave in the morning, she had put her phone on silent. She picked it up and saw it was her grandfather. She answered the call, calling out Grandpa. As soon as she spoke, She realized her voice was hoarse. The old man heard something was off and asked with concern, "Dear, are you sick?" An Ruoxi denied, "No. I just did a presentation in the morning, and my throat is a bit sore." The old man was relieved. "Then I'll have the kitchen make you some snow pear soup." And Ruoxi smiled. "Thank you, Grandpa." The old man asked, "Are you off work? When will you come home?" While An Ruoxi was talking to her grandfather, Xiao Yuan kept lightly kissing her neck from behind. Hearing her grandfather's words, he suddenly bit down heavily, and Ruoxi frowned and pushed this pestering guy away a little. "I'll be home soon." After hanging up the phone, and Ruoxi lifted the blanket and was about to get out of bed, Xiao Yuan hugged her slender waist. "Move out of the infamily." It was not a tone for discussion, and Ruoxi paused, pried his hand away, and said, "I'll talk to Grandpa in a few days." Only then did Xiao Yuan satisfyingly let her go. The driver took An Ruoxi back to the infamily. On the way, An Ruoxi received a call from Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu sounded a bit excited. "Boss, Zhao Yongqiang has gotten himself into big trouble this time, and Zhao Qingji is scrambling to raise money to bail him out." And Ruoxi smirked coldly. "Proceed with the next plan." At the Night Color Club, in a private room, sat 7 or 8 men and women. Zhao Yongqiang was sitting in the middle, drinking alone. A seductive woman walked over and leaned on him. "Brother Chong, let me toast you." Zhao Yongqiang was annoyed and pushed her away. "Get lost. I'm in a bad mood." The woman stomped her foot in anger and twisted her waist to leave. Not far from Zhao Yongqiang, Nie Xiao saw this and sat down beside him with a drink. "Brother Chong, what's bothering you?" Zhao Yongqiang gulped down a mouthful of alcohol. Not daring to say anything, just replied, "Don't bother me." Nie Xiao's eyes twinkled. "Brother Chong, I have a profitable business opportunity here, but I lack funds. Interested in partnering?" Upon hearing about making money, Zhao Yongqiang's eyes lit up. "What business?" Chapter 91. Sincerity at the Old and Residence. When An Ruoxi entered, she felt the atmosphere was a bit oppressive. The butler quietly approached her and said, "The old man just scolded the second master over company matters. Miss Ruoxi, you should comfort him." And Ruoxi nodded and walked over to sit next to Old Manon. She raised the paper bag in her hand and smiled. "Grandpa, I bought your favorite pumpkin cake." Old Man An's serious expression softened. He took the bag. "You're still the most understanding." And Ruoxi wrapped her arms around his. "Grandpa, let Uncle worry about the company's matters. Don't be upset." Old Man sighed. "It's not easy for the An family to accumulate this little wealth. I'm afraid it will be ruined in his hands." After speaking, he looked at An Ruoxi. "By the way, how's your work at the company? Is it going smoothly?" And Ruoxi replied happily, "Very smoothly. I'm currently working as an assistant in the project department, and while sorting the materials, I discovered a very good project." "Really?" Old Man N's face showed a hint of surprise. "Quickly tell Grandpa about it." Last time, Lu Jianghua had An Ruoxi sort the market research data, and she really found a promising project. She shared her thoughts on that project with Old Man. He nodded as he listened. Once An Ruoxi finished speaking, he warmly held her hand. "As expected of my granddaughter, I think this project is feasible. You can go ahead and pursue it boldly. Grandpa will speak to your uncle. Once the project is successful, Grandpa will let you enter the management team." And Ruoxi smiled and embraced Old Man An's arm. "Thank you, Grandpa." The next day, as soon as An Ruoxi arrived at the company, Chen Yinqing approached her and said, "Ruoxi, Director Liang is looking for you." And Ruoxi smiled. "Okay, I know." Chen Yinqing looked at her worriedly. "Did you offend Director Liang with something?" And Ruoxi shook her head. "Don't worry, she's looking for me for a good reason." After saying this, she stood up and walked towards the director's office. Chen Yinqing looked at her back in confusion, shook her head, and went back to her work. And Ruoxi knocked on Liang Sini's door. After receiving permission, she pushed the door open and entered. Liang Sini sat at her chair with a serious expression and got straight to the point. "Director called me and said you discovered a good project. Please describe the project situation." And Ruoxi reported on the project to Liang Sini. The more Liang Sini listened, the more surprised she became. She had reviewed the project materials that An Ruoxi organized and personally thought there wasn't any worthwhile investment. However, after An Ruoxi's analysis, she realized that the game project was indeed worth investing in. And Ruoxi had only been in the project department for a few days, yet she displayed such strong business acumen. "That's about my analysis." And Ruoxi concluded her report. Liang Sini came back to her senses. She looked at An Ruoxi and said, "You can take on this project." I'll assign you another assistant. And Ruoxi coldly snorted inwardly. Was this to find someone to monitor her? She smiled. Thank you, Director Liang. Liang Sini replied expressionlessly. You can leave now and ask Deputy Director Sun Xing to come in. Okay. And Ruoxi agreed and left the office. Liang Sini watched her departing figure. Her expression turned cold. She recalled the phone call from Shangxing. The project could be given to An Ruoxi, but no matter what method was used, she must not succeed. After An Ruoxi left Liang Sini's office, she didn't leave immediately. She held onto the doorknob. Her lips slightly curved, revealing a cold smile. Liang Sini, I'll deliver you a big gift shortly. Sun Xing knocked on the door and entered Liang Sini's office. Liang Sini smiled and said, Deputy Director Sun, please have a seat. Sun Xing sat down across from her, his attitude respectful. Director Liang, is there something you need? Liang Sini handed him a project proposal. Is there a problem with this proposal? Sun Xing spoke anxiously. This was a project their team had followed for more than half a year, pouring in a lot of effort, and it must not have any issues. Liang Sini smiled slightly. Deputy Director Sun, don't be nervous. The project has no problems. It's very good, and I've reported it to Director and he agreed to invest. Upon hearing this, Sun Xing breathed a sigh of relief. He happily said, since Director agrees, when can we sign the contract? Liang Sini paused before saying, Deputy Director Sun, it's like this. When I reported to Director and he said this project is too big and worried that your team can't handle it. So he wants to give it to Deputy Director Gao's team. What? Sun Xing stood up in excitement. Liang Sini hurriedly said, as compensation, I will give you another project. After speaking, she handed another project proposal to Sun Xing. Sun Xing picked up the document and flipped through it, growing more and more angry. He slammed the proposal down on the table. This project is less than 1/5 of our project. I refuse to switch. Liang Sini's expression darkened. Deputy Director Sun, you need to understand the situation. I'm not discussing this with you. I'm informing you. I've already notified Director and he agreed. Sun Xing finally couldn't take it anymore and angrily said, Liang Sini, I think you're doing this on purpose. Just because Deputy Director Gao flatters you and you cater to him, you often feed our project to their team. Do you think this is fair to our team? Fair? Liang Sini seemed to have heard the biggest joke. Deputy Director Sun, you're no longer a child. Do you still naively believe in fairness? This matter is settled. If you're unwilling, you can resign. Sun Xing gritted his teeth. Are you threatening me? Liang Sini's expression was already very unpleasant. Get out. Sun Xing, furious, stormed out, his chest heaving with anger. Just as he was about to leave, An Ruoxi walked around the corner. She smiled. Deputy Director Sun, can we talk? Sun Xing looked at An Ruoxi. He recognized this girl, the former president's daughter. After thinking for a moment, he nodded. An Ruoxi led him to the stairwell. Seeing her sneaky demeanor, Sun Xing frowned. Miss An, if you have something to say, please do so quickly. If someone sees us, it won't be good for your reputation. An Ruoxi smiled. It's kind of you, Deputy Director Sun, to still consider my reputation. Director Liang robbed your team of the project again, right? Sun Xing looked at her in surprise. Then he coldly said, that's none of your business. An Ruoxi didn't beat around the bush and directly asked, do you want to sit in her position? Sun Xing suddenly lifted his gaze. Instead of happiness, there was a hint of anger on his face. I have no such thoughts. I ask you, Miss An, to be cautious with your words. An Ruoxi was neither anxious nor angry and said slowly, in terms of qualifications, you have worked at the An Group for over 10 years, while Liang Sini has only been working for 8 years. In terms of ability, the projects your team has excavated are the best. Yet they were taken by Liang Sini to benefit her own people. In terms of character, you are diligent and straightforward, while Liang Sini is morally corrupt and abuses her power for personal gain. You are more suited for that position than she is. Sun Xing looked at An Ruoxi in surprise. He had thought she was a sheltered and delicate young lady, but to his astonishment, she had grasped the situation in the project department in just a few days. There was a hint of disappointment in his voice. Workplace matters are never that simple. No matter how capable you are, it can't compare to the connections behind others. An Ruoxi smiled and asked, so, shall we cooperate? Sun Xing stared at her. She wore a smile, but her eyes conveyed an indescribable seriousness. However, Sun Xing shook his head. Missin, it's not that I don't trust you. But Liang Sini has the backing of General and you can't compete with him. And Ruoxi wasn't angered by this. I don't expect you to agree immediately. Soon, you will see my sincerity. As they were talking, they suddenly heard a commotion coming from the office. Sun Xing asked in confusion, "What happened?" And Ruoxi smiled slightly. "My sincerity is coming." Chapter 92. Jealousy. Liang Sini. Who is Liang Sini? Hurry up and call that bitch Liang Sini out. A middle-aged woman dressed like a wealthy lady stormed in, her face filled with anger. A man stepped forward to stop her. "Ma'am, is there something I can help you with?" The wealthy lady glanced at him and slapped him across the face. "What the hell, daring to block my way? Hurry up and call that bitch Liang Sini out." The man was knocked to the ground by her slap. Immediately, another person stepped in. "Ma'am, let me take you to the reception room." The wealthy lady slapped again. "I'm not going anywhere. Liang Sini has done something so shameless. Why should I be afraid of others knowing?" With dozens of people in the project department witnessing the scene, they began to discuss among themselves. "This woman doesn't come in peace. It looks like she is here to confront a mistress. I've heard that Director Liang's projects are all obtained through sleeping around. It can't be true, right? Shoo, keep your voice down. Do you want to lose your job? Just enjoy the show. Don't talk nonsense." At that moment, Liang Sini walked out, her face extremely ugly. "What is all this noise about?" As soon as the woman saw Liang Sini, she lunged at her like a rabid dog. "Liang Sini, you bitch. You shameless mistress. Give me back my husband." Before she finished speaking, she had already lunged towards Liang Sini, grabbing her hair. Liang Sini, in pain, grasped her hand. "Crazy woman, let go of me." The wealthy lady gritted her teeth and shouted, "Let go. You mistress, sleeping with my husband, destroying my family, and still have the face to ask me to let go. I want to stop until I kill you today." With that, she dragged Liang Sini to the ground by her hair. "I'll kill you, mistress. I'll kill you." The people in the office were stunned. Liang Sini cried out in pain. "Are you all dead? Hurry up and pull her away." The crowd, realizing what was happening, finally rushed forward to intervene. At this moment, the company's security also arrived, quickly joining the effort to pull the woman away. No matter how fierce she was, she couldn't compete with several strong men. As she was being dragged out, she shouted, "Liang Sini, don't think I'll let you go like this. This isn't over." Sun Xing and An Ruoxi stood behind the onlookers. Sun Xing watched the farce come to an end and said softly, "This isn't enough to take down Liang Sini." An Ruoxi crossed her arms, smirking. "This is just an appetizer. The main event is yet to come." After saying that, she stopped talking and walked back to her workstation. After work, An Ruoxi walked toward the parking lot. Before she reached her car, she saw Xiao Yuan's Rolls Royce from a distance. She couldn't help but think, why has this person been so free lately? She walked to the back seat, opened the door, and got in. "Mr. Xiao, how come you have time to pick me up after work today?" Xiao Yuan leaned forward, pinching her fair chin. "Still calling me Mr. Xiao?" And Ruoxi looked into his eyes filled with possessiveness and smiled, calling out. Xiao Yuan's expression immediately relaxed, and he leaned in to kiss her lips. Smiling, "Good girl," and Ruoxi shot him a glare and asked, "Where are we going?" Xiao Yuan, in a good mood, leaned back in his seat. "I'm taking you to eat something delicious." Before long, they arrived at a restaurant. It was a recently popular high-end couples restaurant. Xiao Yuan received a work call in the car, and Ruoxi went in first. As soon as she entered the restaurant, she saw An Chu holding Pei Tianqi's arm at the front desk. Pei Tianqi's expression darkened when he saw An Ruoxi. Last time, An Ruoxi had embarrassed him publicly, making him lose face. He and T settled the score with her yet. And Chu smiled provocatively at An Ruoxi. "Sister, what a coincidence. You're here to eat too. This is a couple's restaurant. Who did you come with?" Pei Tianqi mocked. "Someone shameless has climbed up the social ladder, but doesn't even look at what kind of person they are. They're just someone else's plaything." Hearing Pei Tianqi say this about An Ruoxi, and Chu was delighted. It seemed Pei Tianqi had completely grown to dislike An Ruoxi. And Ruoxi laughed scornfully. "What's wrong? Rejected in seeking reconciliation, and now you're angry out of shame? I'd rather be someone else's plaything than be with trash like you. You still have the face to talk. You." Pei Tianqi was left speechless, and Chu's alarm bells went off in her head. "Tianqi, do you still have feelings for my sister?" Pei Tianchi knew that there had been issues between the An and Pei families recently, and An Chuchu's previous actions had made him lose interest in her. However, An Chuchu had asked him out several times, and he didn't want to refuse again. So he agreed to have a meal with her today. But seeing An Ruoxi's arrogant demeanor, he felt upset and softly said to An Chuchu, "That's not the case. I'm not interested in someone like her. My heart only belongs to you." And Chuchu looked pleasantly surprised. "Really? Then I'm so happy." After saying that, she leaned sweetly into Pei Tianchi's arms, casting a provocative look at An Ruoxi. And Ruoxi looked at the pair of scumbag and cheap woman and felt nauseated. "What's wrong?" Xiao Yuan appeared behind An Ruoxi, and Chuchu's eyes lit up at the sight of Xiao Yuan's handsome face. So handsome, he is at least 10 times more attractive than Pei Tianchi. Pei Tianchi, seeing Xiao Yuan leaning intimately against An Ruoxi, clenched his fists in anger, gritting his teeth. "How shameless!" And Ruoxi frowned and said, "I see two nauseating people." Xiao Yuan's expression darkened. "Wait for me a moment." After saying that, he went outside to make a phone call. Not long after, when he came back, he wrapped an arm around An Ruoxi's waist and said, "Let us go, there are no eyesores left." As soon as his words fell, a number of waiters suddenly surged out of the restaurant. They approached the diners. "Sorry, our restaurant has been booked out today. We will refund your meal 20 times. And Chuchu and Pei Tianchi were naturally no exception. And Chuchu, looking at An Ruoxi who was walking inside, said unwillingly, "Why can they eat here?" The waiter politely replied, "They're the ones who booked the venue." And Chuchu pouted, "Tianchi, look at her." Pei Tianchi glared at An Ruoxi and Xiao Yuan's backs, gritting his teeth. "Let us go." And Chuchu had no choice but to follow him out of the restaurant. Once in the private room, Xiao Yuan casually asked An Ruoxi, "Why didn't you distance yourself from me today?" And Ruoxi looked down at the menu. Pei Tianchi is a person without talent, but he always overestimates himself. He won't tell others your identity, or it would only make him look incompetent. Hearing her words, a cold glint flashed in Xiao Yuan's eyes. He licked his back teeth, feeling sour. You really know him well. Chapter 93. Let them both die together after leaving the restaurant, and Chuchu still felt unsatisfied. This is the first time she has been so embarrassingly driven out by someone. She fastened her seatbelt and said unhappily, "Brother Tianchi, what kind of person has my sister gotten close to that is so powerful?" Pei Tianchi tightened his grip on the steering wheel, thinking of how An Ruoxi had been close with Xiao Yuan just now, and how she had publicly insulted him last time. He felt angry. He coldly replied, "She's just being played with. Sooner or later, she'll regret it." And Chuchu felt happy in her heart hearing Pei Tianchi say that about An Ruoxi. She placed her hand over Pei Tianchi's hand and smiled. "I'm so lucky to have such a good brother Tianchi. If my sister knew, she would definitely be jealous to death." Pei Tianchi's gaze flickered. He originally didn't intend to continue with An Chuchu, but since she had recently turned to charity work and improved her reputation a lot, he found her more pleasing to the eye. Moreover, being with her could make An Ruoxi regret it. He smiled and held An Chuchu's hand, saying, "I treat you well because you are worth it." And Chuchu leaned closer into his embrace. "Brother Tianchi, I feel so happy." Pei Tianchi wrapped his arm around her shoulder, remaining silent, but his eyes were cold. "I think group." And Shangxing angrily threw a project proposal in front of Liang Sini. "Didn't I tell you to get An Ruoxi to leave early? Why is a project going so smoothly?" This was the first time Liang Sini had seen him so furious, and she couldn't help but tremble. She knew An Shangxing was overwhelmed due to the last project's issues and didn't dare to provoke him. She awkwardly said, "I tried to trip her up several times, but she managed to resolve it all. There aren't any good opportunities right now." A hint of ruthlessness flashed in An Shangxing's eyes. "Since there are no opportunities, create one. Didn't you arrange for someone to follow her? Let them both go down together." Liang Sini was taken aback. "President In, what do you want to do?" And Shangxing didn't answer directly, only saying, "I have my own arrangements. You just need to cooperate with me." After finishing, he added, "By the way, a vice president is retiring soon. In a few days, there will be a farewell ceremony for him. As long as you take care of An Ruoxi, I will recommend you as vice president at the ceremony." Liang Sini beamed at this, excitedly saying, "Don't worry, President In, I will definitely complete the task you assigned. In the project department, Liang Sini came out of the office. The senior deputy director of the project department was standing next to her. She clapped her hands happily. Everyone stop for a moment and listen to me. I have some good news to announce today. Upon hearing this, everyone in the office stopped their work and looked at Liang Sini with anticipation. Liang Sini glanced at the senior deputy director and smiled. Today, the team led by our senior deputy director signed a $2 billion investment drone project. Let us applaud to congratulate them. As soon as she said this, everyone exchanged glances and then clapped half-heartedly. The senior deputy director smiled broadly, bowing repeatedly in humility. We can't take credit for this project. If it weren't for President Un and Director Liang's help, we wouldn't have signed it. Working under such leaders is our luck and honor. Today's applause should be for President Un and Director Liang. After saying this, he led the applause. Liang Sini's face showed joy at his words. The senior deputy director always knew how to touch her heart. The project department was under her control, and behind her was President Un. That he could always remember this and not seek personal gain pleased her greatly. After flattering her, the senior deputy director began sharing their experiences in signing this project. The members of his group all stood proudly, their chests puffed out. In contrast, Sun Xing looked quite displeased. The people under him also showed signs of frustration. Chen Yinxing shook her head, sighed, and quietly said, I heard that Vice President Sun's team has been working on this project for 6 months, and just before the signing, it was given to Director Liang. Vice President Sun must be furious. An Ruoxi furrowed her brow. Isn't it too blatant to steal projects like this? Doesn't anyone have an opinion? Chen Yinxing had a helpless expression. What does it matter if they do? Director Liang runs the project department, and she is president and behind her. There was a vice president who complained about a project being stolen to president and before, and in the end, Director Liang was fine, and that vice president was directly dismissed. Since then, no one has dared to question Director Liang's decisions. A hint of coldness flashed in An Ruoxi's eyes. So everyone just accepts having their hard work taken? They don't resign? Chen Yinxing replied. A few particularly capable ones have indeed resigned, but Director Liang has been in this industry for so many years and has a vast network. I heard that those who resigned Haven Tea found good jobs, and people speculate that Director Liang is behind it. So now, even if everyone has grievances, they don't dare to resign casually. After all, the treatment at Group ISNT particularly bad. And Ruoxi looked at Liang Sini's smug expression and coldly huffed. A person like her doesn't deserve to sit in that position at all. Chen Yinxing quickly tugged at her arm, whispering a warning. Don't say anything reckless. Director Liang is very vengeful. If she hears you, you won't be able to handle the consequences. And Ruoxi appeared indifferent. What is there to be afraid of? She won't be in that position for long anyway. Chen Yinxing didn't catch what she said and asked, What did you say? And Ruoxi smiled, Nothing. At that moment, Liang Sini and the senior deputy director had finished their performance and returned to their respective offices. And Ruoxi stood up to go to the tea room for water. Just as she filled her cup, her phone in her pocket rang. She looked at the caller ID and smiled slightly. She took her phone to the stairwell before answering. Vice President Sunday, Sun Xing's voice was calm. I agree to cooperate with you. And Ruoxi smirked. Have you thought it through? Sun Xing sounded somewhat downcast. What do you plan to do? And Ruoxi paused before saying, I heard a vice president is retiring soon, and then Shangxing will hold a farewell ceremony for him. That will be our chance to bring Liang Sini down while also slapping and Shangxing in the face. Sun Xing became interested. What is your plan? And Ruoxi replied, You just need to do as I say. Chapter 94. I want to make a deal with you in a hurry to get the project off the ground. And Ruoxi stayed late at the company to work on the project proposal. By the time she left the company, it was already past 7 in the evening. As she walked to the parking lot, she saw Xiao Yuan's car waiting for her in its usual spot from a distance. And Ruoxi was used to it and walked over to open the rear door. Sit in the front. Xiao Yuan didn't bring a driver and was driving himself. And Ruoxi sat in the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt. Why didn't you bring a driver today? Xiao Yuan turned his head, raised an eyebrow, and smirked. We're on a date. Why bring a third wheel? And Ruoxi smiled. Where are we going? Xiao Yuan looked ahead, taking you out to eat. The two arrived at a Huaiyang cuisine restaurant. The decor was antique and the privacy was excellent. After sitting down, the food came out shortly. An Ruoxi was indeed hungry after a busy day and picked up her chopsticks to eat heartily. Xiao Yuan hardly ate, lazily leaning back in his chair with a faint smile at the corners of his lips. Watching An Ruoxi eat happily made him feel an indescribable comfort inside. So this is what it feels like to spend money on pampering girlfriend. When you plan to move back to Taiping Mountain? An Ruoxi paused with her chopsticks and didn't dare to look at Xiao Yuan. After this busy period, Xiao Yuan frowned in displeasure. You're not just brushing me off, are you? And Ruoxi looked up and smiled at him. Of course not. The family is there. I want to go back to Taiping Mountain. Xiao Yuan relaxed his brow. Just don't keep me waiting too long. And Ruoxi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. As they were finishing up, Xiao Yuan lit a cigarette. He took a puff and exhaled a ring of smoke. There's a birthday party in a few days. You'll accompany me. And Ruoxi wiped her mouth with a napkin. Whose birthday party? Xiao Yuan paused before saying, My mother, Lu Jingxian. And Ruoxi was somewhat surprised. She invited you? Xiao Yuan self-deprecatingly smiled. How could that be? And Ruoxi said, Are you planning to stir things up? Xiao Yuan looked at her with a smile at the corner of his lips. Afraid I'll drag you down? And Ruoxi took a sip of water beside her and laughed. What I love most is to join the fun. In another private room, Zhao Yongqiang was dining with a few friends. Zhao Yongqiang sat in the main seat, and next to him was Nie Xiao, who had said last time at the bar that he would bring him into business. Nie Xiao was holding a phone and laughing. Brother Chong, this time the principal and profits from the investment are all on your account. Zhao Yongqiang was surprised and put down his chopsticks. So soon? As he spoke, he took out his phone to check the balance. It doubled. 10 million turned into 20 million, just like that. Nie Xiao patted his chest and said, I said it would make money, and it definitely will. Well, have I ever lied to Brother Yong? Zhao Yongqiang looked at the balance, his face full of excitement. He wasn't happy for the money itself, but for finding a way to make money. After the last incident, his brother-in-law had negotiated with the pay group to compensate for 20% of the losses, which was over 2 billion. His brother-in-law was furious and told him to figure out how to pay it back himself. To help him raise money, his sister sold all the bags, jewelry, and fixed assets at home, but still fell short by more than 1 billion. He had been going crazy trying to make money lately. Thinking of this, Zhao Yongqiang laughed and patted Nie Xiao's shoulder. True friendship is revealed in times of trouble. You truly are my good brother. Brother raises a glass to you. Nie Xiao and Zhao Yongqiang clinked their glasses of white wine. Nie Xiao set down his glass and said, Brother Yong, don't mention it. You've helped me a lot too. Consider this a repayment for your kindness. Zhao Yongqiang, hearing this, restrained his smile. Are you saying this is only a one-time deal? Nie Xiao nodded with a smile. This is a rare opportunity one found. Previously, they were doing me a personal favor by letting you invest a bit. After this, there won't be such good opportunities, unless what? Zhao Yongqiang asked anxiously. Nie Xiao said, unless the investment is over 100 million. Then they might consider letting someone else join. Otherwise, he pointed at the others present. Why would I let them invest? You're the only one here with that kind of strength. Zhao Yongqiang felt his vanity satisfied by these words, but it also posed a dilemma. However, I don't have that much capital on hand right now. Nie Xiao frowned. Then there's nothing we can do. Moreover, this project is about to end. There won't be such good opportunities in the future. Zhao Yongqiang felt regretful upon hearing this. If only he had 10 or 8 billion on hand, this would solve his problem at once. But missing out on this opportunity left him feeling a bit unwilling. Suddenly, he thought of something and slapped his thigh. I have a way. Nie Xiao asked, what way? Zhao Yongqiang proudly said, my nephew is in the finance department of the Group. I can have him move some funds out first. We can pay it back once we get the profits. Nie Xiao frowned. Is that okay? Zhao Yongqiang smiled. What's wrong? The Group is my brother-in-law's. The company's money is just the family's money. It's just borrowing it for a bit, not like we want to pay it back. Saying this, he took out his phone and dialed in Xianyu's number. Xianyu, it's your uncle. Are you interested in a big deal? Soon, it was the day of the vice president of the Group's resignation ceremony. As soon as An Ruoxi arrived at the company, she received a message from Sun Xing, old place. She avoided people and went to the stairwell. Sun Xing appeared somewhat anxious. Are you sure you want to stir things up at the resignation ceremony and drag President down with you? An Ruoxi's gaze was a bit cold. I said, not only do I want to bring down Liang Sini, but I also want to expose the evidence of her colluding with Shaoxing to the public, ruining Shaoxing's reputation. Sun Xing, feeling uneasy, said, what if you fail? You want to expose me, right? After all, some evidence was provided by me. And Ruoxi looked at him confidently. Don't worry, we will definitely succeed. Just then, and Ruoxi's phone rang. She said, okay, I'll be right there. After hanging up, she told Sun Xing, the show is about to start. Just wait to take over Liang Sini's position. I have something else to do, so I'll go first. After saying that, she left the stairwell. Sun Xing watched her back, still looking serious. And Ruoxi arrived at her workstation, where the assistant Xiao Zhu assigned by Liang Sini was already waiting for her. Xiao Zhu asked, Sister Ruoxi, where have you been? Xiao Zhu was older than Ruoxi and called her Sister Ruoxi out of respect. And Ruoxi replied nonchalantly, I went to the restroom. Xiao Zhu glanced in the direction she came from and smiled. Shall we leave now? And Ruoxi picked up the documents from the table. Today, they were going to the game company she was interested in to discuss some contract details. Let us go. Not long after An Ruoxi left, Sun Xing came out of the stairwell. He looked steadily in the direction she had gone, not returning to the office, but taking the elevator to the top floor. The secretary of the president's office stopped him. President and is in a meeting. Sun Xing looked somewhat anxious. I need to see him urgently. It concerns the resignation ceremony this afternoon and President An's reputation. The secretary hesitated for a moment and made a phone call. Soon, and Shaoxing really came out of the meeting room. He didn't recognize Sun Xing and looked at him with confusion. Sun Xing introduced himself. I'm the deputy director of the project department. And Shaoxing paused and said, let us talk in the office. The two entered the office, and Shaoxing leaned back in his chair, adopting a posture of someone in power. Speak, what's the matter? Sun Xing appeared somewhat awkward. President An, someone wants to harm you, and I want to make a deal with you. Chapter 95, the game company, is buried with explosives. The project, and Ruoxi was interested and was a game company. Four freshly graduated college students were huddled in a rented old warehouse, trying to realize their dreams. And Ruoxi had prepared a preliminary investment plan and was on her way to the company in Xiao Zhu's car. Just before arriving at the game company, Xiao Lu called An Ruoxi. Seeing the caller ID, An Ruoxi turned down the volume and answered the phone. Boss, where are you? And Ruoxi glanced at Xiao Zhu and said, on the way to the game company. Xiao Lu, upon hearing this, became anxious. Boss, you can't go. Our people just reported that someone is planning to bury explosives at that game company, and we haven't located them yet. And Ruoxi's expression stiffened, and Shaoxing was cornered and desperate. Just right, it had come to her door. She said, I understand. Xiao Lu sensed from her tone that she still intended to go and became even more anxious. Boss, you're skilled, but those are explosives. Who knows how much they've buried? It's too dangerous, you can't go. And Ruoxi tightened her grip on her phone. You don't need to say anything. I have my plans. After saying that, she hung up the phone before Xiao Lu could respond. After hanging up, she sent a message to Xiao Lu. Seeing An Ruoxi finish the call, Xiao Zhu asked with a smile, Sister Ruoxi, is there something wrong? And Ruoxi put away her phone. She looked at Xiao Zhu and saw he didn't seem to know anything. Otherwise, who would be foolish enough to go to their death? It seemed he was being treated as a pawn. She smiled and said, It's nothing. When we get there, you go talk to them first. Xiao Zhu showed surprise. Is that okay? I just joined the company not long ago and haven't worked on a project yet. And Ruoxi smiled. You participated when we were making the project proposal. I trust you. A hint of guilt flashed in Xiao Zhu's eyes. After thinking for a moment, he said, Sister Ruoxi, actually, I have something to hide from you. And Ruoxi looked at him and said, Is it about Liang Sini asking you to spy on me? Xiao Zhu was surprised. You knew? And Ruoxi's face revealed a hint of coldness. It's not hard to guess. Xiao Zhu felt a sudden surge of respect for her. Although he had just entered the project department and was still unfamiliar with many aspects of the business, during the time he worked on the proposal with An Ruoxi, he could see that she was very talented. The proposal not only aligned with the company's interests, but also took into account the future development of the other company. She tried her best to achieve a good balance between the two. He sincerely said, Sister Ruoxi, I apologize. I'm sorry. I just joined the company and have no control over the situation. An Ruoxi shrugged nonchalantly. It's fine, just get the job done. Xiao Zhu immediately smiled. Don't worry. I'll make sure to discuss the project properly later. Xiao Corporation. Conference room. The second quarter work report meeting was underway. Xiao Yuan lounged in the main seat, propping his chin with one hand, exuding both nobility and authority, with a hint of playful mischief. Several people had already reported their work. Now, it was the turn of the marketing department manager. It was his first time in such a setting, and he inevitably felt a bit anxious, sweating on his forehead. Respected General Manager Xiao, I will begin my report now. Please look at my. However, whether it was due to nervousness or someone trying to sabotage him, what he opened was a blank page. There was an uproar below. What's going on? This is too careless. Manager Liu was finished. General Manager Xiao hated foolish people the most, and he was likely in for it today. Last time, the department manager was fired just for reporting an incorrect number. A good show was about to unfold. Manager Liu, standing on stage, turned pale with fear. He had heard too much about Xiao Yuan's ruthless methods. He hurriedly apologized with a mournful face. General Manager Xiao, I confirmed everything before the meeting. It was perfectly fine. I don't know how it turned out like this. Please, give me another chance. I won't make the same mistake again. It goes without saying how hard it is to get into Xiao Corporation. He had worked too hard to reach this point. He didn't want to ruin everything over one mistake. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan frowned in displeasure and sat up straight. Others saw this and stopped discussing, each waiting solemnly for Xiao Yuan's reaction. Xiao Yuan was silent for a few seconds, but suddenly smiled. Why is everyone so nervous? It's just a small mistake. Just pay attention next time. Let me see your report materials. Manager Liu stood there dumbfounded, looking bewildered. Was this really the ruthless and unsympathetic General Manager Xiao? He quickly presented his report materials respectfully. Xiao Yuan glanced down and flipped through them. Next, everyone below was stunned at this scene. What happened to General Manager Xiao? Had he been possessed? People from the president's office said he had been in a particularly good mood lately and was much gentler with his subordinates. Could it be that he was happy because he was negotiating a big project? Probably not. He had maintained a grim demeanor even during negotiations involving hundreds of billions. I suspect it has something to do with a woman. Oh my God, General Manager Xiao isn't falling in love, is he? That would be too shocking. I see a strong possibility. My son acted similarly when he was in love, always cheerful and in a good mood. I really want to see what kind of woman could capture this big bad wolf. The meeting continued. Suddenly, Su Yi's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, took his phone, and left the conference room. Soon, he returned with a serious expression. He walked up to Xiao Yuan and reported, General Manager Xiao, something bad has happened. Our people reported that someone wants to blow up Miss, and Xiao Yuan looked at him with a suddenly cold gaze. Today's meeting ends here, dismissed. After saying that, he strode out of the conference room. Game company. The person in charge, Yu Gong, received An Ruoxi and the others. Yu Gong wore a plaid shirt and jeans, his hair a bit messy, and dark circles under his eyes, looking like he hadn't slept well for days. An Ruoxi and Xiao Zhu sat on an old wooden sofa. Yu Gong took out 2 bottles of drinks and placed them in front of them, smiling shyly. Sorry for the lack of hospitality. An Ruoxi smiled and replied, It's fine. The drinks are good. Xiao Zhu took out the proposal from a folder. This is our cooperation proposal. Mr. Yu, please take a look. An Ruoxi stood up. Mr. Yu, let Xiao Zhu explain it to you first. Can I take a look around? Yu Gong quickly said, Of course, I'll have someone show you around. An Ruoxi waved her hand. No need. I'll just look around casually. Yu Gong said, Okay, just call us if you need anything. An Ruoxi nodded with a smile. As she walked, she observed the workspace in front of her. The workspace was converted from a warehouse, and while it was large, the actual working area was not big. And Shangxing's people did not dare to bury too many bombs, fearing it would cause too much of a commotion. They couldn't use too much explosive, yet had to ensure they could kill her, which meant the buried explosives had to be very close to the working area. And Ruoxi's sharp gaze scanned the surroundings. However, after searching inside, she found no signs of anything unusual. Could it be that the bomb was not buried inside the warehouse, but outside? She supported one elbow with her hand and pinched her chin, frowning in thought. Just when she was at a loss, she suddenly looked up at the bathroom, not far away. Chapter 96, Explosion. In a small alley not far from the warehouse, two individuals dressed like small-time thugs were lurking. Peering around, one asked, "Bro, isn't it about time? I saw that woman going a while ago." The other glanced at the warehouse and looked at his watch, then said, "Okay." After speaking, he pulled out a remote control from his pocket. Boom! A loud explosion. Half of the nearby warehouse was instantly leveled. The collapsing structure kicked up a huge cloud of dust. The younger brother excitedly said, "Bro, we did it. I didn't expect the bomb's power to be so great." The older brother, however, was more cautious. "Don't celebrate too early. Let's check if she's dead. If we fail the mission, we're done for." The younger brother quickly replied, "Okay, let's go check." The older brother put on a black mask and ran out. "Hurry up. If the rescuers arrive, it will be a problem." The younger brother also donned a mask. "Bro, don't worry. I didn't see anyone come out. The people inside must be dead." The older brother said cautiously, "We need to see the living and the dead." As they spoke, the two had already reached the edge of the collapsed warehouse. The warehouse had only partially collapsed, so their search area was not large. However, after turning over several spots, they found no signs of their target, nor any bodies. A flash of white light crossed the older brother's mind. Not good. He stood up straight and shouted, "Run." The younger brother, confused, asked, "Aren't we going to confirm if the target is dead?" The older brother grabbed his hand. "There's no time." After saying that, he pulled his brother and they started to run. Just as they had taken a couple of steps, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. An Ruoxi crossed her arms and smiled coldly. "Were you looking for me?" The older brother's pupils constricted, and a hint of panic flashed across his face. However, the panic quickly turned into ferocity. He swung a fist at An Ruoxi, seeking death. An Ruoxi's lips curled into a cold smile. She effortlessly grasped his fist, a little trick. With just a slight exertion, the man cried out in pain. "If the mission fails, I won't live either. Do whatever you want." And Ruoxi smiled and said, "How about we make a deal? I guarantee you won't die." A luxury car convoy sped down the road. Xiao Yuan took out his phone to call An Ruoxi, but after countless attempts, there was no answer. He felt a surge of irritation, tugging at the tie around his neck, and said, "Drive faster." The driver looked alarmed. They were already going 180 kilometers per hour. If they went any faster, the tires might catch fire. But this person in the backseat was not someone to provoke, so he pressed harder on the accelerator, and the car sped away. Su Iza sat in the front row, holding a tablet. Soon, he spotted an old, dilapidated warehouse with the name of a game company on it. His eyes lit up. "President Xiao, over there." Just as the word Xiao was about to leave his mouth, a loud bang suddenly came from the front. He felt his blood run cold, panic flooding his eyes like never before. The short distance of just a few seconds seemed to stretch into a tormenting line, each second feeling like a dull knife cutting into flesh. He could even hear the sound of his own blood roaring in his eardrums. Creak! The sharp screech of brakes sounded. Su Iza looked at Xiao Yuan. Xiao. However, seeing the bloodthirsty expression mixed with sorrow on Xiao Yuan's face, he instantly fell silent. A chill rising from his feet, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. He had never seen President Xiao look so terrifying. Xiao Yuan, seated in the back, snapped out of his grief and quickly flung open the car door, rushing out. His eyes were bloodshot as he ran to the center of the ruins, frantically digging through the rubble with his hands. "Cici, you won't be hurt. Cici, wait for me. I will definitely save you. Cici, Cici." Su Iza directed his subordinates to help look for An Ruoxi. Seeing Xiao Yuan's fingers bloodied, he mustered his courage to say, "President Xiao, your hands are injured." But Xiao Yuan was deaf to his words, madly clawing at the debris on the ground. If he didn't find one spot, he would immediately move to another. Su Iza couldn't stop him and had no choice but to call Wei Xian. "Hurry over, something's happened." Wei Xian casually asked, "Did President Xiao get ambushed again?" Su Iza glanced at the frenzied Xiao Yuan. "It's worse than that, hurry." After digging through several places without finding An Ruoxi, Xiao Yuan was already on the verge of collapse. He yelled at Su Iza, "Bring everyone over. No matter the cost, we must find Cici." Su Zaya Hudiden Ziplit? Okay. He took out his phone, just about to dial. "Are you on?" And Ruoxi's voice suddenly rang out not far away. Upon hearing her voice, Su Iza felt as if he had heard a heavenly sound. Before he could react, Xiao Yuan had already gone mad, fiercely hugging An Ruoxi. His strength was immense, and she quickly felt it hard to breathe. Moreover, she could easily sense Xiao Yuan trembling all over, unable to stop shaking. She gently stroked Xiao Yuan's back. Yuan, let go of me, I can't breathe. Xiao Yuan tightened his grip, then finally released her. But as soon as he let go, his hand suddenly gripped the back of her head, and he kissed her fiercely on the lips. The strands of hair caught between his fingers pulled painfully on An Ruoxi, and her gasp of surprise was blocked back down her throat by his burning lips and tongue. His steel-like arms held her tightly against his chest, as if he wanted to merge her into his bones and blood. Wei Xin just happened to be very close, driving recklessly over. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw this scene. He was stunned for a moment and walked over to Su Iza. You hurriedly called me over just to feed me dog food? Su Iza was still shaken. You should be glad it's dog food. Not long ago, I thought I was going to get shot. Wei Xin was surprised. Is it that serious? Su Iza didn't speak, losing a loved one. He couldn't imagine how terrifying President Xiao would be if he faced such a situation. Praying for Miss and to live a long life, and for President Xiao to have a harmonious marriage for 100 years. Chapter 97. Who says there's no good show to watch? Inside the car, An Ruoxi was using a cotton swab dipped in iodine to treat Xiao Yuan's wounds. His fair, slender hands were covered in various cuts. One cut was so deep that bone was visible, and Ruoxi pressed on it for a long time before the bleeding stopped. Looking at the wound, her heart ached slightly, and she said with annoyance, with so many people under you, do you really need to do it yourself? Xiao Yuan stared at her unblinkingly, his gaze never leaving her. It was as if he feared that if he let his guard down for a moment, An Ruoxi would disappear into thin air. He asked, trembling with fear, why didn't you answer my call? An Ruoxi patted herself down. Her phone was missing. It was probably left on the sofa when she arrived at the studio. She said apologetically, I'm sorry, my phone is lost. Xiao Yuan's dark eyes darkened, and he gritted his teeth. Would it kill you to call me if you're in danger? And Ruoxi glanced at him, knowing why he was angry. She lowered her eyes and sighed softly. There wasn't enough time, mainly because she could handle it, and there was no need to make Xiao Yuan run another trip. Xiao Yuan reached out and pinched her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. I can help you destroy the incorporation. And Ruoxi stared at him in shock. His tone was so serious that it was indescribable. She knew that Xiao Yuan could indeed deal with the incorporation, but a group that large would certainly come at a hefty cost. She shook her head, breaking free from his grip. No need, I'll take care of my own revenge. After saying that, she looked at Xiao Yuan, but I promise you, I won't put myself in danger again. Xiao Yuan's expression softened a bit, and Ruoxi applied medicine to his wounds and then wrapped his hands in thick bandages. Xiao Yuan raised his hands and raised an eyebrow. We're going back to Taiping Mountain tonight. Give me a bath. And Ruoxi rarely agreed so readily. Okay, incorporation. The retirement ceremony for the vice president. In the conference room, nearly 100 middle and senior employees were seated, and Shangxing sat at the main seat of the podium. Dressed in a suit, his expression serious. To his left was the retiring vice president, Mr. Fong. When An Ruoxi arrived, the meeting had just begun. She walked directly into the venue and sat at the back, and Shangxing clearly saw her from a podium. His expression tightened for a moment, and his voice became suddenly subdued. And Ruoxi curled her lips into a cold smile, seeing that she hadn't tea-dyed, and Shangxing must be very disappointed. The main event was yet to come, and Shangxing regained his composure quickly after a brief moment of distraction. He glanced at An Ruoxi with disdain, clearly not taking her seriously. The retirement ceremony proceeded smoothly according to protocol. The retiring Mr. Fong delivered his farewell speech, and Shangxing presented him with a certificate of honor. According to the previous plan, at this point, the next vice president should be appointed. And Shangxing glanced distantly in An Ruoxi's direction. His gaze seemed to say, I know all your plans. He deliberately did not follow her intentions. He said somewhat proudly, the retirement ceremony ends here. Meeting adjourned. And Ruoxi's eyes grew cold as she remained seated. The middle-level employees below began to whisper among themselves. Weren't we supposed to decide on the next vice president? Has the candidate not been determined yet? It was clearly said for a long time that it would be Mr. Liang from the project department. I heard that the appointment documents and contracts are ready. Is President An planning to appoint someone in private? Who knows? Decisions at the top have nothing to do with us common folks. Meeting adjourned. Liang Sini, seated, was also confused by Shangxing's actions. Clearly, President An had promised to announce her as the vice president at the retirement ceremony. Now, how could he announce the meeting adjourned before the process was completed? He wouldn't go back on his word, would he? But she had even hired 2 assassins to take An Ruoxi's life to please him. She had paid a price for that. How could she let Shangxing backtrack? Thinking of this, Liang Sini stood up unwillingly. Her tone was somewhat harsh. President An, have you forgotten something? She had been longing for the vice president position for a long time. For that, she was willing to sacrifice her own body and had become Shangxing's lapdog. She certainly wouldn't let this go easily. And Shangxing's expression darkened slightly. He coldly said, "That's all for today's meeting agenda. We've completed everything." Liang Sini bit her lip. "Mr. An, didn't you promise me?" Before she could finish, and Shangxing interrupted her. "If there's something, come to my office." After saying that, he was about to leave the meeting room. The other attendees, who initially thought there was still something to see, remained standing in their seats. Seeing Liang Sini hold back and Shangxing preparing to leave, they all started to walk out of the conference room, realizing that the show was over. However, An Ruoxi remained seated, not moving. The corners of her lips curled slightly. Who said there was no good show to watch? Just as she was thinking this, the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open from the outside. A group of people in police uniforms walked in, and Shangxing had not yet left the meeting room, and upon seeing this scene, his expression instantly darkened. What was going on? He glared at Sun Xing in the crowd. Sun Xing shook his head in confusion, indicating that he was also unaware. The leading police officer, with a serious expression, questioned, "Who is Liang Sini?" When Liang Sini saw these people rush in, she initially wanted to join the gossip. Hearing that they were actually looking for her, her face instantly turned pale and her legs felt weak. No one in the conference room spoke, but everyone's eyes were on Liang Sini. Seeing her guilty look, the police officers immediately understood. They walked directly toward her. "Liang Sini, you were suspected of hiring a hitman. Please come with us." Liang Sini looked at Shangxing with a pleading gaze. She was almost in tears. "Mr. An, please save me." And Shangxing's hand, hanging by his side, clenched. He said expressionlessly, "Since you've done something wrong, cooperate with the investigation and don't say anything reckless, or you know the consequences." Liang Sini's legs went weak, and she fell back on her chair. However, the situation was not over. Just as the police were escorting Liang Sini out, several more uniformed individuals walked in. Their rhetoric was the same as the previous police officers. "Who is Liang Sini?" Upon hearing this, Liang Sini completely slumped down. The 2 groups of police recognized each other. The officer holding Liang Sini said, "This is her." "What else has she done?" One of the later police officers said, "In the past few days, we've received a case where a wife reported her husband for embezzlement after discovering his affair. According to the suspect's confession, Liang Sini is also involved. We are prepared to take her back for questioning." The officer escorting Liang Sini glanced at her and said impatiently, "I didn't expect you to have so many problems. Let's go." Liang Sini was taken away on the spot, and Shangxing secretly wiped the sweat from his palms. That was close. Chapter 98. Difficult to restrain emotions in Shangxing's office. Sun Xing stood respectfully in front of his desk, his eyes slightly lowered, and Shangxing sat in his office chair, looking visibly pleased. "Thanks to your reminder. I was cautious not to appoint Liang Sini as deputy general manager, knowing that An Ruoxi wanted to use her for something. Otherwise, if I had appointed her and the police came in to take her away, the people in the company and the board would definitely have objections against me." Sun Xing smiled obediently. "Mr. An, I only heard a bit of news. The key is still your decisive action and the correct decision you made. I don't dare to take credit for this." Upon hearing this, and Shangxing couldn't help but look at him in a new light. The project department had Liang Sini there, and she had helped him with a lot of shady business. Therefore, he trusted her a lot, and others hadn't paid much attention. He didn't expect there to be such a character hidden away. When Sun Xing first came to him, he didn't trust him much and specifically inquired about him. He heard that Sun Xing had negotiated several big projects in the project department and had the best performance. However, he had been sidelined by Liang Sini for all these years, still working hard without complaint. This time, Sun Xing's loyalty to him likely stemmed from being unable to bear Liang Sini's pressure, and Ruoxi naively thought he was easy to manipulate, hence used a piece of information to ingratiate herself with him. Yet, he turned around and betrayed An Ruoxi, telling him this news. It seemed that Sun Xing was quite pragmatic. With this in mind, and Shangxing displayed a benevolent smile, as if he were a high-ranking ruler casually tossing a bone, making others grateful. Are you interested in being the director of the project department? Sun Xing suddenly raised his head, looking astonished. Me? And Shangxing was quite satisfied with his reaction. This feeling made him feel like a lofty emperor casually throwing a piece of meat and making others grateful. He deliberately teased Sun Xing. Not willing? Willing. Willing. Sun Xing eagerly replied. Thank you, Mr. An, for your great kindness. I will definitely work hard in the future and follow you closely. And Shangxing smiled and said, keep a close eye on An Ruoxi from now on. If she makes any moves, report to me at any time. Sun Xing quickly replied, okay, Mr. An, don't worry. I will ensure she doesn't upset you. And Shangxing didn't expect him to be so understanding. He nodded in satisfaction. All right, you can go out now. Sun Xing respectfully bowed before leaving in Shangxing's office. After closing the door, he raised his eyes towards the door, a triumphant smile curling at the corners of his lips. After Sun Xing left, and Shangxing took out his phone and made a call. Liang Sini could no longer stay. In the project department, Sun Xing came in from outside. He glanced at the direction of An Ruoxi, just as she looked over as well. The two exchanged a knowing glance. Sun Xing walked towards the stairwell. Shortly after, An Ruoxi also stood up and walked towards the stairwell. As soon as they met, Sun Xing bowed deeply to An Ruoxi. Miss An, thank you. An Ruoxi smiled and said, this is what you deserve. No need to thank me. Sun Xing's eyes turned slightly red. Over the years, he had suffered too much grievance in the project department. At this moment, the pent-up feelings in his heart eased a bit. He said hoarsely, if it weren't for Miss An's plan, I wouldn't have been able to become the manager of the project department. And Ruoxi calmly replied, Liang Sini's downfall won't cause much harm to An Shangxing. It's better to use this as leverage to pledge your loyalty to him. Otherwise, even if Liang Sini goes down, the next project manager won't be you. But now, just with a small piece of information, you have gained An Shangxing's trust and even secured the position of project department manager. This deal, we have profited too much. Sun Xing admired An Ruoxi wholeheartedly. He asked, what should we do next? An Ruoxi frowned slightly. The project department is one of the most important departments of the An family consortium. With An Shangxing's character, he must have gained a lot of benefits from it. You need to find a way to investigate the previous projects and try to find evidence of his abuse of power for personal gain. Sun Xing nodded. Okay, I will listen to Miss An. After saying that, he looked at An Ruoxi with concern. Can we compete against Mr. An? An Ruoxi smiled confidently. Don't worry. There are several traps already on the way. After leaving the company, Xiao Yuan was already waiting for An Ruoxi in the car. An Ruoxi got into the car. Looking at Xiao Yuan's hands wrapped in bandages, she asked with concern, does her hand still hurt? Xiao Yuan had 2 buttons of his shirt undone. He leaned closer to An Ruoxi, smirking, a kiss will make it feel better. An Ruoxi looked at his slightly open collar, revealing his delicate and sexy collarbone, and couldn't help but swallow. She gently pressed her lips against his cheek, her eyes smiling. Is that so? Xiao Yuan didn't expect her to be so obedient today and actually kissed him. The soft touch almost melted his heart. He cupped An Ruoxi's face with both hands, unable to help deepening the kiss. Their lips brushed against each other, intermittently spilling out a few words. This is how it should be. An Ruoxi was surprised and widened her eyes slightly. She placed her hands on Xiao Yuan's injured hand. Are you crazy? Your hand is still injured. Xiao Yuan kissed her passionately, freeing one hand to hold An Ruoxi's waist and pulling her onto his lap, breathlessly saying, don't talk, kiss me. It wasn't until they reached Taiping Mountain that Xiao Yuan reluctantly let go of An Ruoxi. She felt a burning sensation on her lips, as if they were swollen. She shot him a resentful glance, but her attention was quickly drawn to the bloodstains on the bandage on his hand, and she instantly became anxious again. She grabbed his hand. The wound has opened. Seeing her worried expression, Xiao Yuan felt a surge of satisfaction in his heart. He shrugged nonchalantly. It's just a minor injury. I'm not going to die. An Ruoxi took out a first aid kit from the back seat. Fortunately, Wei Xian had prepared it in advance. As she applied medicine to Xiao Yuan's wound, she rolled her eyes. "You really are reckless." Xiao Yuan raised an eyebrow and leaned closer to her ear, saying, "Who made you always make it hard for me to control myself?" And Ruoxi's cheeks flushed slightly, and she pressed down hard on his hand, applying the medicine. But when she saw the blood oozing from the wound, she instantly regretted it, and her movements became cautious. Xiao Yuan looked at her serious little expression, and his dark eyes deepened. He really loved how she cared for him like this. After applying the medicine, they finally got out of the car. The kitchen had already prepared the meal. With his hand injured, Xiao Yuan naturally seized the opportunity to act spoiled, making An Ruoxi feed him 2 bowls of rice. If it weren't for wanting to do what came next, he could have eaten 2 more bowls. After dinner, An Ruoxi returned to the room with him, ready to help him take a shower. As soon as they entered the room, Xiao Yuan picked her up horizontally, grinning, "Let's continue what we didn't finish in the car." And Ruoxi angrily exclaimed, "You have an injury on your hand." Xiao Yuan directly placed her on the bed and pressed down on her. He was no longer the delicate person he was during dinner, quickly stripping off his clothes. "Don't worry, this little injury won't affect my combat power." "Is that what you mean?" And Ruoxi was about to say something, but her mouth was already blocked by Xiao Yuan. Soon, she understood what he meant by not affecting his combat power. When she was pinned down by Xiao Yuan for the 4th time, she gritted her teeth and said, "Xiao Yuan, are you even human? With this stamina, can an ordinary person do it?" Xiao Yuan bit her earlobe and said in a husky voice, "As long as my baby is comfortable." Chapter 99. Major discovery the next day, and Ruoxi woke up around noon. Her whole body felt like it had been run over by a car. She grimaced and cursed softly, "Damn." After sitting on the edge of the bed for a moment, she dressed and went downstairs. Chun Qingqing was busy downstairs and smiled as she approached. "Missin, you're awake." And Ruoxi nodded and looked around. "Has Mr. Xiao gone out?" Chun Qingqing smiled ambiguously. "No, he's in the kitchen making you food." "Making food?" And Ruoxi was slightly surprised. Xiao Yuan looked like someone who had never touched water. And he could cook. She curiously walked towards the kitchen. As soon as she entered the dining room, she smelled a burnt odor. She hurried into the kitchen and saw Xiao Yuan, the big boss, standing